Countless strands of golden light burst outward, tearing through Huang and the sword cultivator Qi Wei in an instant, leaving their bodies grievously wounded and barely recognizable. Though they had been pushed to the brink of death, the tenacity of golden core cultivators kept Huang and Qi Wei alive for the moment. Their chests still rose and fell, and resentment burned in their eyes as they glared at Du Hua. Du Hua strode forward with a cruel smile. He tapped the ground with the monk's staff in his hand, and in that instant Qi Wei's golden core was forced out of his body. Qi Wei's life ended on the spot. Huang, how is it? Will you submit to me and surrender your primordial spirit? Du Hua asked in an icy tone. Huang forced herself to lift her head to look at the monk, teeth clenched. Never, she rasped, defiance flashing in her eyes. Du Hua himself was on the verge of collapse. Swaying unsteadily, he tried to lift and wield his monk's staff, but his spiritual power would no longer obey his command. Forced by his condition, he took out a talisman that required only a trace of qi to activate. He tried to persuade her. Huang, must you be so stubborn? Look, Qi Wei is already dead, and I have taken his golden core. You are gravely wounded and close to death. Even your demon core is barely holding together. If you surrender your primordial spirit, I will spare your life, and help you stabilize your demon core. In time you will cultivate under my guidance. It is better than having your soul scattered with no chance of reincarnation, he pressed. The talisman in his hand shone with a binding power. It was a soul-lock talisman crafted in the Buddhic realm specifically to imprison the primordial spirits of demon beasts. Once Huang surrendered her primordial spirit, it would be sealed beyond escape, leaving her utterly at the mercy of others. Fear finally flickered in Huang's heart. Though she hurled threats at the human before her, she could only watch the monk's greedy gaze, unable to change her fate. I will never obey you, she cried, voice hoarse. Du Hua stretched out his hand to rest it upon Huang's head, preparing to forcefully draw out her primordial spirit. All at once a chill pierced his chest, freezing him in place. A dense stabbing pain surged through his body, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of dark metallic blood. Staggering, Du Hua lowered his gaze in disbelief. A blade had emerged from his chest, its cold edge gleaming. His pupils shrank wildly as his mind reeled, unable to comprehend when this strike had landed. Under Huang's stunned gaze, the dagger embedded in Du Hua's chest had pierced right through his golden core. A fierce, chilling energy surged into the core's fracture, flooding his body. The chilling force made Du Hua cough blood again and again. He tried to rouse his spiritual power to repair the damage, but it was futile. Out of the darkness, a mysterious figure in a black robe stepped into view. With a single glance, Du Hua realized this newcomer was a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Shock and fury twisted his features as he tried to raise his voice, only to be cut short by renewed agony. Before he could finish his protest, the dagger struck his golden core again, shattering it further. His primordial spirit flew free, trying to escape, but a black hound appeared and snapped it up, consuming it utterly. The terrifying sight made Huang cry out involuntarily. Human, you must not kill me, or my father the king will never spare you. Desperation and panic filled her voice. Ye Jing let out a short, mirthless laugh. He grabbed a fistful of Huang's hair and lifted her head, his voice icy as he spoke. You seem to have misunderstood your situation, demon beast. Now it is you who begs for life, he said, unyielding. Huang cursed him furiously, calling him weak for being only at the Foundation establishment realm, her eyes full of scorn despite her wounds. She kept hurling silent abuse at him. Ye Jing, unwilling to waste more words, raised his dagger and drove it into Huang's chest with practiced precision, as if slaughtering livestock for a vital resource. Ye Jing had already seen that this demon beast was vicious, cunning, and held deep contempt for human cultivators. He abandoned any thought of taming her and resolved not to let her live. This demon beast's background was too formidable. Releasing her would only plant a hidden danger. As Ye Jing drove the dagger in, Huang, who had been threatening him moments before, suddenly realized in terror that he truly meant to take her life. This human truly intended to end her. It hurts. You cannot kill me. I will surrender my demon core. I will never threaten you again. Fear broke her voice as pain tore through her. Huang's scream grew hoarse and piercing. Her earlier arrogance vanished completely, her words breaking into sobs as she struggled to speak. I can still be of use to you, she pleaded. I know the secrets of 10,000 Demon Valley and the treasures hidden within. I will tell you everything. Please spare my life. Desperation and unwillingness warred in her eyes. Ye Jing lowered his gaze to her, his eyes utterly calm. The dagger remained lodged in her chest. A faint derisive sound escaped him, but his expression didn't. I will seek those treasures myself. I have no need of your words, Ye Jing said. He pinned Huang down, and without further hesitation unleashed a surge of spiritual power from his palm, forcing her demon core out of her body. A fist-sized demon core emerged, entirely crimson, wreathed in faint lightning and flame. Thick demon blood clung to its surface, and even separated from its host it pulsed, subtly releasing a strong spiritual fluctuation. It was a demon core of the Thunder Rock clan, filled with pure fire and lightning power. If refined, it could push Ye Jing's foundation establishment cultivation to a higher level, perhaps even toward the Golden Core realm. The instant the demon core was taken, Huang let out a shriek of pain at the very limit of her strength. Her aura collapsed at once. The light in her red eyes went out completely, and her body slumped to the ground, leaving only faint labored breaths. She no longer had the strength even to curse. She stared at the demon core in Ye Jing's hand, her gaze full of despair and unwillingness, yet she no longer had the power to resist. Ye Jing raised his hand and stored the demon core in his pouch. Then he drew the dagger from Huang's chest. The cold blade was stained with demon blood and dark metallic blood from the Buddhic cultivator. He wiped it clean with measured care and slipped it back beneath his black robe. Afterward, he turned back to Huang, who lay barely clinging to life on the ground. Without the slightest hesitation, he swung the dagger and severed her neck, ending her completely. Huang's body jolted once, then her last breath vanished. Those once arrogant red eyes froze eternally in a mix of fear and unwillingness. Having dealt with Huang, Ye Jing finally turned away and looked toward Du Hua's lifeless body, lying not far off. He walked over, bent down to pick up the nascent soul monk's staff, and searched through the storage pouch at Du Hua's waist. Inside, he found spirit stones, elixirs, and several powerful spiritual tools and Buddhic cultivation manuals. Yet the complete version of golden body armor technique he sought was not among them. Among the spoils were also a spirit treasure, the leaving fire fan, and a gold-purple thunder essence obtained at the auction. Ye Jing then noticed Huang's fallen subordinates, two demon beasts, one a centipede and the other a fox. Both were late second-rank demon beasts possessing golden core-level strength, but not yet having ascended to the third rank. Ye Jing looked back at Huang's body, which had reverted from a beautiful young girl to a great crimson-winged rock with hooked beak. Using his immortal willow to probe, Ye Jing saw an appraisal third-rank redspan thunder rock, dual attributes of fire and lightning, capable of raising two compatible demon beasts to a higher rank if its blood and bones were refined properly. Ye Jing was surprised to learn he needed to refine this demon beast further. Remembering that his own mount had not yet reached late second rank, he decided to focus on refinement first. Still, another thought stirred in his heart. His gaze settled on the centipede demon beast. Its corpse gleamed with an ink-black sheen, the carapace thick and hard, venomous pincers at its head still glinting with a cold light. The poison core within was not as pure as Huang's demon core, but it held considerable toxic power. The fox's corpse, by contrast, was snow white, its fur smooth and sleek. A faint foxfire mark glowed at its brow, and its inner core was a translucent white bead that radiated gentle spiritual power, clearly suited to illusion arts. They will be of use, Ye Jing murmured to himself. He raised his hand, extracting the inner cores of both demon beasts, then set about removing the centipede's carapace and the fox's fur. The centipede's carapace could be forged into defensive spiritual tools, while the fox's fur was an excellent material for illusion artifacts. For Ye Jing, as he was now, none of these resources could be wasted. This journey to the Buddha realm had yielded far more than Ye Jing had expected. He now felt a faint lightness in his heart. He had come merely to witness a few battles, yet his harvest had turned out to be unexpectedly abundant. Yet he did not allow himself to be blinded by the allure of treasures. He remembered that the monk had said that the formidable meditation staff in his hand was forged from the blood and bones of a nascent soul cultivator of his sect. Therefore, Ye Jing did not take possession of it. Instead, he raised his hand and gathered spiritual energy, lightly tapping the nascent soul meditation staff. The Buddhist runes carved into the staff writhed violently, as though they possessed life of their own, resisting Ye Jing's touch. Blood and bone of a nascent soul cultivator must still retain that cultivator's perception. If I recklessly accept it, disaster will come sooner or later, Ye Jing murmured to himself. Though abandoning it felt a little regretful, he knew it was necessary. He did not wish to place a spiritual artifact he could not control into his Xianlu space. If anything were to happen within, it would be troublesome beyond measure. With that, Ye Jing discarded the staff outright, and immediately activated the 1,000 illusory ethereal map to leave this place. He had already gained enough and learned much news besides. Ye Jing thought that it was time for him to return home. During this time, Ye Jing had been in seclusion and then left for the Buddha realm, remaining unseen for several years. The affairs of the Yi family and the Lingxiao sect were handled entirely by his two sons Ye Xuan and Yi. The other grandchildren were all assigned duties in the city and within the clan, and the influence of the Yi family had expanded yet further. Over these years, the eldest grandson of the Yi family, Yi Tianhao, spent most of his days accompanying his wife within the Shuangyu sect, cultivating together. With a child now, the bond between the couple had grown much stronger than before. Yet in these recent years, Ye Tianhao increasingly felt that something was amiss, especially in the way Xuanyue's sect seemed overly entangled with those monks. More than once he had come upon Xuanyue's sect's elders wearing grave expressions. Whenever he drew near, their conversations would abruptly cease, leaving only a few perfunctory pleasantries behind. He had also seen Gue Suer late at night going alone toward a hidden stone chamber deep within the cold peaks of the sect, a heavy lingering aura about her. More than once he had faintly sensed the fluctuation of Buddha realm monks' radiance there, only for it to vanish in an instant as though it had never appeared at all. Yueshi was not entirely unaware, yet she refused to probe deeper. On one side stood the sect that had raised her, on the other the husband and child who shared her days. Caught between them, she could only endure in silence. Only when Ye Tianhao's expression grew grim would she gently clasp his hand and soothe him in a low voice. "My husband master surely has her difficulties. Xuanyue's sect will not fall into misfortune." Yet Ye Tianhao was far too perceptive to be appeased so easily. He clearly remembered how years ago, when he first arrived at Xuanyue's sect, a female cultivator had rushed in panic to report the arrival of monks from the Buddha realm and the fear in her voice. He remembered Yueshi's choking voice when she spoke of the Buddha realm offerings, and he remembered the thinly veiled contempt in Elder Jinha's tone when that old monk departed. In these recent years, the Buddha realm seemed quiet, as though it had vanished. Yet the abnormality of Xuanyue's sect was no coincidence. One morning, Ye Tianhao was by the cold spring, helping Yueshi refine an isotribute spirit jade to stabilize her cultivation at the middle stage of foundation establishment. All at once he sensed a faint thread of Buddha radiance arriving from afar. Though weak, it carried a bone-deep pressure identical to the aura that had surrounded Jinha Laozing 3 years before. His gaze darkened. Handing the spirit jade to Yueshi, he said in a low tone, "Sierra, wait here. I will be back soon." Before Yueshi could move to stop him, Ye Tianhao's figure had already flashed away, following the traces of the Buddha radiance. The small path along the cold peak of Xuanyue's sect was still coated in thin frost-white crystals trembling and falling from bamboo leaves. Yet Ye Tianhao had no mind to admire the scenery. His spiritual energy surged to its limit, and his figure slipped through the bamboo forest like a specter. The source of the Buddha radiance lay within the hidden stone chamber that Gue Suer frequented. Ye Tianhao concealed himself behind a stand of emerald bamboo beside the chamber, holding his breath as he listened to the conversation drifting from within. "Sect Master Gue, in these 3 years the pure Eon female cultivators you have sent, though less than expected, have barely sufficed. But the Lord has recently issued an order: 3 more supreme pure Eon cultivators must be found within 1 month. The speaker was a young monk whose voice was icily devoid of even a trace of compassion. Though he was only at the chi refining stage, Gue Suer still had no choice but to treat him with care. Gue Suer's voice held exhaustion and anger she could not fully conceal, yet also helplessness. "Master, you jest. Supreme pure Eon constitutions are exceedingly rare. These 3 years I have already sent the only 5 pure Eon female cultivators in the sect. How could I possibly gather 3 more now? Please grant a few days' grace. Allow me to search slowly once more." "Grace?" The monk let out a derisive snort. "Sect Master Gue, you know well the rules of the Buddha realm. Submission is permitted, excuses are not." He paused, then added with a cold smile, "I have heard that your senior disciple also bears an extreme Eon constitution." At those words, murderous intent surged in Ye Tianhao's eyes. Gue Suer's face sank. "Master, you jest. Sierra is already married. She does not meet your sect's requirements." "Humph. Sect Master of Xuanyue, do not forget. Were it not for our Buddha realm, how could your Luoxiao lands have remained so stable for so many years? Naturally, I do not dare forget. But please convey to Elder Jinha that there truly is no such woman left within the sect. I can only beg for a little lenience." Gue Suer spoke in a low, deferential tone. The monk gave a cold snort, then swept his sleeve and departed. After he left, Gue Suer sighed softly, then said, "Tianhao, you may come out." Ye Tianhao walked out with a stern expression. "Sect Master, the people of the Buddha realm grow ever more excessive." Gue Suer let out a helpless sigh. "As if I did not know. Of the once 4 sects of Luoxia, only Yunling and I remain. Those people of the Buddha realm, when they come to demand, grow more and more outrageous, no longer bothering to conceal their intentions, treating us entirely like—" She paused, then asked Tianhao, "Elder Jinha went to your Yi family domain to seek your patriarch before, did he not? Your Yi family must find a way to reach golden core cultivation. Otherwise those people of the Buddha realm are very likely to drain your clan as well." Ye Tianhao was stunned for a moment. He had known that Elder Jinha came to provoke the Yi family, and that thanks to Sect Master Yunling's help, Jinha had been temporarily forced to withdraw. But Yunling's Sect Master's golden core was damaged, and his lifespan nearly spent, yet he still forced himself to stand up for the Yi family. Coupled with the monk's earlier arrogance toward Gue Suer, Ye Tianhao's spiritual energy began to surge restlessly, the murderous light in his eyes growing ever more intense. The crisis had arrived with such ferocity. The patriarch had been in seclusion for many years, finally stabilizing his cultivation at the middle stage of foundation establishment and taking over Lingxiao sect. They had believed the Ye family could slowly rise, but had not expected the Buddha realm to press their advantage so ruthlessly. If Yunling were to fall then, with only Gui Suer remaining in Luoxiao, they would be left entirely at the mercy of others. Gui Suer raised a hand to rub her throbbing brow, her expression growing more tired, etched with the marks of time. Of the 4 sects of Luoxia, only my Xuanyue sect and Qingyun sect still cling to existence. She paused, then fixed her gaze on Yi Tianhao, her tone solemn. Your patriarch has courage. He dared to take charge of Lingxiao sect and to form an alliance with Qingyun sect. Yet foundation establishment cultivation is still far too weak before the golden core cultivators of the Buddha realm. This time Elder Jinhe withdrew merely because Yunling still had a little strength left and did not wish to delay the matter of demanding pure Yin female cultivators. It was by no means because he truly feared the Yi family. In the original Lingxiao sect, Ye Jing arrived on his sword, his robes fluttering gracefully. Especially Yi Tianyao, stationed at the outer wall, sensed Ye Jing's presence and quickly flew up in delight, saying, "Grandfather, have you emerged from seclusion?" Ye Jing looked at the noticeably taller Yi Tianyao and said with a smile, "Yes, your grandfather is now in the late stage of foundation establishment. You should work hard, little one." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianyao patted his chest and declared, "Grandfather, rest assured Tianyao is already at the 9th level of qi refining and will soon reach perfection. I will not disappoint you." Ye Jing smiled and said, "All right, you all are safe here at the Lingxiao sect." Yi Tianyao replied, "There's nothing to worry about. Sister Tianxue and my 2 younger brothers are managing things here steadily. However, the matriarch and my mother are in seclusion, aiming to break through foundation establishment. My father is concerned that we are too young to guard a large city, so he went to the city to help." "I see." Ye Jing nodded upon hearing this. He thought about the red-winged thunder phoenix he had just obtained, which still needed to be refined. However, Guiyun and Xianglan were both in seclusion, focused on their breakthroughs in foundation establishment, and were not to be disturbed at this moment. Yet he soon thought that this was also good. If Guiyun and Xianglan could concentrate on breaking through foundation establishment, their enhanced strength would also benefit the Yi family. The matter of refining could wait. After all, he still needed to refine the spiritual treasure, the Li Hua fan, and he knew little about its characteristics and the methods of refining it. This was not something to rush. He needed to calm his mind and explore it slowly. Ye Jing reached out and ruffled Yi Tianyao's hair. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned and walked toward the sect. Along the way, the guests he encountered bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, head of the family." Ye Jing slightly raised his hand in acknowledgement. As his gaze swept over both sides, he noticed the guests practicing diligently and fulfilling their duties, which brought him some comfort. He entered the cave dwelling where he had previously been in seclusion, isolating himself from all external sounds, and the hall instantly became tranquil. Ye Jing sat cross-legged on the central mat, took a deep breath, and gradually calmed his mind. His fingers moved slightly, and the storage ring at his waist emitted a faint glow. A folding fan entirely crimson, with intricate flame patterns carved on its surface, slowly floated out. It was the Li Hua fan, the spiritual treasure obtained from the Buddha realm. As soon as the fan appeared, the temperature in the hall suddenly rose, and a powerful scorching flame, spiritual power, surged forth, distorting the surrounding air, even coloring the beams and pillars of the hall with a faint red hue. Ye Jing's gaze sharpened, and he secretly sighed, as expected of a spiritual treasure. Just the aura it emits has such might, surpassing any magic weapon I have ever seen. He did not rush to reach out and touch it, but instead began to circulate his spiritual power, slowly testing the waters to merge it with the spiritual power of the Li Hua fan. However, just as his spiritual power approached the Li Hua fan, a domineering flame, spiritual power, suddenly rebounded fiercely, as if sensing a foreign aura filled with strong resistance, and ignited along his spiritual power. Ye Jing hurriedly withdrew his spiritual power, but the flames surged up, igniting the clothing on his body. He wanted to use his spiritual power to extinguish the fire, but the flames grew larger with his spiritual power. If it weren't for Ye Jing practicing the Pai, Yanju, this fire would have directly incinerated his flesh. Indeed, it's not that easy. Ye Jing remained calm and withdrew his spiritual power. Most of his clothing had been burned away, leaving only a tattered piece. Without spiritual power, the flames of the Li Hua fan finally relented, allowing Ye Jing to pick it up and examine it with his hands. He noticed that the fan's surface bore a flame pattern resembling a long-tailed firebird, with a faint light shimmering, as if it contained the essence of some creature. However, at this moment it appeared silent, and without any movement. He recalled the scattered information about spiritual treasures he had obtained from the Buddha realm, realizing that all spiritual treasures possess intelligence. To refine them, one must first establish a connection and gain their acknowledgement rather than forcefully suppressing them. If one rushes to succeed, not only will they fail to refine it, but they may also suffer a backlash from the spiritual power of the treasure, harming their own cult. After pondering for a moment, Ye Jing slowly closed his eyes, dispelling all distractions, completely releasing his mind, no longer deliberately releasing spiritual power, but approaching the Li Hua fan with pure consciousness. He could clearly sense that within the Li Hua fan lay a vast and powerful force of flames, hot and domineering, as if it had slumbered for countless ages, unreachable by anyone. Uncertain how long it had been, when Ye Jing's consciousness fully contacted the spirituality of the Li Hua fan, the blue feather chi formed from his cultivation of the Qingyu Qingfeng Ju suddenly stirred, without warning. That aura rapidly circulated through his meridians, directly surging toward his palm, generating a faint yet clear resonance with the flame's spiritual power of the Li Hua fan. Ye Jing was startled and quickly opened his eyes, gently touching the handle of the Li Hua fan with his fingertips. This time the flame's spiritual power of the Li Hua fan did not rebound. Instead, it became much gentler, the flame patterns on the fan's surface lighting up, with crimson shadows swirling across it. Vaguely a faint sound of a phoenix call emerged from within the fan, weak, yet clear. This blue feather chi can actually resonate with the Li Hua fan. Ye Jing was filled with confusion. He cultivated the blue feather chi merely to calm his mind, and for escape purposes. Now it unexpectedly resonated with this fiery Li Hua fan, which was indeed strange. Thinking of this, Ye Jing sent a trace of the blue feather chi onto the Li Hua fan, but after a long while there was no response from the fan. Thus he carefully explored the interior of the Li Hua fan along the resonant aura, and fragmented images gradually emerged in his mind. A fire phoenix entirely engulfed in flames soared high above the 9 heavens, its cry reverberating through the clouds, surrounded by raging flames that intimidated all. But for some reason the firebird suddenly sustained heavy injuries, its body falling, its soul being sealed, and its body was refined into this Li Hua fan by some. As this image faded from his mind, Ye Jing felt an intense surge of panic. When Ye Jing regained his composure, he instantly understood this Li Hua fan had been crafted from the corpse of an ancient demon beast, and it still contained a trace of the firebird's residual soul, though it was currently sealed and trapped in slumber. His blue feather chi might just be the key to unsealing this soul, and awakening the fire phoenix, thereby refining the Li Hua fan. But he also understood that with his current cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, even with the assistance of the blue feather chi, thoroughly refining this Li Hua fan would still be extremely challenging. Once the residual soul of the firebird awakened, its power would far exceed what he could contend with. A slight mistake could lead to self-immolation. Thinking of this, Ye Jing couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. He initially thought acquiring this spiritual treasure was a tremendous opportunity, but he didn't expect it to be such a hot potato. Refining it was fraught with danger, and should not be attempted lightly. After a moment of silence, Ye Jing placed the Li Hua fan into the Xian Lu space, suppressing his concerns. Opportunities are always accompanied by risks. I still need to further enhance my strength. Thinking of this, Ye Jing took out the 2 beast corpses he had obtained in the Buddha realm. The centipede was for upgrading the toxic bee, but there were no remaining compatible beasts for the fox, so he simply fed it to other beasts. At this moment, Ye Jing had just thought of practicing some more. Suddenly a spirit sparrow flew into the cave, and upon seeing that it had a letter tied to its leg, Ye Jing took down the letter and opened it. Instantly his expression became serious. Ye Jing held the communication talisman tightly, channeling his spiritual power. The writing on the letter instantly became clear. It was an urgent message sent back by Yi Tianhao from the Shuangyue sect, each stroke revealing a suppressed urgency. The letter's contents struck Ye Jing's heart like thunder. The Shuangyue sect had been under long-term coercion from the Buddha realm, forcibly conscripting female cultivators of pure Yin physique for their rituals. The monks of the Buddha realm had openly named their target Yu Shi, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Yi family, who possessed an exceptional pure Yin body, was to be sent to the Buddha realm. As the 4 sects of Luoxiao land withered, the Qingyun sect's Yunling's golden core was damaged, and its lifespan was nearing its end. Once that pillar of golden core fell, the next to be devoured by the Buddha realm would be the Yi family and the Lingxiao sect. The Buddha realm. Once again the Buddha realm. Ye Jing slowly closed his eyes, and the air around him suddenly became heavy. The hostility that he had managed to suppress earlier in the cave now erupted from his bones like a volcano. He had thought that a trip to the Buddha realm to seize the golden purple thunder origin, abandon the nascent soul Zen staff, and acquire the spiritual treasure, the fire fan, would leave him returning in triumph, allowing him to focus on closed-door cultivation and steadily improve, enabling the Yi family to stabilize step by step. However, he had not expected that the dark hands of the Buddha realm had already reached his doorstep, even directly targeting his daughter-in-law and his descendants. What a rule that only allows compliance and not excuses. Ye Jing murmured, his voice calm, but laced with a chilling coldness. On their territory, I dared to rob, to seize, and to retreat unscathed. Now that they have come to my Luoxiao land and touched my Yi family's people. He suddenly opened his eyes, golden light intermingling with crimson flames, as the spiritual power of his late foundation establishment surged forth without reservation. The entire cave trembled slightly, the ground cracking with fine lines, and the flames of spiritual power in the air were wildly agitated. Within the Xian Lu space, the fire fan seemed to respond, its fiery patterns suddenly illuminating, and a faint yet defiant phoenix cry echoed. Ye Jing waved his hand, and the communication talisman turned to ashes. He immediately shouted at the resting beasts within the Xian Lu, "You all must cultivate quickly or elevate the mid-second tier beasts to late second tier at the fastest speed. It's time to send out third tier beasts." At his words, the beasts in the Xian Lu stirred, raising their heads in unison, sensing their master's repressed anger, and respectfully complied. Ye Jing stood up, thinking, I need to find some third tier spiritual items now. But having already scoured Luoxiao land, it seemed he would have to delve deeper into Just as Ye Jing was leaving the cave, he happened to see Yi rushing over. Upon seeing Ye Jing, his face lit up with joy. "Father, you're back." Ye Jing, seeing his second son, suppressed his anger. "Father, why didn't you let me know when you returned?" Yi hurried forward, reaching out to support his father's arm, genuine concern filling his eyes. "You've been away for so long, and my brother and I have been worried. Was your journey smooth?" Previously, after Ye Jing emerged from closed-door cultivation, he hadn't informed anyone about his trip to the Buddha realm. Yi's knowledge likely came from Yi Tianyao telling him that he had returned from outside. Seeing the worry in his son's eyes, the surging hostility within Ye Jing eased a little, though the solemnity between his brows remained unchanged. He gently patted the back of Yi's hand, his tone growing serious. "I am fine. Although there were difficulties on this journey, I also gained something. Yet as your father has just returned, I cannot spare time for pleasantries. There is a pressing matter at hand, and I must go out again immediately." Yi's expression froze in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Going out again? Father, you just came back. Why must you leave? You need to rest for a few days." "There's no time to rest." Ye Jing shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument, fixing his gaze on Yi, and solemnly entrusting him with the head. "The people from the Buddha realm have already set their sights on our Yi family on Sierra. The Xuanyue sect has been coerced by them, and the Qingyun sect is also in a precarious position. If I do not quickly find third-tier spiritual items to enhance our strength, they will soon come knocking at the Lingxiao sect's door." Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, then angrily retorted, "Those bald donkeys again. Isn't their prior provocation enough? They truly deserve." As Yi Tianha's uncle, he naturally understood that his wife being targeted by such people meant that not only was his masculine pride at stake, but even from the perspective of the family, it was intolerable. This was the Buddha realm's contempt for the Yi family, and there would be no retreat. Yi clenched his fist, the anger in his chest nearly bursting forth, filled with reluctance. "Father, you can rest assured. With my brother and me around the Yi family, and Gu, she will surely be protected with all our might." Ye Jing nodded, then earnestly said, "Remember, if after I leave people from the Buddha realm come, do not engage in conflict. You only need to guard the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate, maneuvering within the sect's formations, and never take unnecessary risks. Wait for my return, and we will settle this score together." "Son, I will remember," Yi replied repeatedly. Ye Jing then took out the spirit pouch containing the corpse of the red-winged thunder rock from his storage bag. "Gui Yun and Xiang Lan have already entered closed-door cultivation. I unexpectedly obtained the corpse of a beast from the Buddha realm. Since this beast possesses both thunder and fire attributes, it needs to be stripped of its attributes for refining. Once Gui Yun exits her cultivation, I will hand this to her." "Father, you went to the Buddha realm?" Yi exclaimed in surprise. Ye Jing nodded, but chose to be brief. "After I emerged from closed-door cultivation, I ventured into the Buddha realm using the Qinshu Mirage map to understand the situation there. However, this time, due to urgent matters at home, I wish to go back to the Buddha realm once more to seek third-tier spiritual items to help the beasts break through to the third tier, gaining golden core combat power. Moreover, there are some red pearls containing a large number of beast souls that can be given to Xiang Yun for crafting corpse puppets, thereby enhancing our strength." Yi understood and hurriedly said, "Father, rest assured, I will fulfill your requests." Seeing this, Ye Jing said no more. His spiritual power surged, his figure transforming into a streak of azure light, instantly rushing out of the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate, speeding towards the Buddha realm. Watching his father's departing figure, Yi gradually straightened his back. He first safely stored the spirit pouch containing the corpse of the red-winged thunder rock and the red pearls, then immediately issued orders. He instructed the sect disciples to strengthen the mountain gate's defenses, reinforce the protective array, and closely monitor the movements of the Xuanyue sect, and Qingyan sect. As soon as there were signs of the Buddha realm's monks, they were to report immediately. Ye Jing had been home for only a few days when he had to delve back into the Buddha realm. The closer he got to the boundary of the Buddha realm, the denser the Buddha energy in the air became. That oppressive and sacred aura now appeared to Ye Jing as more repulsive than the most sinister hostility. He retracted his spiritual power, unfurling the Chinshu Mirage map. His figure instantly became ethereal, like a wisp of green smoke silently passing through the outer defenses of the Buddha realm. Unlike the last blind exploration, Ye Jing had already made plans this time, intending to inquire near Luohan City for any news regarding third-tier spiritual items. After all, Luohan City was a bustling mercantile city with heavy foot traffic, making it convenient to gather information. The difficulty of acquiring a third-tier spirit beast was immense for Ye Jing. He could only succeed because the red-winged Thunder Rock had sustained significant injuries during battle with sheer luck on his side. He could not allow one stroke of good fortune to lead him to overestimate his capabilities. This was a lesson he had learned over many years on his path to. However, he could find a way to obtain third-tier spiritual items, so it wasn't too difficult for him. Within Luohan City, Ye Jing visited several shops to inquire about information. However, upon mentioning the need for a third-grade spiritual item, the shop owners around him showed immediate unease and repeatedly said, "I don't know." Ye Jing found it somewhat strange and ultimately arrived at a remote shop specializing in selling undefeatable news. He spent 2,000 inferior spirit stones before the shop owner cautiously agreed to share a few details. It turned out that not long ago the city lord of Jinshan City, an elder from the Gui Jianxian sect, and a beast from the 100 Demons Valley all died outside. Among them, the Demon King of the 100 Demons Valley, the red-winged Thunder Rock King, was furious. The beast that died was his daughter, named Hua Huang, a third-grade demon beast who had mysteriously disappeared, stirring his wrath as he demanded an explanation from the people of the Buddha realm. When the shop owner spoke these words, his voice trembled slightly. "Dear guest, you are an outsider, aren't you? Currently no one within Luohan City dares to mention third-grade spiritual items, as these items are typically nurtured by demon beasts. They fear that if the demons lurking in the city learn of it, trouble would surely ensue." Ye Jing felt a bit relieved upon hearing this. It seemed the Demon King was unaware that he had killed his daughter, including the one that had been transformed. However, he remained puzzled, furrowing his brow and asking, since it was such an unclear death, why are the people of Luohan City so apprehensive? Can't they deal with a Demon King? They cannot deal with it, how can they, eh? The shop owner shook his head with a bitter expression, his eyes filled with fear. The red-winged Thunder Rock King is inherently violent and a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. With his daughter's tragic death, he has gone completely mad. On that very day, he led the elite demon beasts from the 100 Demons Valley to surround Luohan City, declaring that he would wash the city in blood to find the mastermind behind his daughter's death. Do you think the three of them truly perished by accident? In the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. There are no such things as accidents. It is clear that someone had assassinated them from the shadows, perhaps even that nascent soul cultivator. Ye Jing coughed lightly. It seemed these rumors were quite sinister, but no one would suspect that it was he, a latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, who had done it. Suddenly, a thunderous screech reverberated from outside the city, sharp and piercing, carrying with it a rage capable of annihilating the heavens. The entire Luohan City trembled in response. Even the tiles on the rooftops began to fall, and the cultivators in the streets panicked, hurriedly channeling their spiritual power to protect themselves, their expressions filled with terror. The shop owner, terrified, said, "It's here. It's the red-winged Thunder Rock King. He has come to exert pressure again. He has been coming every day recently, demanding the city lord of Luohan City and the Gui Jianxian sect hand over the mastermind, or he will raise Luohan City to the ground." Ye Jing stood up and walked to the shop door, looking up towards the city outskirts where he saw a figure in the sky. A crimson figure blotted out the sun, its entire body covered in flames like red feathers, its wings spread wide, spanning dozens of meters, with purple lightning swirling around the tips. It was indeed the red-winged Thunder Rock King. Suspended in midair, it emanated an overwhelming pressure like a tangible mountain crushing down. The protective formation of Luohan City trembled violently under this pressure, ripples appearing on the light barrier, as if it could shatter at any moment. Luohan City's trash. The voice of the red-winged Thunder Rock King boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the entire Luohan City. "If you cannot find the murderer of my daughter, I will dismantle your protective formation, and all the cultivators in the city will be ground to dust to appease my daughter's spirit in the heavens." The cultivators in the street were thrown into chaos. Even the shop owner who provided information to Ye Jing was so frightened that he muttered, "What a calamity! What a calamity! Luohan City will eventually meet its end." Ye Jing stood at the shop door, quietly channeling his spiritual power, isolating the oppressive pressure outside, his brow furrowed even tighter. He gazed at the enormous crimson figure in the sky. Ye Jing was not afraid of the red-winged Thunder Rock King. After all, he had acted swiftly and cleanly that day, leaving not a trace behind, allowing him to escape. However, he still needed to search for the third-grade spiritual item in Luoan City. Given the current situation, would he have to go to another city? At that moment, a beam of golden light shot up from the direction of Luoan City, revealing a burly monk wielding a knife of precepts. He was at the mid-stage golden core level. He had a pleasing expression on his face. Thunder Rock King, please quell your anger. The death of Princess Hua Huang we in Luoan City have already investigated with all our might, but this matter is fraught with uncertainties, and the murderer is hiding very deep. Grace period. The red-winged Thunder Rock King scoffed, his voice filled with disdain and rage. He flapped his wings violently, and purple lightning instantly transformed into several bolts of lightning, striking harshly against the protective formation. I have already given you enough grace, now the deadline is approaching, and yet you dare to use such empty words to placate me. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you will not understand my might. Today I will seize your city. Before his words fell, the red-winged Thunder Rock King opened its beak, and a fire wrapped in purple lightning surged towards the protective formation. The temperature of that flame was extremely high, distorting the air in its wake, while the thunder crackled, exuding a destructive force. Seeing this, the monk took out a huge alms bowl, which radiated golden light, blocking that bolt of lightning. He coldly said, Thunder Rock King, you must think carefully. If you take action, the host of the Buddha realm is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Rock King paused, then snorted coldly. You humans just know how to threaten me with that bald donkey. This matter is not over between us. One day, I will send my subordinates to seize Luohan City. With that, he spread his wings and vanished. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised. The Thunder Rock King just backed down. The shop owner wiped his cold sweat, letting out a long sigh of relief, and leaned closer to Ye Jing, lowering his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Dear guest, as an outsider, you naturally do not know the rules of Artsangu realm. Cultivators of nascent soul level and above, be they humans or demon beasts, are not allowed to take action against the cities of other races or clans, nor can they use their own cultivation level to directly crush cities or slaughter low-level cultivators within them. Firstly, it is to prevent nascent soul experts from causing catastrophic destruction and implicating countless innocent cultivators. Secondly, it is to maintain a balance of power. If nascent soul cultivators could freely seize cities, the weaker sects and cities would have long been devoured by powerful nascent soul experts, and the Tsangu realm would have descended into chaos. He paused before adding, just like that red-winged Thunder Rock King from earlier, he is at mid-stage nascent soul. If he dared to personally destroy the protective formation and bloodbath Luohan City, he would break the rules. At that time, not only would the host of the Buddha realm intervene, but other nascent soul experts from various sects would also not stand idly by, and even elders from the demon tribes would step in to restrain him. After all, no one wants to break this balance that has been maintained for tens of thousands of years, and otherwise it would only lead to mutual destruction. Ye Jing understood. No wonder the Thunder Rock King, despite being furious, dared only to make threats, and ultimately turned to leave. It's not that he couldn't win, it's that he dared not break this iron law of the Tsangu realm. Then what does the Thunder Rock King mean by sending someone to seize the city? Ye Jing pressed on, thinking about the Thunder Rock King's words about sending someone to seize the city, which seemed related to this rule. The shop owner sighed. This is the second rule of the rules. If there are grievances between two races or sects, and they wish to contest the ownership of a city, nascent soul cultivators cannot take action. Only disciples or subordinates with golden core level or below can compete. The winning side can temporarily take over the city, while the losing side must retreat or seek peace, and cannot find excuses to provoke further. And there are rules. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. During duels, one must not harm innocent townsfolk or damage the city's foundations. Any breach will bring the united wrath of all the factions. What the Laping Wong suggested earlier, sending his underlings, was precisely this scheme. Under his command, there are surely many golden core stage beasts. If a duel truly occurs, Luohan City would have to dispatch golden core cultivators. Of victory would be one thing, but if they lose, Luohan City would effectively fall under Baiyao Valley's control. Ye Jing nodded and began to calculate. These rules ostensibly restrain nascent soul practitioners, yet they give golden core cultivators a chance to stand out. For Luohan City, however, it is undoubtedly a crisis. The beasts under Hongqi Laping Wang are bound to be formidable. Luohan City's golden core cultivators may not be able to hold them. Besides, there is another rule, and it concerns the third-rank spirit item you seek, the shopkeeper added. The shopkeeper seemed to recall something and continued. Whether a human city or a demon city, one must not casually hunt high-rank beasts or seize high-rank spirit items within the city limits. Especially third rank and above. If a scuffle breaks out inside the city, even lower-rank cultivators will be detained by the city guards, and handed over to the relevant. That was also why the other shopkeepers dared not mention third-rank spirit items earlier, not only for fear of being overheard by lurking beasts, but more to avoid violating that rule and inviting trouble. A cold weight settled in Ye Jing's chest. He had planned to seek a third-rank spirit item in Luoan City, but under these rules one cannot freely search for or trade such items in the city. Even if one found one would not dare claim it lightly. Then where should one go to find a third-rank spirit item? Ye Jing asked, his tone edged with urgency. The shopkeeper sighed. You must go to dangerous places outside the city, beast ranges, ancient mystic ruins. Those places are not bound by city regulations. If you have the strength to take a spirit item there, it becomes yours. But those places are fraught with peril, especially the beast ranges near Baiyao Valley teeming with high-rank beasts. Even Golden Core cultivators dare not travel alone, let alone you, who are only late foundation establishment. Hearing this, Ye Jing countered, then shopkeeper, do you have any information about a third-rank spirit item? The shopkeeper's face split into an unreadable smile as he rubbed his hands. There is information, but how much will you pay? It would cost extra. Ye Jing's mouth twitched. He had expected the shopkeeper would not reveal anything for free, and he was in no hurry to hand over money. He replied calmly, just say how many spirit stones. If the information is true, you will not be without reward. But if you dare deceive me, you should know that while outsiders do not much heed city rules, they are not soft targets to be trifled with. To be frank, this is no trivial matter. Enough. Ye Jing cut him off. He was not inclined to parry words. You are decisive. To be frank, this is no trivial matter. Enough. Ye Jing cut him off. He was not inclined to parry words. The shopkeeper smiled sullenly. This information is 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Pay and I'll tell you. Seeing this, Ye Jing tossed the pouch of spirit stones to him. The shopkeeper counted the stones, satisfied the sum was correct. He quickly resumed a fawning grin. Sir, 1,000 li to the west of Luoan City lies an abandoned extreme Eon cave. It is said to hide a second-rank two-headed Ming snake, and inside it a Guaming pearl is gestating about to break through to the third rank. That Guaming pearl is therefore a bona fide third-rank spirit item. Two-headed Ming snake. Ye Jing's interest stirred. If the twin-headed Ming snake were only second rank, he might try his luck. He pressed further. If there is a third-rank spirit item, why has no one taken it? The extreme Eon cave must hold other dangers, yes. The shopkeeper's smile faded, and he lowered his voice almost at Ye Jing's ear. You are a discerning man. That extreme Eon cave is not so easily entered. Not to mention that the two-headed Ming snake itself is a third-rank beast. It's might comparable to a human golden core. Worse still, the extreme Eon cave is perpetually filled with soul erosion Eon wind that attacks a cultivator's spiritual sense. Even with solid cultivation, prolonged exposure will leave one dazed and one's spiritual power sluggish. He paused, then added, and a few days ago wandering cultivators said that beasts from Baiyao Valley have been roaming near the cave as if I suspect they are also after that Guaming pearl. Ye Jing, I know the location and I can draw the route for you, but that is all I know of the Ming snake. Ye Jing considered, briefly produced another pouch of mid-grade spirit stones and tossed it over. Draw the route. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened. He took the stones, swiftly produced a piece of beast hide, and began to sketch the path, murmuring warnings as he drew. Sir, I have told you all I can. That place truly is not for foundation establishment practitioners. Outside the sunlight was fierce. Cultivators on the street still murmured, and the pressure of Hongqi Leiping Wang seemed to hang overhead. Outside the sunlight was fierce. Cultivators on the street still murmured, and the pressure of Hongqi Leiping Wang seemed to hang overhead. Ye Jing melted into the crowd with a composed face, though his resolve was set. So to obtain a third-rank beast quickly, he would have to try his luck at the extreme Eon cave. The extreme Eon cave lay 1,000 li away. Out at his pace, he could arrive within a day. The soul erosion Eon wind harms the spirit, but his body was mighty and his spiritual sense not weak, so he might endure it. The two-headed Ming snake was viciously venomous, yet he possessed the Pailai Yanju fire overcomes Eon which would counter it. I must be quick, Ye Jing murmured, a keen light flickering in his eyes. The clamor of Luoan City receded behind him, the surrounding woods grew thicker, and the spiritual energy took on a wilder, more ferocious edge. In less than half a day's time, he had already covered more than half of the Thessanli journey. Extreme Eon cave. When Ye Jing arrived at the extreme Eon cave, the sky had darkened, and the yang energy of the world seemed to be devoured by an invisible force, making the air bone-chillingly cold. In the distance, the horizon appeared gray, faintly revealing a massive dark mountain stretching across the land. A deep crack in the mountain's belly resembled the mouth of a giant beast, marking the location of the extreme Eon cave. Ye Jing slowed down, concealing himself within the dense forest, gazing intently into the distance. The wind near the cave entrance howled, and the faint sound of wailing ghosts drifted through the air. The vegetation was entirely withered, and the ground was covered with a layer of grayish-black, decayed soil, with not a single insect in sight. However, at the moment Ye Jing landed, the poisonous unique bees he had sent out were buzzing around his ears. Now the poisonous unique bees had been promoted to second-tier demon beasts, and their sensitivity to the surroundings had increased, allowing them to detect even the faintest spiritual energy. It seems someone has arrived before me. Ye Jing's gaze turned slightly cold as he pondered. This aura did not belong to demon beasts, but to human cultivators. Moreover, it was an aura he deeply detested. It was reminiscent of the demonic cultivators from the Xianyu sect. Ye Jing sent the poisonous unique bees deeper inside, utilizing his ability to empathize with demon beasts to glimpse the surrounding scene. He saw a group of cultivators gathered outside the cave surrounding a woman dressed in red gauze whose face was veiled. Her figure was slender, the red gauze swaying gently in the wind, revealing a jade bracelet made of dark jade on her delicate wrist, each bead exuding a dim light, hinting at a sinister aura. Moreover, her black hair was adorned with numerous silver ornaments, which jingled as she walked. Senior sister, is the poison you planted truly effective against that two-headed nether snake? The woman in red gauze merely glanced coldly at the speaking cultivator, her voice as frigid as ice laced with a hint of bone-chilling allure. The heart-eating worm I refined specifically targets evil and sinister creatures. Not to mention merely a peak second-tier nether snake, even a true third-tier demon beast would be subdued and forced to obey once infected by the worm, she said, lightly flicking her jade finger, causing a tiny black insect as small as dust to land on her fingertip, wriggling slightly and emanating a nauseating toxic aura. The ghostly nether pearl is a third-tier spiritual object. If it allows the nether snake to successfully break through, and we control it with the worm, it will become a ready-made third-tier combat force. At that time, even if the demon beasts from the 100 Demon Valley arrive, they will have to give way. A nearby cultivator quickly flattered, "Senior sister, your methods are unparalleled. This time, it will surely be within your grasp." However, I sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy outside the cave earlier. Could it be that other cultivators are also coming? The woman in red gauze's eyes flashed with a cold light as she looked toward the direction of the dense forest, her voice sharp. "No matter who it is, if they dare to come and snatch from me, they will be killed. The Southern Wilderness Demon Palace's affairs are not for others to meddle in." At this moment, Ye Jing, hidden in the shadows, was somewhat surprised. Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. Isn't that one of the 5 great powers in this Tsangu realm? However, seeing that the woman was at the late Foundation establishment stage, and that the other cultivators were not many Foundation establishment cultivators either, they appeared rather easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Ye Jing narrowed his eyes, dispelling his inner contempt. He wasn't yet familiar with the details of this group, and overheard the woman mention the worm controlling the two-headed nether snake, making it unwise to underestimate them. He lightly tapped his fingertip, and several poisonous unique bees quietly changed direction, flying close to the decayed soil at low altitude, avoiding the sinister aura surrounding the woman in red gauze, and probing deeper into the cave. As descendants of second-tier demon beasts, these poisonous unique bees could conceal themselves without a trace, making them difficult to detect. Ye Jing needed to ascertain the situation within the cave, especially the position of the two-headed nether snake, and the specific strength of this group of demonic cultivators. The images relayed back by the poisonous unique bees grew increasingly clear. Inside the cave, it was pitch black as ink, with even more sinister energy than at the cave entrance. A thin layer of white frost coated the stone walls, and the air was thick with a strong smell of blood and toxic energy, mingling with the unique radiance of spiritual objects. About several dozen meters deeper, in an open stone chamber, a massive two-headed nether snake coiled upon a stone platform, its entire body black, and its scales shimmering with a dark purple sheen. The 2 snake heads drooped slightly, their eyelids half-closed, breathing out forked purple tongues, surrounded by a faint mist of darkness, clearly at the peak of the second tier, just one step away from breaking through. At the center of the stone platform lay a fist-sized, entirely black pearl that emitted a ghostly light, the third-tier spiritual object ghostly nether pearl. The aura of the nether snake was closely linked to the ghostly nether pearl, clearly utilizing its power to attempt a breakthrough to the third tier. Ye Jing observed the snake clearly through the poisonous unique bees, pondering how strange it was. He could not help but wonder what would happen if black wind merged with its ghostly nether pearl. Senior sister, the nether snake is attempting to break through to the third tier, and it is at its weakest right now. Should we make our move? A tall, skinny demonic cultivator lowered his voice, his eyes filled with urgency, fixating intently on the direction of the stone chamber, as if he could already see the glory of controlling the nether snake. The woman in red gauze raised her hand, signaling him to be silent. A glint of cold ruthlessness flashed in her veiled eyes as she spoke in a low voice, still carrying a chilling aura. "What's the rush? Breaking through to the third tier is the most perilous. It is preoccupied with itself at the moment. Once its spiritual power becomes disordered, and its soul unstable, we can then release the heart-eating worm. Only then can we ensure a single strike that is foolproof. If we rashly approach now, we will not only fail to control the nether snake, but also risk being counterattacked by it at the moment of its death, leading to a loss that far outweighs the gains. Just then a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the stone chamber. The two-headed nether snake abruptly raised its two heads, its eyes blood-red, spewing forth two streams of purple-black toxic mist. The surrounding dark mist surged violently, enveloping the entire stone chamber. The snake's body twisted violently, causing stones from the platform to tumble. The ghostly light of the ghostly nether pearl suddenly flared up, and streams of black spiritual energy surged from the pearl, wildly pouring into the nether snake's body. It's happening. It's about to break through. The tall, skinny demonic cultivator exclaimed, a flash of ecstatic joy flickering in his eyes. Ye Jing heard this through the poisonous, unique bees, and began to stealthily approach the area. Since they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, he didn't even need Black Wind's light waves. He could conceal his figure solely using the transforming wind technique. The people from the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace had already rushed in, intending to seize the two-headed nether snake at the moment of its breakthrough. The woman in red gauze flickered forward like a blood-red flowing cloud. The dark jade bracelet on her delicate wrist emitted fragmented, sinister glimmers, and the heart-eating worm at her fingertips was already primed to strike, wriggling rapidly in her hand, its toxic aura growing stronger. Everyone guard the cave entrance. No one is allowed to interrupt. She coldly commanded, her voice penetrating the chaotic dark energy, carrying an imperious authority. Several early Foundation establishment demonic cultivators immediately dispersed, forming a simple trapping formation surrounded by gray-black demonic energy, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The tall, skinny demonic cultivator was the first to rush to the entrance of the stone chamber, forming a seal with his hands. A bone blade radiating black light appeared out of thin air, etched with bizarre runes, stirring up gusts of dark wind as he aimed it at the nether snake's vulnerable points. He completely disregarded the currently furious aura of the nether snake. At this moment, the two-headed nether snake was in a state of violent frenzy. Due to the failure of its breakthrough to the third tier in reality, it was in chaos. Due to disordered spiritual power, its surrounding dark mist nearly solidifying, and the two snake heads were howling madly. Streams of purple-black toxic mist continuously spewed from its mouth, landing on the stone walls and instantly corroding them, creating pitch-black holes. Fragments of stone fell, and the entire cave trembled slightly. Fool! The woman in crimson gauze barked sharply, yet it was already too late to intervene. The two-headed nether serpent abruptly swiveled its head, its left serpent maw locked onto the lanky man, and unleashed a jet of violet venom. A streak of lightning, swift and lethal. The lanky man's face blanched. He hastily raised his bone blade to parry, but the venom struck the blade, instantly corroding its surface into a layer of black rust. Unchecked, the residual force slammed into his chest with crushing force. The blow silenced him before even a cry could escape his lips. His entire body dissolved into viscous liquid. Form the formation, the crimson-gauzed woman commanded, voice sharp with urgency. At her order, the surrounding demon cultivators channeled their demonic energy. Instantly, a colossal formation materialized beneath the serpent's coils, its oppressive aura sealing the beast within its confines. Just as the crimson-gauzed woman prepared to subdue the serpent and implant it with parasitic worms, the creature dissolved before their very eyes, transforming into a roiling plume of purplish-black mist, its serpentine form utterly erased. Instead, it coalesced into a malevolent fog mass roughly 10 feet in diameter. Within its swirling depths, two crimson orbs pulsed faintly, the indelible imprints of its lingering soul. What is happening? The remaining demon cultivators recoiled half a step, faces drained of color, fingers tightening around their arcane artifacts, eyes wide with primal dread. None had ever witnessed a spirit beast assume such an uncanny form. The fog exuded a virulent necrotic essence that voraciously devoured ambient Eon energy itself. White frost thickened upon the stone walls at visible speed, the air grew thick with a suffocating stench, rank, putrid, and cloyingly foul. Even the crimson-gauzed woman's composure cracked. Beneath her veil, her brows knotted tightly, the obsidian jade bracelet on her wrist flared with sinister radiance, straining to suppress the fog's turbulent surge. A tiny black insect trembled in her palm, radiating palpable panic, clearly terrified by the mist. This two-headed nether serpent has awakened a divine ability. Eon's spirit transformation. Her voice betrayed the faintest tremor, yet she forced calm, snapping coldly. It has shed its corporeal shell, becoming pure spirit. This is when it is most savage and untamable. Channel your demonic energy. Reinforce the Eon sealing formation. Do not let it break free. Concealed in the shadows, Ye Jing's heart lurched, spiritual dissolution, a profoundly transcendent technique. The violet mist pierced effortlessly through their formation and surged toward them. Two cultivators slower to react failed even to raise their artifacts before the mist engulfed them. Their shrieks died mid-throat, swallowed whole by the surging venomous energy within the fog. Their bodies withered visibly, flesh dissolving away until only wisps of black vapor remained, each drawn greedily into the mist. Hold the line. Infuse the sealing formation with demonic energy. Activate it with your lifeblood. The crimson-gauzed woman gritted her teeth, flipping her wrist. Black droplets of vital essence welled from her fingertips and fell upon the obsidian jade bracelet. The bracelet erupted with blinding, malevolent light, and from it unfurled a net of inky darkness sweeping toward the violet fog. The black insect in her hand was forcibly compelled forward, emitting a shrill, piercing shriek as it shot forth like a black thread, aiming directly for the two crimson solescents, orbs within the mist, the sole vulnerability of the nether serpent in its spirit form. But the violet mist twisted with uncanny agility, evading both the dark net and the insect's strike. From its fraying edges, slender tendrils of purplish-black mist lashed out, like viper fangs striking two nearby demon cultivators with lethal precision. The two cultivators swung their artifacts to block, but the mist tendrils pierced straight through metal and bone, burrowing deep into their meridians. Within moments their bodies convulsed violently, our skin darkened to ashen purple, black blood seeped from eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Life fled their gaze. Bodies crumpled lifelessly to the ground, then melted into foul, steaming black sludge, merging seamlessly with the chamber's ambient energy. Ye Jing observed the battle and knew they were doomed. His mind raced. How does one shatter this spirit beast's dissolution? Damned beast! Do you truly believe your ethereal form renders you invincible? Enraged, the crimson-gauzed woman swept her sleeve, and from its folds burst countless scarlet insects, coalescing into a blood-hued mist that lunged at the purplish-black fog. Each insect was no larger than a grain of rice, yet emitted a pungent metallic stench, its presence subtly suppressing the fog's necrotic toxicity. Like starving wolves scenting blood, they swarmed the fog's periphery, clinging tenaciously, devouring its misty filaments with ravenous hunger. With each bite their carapaces darkened, deepening in hue. In response the fog recoiled slightly, and the two crimson solescents, orbs within, flickered agitatedly, radiating intensified fury. These blood-devouring worms were cultivated on the lifeblood of an entire mortal kingdom, specifically bred to feast upon incorruption and excel against spectral entities. Your transformation will not last long. She sneered coldly, her face pale, sweat beading at her temples. Channeling the blood-devouring worms exacted a heavy toll on her spiritual energy and vital essence. Yet capturing this serpent would make every sacrifice worthwhile. The blood-devouring worms surged forward, gnawing fiercely, causing the purplish-black fog to writhe and shriek with ear-splitting intensity. Though the fog could phase through solid matter, the worms pursued relentlessly. No escape, no evasion, no retreat. Its once 10-foot diameter shrank steadily. The crimson solescence, orbs dimmed, clearly overwhelmed, their power siphoned and suppressed by the relentless parasites. The crimson-gauzed woman smirked bitterly. I told you, your illusory art is powerless before me. In moments your solescence will be devoured entirely. The ghost dark pearl remains mine, and your spirit energy shall nourish my swarm. No sooner had the words left her lips than the mist convulsed violently. From its core erupted a torrent of frenzied, malevolent force. Its contracted form exploding outward, the crimson solescence, orbs blazing with sudden searing brilliance. They surged outward in unison, engulfing the clinging, blood-devouring worms. Every mistendril carried bone-melting toxicity. Contact meant instant dissolution, each worm liquefying into a pool of black ichor. What a... Her face contorted in disbelief. Impossible. The blood-devouring worms are born to annihilate incorruption. How dare you turn their strength against them? He murmured softly, the ghost dark pearl. Though the serpent rages, it channels the pearl's power, merging its own essence with the artifact's energy to He murmured softly, the ghost dark pearl. Though the serpent rages, it channels the pearl's power, merging its own essence with the artifact's energy to invert the worm's dominance. His words had barely faded when a guttural roar shook the chamber. The violet mist detonated outward, unleashing countless purplish-black blades that scythed in all directions. The sealing formation shattered instantly. The black net fractured into shimmering fragments, dissolving into drifting motes of darkness. Ye Jing watched, admiration kindling in his gaze. Ethereal dissolution, venomous aura, savage ferocity, exactly the traits he sought. Should He Feng acquire the serpent's ghost dark pearl, his strength would ascend exponentially. Just as Ye Jing contemplated letting them all perish, so he might seize the pearl unopposed. A warning tremor rippled through the wings of his toxic aberrant bee. He exhaled a sharp, irritated tch. Terribly ill-timed. Outside the Huan-In cave, several demon beasts sensed the commotion and gathered outside the cave, seeming eager to enter. Without time to think, Ye Jing summoned the Black Wind and coldly commanded hold that demon beast back. The Black Wind obeyed, stepping forward and unleashing a wave of light towards the two-headed ghost serpent that transformed into purple mist within the cave. The previously arrogant two-headed ghost serpent intent on annihilating the woman in red gauze suddenly felt a deep-rooted panic and halted its movements. The Black Wind, an aberrant demon beast, had refined its soul-capturing technique significantly. Although it couldn't inflict substantial harm on the ghost serpent, it could temporarily restrain it. Ye Jing emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixed on the swirling black mist that was the two-headed ghost serpent. He then brandished a dagger, aiming for the faintly glowing object hidden within the mist. It could be the soul ghost pearl, or perhaps the inner core of the two-headed ghost serpent. Regardless of what it was, it had the potential to deliver a heavy blow. The dagger melded into the darkness, silent as a whisper. The woman in red gauze, startled by the sudden appearance of an old man, hurriedly exclaimed, "Who are you? If you want to live, shut your mouth." Ye Jing coldly retorted. This caused the woman in red to flush with embarrassment. As the saintess of the southern border demon palace, she had always been revered, and this was the first time she had been scolded in such a manner. However, she was not foolish. If it weren't for this cultivator's intervention, she would have already been dead. Thus, she could only remain silent. At that moment, a massive crash echoed from outside the Huan-In cave as chunks of stone walls collapsed, and several menacing demon beasts surged. They had sensed the presence of human cultivators, and were not there to assist the two-headed ghost serpent. "This is bad. We've alerted those demon beasts." The woman in red cried out in panic. Feeling the stirring presence of the demons outside the cave, Ye Jing summoned the golden devouring insect and the poisonous unique bee queen again, commanding, "Intimidate them. Don't let them in." The two insect queens, the golden devouring insect being a mid-stage second-tier demon beast, and the poisonous unique bee queen, a low-stage second-tier, together wielded a deterrent force comparable to a third-tier demon beast due to their unique swarm characteristics. The buzzing of their wings formed an invisible intimidation. Those demon beasts eager to rush into the cave were deterred by the imposing aura of the insect queens and subconsciously retreated, daring only to emit low growls without daring to advance. The woman in red was already feeling her scalp tingle. 3 second-tier demon beasts. What was this old man's background? Having practiced insect control for so many years, even first-tier insect beasts required her great effort to refine, let alone controlling insect queens. Her nascent soul master could only fully control 1 second-tier insect queen, and that was already quite formidable. This old man could casually summon so many demon beasts. Oh, what on earth was his identity? Ye Jing ignored the woman's astonishment behind him, using his dagger in the dark to continuously slash at the purple mist, the sharp blade barely grazing the glowing source, causing faint vibrations. Damn it! How is it so agile? A cold light flickered in Ye Jing's eyes as he shot out several icy flying daggers from his sleeve. These daggers were forged from high-grade spirit weapon fragments of the soul-refining banner, far beyond the quality of ordinary magical tools. Previously, Wu Guiyun had cut and crafted them meticulously along the iron grain, eliminating all cracks and impurities. Each dagger was about an inch long, with the blade shimmering with a golden hue. Though these flying daggers were not as powerful as the previous high-grade spirit weapons, they inherited the chilling essence of the soul-refining banner, tempered in pure yang fire, becoming a weapon that combined softness with hardness. They possessed the indestructibility of spirit iron, capable of easily tearing through demon beast scales, while also carrying a remnant soul-corroding power, able to penetrate evil mist and strike vital points. Furthermore, they could be propelled by Ye Jing's spiritual power, moving with lightning speed, effortlessly taking the lives of enemies in silence. Several flying daggers shot out, no longer just slashing randomly, but instead circling towards the glowing point within the purple mist. The blades sliced through the air, leaving only faint golden trails, with the sound of the wind suppressed by Ye Jing's spiritual energy, appearing even more mysterious than the previous dagger. The two-headed ghost serpent, already disturbed by the soul-capturing technique of the Black Wind, sensed a deadly threat approaching. The purple mist suddenly churned violently as 2 crimson serpent eyes flickered in the mist, and its thick tail swept out, carrying a chillingly fierce wind, attempting to block the sudden attack of the flying daggers. Ye Jing would not let it have its way. His spiritual power surged as he lowly commanded, "Consolidate." The flying daggers instantly accelerated, surrounding the tail of the two-headed ghost serpent, swiftly severing it, and then stabbing upward through flesh and blood. Hisses. The two-headed ghost serpent lost its ability to maintain its incorporeal form amidst the intense pain, revealing itself, and thrashing, and roaring within the cave. Its tail had been sliced to expose white bone blood splattering, and a foul stench rising. This gruesome scene left the woman in red stunned. This cultivator with his pure spiritual energy acted even more ruthlessly than the demon cultivators of the southern border. Ye Jing seized the moment, sending forth the dagger he had waited to use, which plunged directly into the 7 inches of the two-headed ghost serpent, then drove straight up into its demon core. The two-headed ghost serpent let out continuous screams, pain sweeping through its body, as if it were being flayed. Amidst its violent howls it finally collapsed. The soul ghost pearl finally floated into Ye Jing's hand along with the somewhat damaged golden core of the two-headed ghost serpent. He stored these items along with the serpent's corpse into his storage bag. After finishing all this, Ye Jing finally turned his gaze to the woman in red gauze. His cold gaze made her shudder, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "I am the saintess of the southern border demon palace, Shun Tu Yuer. My master is the great elder of the southern border demon palace, Fun Xian, who is a nascent soul grandmaster. You cannot kill me. Otherwise they will not let you go." This was a bluff, as all of Shun Tu Yuer's subordinates had been slain, and even if Ye Jing did something to her no one would know. Hearing the woman's claims of having a significant background, Ye Jing was not someone who relished killing, so he thought to spare her for now. He coughed softly, saying, "Those demon beasts will be here soon. We must leave this place." Shun Tu Yuer was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ye Jing to show no intention of attacking. The tension in her throat eased slightly, yet she remained alert, not daring to relax. The roars of the demon beasts outside grew closer. Although the insect swarm's deterrence was strong, it wouldn't hold for long. The fluttering of the golden devouring insect and the poisonous unique bee queen grew increasingly urgent. Evidently those demon beasts were constantly probing and could break through the defenses at any moment. Ye Jing said no more and swiftly turned towards the cave entrance. The black wind followed closely behind, surrounded by swirling black mist, maintaining a vigilant posture. Shun Tu Yuer hurriedly kept up her skirt, billowing as she quickened her pace. She was only at the late foundation establishment stage, and after battling the two-headed ghost serpent her spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, so she could only rely on Ye Jing for protection. As Ye Jing burst out of the cave, a white jade boat suddenly flew from his hand. This was the speed jade boat given by the Qinyan sect. However, to Shun Tu Yuer this spirit boat appeared too simplistic. Yet her master had taught her not to judge based on appearances, especially for cultivators whose tools seemed humble and understated, often hiding profound strength. Recalling how this old man had controlled so many demon beasts, she realized he was indeed formidable. Her gaze fell on Ye Jing's retreating figure, her heart filled with increasing uncertainty. This old man seemed ordinary, his spiritual power restrained and unassuming, yet he could summon multiple second-tier demon beasts, while acting ruthlessly, slaying the two-headed ghost serpent as if it were mere grass. Such capabilities were not something ordinary loose cultivators could possess. The southern border demon palace operated with impunity in the southern border, with nascent soul grandmasters controlling territories. Yet this man, upon hearing her identity, merely treated it as a passing note, showing no regard for the nascent soul experts. "Senior." Shun Tu Yuer couldn't help but speak, her tone lacking the previous arrogance and now filled with a hint of caution. "Thank you for your timely rescue, Senior. I am deeply grateful." Ye Jing Yu continued to steer the jade boat, merely responding lightly, "It was just a small effort. However, I did not save you for nothing." Upon hearing this, Shun Tu Yuer felt her heart race again, quickly stammering, "Senior, what further requirements do you have?" "I will do my best." Ye Jing looked at her careful demeanor, without stating anything directly. After leading Shun Tu Yuer out of the cave, he saw several ferocious beasts roaring around the swarm, testing their strength. Upon seeing Ye Jing appear, the beasts' eyes gleamed with malice, yet they were firmly suppressed by the golden devouring insect queen and the poison bee queen, not daring to approach. "Collect." Ye Jing called out softly, and the golden devouring insect queen and poison bee queen immediately flapped their wings, causing the swarm to retreat like a tide, all of them falling into his storage bag. The black wind then flickered and transformed into a shadow, protecting his side. Shun Tu Yuer felt a jolt in her heart. To control multiple second-tier beasts so effortlessly, this kind of beast-taming skill was something she had never heard of or seen before. "Senior, your beast-taming technique is truly rare in the world." Unable to contain herself, she blurted out. Ye Jing led her away from that place, and the beasts, seeing Ye Jing could control so many second-tier beasts, dared not pursue. Thus Ye Jing easily escaped from the throng of beasts. When the extreme Eon cave was far behind them, Ye Jing finally spoke. "It is said that your southern wilderness demon palace is at odds with the Buddha realm." Upon hearing this, Shun Tu Yuer quickly asked, "What does Senior mean by that?" "You only need to answer yes or no," Ye Jing said coldly. Shin Tuyuer was startled and hurriedly replying to Senior, we have indeed had numerous conflicts with those bald monks. The Great Thunder Sound Temple has always viewed our southern wilderness demon palace as heretical, stating that we practice filthy and evil methods. They often send disciples from the Exorcism Institute to hunt down our disciples who are out in the world. Recently, a certain elder was severely injured by the joint attack of the Buddha realm's practitioners while scouting the borders, and he is still in seclusion, nursing his wounds in the demon palace. Ye Jing listened in silence for a moment, thinking that his Ye family was currently being pressured by the Buddha realm, and if he could have a backing, it might make the Buddha realm restrain them. However, the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace was exceptionally mysterious, and still comprised of demon cultivators. Ye Jing felt he needed to be more cautious. Thus he questioned, has the Great Thunder Sound Temple ever engaged in open warfare with your demon palace? In terms of open warfare, there has not been any, as the 5 major powers in the Tsangu realm restrain each other, and none dare to easily break the balance, but covert skirmishes have never ceased. The monks secretly burned down our demon palace's strongholds, and we also covertly sabotage their temples and ambush their merchant caravans. Especially in border areas, cultivators die almost every day. Senior, are you asking these because you want to deal with those monks? After Shun Tuyuer finished speaking, a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry flashed in her eyes. Ye Jing was silent for a moment before saying, it is indeed a helpless situation. My family is suffering under the oppression of the Buddha realm's cultivators, and I deeply resent this, wanting to break free from their control. Oh, Shun Tuyuer brightened at once. Does Senior wish to join our Southern Wilderness Demon Palace? Her voice was filled with excitement. Earlier, Ye Jing's beast-taming technique was evident to all. If she could recruit such talent into the Demon Palace, the higher-ups would definitely appreciate her. However, Ye Jing slowly shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. I have lived for quite some time, and have a family. How could I easily pledge allegiance to any? This statement was like a bucket of cold water dousing Shun Tuyuer's excitement, causing the joy on her face to fade, and she became cautious again. I was too forward. Please do not take offense, Senior. I simply do not understand your intentions after you mentioned your family suffering under the oppression of the Buddha realm and inquired about the grievances between our demon palace and the Buddha realm. Ye Jing replied indifferently, my intention is quite simple. The enemy of my enemy is a potential ally. The Buddha realm oppresses my family and views your demon palace as heretical. Since we have a common foe, why can't we support each other? Upon hearing this, Shun Tuyuer quickly nodded. What Senior said is correct. If we can join forces, we will surely teach those bald monks a good lesson. However, Senior, how strong is your family? If it is solely relying on you, it may be difficult to contend with the Buddha realm. It would be better to consider my demon palace. Within the demon palace, there are many experts who can protect your family. Ye Jing sneered inwardly. This girl was quite impatient, wanting to probe his background first. How could he easily reveal the true strength of the Ye family? He calmly replied, while my family may not be a top-tier force, it does have some foundation to protect itself. However, to break free from the oppression of the Buddha realm, external assistance is still required. As for your Southern Wilderness Demon Palace, I have long heard its name, yet I know very little about it. Today I would like to ask you how many individuals within the Demon Palace can contend with the high monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Hearing Ye Jing's inquiry, although Shin Tuyuer was somewhat innocent in nature, she also understood that certain secrets of the Demon Palace could not be easily leaked. However, she confidently stated, Senior, do not worry. The Buddha realm, and we have been at a standstill for so long, because they certainly do not dare to offend us. Moreover, despite being demon cultivators, we are quite benevolent in our governance, unlike those bald monks of the Buddha realm, who treat mortals like dogs and pigs for their own convenience. Even lower-tier cultivators are well taken care of. There will definitely be no exploitation or enslavement. Ye Jing listened and secretly thought it sounds nice, but who knows how it really is. How about this, young friend? You leave a token, and when I have time I will inform your elders to discuss cooperation or joining matters. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Shun Tuyuer saw that the elders still had some reservations about their Southern Wilderness Demon Palace, so she quickly said, Senior, since that's the case, I will obey. However, if your family encounters any issues in the future, you can use this token to seek help from the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. My master is a nascent soul cultivator. If your family encounters any issues in the future, you can use this token to seek help from the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. My master is a nascent soul cultivator, and upon seeing this token, he will definitely come to assist. Ye Jing's gaze fell on the black token, noticing that it was palm-sized with twisted demonic patterns carved along the edges. Within it there faintly radiated a hint of nascent soul pressure, indicating it was no ordinary token. He raised an eyebrow, secretly pondering, this girl is quite sincere to offer such a weighty token. It seems she genuinely intends to win me over, which also indicates her status in the Demon Palace is not low. Ye Jing did not immediately take it, but merely glanced at the token and then looked at Shun Tuyuer. Since your master is a nascent soul cultivator, this token must be significant. Are you not afraid of repercussions for so easily giving it to me? Seeing that this elder actually showed more concern for her than for the token in her hand, Shen Tu couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. She replied, Senior saved my life, such kindness deserves repayment. My master knows of this matter, and will only approve of me, not blame me. As she spoke, a cunning look appeared on Shen Tu's face. Moreover, with this token, if Senior changes his mind in the future, and wants to join our Southern Wilderness Demon Palace, you can directly meet my master with this token, which will save a lot of trouble. Ye Jing noticed that the woman's eyes were clear and sincere, which eased his guard slightly. He took the token and stored it in his storage bag, saying lightly, well, since that's the case, I will accept it. If there is ever a need, I will make a trip to the Southern Demon Palace. Upon seeing him accept it, Shen Tu immediately showed a joyful expression, her previous restraint dissipating significantly, and her tone became much lighter. Thank you, Senior. Rest assured, as long as you hold this token and go to the Demon Palace, whether for assistance or to discuss cooperation, I will personally ensure you are well received, and I won't allow you to suffer any grievances. Ye Jing slightly nodded, channeling his spiritual power into the swift jade boat, once more increasing its speed further. Ahead, the sunlight burst forth, and the surrounding spiritual energy became much clearer. At the time of parting, in order to befriend this holy maiden of the Demon Palace, Ye Jing also gifted her the corpse of the two-headed ghost snake and its demon core. Shen Tu was extremely pleased, and said loudly, Senior, I will await your good news at the Southern Demon Palace. If you have any messages, you can relay them to me through... Ye Jing did not respond, merely raised his hand and waved, causing the jade boat to transform into a streak of light, flying in the opposite direction of the Southern Demon Palace. Only when Shen Tu's figure completely vanished into the forest did he halt the jade boat and take out the black token, running his fingertip over the demonic patterns on it, his expression solemn. He understood that while Shen Tu may be innocent, the Southern Demon Palace was certainly not a benign entity. Demonic cultivators were inherently treacherous and unpredictable, and the so-called cooperation was merely a mutual exploitation. The pressure from the Buddha realm had long oppressed the falling sunset region, relying solely on the Yi family's strength. Escaping its control was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Forming an alliance with the Southern Demon Palace might be the only way out, but it was akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Afterward, he steered the jade boat back toward the Yi family. The boat sliced through the sky, leaving a faint spiritual light behind as the mountains and sky gradually blended into one. Riding the swift jade boat, Ye Jing soon arrived near Luohan City. He saw that the city had not changed much except for several gashes appearing on the surrounding walls, where a few cultivators were repairing them with spiritual energy. Ye Jing understood that in just one night Luohan City had experienced a battle, though among those cultivators there were still a few monks. It seemed the red-winged Thunderpunk King's men had not succeeded, so Luohan City had not changed hands. Ye Jing was too lazy to concern himself with this city, opening the Thousand Void illusory chart to infiltrate it and leave the area. Since he needed to elevate Black Wind, Ye Jing feared that the commotion from a third-tier demonic beast ascension would be too great, so he decided to do it within the Immortal Willow space. He casually found a simple inn to settle into, then placed warning talismans in the room, sitting cross-legged on the bed to concentrate and enter the Immortal Willow. In the Immortal Willow space, the realm of demonic beasts, Ye Jing felt the rich and pure spiritual energy. As he took a deep breath, feeling much more, Black Wind had long been waiting for Ye Jing in this place. It was now at the peak of the second tier, living up to Ye Jing's expectations. This was mainly because it had consumed the soul of a mid-golden core spirit. Such a spirit was a significant boon for Black Wind. Ye Jing took out the ghostly soul pearl, which emitted a strong wave of spiritual power, making the surrounding demonic beasts uneasy and not daring. However, Black Wind was filled with impatience. It could already sense the allure of this third-tier spiritual item. As long as it consumed this third-tier item, it would be able to break through its shackles. Ye Jing said solemnly, Black Wind, remember, during the breakthrough to the third tier, you must only succeed and not fail. Black Wind hurriedly nodded and obediently approached Ye Jing. It was ready. Ye Jing immediately presented the ghostly soul pearl to Black Wind, and a line of ancient characters appeared before his eyes. Black Wind, a mutated dark moon demonic dog peak of the second tier, can ascend, requires 5,000 immortal light enhancement in 3 directions, soul shocking biting, main enhancement for strong attacks and speed. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised by this, as it had previously been a choice of 3. Now it was enhancement in all 3 aspects, though with more emphasis on biting. He of course generously chose enhancement. As the demon core entered its body, Black Wind immediately lay prostrate on the ground, a halo of intertwined black, silver, and purple light emanating from it, as the rich spiritual energy in the Immortal Willow space surged into its body. Initially everything was going smoothly, the spiritual power within Black Wind steadily climbed the shackles of the peak's second tier, gradually loosening the silver runes on its surface, growing ever more radiant, and the luster on its single horn becoming increasingly bright. But just as the spiritual power was about to break through the third-tier barrier, Black Wine suddenly let out a shrill howl, its body convulsing violently, its eyes turning red once more. The purple-black mist surrounding it swelled wildly, as the residual Eons spirit power from the ghostly soul pearl took the opportunity to cause chaos, attempting to devour its soul. Ye Jing was startled, seeing that the ghostly soul pearl had transformed into a mass of purple-black mist surrounding Black Wind, gradually revealing the form of the two-headed ghost snake. Black Wind seemed to be in extreme pain, constantly howling as if it had begun to engage in a struggle with that ghost snake. After an unknown period, Black Wind's howls gradually weakened, its red eyes slowly returning to clarity, and the three-colored halo around it began to merge into a dark silver stream of light, enveloping its body. It was the remnant soul of the two-headed ghost snake that had been slain earlier, attempting to seize Black Wind's body, seeking to dominate this powerful physical form that was on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. Black Wind did not retreat, but advanced instead, emitting a low roar from its throat as the black and silver halos around it suddenly flared up, forcibly resisting the encroachment of the black mist. Ye Jing watched this fierce battle with beads of cold sweat forming. The rich spiritual energy within the realm of demonic beasts surged like a tide toward Black Wind, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy around it. Gradually, the remnant figure of the ghost snake vanished, and Black Wind suddenly let out a long howl. The surrounding spiritual light shone brightly, and the black mist was completely swallowed by it, leaving no trace of resistance. Ye Jing stood aside, his expression gradually relaxing, revealing a hint of approval. Black Wind had ultimately not disappointed him. After consuming that mass of black mist, Black Wind slowly stood up, its form once again swelling, now towering several meters high, with dark fur interspersed with streaks of dark purple patterns, its single horn standing taller, exuding a deep glow, and its fangs sharp as cold blades. This giant dog, as high as a mountain, emanated the terrifying pressure of a third-tier demonic beast, far stronger than an ordinary early third-tier demonic. The surrounding demonic beasts were all too frightened to raise their heads, trembling beside it. A third-tier demonic beast possessed golden core strength. Third-tier mutated Dark Moon demonic dog abilities, upgraded Dark Moon tier, advanced light, breaking strike, soul, locking suppression, gale shadow, advanced new ability, Eons spirit phantasm, fused with ghost snake's power double body. An intangible message entered Ye Jing's mind, revealing Black Wind's status after ascension. Ye Jing felt a surge of joy, but soon he was puzzled. He could understand Eons spirit phantasm as physical intangibility, but what did double body mean? So Ye Jing immediately said, "Black Wind, use your double body, and let me see." As soon as he finished speaking, Black Wind let out a low and powerful roar. Its dark silver halo suddenly exploded, and its sharp fangs slightly clenched as the single horn on its forehead shone with a ghostly purple light, casting its massive form into an even more eerie and formidable silhouette. Suddenly, the dark silver light surrounding Black Wind split, creating two shadowy figures like ripples in water, which gradually solidified into another giant dog identical to it. This duplicate was also several meters high, with dark fur interspersed with dark purple patterns, a tall single horn, sharp fangs, and emanating the same third-tier pressure, with both its defiance and submissiveness reflected in its eyes identical to the original. Is this the second body? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Ye Jing's eyes as he carefully observed the two giant dogs. He could clearly sense that both Black Winds shared the same consciousness, yet there were countless threads of connection, as if they were two sides of the same entity responding to each other. What delighted him even more was that the spiritual energy fluctuations of the second body were not at all inferior to those of the main body. They were not mere illusory shadows, but real power projections. It seemed that the Black Wind noticed Ye Jing's astonishment as the main body lowered itself obediently towards him. The other second body suddenly raised its head and let out a long howl that echoed throughout the cavern. With a swift motion of its front paw, a dark purple wind blade broke through the air, striking a nearby giant rock with tremendous force. With a loud crash, the several meter-wide rock was instantly split into the surface, smooth as a mirror, while fragments flew and residual traces of dark spiritual energy lingered. Then both the Black Wind's main body and second body moved simultaneously. Their forms intertwined, moving so swiftly that they left only dark silver shadows behind, sometimes striking in tandem, their wind blades stacking together for increased power. At times one would attack, while the other defended, with the main body holding the front line, while the second body flanked to the side to launch a surprise attack, their coordination impeccable. What was even more peculiar was that when the second body was struck by a wave of spiritual energy deliberately unleashed by Ye Jing, it transformed into a thread of dark silver light, and reintegrated into the main body, which did not lose energy. Instead, its spiritual power slightly increased. I see now. Ye Jing nodded slowly, his earlier confusion completely resolved, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. The second body can attack and defend split, and combine, capable of sharing the burden of attacks, while also merging forces to resist enemies, and even integrating into the main body to enhance its strength. It truly is a rare and formidable ability. This might be because the two-headed underworld snake has two heads. These demonic beasts absorb the spiritual energy of demonic entities, and thus learn corresponding skills. At first he thought the Black Wind would grow two heads or something. But he was very excited. With two avatars, wouldn't that mean he had the combat strength of two golden cores? This was an unexpected joy. Moreover, having avatars meant that if danger arose, he could have the avatars come out to shield the main body from harm akin to the Black Wind, having a second life. While Ye Jing was still reveling in his joy, suddenly, an ancient script appeared among the celestial willow. To generate a golden core combatant for the family can make further progress, and the Hongming celestial clan willow can evolve further, costing 10,000 celestial light, unlocking the innate divine ability, return of all beasts. What kind of divine ability is this? Ye Jing wondered, could it be that this celestial willow would also create a divine ability for him? The ancient script moved in accordance with his thoughts, beginning to explain the innate divine ability of the Hongming celestial clan willow requires celestial light as a guide. Once unlocked, it can establish a spiritual vein link, temporarily integrating the innate abilities and spiritual cultivation of all demonic beasts and spiritual pets under the host into the host itself, allowing shared combat strength, and can briefly elevate the host's power to match that of the demonic beasts. Ye Jing's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively leaning forward, half a step, his gaze fixed on the line of ancient script, his heart racing uncontrollably. He kept thinking about the phrase shared combat strength and shared talents, feeling a surge of ecstasy welling up from his heart, even more excited than when he first saw the Black Wind's second body. In other words, even though he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, he could utilize the abilities of these demonic beasts, especially the Black Wind, which had already broken through to the third tier, effectively granting him combat strength comparable to that of a golden core. The text continued to flow, supplementing details. Additionally, once the divine ability is unlocked, the Hongming celestial willow will activate the spiritual pet cultivation function, allowing celestial light to be consumed to accelerate the training speed of the demonic beasts under his command, repair their spiritual vein damage, and even assist them in breaking through realm bottlenecks. Seeing this, Ye Jing became impatient and immediately checked how much celestial light he had left. With a thought, a line of faint golden ancient characters appeared before him, clearly displaying the current celestial light reserve, 13,720. Fortunately, that's enough. Ye Jing let out a long breath, unable to hide the urgency on his face. Previously, the Black Wind's ascension consumed quite a bit of celestial light, and he was worried it wouldn't be enough, but now it seemed ample. Without any hesitation, he spoke in a deep voice, "Celestial Willow, ascend. Unlock the innate divine ability, return of all beasts." The moment his voice fell to Celestial Willow's space, suddenly trembled the towering Celestial Willow before him, swaying frantically, its tender green leaves rustling, emitting a warm and overwhelming spiritual light. Ye Jing felt a warm current pouring into him from the top of his head, flowing slowly along his meridians, as if his entire body was humming softly, as if it had been reforged. He instinctively sat cross-legged, concentrating on sensing the changes brought about by the unlocking of the divine ability. The ancient script reappeared, slowly merging into his sea of consciousness. An endless stream of methods and insights regarding return of all beasts surged into his mind like a tide, clear and distinct, as if etched into his bones. At the same time, he could clearly sense an invisible link forming between himself and all the demonic beasts within the Celestial Willow space. It was a resonance of spiritual veins, a bond of power. With a thought, he instantly connected to the Black Wind's spiritual vein. In the next second, a vast golden core-level spiritual power surged into his body, and his entire aura suddenly soared. The shackles of latest-stage foundation establishment were instantly shattered, and he directly possessed the power of golden core. Simultaneously, the Black Wind's innate abilities, such as the Dark Moon Rift Phantom Spirit Transformation and Second Body, could be summoned as freely as his own abilities. So strong. Ye Jing suddenly opened his eyes wide, a dazzling light bursting forth from them. He raised his hand and grasped dark silver spiritual power coalescing in his palm, mixed with faint strands of dark purple phantom spirit power. A pressure capable of rivaling early golden core cultivators slowly emanated from him. He could clearly feel that his senses had become extraordinarily sharp. The auras of the surrounding demonic beasts, the flow of spiritual energy, even the tremors of the celestial willow branches were all vividly apparent. After retracting his power, Ye Jing suddenly found a group of demonic beasts gathering in front of him, all of them displaying eager expressions wanting to assist, especially the little fox, Shao Qi, who was practically leaping in front of Ye Jing, wagging its tail. Ye Jing helplessly said, "You all. Just wait until you reach the late stage of the second tier before we talk." As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Qi drooped its fluffy fox ears, its amber eyes shimmering with moisture, gently rubbing its head against Ye Jing's sleeve, looking pitifully soft. The nearby Xiao Yu and other demonic beasts also gathered around, emitting low whines, as if they were acting cute. Seeing this, the black wind flicked its tail and nudged Shao Kai's back with its head, warning it not to be mischievous. After all, it was now a third-tier demonic beast, a leader among this group, each of its movements carrying a sense of authority. With such a nudge, Shao Qi immediately restrained some of its grievances, yet it stubbornly continued to stare at Ye Jing, refusing to look away. Seeing this, Ye Jing found himself at a loss with these demonic beasts, only able to chuckle and soothe them. "Don't make a fuss, I'm not denying you ascension. The late stage of the second tier is the limit. Your foundations are still unstable now, and if you rush it will only harm your meridians, which would be counterproductive." As he spoke, he raised his hand, gathering a warm stream of spiritual light, gently tapping it on Shao Kai's head. The spiritual light seeped into Shao Kai's body, making it instantly comfortable, closing its eyes and emitting a soft purring sound. Ye Jing observed this and felt somewhat helpless, having raised so many demonic beasts. It felt as if he were running a modern-day zoo. And he was the zookeeper, worrying over these demonic beasts that were like children. With a level 3 demon beast, Ye Jing attained golden core combat power, bringing him a sense of relief. He even took the time to write a letter to Yi Tianhao, who had been guarding Gu Shi, informing him that his grandfather now possessed golden core strength and was on his way back to Luoxia territory, urging him to ease his worries. Moreover, if that monk arrived, there was no need for fear. After all, these monks from the Buddha realm would take advantage of any weakness. After finishing all this, Ye Jing hurried back to the Yi family. Using the Qinshu Miao Miao map, Ye Jing navigated through the obstacles set by the monks and quickly arrived within Luoxia territory. Just as Ye Jing intended to sweep into the original Lingxiao sect area, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart as he noticed a piece of jade token in his storage bag. He immediately changed direction and flew towards another location, revealing a hint of killing intent in his eyes. His grandson Yi Tianhao was in trouble at the Frost Moon sect. The timeline shifted back half a day to within the Frost Moon sect. Yi Tianhao was cultivating in a cave when he suddenly sensed a familiar fluctuation of spiritual power, of force that filled him with annoyance, prompting him to draw his sword and step outside. At this moment, within the Frost Moon sect, Gue Suer wore a worried expression as she observed two monks approaching from the horizon, both golden core practitioners. Because their arrival was too sudden, as the sect master Suer had no time to hide the female disciples, and these monks had deliberately landed in the back mountain area of the Frost Moon sect where the female disciples gathered. As soon as the monks landed, their sharp eyes began to scrutinize the female disciples of the Frost Moon sect. Cough. Huai, another monk, coughed, noticing his junior brother's unseemly demeanor. The monk named Huai quickly reined in his expression, mentally scolding his showy senior brother Jie Chun, who had clearly come to the Frost Moon sect for amusement under the pretense of inspecting Luoxia territory. Since Suer happened to be discussing sect matters with Gu Shi, she had no choice but to let Gu Shi hide first, and hurriedly welcomed the two with a smile. "Masters, you have traveled from afar. I apologize for not greeting you properly. How about we converse in the elegant abode?" Jie Chun clasped his hands together, a feigned benevolence on his face with an air of arrogance in his tone. "There is no need for such formalities, Sect Master Gue. We have come on behalf of the sect to investigate the traces of demonic cultivators within Luoxia territory. We have heard that the Frost Moon sect has recently taken in many disciples, and we are here to verify lest any evil entities infiltrate and pollute this pure land." Gue Suer felt a weight in her heart. Having dealt with these practitioners from the Buddha realm for so long, she knew exactly what these bald monks were after. She forced a smile and replied, "Masters must be joking. All disciples of the Frost Moon sect are innocent and diligent in their cultivation, absolutely devoid of any evil aura. If you are not at ease, you may take a look within the sect, but please do not disturb our disciples' training." Huayan scoffed, his gaze brazenly sweeping over several timid female disciples nearby. "Sect Master Gue, you are being overly formal. As disciples of the Buddha, it is our duty to eliminate evil. If there truly are any demonic entities, we will naturally apprehend them on the spot. There is no need to speak of disturbing anyone." At this point, Huayan's gaze suddenly fell behind Gue Suer, causing her heart to tighten. This is bad. As a golden core practitioner, Huayan noticed a girl near Gue Suer who possessed a pure Yin body and was practicing the Ice Soul technique, causing Huayan's golden body to tremble. But just as he was peering, a sharp sword suddenly flew out, narrowly grazing Huayan's face and cutting through his spine. "Presumptuous." Huan shouted angrily upon seeing this. Gui Suer's face turned pale as Ye Tianhao appeared in front of her. Ye Tianhao held a radiant white cold sword, his spiritual power surging around him. His gaze was as cold as frost, fixed firmly on the monks. Buddhist disciples who do not focus on self-cultivation but instead spy on women. Such despicable behavior does not befit the title of eliminating evil and safeguarding the way. Ye Tianhao had been cultivating in the cave, and sensed Huai's spiritual power, carrying ill intentions faintly locking onto Guzai's hiding place. Fearing for Guzai's safety, he had drawn his sword without hesitation. Remembering his grandfather Ye Jing's admonition, he knew he could not show any weakness in front of these monks who would take advantage of any opportunity. Jie Chun frowned, the benevolence on his face fading slightly, his tone growing colder. This young man speaks boldly. He is merely a mid-foundation establishment practitioner, yet he dares to be disrespectful to my Buddhist disciples. Gui Suer quickly stepped forward to shield Ye Tianhao, saying, Master Jie Chun, please do not be angry. This disciple is merely young and impetuous, and did not mean any offense. I hope the master can forgive him. Forgive him. Huan sneered, his figure moving towards Ye Tianhao, golden light gathering in his palm, intending to strike the youth dead. A mere foundation establishment brat dares to talk about apologies. Today I shall kill you, and let you know what Buddhist authority is. Ye Tianhao did not dodge, but the air around him began to distort. Huan thought that the boy must be stunned by fear, as no foundation establishment practitioner could withstand a golden core attack. Meanwhile, Gui Suer had already moved. She wanted to save Ye Tianhao from Huan, but Huan's speed was too fast, and she could only watch as his hand approached Ye Tianhao. Bang! A loud crash sounded, and the anticipated outcome of the boy becoming a puddle of flesh did not occur. Huan felt as if he had struck a very hard stone, a sharp pain instantly pushing him backward. Jie Chun was also stunned. He saw a gigantic python coiling around the boy, letting out a hiss and roaring angrily at Huan. A second-tier demon beast. Jie Chun's previously indifferent expression suddenly tightened. He looked at Gui Suer and threatened, Sect Master Gui, you must think carefully about the consequences of defying the Buddha realm. Gui Suer clenched her fists, wondering what these monks wanted. They continuously demanded those innocent disciples, and now were casually coming to her sect to harass female disciples. Were they treating her Frost Moon sect as a brothel? Her eyes glinted with killing intent. As she did not speak further, her silence conveying to the two monks that she no longer wished to intervene. Huan rubbed his aching palm, his killing intent intensifying. Although he had not used his full strength in that strike, he had exerted 30% of his golden core power only to be blocked by a second-tier demon beast. This was an utter humiliation. Good. Very good. Do not think that just because you have a second-tier demon beast I fear you. He scoffed, his golden aura surging. Gui Suer of the Frost Moon sect indulges her disciples in striking at Buddhist practitioners, thus declaring herself an enemy of the Buddha realm. Today not only will this boy be killed, but I will also skin this beast and thoroughly inspect your Frost Moon sect's so-called innocent disciples. After saying that, Huan moved again. This time, he held nothing back, his palm gathering golden light into a massive golden hand filled with the fierce energy of Buddhist techniques, aiming at Ye Tianhao and the giant python. Seeing this, the giant python let out a hiss, its massive body rising up, scales glinting with a cold sheen as it exhaled a blast of cold air to collide with the golden hand. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the cold air was instantly shattered by the golden hand, causing the giant python to stagger backward, shedding several scales and oozing dark green blood. Die! Huan charged forward again, with nothing left to protect him. The Xian Shui giant serpent, wounded, writhed violently, but still stood firm before Ye Tianhao. Knowing it could not withstand the next strike, Ye Tianhao immediately sealed it away into his storage pouch. His heart tightened, the veins bulged along his clenched fist, gripping the frost sword, as Foundation Establishment mid-stage spiritual energy erupted unreservedly, its radiant silvery blade wreathed in biting cold slashing toward Huan. Though fully aware his cultivation fell far short, he refused to stand idle, while the demon beast who protected him suffered needlessly. Utterly overreached, a flicker of disdain crossed Huan's eyes. With a swift reversal of his palm, he struck the sword's blade, golden light colliding with silvery radiance. Ye Tianhao felt an overwhelming force surge up the blade, hurling him backward in staggered retreat. His chest constricted, a metallic tang rose in his throat, but he swallowed the blood down hard. Gritting his teeth, he raised the sword once more and advanced, his strikes growing ever sharper, each thrust aimed precisely at Huan's openings. Even a moment's delay would buy time for his grandfather Ye Jing to arrive. Huan found the spectacle amusing, playing with Ye Tianhao as one might toy with an insignificant insect, repeatedly driving him back solely to humiliate him. You outsiders react so fiercely. Does this shrine hold your wife? Huan mocked. Yi Tianhao responded only with a cold, silent laugh. He had already shattered the jade token given by his grandfather. All he needed was time. Jie Chen stood aside, palms pressed together, his face stripped entirely of compassion. Only icy indifference remained. Watching the two locked in combat, a chilling smirk curled his lips. Master Gui, behold. The disciple you indulged unruly, defiant daring even to oppose the Buddha realm. Today Xuangyue sect shall pay dearly for your obstinacy. Gui Suer trembled, fury warring with helplessness. She hesitated to intervene, meant irrevocably severing ties with the Buddha realm. Yet she saw the disciple's terrified eyes, and Yi Tianhao fighting with every fiber of his being. That final spark of resilience ignited within her. Instantly, she gathered spiritual energy. Her crystalline jade hairpin soaring from her coiffure shimmering with ethereal moonlight. Wangshu hairpin, the sect's supreme treasure. Venerable Jiechun, Venerable Huayan, show restraint. Her voice rang clear and piercing across the valley. The Wangshu hairpin blazed with incandescent white light, countless crescent blades of moonlight coalescing and hurtling toward Huayan. Sensing the assault behind him, Huayan whirled to parry, his golden palm shattering several moonblades, but still caught off guard by the remnants, sustaining a grievous wound. Golden blood, innate to Buddha realm cultivators, welled forth. The searing pain ignited his fury. He glared venomously at Gui. Sir, you wretched woman. You actually dared strike me. Mark my words. We shall report this to the abbot himself. Your Xuangyue sect shall perish. Golden radiance flared brighter around him as the full pressure of his golden core manifested. Earth trembling beneath Xuangyue sect's foundations, a low-tier disciples collapsing to their knees, faces drained of color. He abandoned Yi Tianhao entirely, lunging toward Gui Suer instead. His golden palms swelled, monstrously charged with apocalyptic force. Since you insist on shielding them, then die together. Jiechun joined the assault without hesitation. Two golden core cultivators, both at early stage, now bore down upon Gui Suer herself, also at early stage golden core. Her struggle was immense. One monk sacrificed his golden Chan staff, the other drew a precept blade, faces twisted, utterly devoid of monastic mercy. Facing their dual onslaught, Gui Suer no longer retreated. Yi Tianhao's earlier strike had awakened her resolve. Night after night, the cries of female disciples she'd been forced to send away echoed relentlessly in her mind. She was no stone-hearted tyrant. This torment weighed upon her soul like mountains. This time she would not yield. Clutching the Wangshu hairpin tightly, she steeled herself for mutual annihilation. If Xuangyue sect falls today, I, Gui Suer, shall be the first to meet death. Her cry cleaved the air, a clarion call that shook the heavens. Moonlight surged around her. The Wangshu hairpin hovered above her head, bathing her in luminous silver radiance. Her slender frame, once delicate, now radiated an unbreakable will, preferring noble ruin to surrender. Fingers weaving arcane seals, she intoned Xuangyue sect's secret art. The air chilled instantly. Thin ice crystallized upon the ground, even tinging Huayan's and Jiechen's golden auras with frost white. Huayan's eyes burned fiercer. He slammed the golden Chan staff into the earth, golden light erupting, shattering the encroaching ice. Obstinate the staff descended with crushing weight toward Gui Suer's crown, its engraved Buddhist mantras blazing, exuding an aura that suppressed all. Jiechen meanwhile slipped behind her like a phantom, his precept blade gleaming with lethal icy light, its edge aimed unflinchingly at her heart. A frigid smile lingered on his lips, as though observing an ant about to be crushed. Master Gui, you could have preserved your sect, yet chose defiance. This is your fate. Beset from both front and rear, sweat beaded upon Gui Suer's brow, her golden core energy depleted rapidly. Yet her gaze remained unwavering, unbroken. She spun sharply, the Wangshu hairpin sweeping outward, weaving countless moon blades into a vast net that intercepted Jiechen's blade. Simultaneously she reversed her wrist, launching a condensed beam of pure moonlight straight at Huayan's golden Chan staff. A sharp, ringing clang resounded, the moonlight striking the staff with deafening metallic fury. Huayan's arm went numb, the staff itself veered slightly off course. Gui Suer, recoiling from the backlash, stumbled backward several paces, then spat crimson blood staining her white robe scarlet. Yi Tianhao watched from the side, anguish and urgency twisting in his chest. His foundation establishment midstage energy long spent, the frost sword trembled faintly in his grasp, yet he did not retreat. He bit deep into his tongue, spitting vital blood onto the blade. It blazed crimson, its former silvery light transformed into a fierce, sacrificial red, surging toward Jiechen's back with utter resolve. Do not harm our sect, master. His voice, hoarse yet resonant, carried the weight of inevitability, knowing full well the blow would barely graze its target, knowing he might be erased in an instant, yet charging forward without hesitation. After all, this crisis stemmed from his own misstep. He bore responsibility, especially since his wife would otherwise be seized by these monks. Ye Jing sensed the attack behind him, impatience flashing across his eyes. Without turning, he flicked his precept blade backward, unleashing a slash of golden light toward Ye Jing. Suddenly, a pale blue figure burst forth from the inner chamber, wielding a lotus dais. Golden light erupted from it, yet the precept blade strike shattered the dais instantly under tremendous spiritual force. Ye Jing gasped. Before him stood Gu Shi, jaw clenched, crying, "My husband, I am here to aid you." Ye Jing, witnessing this, dropped all pretense, bursting into raucous laughter as he swung his precept blade, sneering, "Ha ha ha! How touching! Who would have thought? An authentic pure Eon constitution woman delivered right into our hands." After Ye Jing's wild laughter, his dual-colored eyes were fixed firmly on Gu Shi, as if he had already regarded this pure Eon body of a woman as his. "Sierra, who told you to come out? Hurry back!" Ye Jing exclaimed, wanting to pull Gu Shi behind him, but Huayan had already approached. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately summoned countless phantom mantises. The sheer number of those insectoids forced Ye Jing to retreat. Damn it! Where did so many little bugs come from? Ye Jing barked angrily. He continuously slashed with the ring blade in his hand. Although these phantom mantises were only first-tier beasts, their numbers were overwhelming, and they could also become invisible. They swarmed around Ye Jing, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, making it difficult for him to approach Gu Shi. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Jing pulled Gu Shi behind him, his voice slightly hoarse and urgent. "Sierra, it's too dangerous here. You must hide. I and Master Gue can hold them off." Gu Shi, however, shook her head, her eyes filled with determination. Even though a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, she still clutched the broken lotus platform's remnants tightly. "Husband, I want leave. Though my cultivation is low, I can still share the burden with you. I can't let you fight alone." As soon as she finished speaking, she urged the remaining spiritual energy within her body, gathering a faint lotus light at her fingertips. Though it was insufficient to injure, it could slightly disrupt Huayan's vision. Gai Suer, who was still entangled with Huayan, felt a surge of emotion and became even more ruthless, wanting to force Huayan back. No matter what, they had to cut him down and fight for a breath. She unexpectedly drew upon some of the spirit energy she had depleted, wielding the ice sword transformed from the Wangshu hairpin to battle Huayan. Seeing the morale of their leader rise, Huayan shouted, "Senior brother, why aren't you quickly killing those little bugs? Come help me." Ye Jing, upon hearing this, was filled with malice. He broke free from the mantis's encirclement, swinging the ring blade toward Ye Jing and Gu Shi. "Die. This is bad." At this moment, Gai Suer, exhausted and unable to fight back, wanted to protect them, but was seized by Huayan, who took the opportunity to strike with his staff, piercing Gai Suer's chest, then unleashing a powerful shockwave. Gai Suer was flung to the ground without time to defend. Ye Jing and Gu Shi also couldn't stop Ye Jing's ring blade. Ye Jing tried desperately to block, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and Gai Suer was also sent flying. Huayan followed closely behind, ready to eliminate him in one stroke. Just then, a cold, furious shout echoed from the sky, shaking the ground of the frost moon sect violently, halting the auras of both Huayan and Ye Jing. The pressure contained in that voice was several times more terrifying than the golden core pressure of Huayan and Ye Jing. "Buddhist sect scum, how dare you wreak havoc in my falling sunset land, injure my grandson, disturb my friends. Today I shall make you pay in blood for your debts." Everyone looked up to see a blue shadow rushing from the horizon, moving as fast as lightning. In an instant it landed before Ye Jing and Gu Shi. It was Ye Jing, shedding his usual gentleness, surrounded by solid golden core pressure. As his robes fluttered, the surrounding spiritual energy became restless. Ye Jing's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at his grandfather. In just a few days, the oppressive aura around him had surprisingly become comparable. He immediately trembled and asked, "Grandfather, have you become a golden core?" Ye Jing's voice trembled with barely contained disbelief. Gai Suer was also stunned, unable to believe how Ye Jing possessed the power of a golden core. Could it be due to some secret technique? Ye Jing nodded slightly. He was currently borrowing the power of the Immortal Willow's beast return technique, and using the abilities of the Black Wind to temporarily elevate his power to the golden core level. Thus the golden core aura around him made these two monks wary. Huayan said harshly, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of my Buddhist sect? We are from the Buddha realm. You should know when to roll away." "Huh. You bald donkeys have harmed the disciples of the Yi family. It is you who should know your place." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Jing focused his mind, instantly activating the beast return technique, connecting his spiritual veins directly with the Black Wind. In the next second, the dark silver spiritual energy around him became even denser, and behind him the shadow of the Black Wind faintly emerged. Then the third-tier beast Black Wind appeared, triggering its skilled double body to split off a clone right in front of everyone. Incredible was this clone being indistinguishable in power from the original, effectively creating 4 golden core cultivators in the hostile arena. Seeing this, Hwaiyan was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. This was a third-tier beast far surpassing their golden core cultivators. They had no He could no longer care about the face of Putuo City and turned to flee. Senior brother, hurry. We're no match for him. Jiechin immediately became serious. He stared at the old man and coldly said, "It seems you are the head of the Ye family." Ye Jing stood with his hands behind his back, the dark silver spiritual energy surging around him. The Black Wind's body and clone flanked him, their roars shaking the air, and the golden core pressure bore down like a massive stone upon Jiechun and Hwaiyan. "Indeed, I am the old man." Hwaiyan had lost his previous arrogance, his legs trembling slightly, repeatedly signaling Jiechun to escape. But Jiechun stood his ground, his tone still firm. "Ye family head, do not go too far. We are the lords of Putuo City in the Buddha realm. If you dare to kill us today, the Buddha realm will surely come for you, flatten your Ye family, and destroy this falling sunset land." "Huh. So what if you do?" Ye Jing was too lazy to waste words with them. He raised his hand, forming a palm imprint of condensed Black Wind power, directly striking at Jiechen's face. Jiechen's pupils constricted. He exerted all his spiritual energy to swing his ring blade in defense, but the power of a third-tier beast was terrifying. With a resounding crash, the ring blade shattered instantly, and the spiritual palm imprint landed unimpeded on his chest. Puff! Jiechin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string, crashing heavily against the Frost Moon sect's pillar, which collapsed with a loud bang, raising clouds of dust. He struggled to rise, only to find that all his spiritual energy had been completely shattered, and his golden core was violently trembling within him, on the verge of breaking. Seeing this, Hwaiyan immediately swung the golden staff, transforming into a golden light, to flee. Gai Suer anxiously shouted, "We can't let him escape. Otherwise we're all done." Ye Jing signaled to the Black Wind, and the Black Wind let out a long howl, transforming into a gust of wind to chase after him. Then Ye Jing directly teleported in front of the barely breathing Jiechun, looking down upon him. Jiechun had lost all ability to resist blood still gushing from his chest. Ye Jing, seeing this, felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected the beast return technique to be so powerful, fully granting him the strength of a beast. Coupled with his formidable physique, his lethality had explosively increased. Cough, cough, cough. "You dare to kill me? The Buddha realm will not let you go. They will surely flatten falling sunset, turning the Ye family to..." Jiechin's voice was broken and hoarse, each word causing him to cough up blood, yet he still glared fiercely at Ye Jing, trying to use the threat of the Buddha realm to intimidate this terrifying old man. But Ye Jing, who was he? With a cold sneer, he stepped squarely upon Jiechen's chest. Jiechun felt his internal organs on the verge of shattering. His golden core emitted a brittle, agonized crackle within him, sending violent tremors coursing through his entire body. "Do you know what fate awaits those who dare lay hands upon my kin?" Ye Jing's voice cut like glacial frost, utterly devoid of inflection or mercy. His foot slammed down with brutal force. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged into Jiechun, wrenching from him a shriek of excruciating agony, his golden core at last buckling beneath the unbearable pressure. With a muffled pop, it detonated inside him. Wild, uncontrolled spiritual energy erupted violently through his meridians, pulverizing his viscera and reducing his internal organs to ruin. Jiechin's body convulsed once, then stilled. The light of life vanished from his eyes, replaced by a terror so profound it seemed etched into his very bones, and a remorse that pierced deeper than death itself. His lips parted feebly, but no sound emerged. Only crimson blood gushed steadily from his mouth and nostrils, while his limbs slackened, stiffened, and ceased all struggle. Ye Jing slowly withdrew his foot. Gazing down at the lifeless corpse sprawled before him, not a single muscle in his brow twitched. His expression remained as impassive as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect beneath his soul. He raised a hand. A filament of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. With a gentle, deliberate tap, Jiechen's body dissolved instantly into fine ash, scattering silently into the air, leaving not even a trace behind. "Master Yi," Gu Sumer's voice rang out. Her gaze fell upon Ye Jing, now reverted to Foundation establishment latestage, with complex, unreadable emotion. At that moment, the massive black hound trotted forward, its jaws clamped firmly around the trembling Hwaiyan. Ye Jing turned toward her. "Master Gue, what is it?" Gue Suer hesitated, her eyes flickering uncertainly toward the still-breathing Hwaiyan. "Master Yi, will you not slay him?" Ye Jing offered a faint detached smile as he glanced at Hwaiyan, whose bladder was nearly failing him with terror. "This one still serves a purpose." Huayan blurted desperately. Don't kill me. I'll tell no one. I swear. Before Huayan could finish, Heifeng seized him again in its jaws. Ye Jing then mounted his spirit blade and ascended skyward, his voice ringing cold and clear. Tianhao, wait here in peace. I shall return shortly. Yi Tianhao watched baffled as Ye Jing soared away without further explanation, vanishing into the distant horizon. Using the Qinshu Miao Miao map, Ye Jing carried Huayan directly to Luohan City. Terrified beyond reason, Huayan recognized the familiar cityscape, the sovereign territory of the Buddha realm, and cried out elated, "Are you releasing me? Then I shall forgive your transgressions, and petition the abbot to grant absolution for your sins." Ye Jing regarded Huayan with icy stillness, then lifted one corner of his lips in a cruel razor-thin smile. "Indeed. But for me only death confirms your forgiveness." "What?" Huayan stared, utterly stunned, then erupted into threats. "You dare not. I am the abbot's direct disciple of Luohan City in the Buddha realm. Kill me and the abbot will erupt in fury, mobilizing the full might of the Buddha realm to hunt you down and annihilate your entire Yi clan." He dared utter such words only because Ye Jing had already brought him near Luohan City. Any surge of spiritual energy would instantly alert those within. Seizing that thought, Huayan clenched his fingers into a sealing mudra, and a bolt of golden spiritual energy shot downward, blooming into a radiant golden flower over the city below. At the sight, Huayan burst into manic laughter. "Old man, you're doomed. Everyone in Luohan City now knows I've arrived." "You." "Brilliantly done." Ye Jing showed not the slightest alarm, only a quiet, satisfied glint in his eyes. Before Huayan could register anything else, searing pain exploded in his skull. The black hound strode forward with deliberate, heavy steps. Its fangs tore viciously, bone snapped with sickening clarity, mingling with Huayan's final piercing scream. Half his cranium was ripped away, gore and gray matter splattered across Heifeng's obsidian fur, painting a grotesque tableau. In that blinding agony, Huayan fixed his gaze upon the old man, then downward where citizens below were already shrieking in panic. His hand froze mid-mudra. The fleeting triumph in his eyes hadn't yet faded, before it drowned utterly in pure, unendurable torment and dread. His body spasmed futilely, then went still forever. For his golden core had been torn straight from his body by a second-rank Xinshui giant serpent, dripping crimson. And Huayan died, without ever comprehending Ye Jing's true intent. Heifeng shook its head, spitting fragments of flesh onto the ground with a low, guttural growl. Ye Jing stood motionless, arms folded behind his back, his gaze sweeping over Huayan's corpse with detached indifference, then lifting toward Luohan City below, its defenses taut and vigilant. The golden flower had already roused the city's cultivators. 3 figures streaked skyward on trails of luminous qi, their auras thick and formidable, none weaker than golden core midstitch. Ye Jing casually cast Jie Chen's mangled remains downward, then vanished seamlessly into the Qinshu Miao Miao map, fading from sight. Below, witnesses saw only a golden core monk torn apart alive by a demonic hound, and another corpse hurled down like discarded rags. Then the beasts fled, vanishing without a trace. Both bodies struck the outer edge of Luohan City's defensive formation with dull, heavy thuds, shattering the city's serenity amid a chorus of startled cries. The first corpse, its skull horrifically split open, was unmistakably Huayan. The Buddha realm's sacred seal emblazoned upon his chest remained vividly visible, and the ghastly absence of half his head made every arriving cultivator recoil in visceral horror. The second corpse, though shattered beyond recognition, bore the unmistakable robes of a monastic order, and residual traces of golden core energy. Any discerning eye knew instantly this was Jie Chen, the monk recently dispatched on reconnaissance. The second corpse, though shattered beyond recognition, bore the unmistakable robes of a monastic order, and residual traces of golden core energy. Another monk gasped, "How could this happen? Senior brothers Huayan and Jiechun are lords of Putuo City. What mortal dare strike them down so brazenly right beneath Luohan City's walls?" The 3 golden core cultivators hovered midair, their faces ashen with fury. Spiritual energy flared violently around them as their gazes swept the horizon, sharp, relentless, and utterly empty of prey. The central figure, a burly, muscular monk of golden core midstitch, burned with particular wrath. He was Jie Yuan, Jie Chen's elder brother. One of the 2 monks beside him stepped forward urgently. "Senior brother Jie Yuan, could this be the work of the crimson-winged Thunderpung King? Is this an outright provocation? After all, long-standing enmity festered between them and the crimson-winged Thunderpung King, and now 2 demonic beasts had deliberately delivered their corpses before countless witnesses. It reeked unmistakably of contemptuous challenge. "Investigate, thoroughly." Master Huaming's voice sliced through the air, frigid and lethal. "Within 100 li, no suspicious beast or cultivator shall escape scrutiny." Jie Yuan roared. I shall report this to the abbot himself, to dispatch forces and subdue that accursed arrogant bird. This grievance brooks no coexistence. No one imagined any other being, save perhaps the crimson-winged Thunderpung King, possessed the audacity to slay 2 golden core monks thus. Such an act was not merely murderous. It was a profound, unforgivable disgrace. Ye Yuan's roar vibrated the very air, rippling Luohan City's protective formation with concentric waves of turbulent spiritual light. His eyes locked onto the corpses of Huayan and Jie Chun, his knuckles bleached white from clenching, his gaze blazing with a fury so incandescent it threatened to scorch the heavens themselves. Jie Chun was not merely his younger brother. He was his lifelong cultivation companion, his bloodbound confidant, and the one who had urged him to ascend as Lord of Putuo City. Now reduced to a headless golden coreless ruin, this hatred had long since calcified into his marrow, unyielding and absolute. At this moment Ye Jing returned to the Frostmoon sect. Upon landing he discovered that the sect was clearing the destruction left behind after the battle, and as he appeared Gui Suer also arrived. She looked at Ye Jing with a complex expression, then slightly bowed. Master Yi, where did you send the 2 corpses of the Buddhist cultivators? Ye Jing responded, Gui sect master, I naturally have my own considerations. Rest assured I do all this merely to temporarily redirect the hatred, allowing us some breathing space. Gui Suer heard this, but did not say anything further. She replied, in that case what arrangements do you have next, Master Yi? Ye Jing pondered for a moment, and said, Gui sect master, I have always wanted to know what the Purine body is that makes those monks so eager. Gui Suer's expression suddenly turned unpleasant, but recalling her previous combat against the monks, she realized she had already boarded Ye's ship, so she said, Master Yi, this is not the place to talk, let's find somewhere else to discuss. The 2 walked to a secluded cold moon pavilion in the back mountain, surrounded by layers of ice, vines isolating them from the outside noise. On the stone table inside, half a cup of warm tea remained. Gui Suer turned and sat down, her fingertips gripping the edge of the teacup, her knuckles slightly pale. After a long silence, she spoke in a very low, Master Yi, a woman with a Purine body can be used as a furnace. Those monks specifically use them to enhance their cultivation, but such women are extreme. Therefore the people from the Buddha realm made me recruit female disciples under the pretense of cultivation, using the so-called I-Soul technique, and every woman who achieves great success must offer herself to them for their cultivation. Ye Jing's brows furrowed sharply, his tone carrying a hint of chill, as his gaze fell upon Gui Suer's pale face. Since you know this is a calamity, why do you still obey their orders? The Frostmoon sect is a righteous sect. How can it be reduced to a tool for them to raise furnace girls? This is no different from a brothel. Gui Suer lowered her gaze to the swirling tea in her cup, a hint of bitterness and helplessness surfacing in her eyes, her voice tinged with an unmistakable exhaustion. Do you think I am willing to do this, Master Yi? Decades ago, a respected figure from the Buddha realm personally descended upon the Frostmoon sect, threatening the lives of everyone in the sect. If I did not comply, the century-old foundation of the Frostmoon sect would be destroyed, and those innocent disciples would all become victims. She raised her hand to sweep away the loose hair by her temples, her fingertips trembling slightly, though scarcely noticeable. I could only feign compliance, passing the I-Soul technique to those disciples, while secretly modifying the core of the technique to slow their cultivation speed, while trying to protect their foundations, preventing them from entirely becoming furnace girls. Yet even so, countless disciples have been forcibly taken away over the past 10 years, never to be heard from again. I suspect they have long since met a grisly end, and now they need not act anymore, beginning to forcefully enter the Frostmoon sect to toy with the disciples. I truly do not know what to do anymore. As she said this, Gui Suer's voice slightly choked, tears welling in her eyes. The cold and proud demeanor of the sect master completely dissipated, leaving only guilt and helplessness. The cold wind rustled through the ice vines outside the pavilion, producing a whispering sound reminiscent of the wails of those wronged disciples, adding a touch of... Ye Jing remained silent for a moment, then said, So now, because there are only 2 golden core cultivators in the Falling Sunset region, they have begun to act with impunity. Gui Suer said nervously, Master Yi, I have also torn my face with them now, perhaps it is truly over. Gui sect master, you need not be so Ye Jing remarked, if the Buddha realm is no good, then we can find another backing, can we not? Gui Suer lifted her head slightly distressed, and said, Who else can contend against the Buddha realm? Ye Jing understood from her expression that Gui Suer was not well informed about the outside world of the Tsungu realm, so he explained the situation to her. Gui Suer was stunned to learn that the outside world was incredibly vast, and that Ye Jing had actually killed so many golden core cultivators. She quickly said, All right, Master Yi, I understand now. So you are shifting the conflict to that so-called Myriad Demon Valley. Ye Jing nodded, but said this is just a delaying tactic. Gui sect master the Buddha realm has already taken control of the entire Falling Sunset region and enslaved the cultivators inside. If we spread this information, I believe those powers would be happy to see it happen. Then we will die as well, Gui Sewer said without thinking. Thus we need a force to guarantee our safety. Gui sect master trusts that we can survive, Ye Jing said coldly. Gui Sewer sighed helplessly upon hearing this. She realized how profoundly scheming this old man was, and began to feel grateful for standing by his side. Ye Jing stood up and said, "For now, Gui sect master, send the female disciples with pure Eon bodies in your sect to the Lingxiao sect, including Gu Shi, to shift the Buddha realm's attention onto the Yi family, which will also ease some of the pressure on you." Upon hearing Ye Jing's words, some of Gui Sewer's grievances towards him dissipated. Though she had previously fought side by side with the Yi family, she always had some reservations about this inscrutable old man, feeling that everything he did was solely for the safety of the Yi family, never truly considering the disciples of the Frost Moon sect. However, at this moment, Ye Jing voluntarily proposed to transfer the disciples with pure Eon bodies, even intending to draw the Buddha realm's focus onto the Yi family itself. This sense of responsibility dissipated her remaining dissatisfaction. Alright, let us proceed according to Master Ye's arrangements. I hope you can protect the disciples of the sect for me. After further discussions, they finalized the specific routes and details for the transfer of disciples, and then parted ways. Gui Sewer hurried back to the front hall, gathering the elders of the sect, and quietly informing them of the matter. Upon hearing this, the elders were all filled with righteous indignation, and were immensely grateful for Ye Jing's arrangements, each volunteering to take charge of counting the disciples and organizing their belongings. The matter of the sudden attack by the Buddhist cultivators had reached a temporary conclusion. 1 month later, after Ye Jing resolved the issues here, he found that the people from the Buddha realm had not come to seek him out, but Yin Ling from the Qingyun sect suddenly sent a message saying she wanted to meet him. Yin Ling could be considered an old friend, so despite his busy schedule, Ye Jing was willing to meet her. When Ye Jing landed, Yin Ling was already waiting by the welcoming pine tree outside the mountain gate, dressed in a pristine moon-white robe, her appearance still gentle, but her brows concealed a hint of illness, no longer carrying her usual composure. "Master Yi, I hope you have been well." Yin Ling quickly approached, clasping her hands and greeting her tone carrying a hint of urgency. "I apologize for disturbing you so suddenly." Ye Jing waved his hand, his gaze sweeping past Yin Ling to see that the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect was tightly closed, the usual flow of disciples reduced to a trickle, and even the guards at the gate were several times more than usual, their expressions vigilant. "No need for such formalities. We have known each other for decades. If it were not for urgent matters, you would not have sent a message in such haste," he said in a deep voice. "Is there something going on with the Qingyun sect?" Yin Ling sighed bitterly, leading Ye Jing further into the mountain. The towering halls remained majestic, yet they exuded a suffocating silence. Occasionally disciples passed by, all in a hurry and with anxious expressions. To speak frankly, the people from the Buddha realm have come to the Qingyun sect. Ye Jing paused, his brows slightly furrowed. "Oh, what brings them here?" Yin Ling poured a cup of tea for Ye Jing, his tone grave. "Aside from demanding spirit stones, they also questioned me about the 2 golden core monks. They said these 2 visited the Frost Moon sect before their deaths, and asked if I knew anything about it." Ye Jing was taken aback, then lifted his teacup and took a sip, smiling. "What do you think, Sect Master Yun?" Yun Ling laughed as well. "Was it you who did it?" Ye Jing nodded without concealment, and the 2 burst into hearty laughter, filling the air with a joyous atmosphere. "Those monks met a fitting end. Oh, I've long found them displeasing." Yun Ling laughed until tears streamed down his face. This was the happiest moment he had experienced amidst the frustrations of recent years. Ye Jing coughed lightly. "Alright, let's get down to business. Did you call for me for something specific, Sect Master Yin?" Yun Ling sighed. "Master Yi, I wish to ask you for a favor. You remember the daughter of the recently fallen sect master of the Thunder sect, Murong Linger, right? She is currently residing in the sect. Due to her focus on lightning attribute cultivation and the Qingyun sect's specialization in swordsmanship, she lacks suitable guidance. I heard that one of your grandsons excels in lightning techniques. Thus I would like to ask Master Yi to make some accommodations for her, allowing your grandson to mentor her a bit, so she does not waste her innate talent." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing recalled that the girl had been taken care of by an elder named Guan Nan after the Thunder sect's destruction. It was his grandson Yi Tianhao who had unexpectedly rescued them from the blockade of the Xianyu sect. It had been several years since the Thunder sect's demise. During that time, the sect master of the Lingxiao sect had met his own downfall, and even the leader of the Xianyu sect, Xian Yin, had been captured by a nascent soul monk named Ming Hui with no news of his fate. He nodded, as this was not a significant matter for him, and he naturally agreed. Moreover, Tian Yao had only been cultivating for a few years. Having another peer to exchange ideas with would be beneficial. Ye Jing said, "Since that is the case, it is settled. However, this girl is the last descendant of the Thunder sect, so we must handle this matter discreetly to avoid unnecessary troubles. Good, then, it is decided. Yunling nodded, and then said, Master Yi, it is time for the Ling Shao sect to change its name. It now belongs to your Yi family. I hope our future cooperation will be even closer. Ye Jing was taken aback by this statement, then smiled. That is only natural. The Ling Shao sect had initially been entrusted to Ye Jing by Yunling, and now that Yunling spoke this way, he was essentially handing over the Ling Shao sect entirely to Ye Jing, which delighted him. 3 days later, the former site of the Ling Shao sect, now renamed Yi Family City. An inconspicuous green cloth carriage slowly departed, its curtains drawn low, obscuring the scene inside. Elder Guan Nan with his white hair sat inside the carriage next to the now graceful Murong Linger. She tightly clutched a somewhat worn lightning-patterned jade pendant, the token of the Thunder sect, and the only remnant left to her by her father Murong Shao. At this moment, Murong Linger was no longer the unconscious, naive girl from years ago. She had shed her childishness and now possessed a calm and resilient. At just 15 years of age, with exceptional talent and Elder Guan Nan's careful guidance, she had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. Linger, once we arrive at the Yi family, remember to temper your temperament and act with restraint, Elder Guan Nan advised softly, his tone filled with Though the Yi family head has agreed to take you in and guide you in lightning techniques, do not mention the past of the Thunder sect unless absolutely necessary. Murong Linger nodded gently, her fingertips caressing the lightning-patterned jade pendant, her voice cool, yet resolute. Elder, rest assured, I will remember. I am here to master lightning techniques and enhance my cultivation. Now that the former site of the Thunder sect had been occupied by the Frost Moon sect, the idea of revitalizing the sect was already out of reach. All she could do now was to cultivate diligently and not disappoint Elder Guan Nan's teachings. The carriage traveled for most of the day before finally reaching its destination. As a family of cultivators, the Yi family had not altered the Ling Shao sect after taking it over, though some of the more conspicuous features had been dismantled. Though not as grand as the original Ling Shao sect, it still exuded a sense of stability and elegance, with spiritual energy swirling in the courtyard, hinting at the presence of cultivators. As the carriage came to a stop, a young man dressed in a moon-white brocade robe quickly approached. This youth was handsome with a reserved aura, yet could not hide the rebelliousness inherent in his demeanor. He was Ye Jing's grandson, Yi Tianhao, son of Yi. At 15 years of age, Yi Tianhao was exceptionally gifted, especially skilled in lightning techniques, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In just a few years, he was a standout among the younger generation of the Yi family. He had already received his grandfather's instructions, and was aware that today he was to welcome a special guest. Seeing the carriage stop, he stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, I am Yi Tianhao at my grandfather's behest, and I await Elder Guan Nan and Miss. Elder Guan Nan lifted the carriage curtain and assisted Murong Linger down. He assessed Yi Tianhao, noting his extraordinary demeanor and pure spiritual power, and felt a bit relieved, returning the greeting. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Yi. Murong Linger also slightly bowed, her expression calm. I am Murong Linger, pleased to meet the young master of the Yi. Her gaze fell upon Yi Tianhao, where she could vaguely sense the latent lightning attribute spiritual energy within him, stirring her heart. This was indeed the Yi Tianhao that her grandfather had mentioned, skilled in lightning techniques. Yi Tianhao's gaze lifted slightly, looking at Murong Linger. Although she was simply dressed, her extraordinary temperament could not be concealed, especially the occasional flashes of lightning in her eyes that piqued his curiosity. Suppressing his thoughts, he smiled. Elder and Miss have had a tiring journey. My grandfather has prepared some tea at the residence. Please follow me. After saying this, he led the two into the sect. Deep within the Yi family's estate, Ye Jing was seated in the sect's hall. Upon seeing the three enter, he rose to greet them. Elder Guan Nan, you have worked hard. He looked at Murong Linger, a glimmer of appropriate pity flashing in his eyes. Miss Linger, there is no need for formality from now on in the Yi family. You may consider it your own home. Elder Guan Nan bowed deeply, his tone sincere. Thank you, Master Yi, for your righteous hospitality. This kindness I will remember to my dying day. I entrust this child Linger to you and young Master Yi. You honor me with your words, Elder. Ye Jing waved his hand, looking at Yi Tianhao. Tianhao, Miss Linger excels in lightning techniques, but lacks systematic guidance. Oh, please mentor her more in the future. You two can spar together and progress together. Grandson obeys. Yi Tianhao bowed in acceptance, and then looked at Murong Linger, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Miss Murong, starting tomorrow we shall practice together in the training grounds of the residence. What do you think? I am curious to see the might of the Thunder sect's lightning techniques. Murong Linger noticed the sudden shift in Yi Tianhao's demeanor, showing more eagerness and combativeness, as if she had found a worthy opponent. This unexpected scene made Elder Guan Nan's smile fade slightly. When he glanced at Ye Jing, the latter sighed helplessly. Elder Guan, please forgive me, this boy has been spoiled. Tianhao. Upon hearing his grandfather's stern voice, Ye Tianhao shrank his neck, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Murong Linger. Yet Murong Linger, far from feeling offended, instead laughed heartily. In that case, let's have a good spar. Her father had also been quite carefree. Seeing Ye Tianhao like this made her less reserved and more favorable toward him. Having cultivated alone for years without anyone to spar with, she had long pent up energy, and now with the chance to learn from Ye Tianhao, who excelled in lightning techniques, she naturally did not want to miss out. Seeing this, Ye Jing and Elder Guan Nan both breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Jing invited Elder Guan Nan to the inner room for tea, leaving the rest to the two children to interact. In stark contrast to the gradually calming evening glow within the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, a white-browed monk held a jade bottle in his hands, his expression benevolent, yet an overwhelming aura of spiritual power surrounded him like a raging storm. Surrounding him were ferocious beasts, their eyes glowing with bloodlust, yearning to tear the white-browed monk into pieces, yet they dared not act recklessly due to the oppressive presence emanating from him. He spoke softly, his voice reminiscent of a woman's. King Thunderhawk, will you not provide this poor monk with an explanation? Is the killing of my 3 golden core cultivators your way of declaring war against the Buddha realm? This, a strange laugh echoed from within the cavern, the coarse voice akin to stones grinding together. Explanation. Bald donkey, your Buddhist disciples killed my daughter and seized my precious treasure, and now you ask me for an explanation. Before he could finish speaking, a tremendous demonic energy suddenly surged forth from the depths of the cavern. Amidst the swirling black demonic clouds, a massive figure slowly materialized. Surrounded by faint purple lightning, each flap of its wings crackled, with fragmented lightning forcefully dispersing the spiritual pressure that enveloped. The towering figure sitting upon a golden throne coldly shouted, "Wisdom void, you have quite the audacity to question me. What of Dharma truth?" The Dharma truth referred to by King Thunderhawk was the head of the great Thundersound Temple and the ruler of the entire Buddha realm, a formidable being at the late stage of nascent soul. He too was at the late stage of nascent soul, and being one who despised humans, he was even less inclined to engage in conversation with this monk. The surrounding beasts let out low growls, their bloodlust intensifying as they moved closer. Though impacted by this surge, the wisdom void monk managed to maintain his composure, being a nascent soul cultivator. The jade bottle in his hand trembled slightly, and a stream of clear water flowed from its mouth, this ethereal water blocking the pressure released by King Thunderhawk. This poor monk did not come here for a fight, he stated. The Buddha realm is known for its compassion. If there are disciples who have killed indiscriminately and seized treasures, I will certainly provide an account, but King, you have wrongfully executed my 3. Enough of your nonsense. A life is a life, consider it a compensation for my daughter. King Thunderhawk said dismissively, not forgetting to mock. You bald donkeys still have the face to claim there was no indiscriminate killing. I am well aware that you specialize in cursing mortals and refining human pills, surpassing even me in that regard. How shameless. His blunt words nearly shattered the benevolence on Wisdom Void's face as he forced a smile. Your Majesty, do not slander without basis. Is your accusation merely an excuse for your own indiscriminate killings of cultivators? Regardless, you humans are the best at sweet-talking. Let me tell you, there is no explanation. A life is a life. Scram. Otherwise I cannot guarantee that I want— King Thunderhawk roared in anger. Wisdom Void gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a malicious gleam. This king of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts was truly despicable. There was no need to investigate further. The deaths of Huaiyan and Jiechun were instigated by this Thunderhawk king. Fuming with anger, but not daring to provoke this great bird further, he turned and left. After dealing with Wisdom Void, King Thunderhawk felt a hint of enlightenment, realizing that there were outsiders in the Tsangu realm daring to offend both him and the forces of the Buddha realm. With both Huahuang and that monk dead, there were still beasts disobeying his orders and openly slaughtering monks in front of so many bald donkeys. Who was so bold as to do this? At this moment in the Yi family, Wu Gaiyun and Lu Xianglan had finally broken through to foundation establishment after a prolonged period of seclusion. The Yi family was thriving with the support of Lingxiao sect. Yi family city had become the largest family power in the region, a presence that the remaining families could only look up to. Under the management of the Yi family, and with the absence of demonic cultivators like the Xianyu sect causing chaos, the common people within their jurisdiction had flourished, mostly living in peace and prosperity. Upon hearing that his 2 daughters-in-law had successfully emerged from seclusion, Ye Jing immediately summoned them to Yi family city, deliberately preparing a grand reception, as they were indeed the matriarchs of the Yi family and deserved a proper spectacle. At the main gate of Yi family city, lanterns and decorations adorned the entrance, flanked by dozens of Yi family guards clad in black, each exuding a stable aura, all handpicked by Yi Xian from among the guests, representing latest-stage qi refining cultivators, creating quite the impressive display. Before long, a white jade spirit ship slowly approached from afar. Standing on it were two slender and elegant figures, Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan. The two had shed some of their youthful naivety. Their spiritual energy was now stable, and they appeared more radiant and dignified. As they arrived at the city gate, the guards and guests bowed in greetings to matriarchs. They all understood that the breakthrough of these two matriarchs to Foundation establishment meant that the strength of the Ye family had risen another level, and the days of peace ahead would be even more secure. Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan, wearing warm smiles, returned the greeting to the crowd. No need for formalities, everyone. Her tone was humble, devoid of any arrogance typical of Foundation establishment cultivators, nor did she possess the demeanor of a matriarch, which instead garnered greater respect from those present. Ye Jing had long been waiting outside the city gate, standing alongside Ye family's eldest son Ye Xian, their second son Ye Yi, and also their children and Guiyun Xianglan. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to Foundation establishment. Ye Jing stepped forward, his tone gentle, yet carrying an undeniable authority. You've been in seclusion for many days. It has been hard work. Today I have specially arranged a banquet for you, so you can enjoy family time. Wu Guiyun took a step forward, slightly bowing. Thank you, Father, for your consideration. Our success in breaking through cannot be separated from your support and the protection of the Yi family. Big sister-in-law, we are all family. There is no need to speak so formally. Yi Yi said, casually wrapping his arm around Lu Xianglan and laughing. Wu Guiyun looked helplessly at Yi Xian with a hint of annoyance. Brother Xian, this Ez is still so careless. Ha, no worries, Ez is right. We are family. Come. You have been in seclusion for so long. Come see your grandchildren. Yi Xian laughed, and then pushed their children forward. The several little ones joyfully ran out from beside their parents. Yi Tianha's two children, Yi Zhaoyuan and Yi Xiaoming, along with Yi Tianyao's daughter Lu Sisi, were the most jubilant, rushing in front of Wu Guiyun, calling out Grandma. Grandma, without pause. Yi Tianhui, along with his wife Lu Wanyue, approached to pay respects to their mother Lu Xianglan. Lu Wanyue's daughter Yi Zhaopian was just over a year old, and still in swaddling clothes, appearing quite adorable. With all these grandchildren around, Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan were also pleased, playing with a few of them. The families allied with the Yi family also came forward to congratulations to both matriarchs on your breakthrough to Foundation establishment. With this new strength, the Yi family will surely grow stronger. Indeed, both matriarchs are truly radiant. The Yi family will undoubtedly flourish. Ye Jing addressed everyone, saying, today we invite all cultivators and common folk in the city to celebrate the joy of both matriarchs' breakthrough to Foundation establishment. As his words fell, cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, resonating throughout Yi family city, while the cultivators raised their cups in congratulations, celebrating the Yi family's joyous occasion. At the banquet, a plethora of exquisite delicacies and fragrant spirit wine filled the tables, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy as everyone toasted and exchanged pleasantries. This banquet continued late into the night, a deliberate effort by Ye Jing to create more momentum for his two daughters-in-law. As the banquet reached its climax at night, a Yi family guest cultivator suddenly hurried through the crowd and approached Ye Jing. He transmitted sound to Ye Jing, saying, Ancestral Master, the Emperor of Beiyin Kingdom is gravely ill and wishes to meet you. Ye Jing's hand, which was holding the wine, paused, the wine reflecting the bright half-moon, as it swayed. The moon in the cup rippled like shattered glass. Ye Jing suppressed the surprise in his heart and nodded slightly to the guest, then transmitted a message to his two sons. Let the banquet disperse. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and Yi Yi did not hesitate, and began to exchange a few polite words with the family members attending the banquet before dismissing the performer. The family members, being astute, realized that the Yi family was dispersing the banquet as soon as the performers left, and one by one they stood up to bid farewell. In less than half a stick of incense, the lively banquet had abruptly ended. In the main residence, Ye Jing asked the guest, tell me in detail, how is the Emperor of Beiyin doing? Are there any other abnormalities? As the Emperor of Beiyin Zheng Yuani was someone Ye Jing had once befriended as a mortal. Ever since he embarked on the path of immortality, their meetings had become rare, but there had been substantial assistance behind the scenes. Since Yi Xian and Yi Yi had returned to the family, Ye Jing had also dispatched some guests to assist Zheng Yuani in governing the country from within the imperium. The guest stood respectfully with his head bowed, his tone urgent, yet respectful. Returning to the patriarch, the Emperor of Beiyin has been bedridden for over 3 months due to illness. The palace physicians are at a loss, and even the cultivators who have examined him have found no remedy. This evening his condition suddenly worsened, and he fears he may not survive the night. He sent me to see you and the two family heads, as it is his only wish before. Ye Jing felt a pang of emotion upon hearing this, and even Yi Xian and Yi Yi beside him were taken aback and felt helpless. Yi Xian and Yi Yi had served as generals in the palace for decades, and and they had developed feelings for this general whom the Yi family had supported. While they were still vigorous and full of life, the emperor they had known was now gravely ill, illustrating the fragility of mortals. After a moment of silence, Ye Jing spoke with a hint of melancholy typical of old friends. "Xian, follow me to the palace. Yuan Yi has shown kindness to me in the past, and furthermore the foundation of Beiyin was supported by our Yi family. I cannot disregard his final wish." Yi Xian and Yi Yi both nodded in agreement without further words. Yi Xian then summoned 2 trusted servants and whispered, "Guard the Yi residence, while forbidding anyone from intruding into the main house. If any urgent matters arise, we will discuss them upon my return." After saying this, the 3 of them took to the skies on their swords and flew towards the Beiyin imperial palace. As Ye Jing stood on his flying sword, he pondered and could not help but recall his days as a mortal sneaking around with the martial arts school owner Gua Zhengning to sell golden spirit rice, and then befriending the Beiyin crown prince Zhao Yuni during a time when the Yi family struggled to survive in chaotic times. It felt as if all those memories had occurred just yesterday, yet decades had unknowingly passed. But now would this old friendship come to an abrupt end with Zheng Yuanyi's departure? "Father, we have arrived at the palace." Yi Xian's voice broke through Ye Jing's thoughts. Upon their arrival at the palace, cultivators would respectfully guide them, accompanied by eunuchs, to the emperor's quarters. Along the way, the guiding eunuch appeared flustered and hurried, speaking in a low voice. "Ye old ancestor, 2 family heads, the emperor. The emperor has just fainted again, and the palace physicians are inside attending to him. They fear he cannot last much longer." Yi Xian frowned tightly and said in a low voice, "What is there to panic about? Take us to see the emperor." Having served in the palace, he was extremely familiar with everything here. Seeing the anxious expressions of everyone in the palace only added to the weight in his heart. Yi Yi followed closely beside him, glancing around the palace, reminiscing about the days spent training soldiers and discussing affairs here, vividly recalling the scenes of deliberation with Zheng Yuni, feeling a mix of emotions. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 arrived at the emperor's quarters, where the scent of medicine filled the air, mingled with the sweet aroma of dragon's saliva, creating an atmosphere that felt particularly oppressive. Zheng Yuni lay on the dragon bed, his complexion as pale as paper, his body emaciated like a skeleton, the former majesty of the emperor completely gone, leaving only a fragile breath. Several palace physicians and a few cultivators stood helplessly at the side. "Your Majesty, ye old ancestor, and the 2 Yi generals have arrived," the eunuch reported softly, his voice barely above a whisper, fearing to disturb the emperor at death's door. Zheng Yuni slowly opened his eyes, his muddled gaze laboriously sweeping across the doorway, and upon seeing Ye Jing, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared in his eyes. He struggled to lift his hand, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Yi family head, you have come." Ye Jing quickly stepped forward, noticing he was referred to as Yi family head, and leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. "Your Majesty, I have come. Yi Xian and Yi Yi are also here. Please speak slowly if you have something to say." Zhao Yuanyi's gaze slowly shifted to Yi Xian, and Yi Yi, a strained smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, filled with weariness and reluctance. "Thank you, Yi generals, for your assistance back then. The current state of Beiyin could not have been achieved without the Yi family." His breath grew weaker, and each word he spoke required immense effort. "I am worried about Beiyin, worried about the crown prince. The children are also being reckless. I hope you can bear with them." Zhao Yuani said this because he had many children by his concubines. He had decided to have the crown prince succeed him at his death, but the sons beneath him were unwilling and wanted to rebel. He was no longer able to rectify the situation and could only hope that Ye Jing would help him deal with those princes so that the crown prince could secure the throne. Ye Jing listened and said solemnly, "Rest assured, your Majesty, I promise to protect Beiyin and the crown prince, ensuring that Beiyin does not fall in." Upon receiving Ye Jing's promise, a deeper smile appeared on Zheng Yuanyi's face. He opened his mouth as if to say something more, but suddenly his breath faltered and the motion of his hand froze in midair, his muddled gaze gradually losing its light, and he no longer showed any signs of life. Inside the imperial quarters, silence fell instantly, leaving only the suppressed sobs of the palace physicians and the low wails of the eunuchs. Ye Jing stood by the dragon bed motionless for a long time, as if the air around him had become heavy. Yi Xian and Yi Yi stood with their heads bowed, their expressions solemn. Although they had already seen through the cycle of mortal life and death, facing this emperor they had known for many years, they still found it difficult to suppress their sorrow. After a long time, Ye Jing slowly straightened up, his voice deep and solemn. "Convey my orders. The emperor of Beiyin Zheng Yuani has passed away. The entire nation shall mourn for 3 days." Though he was not a Beiyin native at this moment, his words carried an undeniable authority. This was Zheng Yuanyi's final wish, as well as his last promise to an old. Yi Xian and Yi Yi responded in unison and turned to arrange subsequent matters. The night remained deep and the lights of the palace flickered, illuminating the sorrowful faces around. Ye Jing gazed at Zheng Yuanyi on the dragon bed, filled with countless emotions. The life of a mortal, though merely a few decades, even emperors, could not escape the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. But what of it? Ye Jing did not feel melancholic because of this. His resolve to pursue immortality grew even stronger. He yearned for longevity, for everlasting life, and wished to lead his family to continue thriving for generations in the world of cultivation. Thus, no matter how perilous this path might be, he must walk it. The news of Zheng Yuanyi's passing spread through the palace like thunder, shrouding the walls of the palace in sorrow, yet concealing the undercurrents of unrest. The princes eyeing the throne had already learned of the news, and were eager to rebel. However, before they could act, a cultivator appeared at each of their residences, heading straight for their heads without a word. 3 days after the Emperor of Bayan's death, the rebellious princes all met their demise within their homes, thus shocking those who harbored rebellious thoughts. The crown prince ascended the throne, renaming the country to Guiyuan. The populace spread the news to one another, yet no one knew that behind the scenes Ye Jing was the one orchestrating everything. After handling the matter with Zhao Yuanyi, Ye Jing immediately went to find Lu Xianglan and Wu Guiyun, who were busy with alchemy and artifact forging in the city of Ye family. Previously, due to their seclusion, Ye Jing had postponed certain matters, but now was the perfect time to seek them out. Their alchemy and forging locations were within the former Lingxiao sect's alchemy room and forging chamber. As Ye Jing approached the alchemy room where Lu Xianglan was, he saw several corpse puppets clad in spiritual armor, transporting items. These corpse puppets had a glimmer of spiritual light in their eyes, indicating they possessed souls, with each at least at the late stage of qi refining. It seemed that Lu Xianglan was using the red pearls he had previously seized from the monk to cultivate many corpse puppets. At that moment, Lu Xianglan noticed Ye Jing's approach and hurried out of the room, saying, "Father, you're here. Is there something you need?" Ye Jing cleared his throat and replied, "Father wants you to try refining the breaking golden core." Lu Xianglan was astonished and quickly said, "Father, do you wish to break through to the golden core stage?" Ye Jing nodded, pulling out a storage bag containing the formula for the breaking golden core and the necessary spiritual materials. In these years, Father has traveled extensively and gathered all the materials for the breaking golden core. Now that the Ye family faces severe external threats, I intend to take this opportunity to stabilize and challenge the golden core. Lu Xianglan immediately grew anxious and said, "But Father, this breaking golden core can solidify the golden core. I just entered Foundation establishment and am afraid." Before she could finish, Ye Jing raised his hand to interrupt her, his gaze serious yet gentle. "Father knows you have just broken through to Foundation establishment. Though your alchemy skills have improved, you have not yet attempted such a high-grade pill. However, your talent is extraordinary. You can boldly try it without fear." Ye Jing then opened the storage bag, revealing a wealth of rare herbs, causing Lu Xianglan to cover her mouth in surprise, stifling a gasp. "Father, where did you get so many herbs?" Lu Xianglan knew that she had seen some spiritual materials related to the breaking golden core in various pill formulas, and those materials were exceedingly hard to find. Yet Ye Jing could produce so many so easily, it was truly miraculous. Ye Jing did not elaborate. These herbs were cultivated from the spiritual field of the immortal willow within him, so Lu Xianglan could have as many as she needed for alchemy. As before, when you refine the Foundation establishment pill, do not worry, Xianglan. You need to refine the breaking golden core, and you can use as many materials as needed. Do not fear wasting them. Lu Xianglan felt deeply moved and hurriedly replied, "Father, rest assured, I will give it my all." Though she had doubts in her heart, she did not ask further. She trusted Ye Jing, the head of their family, as he had led the Ye family to this point. It was his steadiness and reliability that allowed the family to stand strong in turbulent times. But she did not forget to mention, "By the way, Father, my sister-in-law just brought up the corpse of the red-winged thunder rock you gave her. She has already extracted the fire and thunder attributes. I wonder how you plan to handle it." Ye Jing was somewhat surprised and said, "So soon? Then let's keep it for now. It can be used later to upgrade the beast for Tianyao and Ear along with the golden purple thunder essence. Let me think about it some more." When he mentioned the golden purple thunder essence, he fell silent, recalling that during an auction the auctioneer had mentioned that this essence was a primordial spiritual object nurtured by ancient thunder swamps and could only be refined by golden core cultivators. Once refined, it could be integrated into techniques and treasures, enhancing the power of thunder. It could even be integrated into a cultivator's body, transforming into thunder energy equivalent to developing a thunder spiritual root perfectly compatible with any spiritual root cultivator without the concern of attribute conflicts. Ye Jing thought that once he advanced to golden core, he would refine it for use, while also refining that spiritual treasure, the fire separation fan. Lu Xianglan nodded in agreement, and then went to study how to refine the breaking golden core. Ye Jing then entered his cave abode where he began to refine his physical body. He took out the diamond fruit from the immortal willow. The fruit in Ye Jing's hand shimmered with a warm golden light, its fragrance even more intense than during the auction. As soon as he took it out, the metallic spiritual power in the cave naturally converged towards it, condensing into a layer of fine luminous mist on the surface of the fruit. Ye Jing sat cross-legged on the mat, gathering a strand of spiritual power at his fingertips and gently tapping it onto the diamond fruit. The fruit cracked open with a sound, revealing golden flesh embedded with fine golden patterns, as if containing endless diamond power. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and placed the diamond fruit in his mouth. The golden flesh melted instantly, and a scorching rich metallic spiritual power surged through his body, sliding down his throat into his dantian, then spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Initially, that spiritual power was gentle and rich, carrying a faint fragrance that slowly nourished his meridians and flesh. The remnants of impurities from his past cultivation were gradually stripped away, expelled through his pores as gray-black, turbid gas. Ye Jing felt entirely comfortable. The slight soreness left from years of cultivating the thunder flame technique gradually dissipated under the nourishment of this spiritual power. But just a moment later, the gentleness was replaced by ferocity, and that metallic spiritual power suddenly grew sharp. Ye Jing felt as if countless tiny golden needles were piercing his flesh, or as if thousands of pounds of fine iron were pressing down on him, with every inch of muscle and every bone vibrating slightly, sending waves of tearing pain. No wonder it is a second-grade spiritual plant. The power of this physical refinement is indeed well-deserved. Ye Jing gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his expression remained resolute. He circulated his body technique, guiding the wild metallic spiritual power to wash over every fiber of his body, merging the spiritual power into his bones and muscles, enhancing the strength of his body. At the same time, he focused his mind, allowing the fire and azure feather energy within him to flow through his meridians, repairing the slightly damaged body from the spiritual powers, cleansing, alleviating the tearing pain. The spiritual field of the immortal willow contained rich spiritual energy, and the diamond fruit produced was purer in spiritual power than naturally grown ones, making Ye Jing's physical refinement remarkably efficient. After enduring this ordeal, Ye Jing could clearly feel that his muscles had grown tighter and his bones had become harder. It seemed that the diamond fruit was indeed effective. Ye Jing began to steadily consume the blood-red wine to replenish his spiritual power and started using the diamond fruit to train his body once more. Time flew by during cultivation, and in the blink of an eye another year had passed. Above the peaceful Ye family city, a shadow suddenly swept across from above. It was a girl dressed in black gauze adorned with silver accessories, barefoot, yet she appeared merely a young maiden of 18, possessing the strength of late Foundation establishment. She stood atop a mass of poisonous insects forming a black mist, and immediately called out, using spiritual power, "Is the old expert of the Ye family here? I have come to find you." The girl's voice was clear, yet carried a hint of playfulness, penetrating the defensive barrier of the Ye family city and reaching Ye Jing's ears, who was resting in his cave abode. Ye Jing slowly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in his gaze. This aura was thick with the venomous insect energy of the southern wilderness. It was the holy maiden of the southern wilderness demon palace, whom he had saved during the hunt for the two-headed underworld serpent. The saintess of the southern Jiang demon palace suddenly appeared, and Ye Jing felt a sense of unease. Although he had introduced himself to her, he never expected she would seek him out. Yet despite his concerns, Ye Jing calmly walked out of the cave dwelling. At this moment, above the protective barrier of Ye family city, Shinti was tiptoeing, her bare feet stepping on the black mist, and the silver ornaments on her body swayed gently with her movements, producing a delicate jingle. The poisonous insects that made up the black mist obediently surrounded her, showing no hint of ferocity, but rather seemed to be protecting her. Below, Ye Xian was also extremely tense. Seeing this woman call out for the Ye family's old predecessor, she appeared to be an acquaintance of Ye Jing, so he could only hold his ground. Everyone stepped back. In this tense moment, Ye Jing's steady voice came through. Upon hearing this, the attendants hurriedly sheathed their weapons, bowing and retreating to the sides, their gazes still fixed on Shinti, and not daring to relax for a moment. Seeing Ye Jing finally show himself, Shinti's eyes lit up instantly. She hurriedly controlled the poisonous insects and the black mist to lower her form, landing in front of Ye Jing with a familiar smile. "Predecessor, I've finally found you. I've been waiting for you at the Southern Jiang Demon Palace for a long time, and since I didn't receive your message, I couldn't hold back any longer and came in person." Ye Jing's gaze swept across the poisonous insects surrounding her, his brow slightly furrowed. "Saintess of the Demon Palace, do you not fear causing misunderstandings by barging into Ye family city like this, being taken as an enemy by my clansmen?" "I forgot." Shinti stuck out her tongue, a hint of regret on her face, but then she smiled, and waved her hand. But surely, predecessor, you will recognize my aura, and I didn't bring many people with me, just some poisonous insects. I mean no harm. As she spoke, she flicked her finger lightly, and a completely emerald green poisonous butterfly, with wings shimmering with fluorescence, landed on her shoulder, gently rubbing against her cheek, with a surprisingly cute appearance. Looking at her demeanor, Ye Jing's guard relaxed a little. Why are you not staying at the Southern Jiang Demon Palace, and instead coming to Ye Family City? I need to seriously consider the matter of cooperation. For now, I do not have any. Old predecessor, don't be so unfeeling. I didn't come to discuss this. I have something I want your help with. Shinta smiled, but inwardly marveled at the Ye family city behind Ye Jing. Though it looked ancient, beneath the protective barrier layers of spiritual energy fluctuations were hidden. The attendants who had stepped aside, though appearing respectful, each exuded a dense, restrained aura, their eyes harboring a murderous intent, clearly experts who had survived through life and death trials. On her way here, she noticed that Ye family city was exceedingly prosperous, bustling with mortals, vibrant and lively, rivaling the cities within the Tsungu realm. It was hard to imagine such a scale in a place thought barren of spiritual energy. Noticing her slightly dazed expression, Ye Jing's eyes flickered with understanding as he spoke calmly. Since the saintess has come, do not stand at the city gate. Please enter the residence with me to discuss in detail. Shinta quickly followed, lightly tapping her toes against the ground as the black mist around her quietly retracted. The poisonous insects seemed to have received a command, all shrinking into a ball, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that entered the silver ornaments at her waist, leaving only the emerald poisonous butterfly still perched on her shoulder, flapping its fluorescent wings. Seeing this, Ye Xian let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly signaled the attendants to remain vigilant, while wondering why his father knew such a peculiar demoness. Entering the Yi residence, the courtyard was deep and vast, ancient trees towering high, and the spiritual herbs by the stone path thrived, with a faint aura of spiritual energy in the air, in stark contrast to the cold atmosphere of the Southern Jiang Demon Palace. Speak first, how did you get in without alerting the monks of the Buddha realm? For safety, Ye Jing did not forget to ask this, for the entire Falling Twilight region had been sealed off by the Buddha realm, with monks guarding the borders. If Shinta had forcibly entered, it would surely attract their attention. Shinta hurriedly said, "Rest assured, predecessor, I did not disturb those bald donkeys who I disguised myself as a poisonous insect to sneak in." Ye Jing felt relieved upon hearing this. "That's good. What is it that you seek my help with?" Shinta quickly replied, "Old predecessor, could you help me catch another second-tier demon beast?" Second-tier demon beast. Ye Jing recalled that previously Shinta also wanted to capture a second-tier demon beast to control with her insects. Shinta helplessly admitted, "Predecessor, our Southern Jiang Demon Palace needs to capture corresponding demon beasts to obtain resources. And I want to break through to the Golden Core stage, so I need to capture a latest-stage second-tier demon beast for the Southern Jiang Demon Palace as a rite of passage. A rite of passage for the Demon Palace requires capturing a latest-stage second-tier demon beast." Ye Jing raised his teacup, taking a light sip, his tone calm, revealing no hint of emotion. "With your status as the saintess surrounded by poisonous insects, capturing a second-tier demon beast shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Shinta sensed Ye Jing's meaning and replied helplessly, "Even if my master is a nascent soul venerable, he cannot show favoritism. Moreover, the previous encounter with the two-headed dark serpent resulted in heavy casualties, and I was the only one who survived. Thus my master ordered me to find a way on my own. You know, second-tier demon beasts are incredibly difficult to deal with. I can't do it alone." As she spoke, Shinta gaze became earnest, her tone tinged with pleading. "Predecessor, I know this request is somewhat abrupt, but I really have no other options. The rite of passage for the Demon Palace has a 3-month deadline. If I miss it, not only will I be unable to break through to the Golden Core, but I will also be stripped of my position as saintess, and may even be sent for insect refinement. As long as you help me catch a demon beast that meets the requirements, no matter what you command me in the future, as long as I Shinta can do it, I will never Looking at the urgency and a hint of barely perceptible fear in her eyes, Ye Jing thought to himself that it was no wonder she was a demon cultivator, even treating her own people with such harshness. However, Ye Jing thought that if he could take this opportunity to do Shinta a favor, it would also give him more leverage in future dealings with the Southern Jiang Demon Palace. After all, the Demon Palace was one of the 5 major powers in the Tsungu realm. Having one more ally was certainly better than having one more enemy. Upon hearing this, Shinta eyes brightened instantly, and she quickly nodded. "Predecessor, please tell me. Don't say 2 conditions. Even if it's 10 or 100, I will agree." First, Ye Jing's tone became serious. "I will help you capture a demon beast, but you must not indiscriminately kill innocents in the Falling Twilight region, nor disturb the clansmen of Ye Family City. If I find out that you use poisonous insects to harm mortals or my clansmen, do not blame me for being unkind. No problem. Shinta immediately agreed without hesitation. I will only use poisonous insects against the demon beasts, and will absolutely not harm anyone from Ye Family City or disturb the mortals of the Falling Twilight region. Second, Ye Jing set down the teacup, his gaze sharp as it locked onto Shinta. In addition, should the Buddha realm take action against my Ye family or the Falling Twilight region in the future, you must assist once. You need not use all your strength, you just hold the opponent back for a moment. Upon hearing this, Shinta smile slightly faltered. As the saintess of the Southern Jiang Demon Palace, openly aiding the Ye family of the Falling Twilight region concerned the stance of the Southern Jiang Demon Palace. The balance among the 5 major powers of the Tsangu realm is delicate. The Demon Palace and the Buddha realm are already enemies. To openly assist the Ye family of the Falling Twilight region would inevitably leave her vulnerable or even bring disaster upon herself. Seeing her hesitate, Ye Jing did not rush her, simply lifting the spiritual tea and quietly awaiting her response. He understood that this condition was neither harsh nor easy. It tested Shinta sincerity while leaving a backup plan for the Ye family. The Falling Twilight region is sealed by the Buddha realm and conflict is bound to arise. Having the Southern Jiang Demon Palace as support undoubtedly adds an extra layer of security. In the courtyard, Shinta hesitated for a long time before helplessly raising her head and saying, "Can the esteemed elder change it?" Ye Jing directly refused no. Shinta gritted her teeth and sighed, "Esteemed elder, you truly have put me in a difficult position. Very well, I agree to you." She then swore the oath of the inner demon in front of Ye Jing, knowing that failing to capture a latest-stage second-tier monster would be worse than losing her status as a saintess. At the moment the oath was established, Shinta had a pained expression. "Esteemed elder, now that the oath has been sworn, you mustn't go back on your word." Ye Jing's eyes revealed a hint of approval as his tone softened. "Since I have promised, I will naturally not break my word. Now tell me, which latest-stage second-tier monster is it necessary to go to the Myriad Beast Valley?" Shinta quickly waved her hand. "The Myriad Beast Valley is off-limits. Esteemed elder, where else in this Falling Sunset area can we find latest-stage second-tier monsters?" "Oh, what happened at the Myriad Beast Valley?" Ye Jing showed some interest. "Esteemed elder, not long ago there was a conflict between the Myriad Beast Valley and those bald donkeys. A Yuan-ing bald donkey, for some unknown reason, went to the Myriad Beast Valley and killed several monsters in provocation, which enraged the Beast King. A strict order was issued that any human cultivator approaching the Myriad Beast Valley would be killed without discussion." Shinta sighed. "Now we have no place to look for those latest-stage second-tier monsters, let alone control them, so we can only search in this Falling Sunset area." Ye Jing nodded in agreement, surprised that the conflict between the Buddha realm and the Myriad Beast Valley had escalated to such a degree. He immediately summoned 2 insect monsters, ordering them to search for latest-stage second-tier monsters in the Falling Sunset area. Shinta looked at the 2 second-tier poison insects summoned by Ye Jing, feeling quite envious, and reluctantly watched them fly into the air. "Esteemed elder, what technique did you use to refine these 2 poison insects?" "I don't know how many people it took to refine just a few small insects like these." Because Shinta had just heard Ye Jing's request, she knew the elder didn't like to hear about human sacrifices, so she changed her tone to flatter him. Ye Jing, well aware of her little thoughts, simply replied, "This is my secret, and I cannot disclose it." Upon hearing this, Shinta showed disappointment, but didn't dare to ask further. It's normal for cultivators to have secrets, and asking too much would be considered. After waiting for about an hour, a golden devouring insect flew back, flapping its wings to convey a message to Ye Jing. Ye Jing understood there is a latest-stage second-tier monster known as the double-winged golden tiger, located at a rocky beach 1,000 miles away. "Does this meet your requirements?" At this moment, Shinta was either surprised that there was indeed a second-tier monster in this Kipor land, or was amazed at how quickly Ye Jing could gather information with his insect control. After a moment of daze, she quickly nodded. "It meets. It meets. Let's hurry up. I can't wait to use the heart-devouring insect to subdue it." Seeing her anxious demeanor, Ye Jing's lips twitched ever so slightly as his figure flickered, and he dashed out of the courtyard, his robes billowing like, "Why the rush?" Since the double-winged golden tiger could reach latest-stage second tier in such a Kipor place, it must have some skill. A moment's carelessness could lead to trouble. Shinta quickly gathered her energy to keep up, her fingertips condensed with faint insect chi, her eyes filled with eagerness and anticipation. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, my heart-devouring insect is specialized in subduing monsters. As long as I can get close, I will undoubtedly capture it in one strike." Having practiced for many years, her heart-devouring insect had already taken shape. Previously, she wanted to take the opportunity to subdue a 3rd-tier monster after the double-head specter snake broke through to the 3rd tier. However, she did not expect the double-head specter snake to be so powerful, nearly causing her demise. After that encounter, Shintu Yuer learned her lesson and decided not to aim too high, instead settling for capturing a later-stage second-tier monster. The two flew through the air, the wind rushing past their ears as the wild grass and low trees of the falling sunset area rapidly retreated behind them. Ye Jing moved swiftly through the air, while Shintu Yuer had to exert all her strength to keep up, her heart filled with increasing awe. This old man appeared ordinary, yet his cultivation was unfathomable. No wonder he dared to promise to help her find a latest-stage second-tier monster. After about half an hour, the two landed on a rocky beach. This area was littered with stones devoid of any vegetation. The air was filled with a faint golden spiritual energy, mixed with a barely perceptible sound of tiger roars, causing a slight ringing in one's ears. The golden devouring insect continued to hover in the air. Upon seeing Ye Jing's arrival, it flapped its wings, even more urgently, flying toward the depths of the rocky beach. "It's just ahead." Ye Jing raised his hand to signal Shintu Yuer to be quiet, and his figure slowed, vanishing like a breeze. Seeing the old man employing a concealment technique, Shintu Yuer immediately shrank her form, transforming into a purple-black butterfly, following the direction in which Ye Jing had vanished, guided by his spiritual energy. After turning around a section of black rock, a massive crack appeared before them, and at the edge of the crack a golden figure suddenly came into view. It was a powerful tiger over 3 meters long, covered in golden fur that glimmered with a metallic sheen flowing beneath the fur. On each side of its back were a pair of half-meter-long golden wings, the edges sharp as blades. At this moment, the giant tiger was sprawled on a large rock, resting with its eyes closed, surrounded by a thick aura of latest-stage second-tier spiritual energy, exuding immense intimidation. "That's it. The double-winged golden tiger." Shintu Yuer whispered with overwhelming joy, instinctively wanting to rush out, but was stopped by Ye Jing's spiritual energy. "Why the rush?" Ye Jing's voice was low, his gaze fixed intently on the double-winged golden tiger. "This tiger is a latest-stage second-tier, but gold attribute monsters generally have tough skin and high defense. Furthermore, it can fly with its wings, and its speed is not slow. If you act rashly, you will only alert it and find it difficult to strike." Shintu Yuer felt her cheeks flush as she quickly composed herself, asking in a low voice, "Then, esteemed elder, what should we do?" Hearing Ye Jing's professional words, she felt a deep reliance, as the abilities of the double-winged golden tiger far exceeded her capability to handle. Ye Jing pondered for a moment. "My golden devouring insect specializes in devouring gold attribute spiritual energy. Let it first exhaust the tiger's spiritual energy, and then you can seize the opportunity to strike." As a bug-type monster, he possessed a unique advantage with his swarm. After releasing the golden devouring insect, dealing with it would not be a concern. Ye Jing flicked his fingertip, and the golden devouring insect hovering in the air immediately emitted a faint buzzing sound. Its wing beats grew increasingly rapid, surrounded by a faint gray-black insect, she quietly darting towards the double-winged golden tiger on the rock. Its small size, coupled with its deliberate suppression of its aura, allowed the double-winged golden tiger, which was resting with its eyes closed, to remain unaware of the imminent threat. The golden devouring insect landed on the shining golden fur of the double-winged golden tiger, resembling a speck of insignificant dust. It then bit down its sharp mandibles, easily piercing the seemingly tough skin, continuously absorbing the gold attribute spiritual energy. Initially, the double-winged golden tiger merely flicked its head impatiently, as if trying to swat away a mosquito. But moments later, it sensed something was wrong. The surrounding gold attribute spiritual energy was being rapidly drawn away by an invisible vortex, causing its originally abundant spiritual power to become sluggish. Even the metallic sheen covering its body dimmed slightly. Roar! A tiger roar that shook the rocky beach suddenly erupted, and the double-winged golden tiger opened its eyes wide, its amber pupils filled with rage, as its powerful front paw struck down hard at the golden devouring insect on its back. The golden devouring insect reacted quickly, dodging this lethal strike in a flash, yet remained clinging to its back, frantically devouring the spiritual. The twin-winged golden tiger was completely enraged, its wings unfurling as it prepared to soar into the air. Above in the air, a massive golden devouring insect queen appeared, its wings shimmering with golden patterns under the sunlight, its towering body exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The fierce winds generated by the insect queen's flapping swept downward, directly halting the twin-winged golden tiger's ascent. The twin-winged golden tiger, unable to contain its fury, locked its amber eyes onto the golden devouring insect queen in midair. With a powerful flap of its wings, 2 golden wind blades shot through the air, whistling sharply as they aimed for the insect queen's rear. The insect queen's multifaceted eyes flashed with golden light, and its gilded black iron armor tightened, instantaneously gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. It did not dodge, but instead braced itself, withstanding the 2 wind blades using its tough exoskeleton. with a resounding clang. Clang. The sharp metallic sounds echoed as the wind blades struck the insect's armor and were deflected away, leaving only 2 shallow white marks on the gilded patterns which were quickly repaired by the spiritual energy within the insect queen. Before the twin-winged golden tiger could launch another attack, the insect queen emitted a sharp, buzzing sound. The whirlpool of spiritual energy surrounding it suddenly expanded, and countless tiny golden, devouring insects surged out from the insect queen's body, sweeping towards the twin-winged golden tiger like a golden tide. Though these small golden devouring insects were not as formidable as the queen, each possessed sharp mandibles that specifically fed on metal-type spiritual energy. Upon landing on the twin-winged golden tiger's body, they began to gnaw furiously. In an instant, a mass of insect shadows covered the twin-winged golden tiger's body, causing it to roar in pain as it rolled frantically across the rocky ground, its stout limbs fiercely stomping the earth, sending stones flying and dust swirling. From within that crack, a faint golden halo emanated, not from the twin-winged golden tiger's spiritual energy, but from a purer and denser golden aura. No wonder the elder is so composed with such strength. Dealing with a latest-stage second-tier twin-winged golden tiger is effortless. Over the years, the insect queen had also reached the late stage of the second tier, further enhancing its strength. Coupled with the swarm's assistance, it was indeed an easy task to deal with the twin-winged golden tiger. Ye Jing, hidden in the shadows, watched the battle unfold, but his gaze caught the massive crack behind the twin-winged golden tiger. Initially, just a casual glance, but in the next moment his expression suddenly sharpened. From within that crack, a faint golden halo emanated, not from the twin-winged golden tiger's spiritual energy, but from a purer and denser golden aura, slowly seeping out through the fissure. There's actually a hidden gold-type spiritual vein here. Ye Jing thought, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by a hint of joy. He hadn't expected to encounter such an extraordinary spiritual vein, and judging by the richness of the spiritual energy, the quality of the vein was definitely The roar of the twin-winged golden tiger resounded once more, realizing its attack had missed, and being ensnared by the golden devouring insects. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes as it turned to flee deeper into the crack. It clearly aimed to use the spiritual energy of the vein to restore its strength, or to hide within the crack to escape the onslaught of the swarm. But how could the insect queen let it slip away? It let out a buzzing sound, flapped its wings, and instantly chased after the twin-winged golden tiger, its sharp mandibles infused with gilded spiritual energy, viciously biting into its back. Roar! As the mandibles pierced its body, a large chunk of flesh was bitten off from the twin-winged golden tiger, and the protective gold-type spiritual energy completely collapsed. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately said, "The time has come, let's take action." Xintiyuer instantly understood, revealing her true form as a purple-black goo insect materialized in her delicate hand. It resembled a centipede merely a finger's width, yet it moved at incredible speed, transforming into a black shadow and darting away. Taking advantage of the twin-winged golden tiger's weakness, the goo insect fiercely stabbed into its crown, the heart-devouring goo instantly burrowing into the twin-winged golden tiger's body. The twin-winged golden tiger trembled violently, letting out a painful roar as it plummeted from the sky, smashing down and sending stones flying. Its entire body twisted in pain as Xintiyuer took out a bone flute and began to play. A strange and somewhat piercing wail emanated from the flute, causing the struggling golden tiger to halt immediately. Its originally furious eyes gradually became dazed, its struggling form slowly coming to a stop as the spiritual energy around it completely settled. Once it opened its eyes again, its pupils were stained black, entirely turning to darkness. Xintiyuer flew over, and upon seeing her, the golden tiger lost all sense of soul, lowering its head in a daze, allowing Xintiyuer to place her hand on its head and stroke it. This moment lasted but a short while. Ye Jing felt a hint of surprise. The Southern Wilderness Demonic Palace certainly had some capability. If this goo control technique were to be perfected, it wouldn't just be beastly creatures that could be easily controlled, but even cultivators. With this in mind, Ye Jing's wariness of the Southern Wilderness Demonic Palace deepened. Xintiyuer caressed the twin-winged golden tiger's smooth fur, her eyes brimming with joy as she expressed her gratitude to Ye Jing. "Thank you, old senior. If it weren't for your assistance, I may not have found a latest-stage second-tier beast, even after months of effort, let alone subdue it." As she spoke, her gaze lingered on the docile twin-winged golden tiger, her satisfaction growing as she realized she was now qualified to obtain the breaking golden core, and she had acquired a powerful ally. Surely her master would greatly commend her. Ye Jing waved his hand, yet his gaze did not linger on the twin-winged golden tiger. Instead, it returned to the massive crack, concealing the joy in his eyes as he spoke in a calm tone. "It was merely a casual effort. Now that you have made a heart demon oath, I will naturally fulfill my promise. However, this rocky beach holds something rather unusual. Shin Tiyuer was momentarily taken aback at Ye Jing's words, following his gaze to notice the golden light shining from the crack. As a cultivator, she also sensed the pure gold-type spiritual energy. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a spiritual vein." Though she primarily practiced Gu techniques, she recognized the aura of a spiritual vein, yet such pure and rich gold-type spiritual veins were rare in her memory. "Indeed," Ye Jing replied, stepping towards the crack with a more serious demeanor. "Given the concentration of spiritual energy, this should be a high-quality gold-type spiritual vein. The twin-winged golden tiger must have cultivated to the late stage of the second tier in this barren rocky beach thanks to the nourishment from this vein's spiritual energy." Shin Tiyuer hurriedly followed the twin-winged golden tiger, obediently trailing behind her, its pupils entirely black, showing no reaction even as humans approached its treasure. She gazed at the swirling golden halo within the crack, a flicker of greed flashing in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Shin Tiyuer knew very well that her ability to subdue the twin-winged golden tiger relied entirely on Ye Jing. If this spiritual vein truly held value, it wasn't her place to covet it, especially considering the old man's unfathomable cultivation. It was better not to create discord over a mere spiritual vein. "Senior, your insight is remarkable. I had not noticed at all," Shin Tiyuer flattered timely. Having spoken, Ye Jing fell silent, allowing the golden devouring insect to quietly enter the fissure, probing the specifics of the vein. The golden devouring insect thrived on gold attribute spiritual energy, and such pure spiritual, or was its best nourishment. Moments later, the golden devouring insect emerged, having located the core within the vein, where a piece of the most concentrated spiritual ore lay. It was still a second-tier spiritual ore, but it was continuously absorbing gold attribute spiritual energy, seemingly attempting to undergo a trance. Ye Jing understood that this second-tier gold attribute spiritual ore was in the process of advancement, so he decided not to hastily mine it. He would wait for the ore to grow on its own. "Senior, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Shin Tiyuer asked, noticing Ye Jing's silence as if he was reluctant to disturb the spiritual ore vein. Ye Jing replied calmly, "The spiritual ore here is unstable. Hasty mining could lead to a collapse. We should prepare and return later." Shin Tiyuer thoughtfully agreed. With matters settled, she couldn't linger as she had made a vow against her inner demons, as she would need to assist the Ye family if... Thus she said to Ye Jing, "Old senior, I will take my leave now. If your family encounters trouble, just activate the token I gave you with spiritual energy." Ye Jing nodded, and Shin Tiyuer transformed into a swarm of black mist and vanished. As her figure completely disappeared, the calm on Ye Jing's face slowly faded. He raised his hand, summoning the golden devouring insects back to his side. They circled around his wrist, emitting a faint buzzing sound, as if reporting the latest movements within the vein. Ye Jing gathered a strand of spiritual energy at his fingertip and gently stroked the body of a golden devouring insect, speaking in a deep voice, "Guard this place, while no one is to approach. If there's any anomaly, alert me immediately." The golden devouring insects seemed to understand his orders, simultaneously flapping their wings and transforming into a golden shadow, flying back into the fissure of the spiritual or disappearing from sight. They left behind a faint trace of gold attribute spiritual energy interweaving with the ore's own energy to form an invisible barrier. Ye Jing then set up a concealment formation beside the fissure, completely masking the spiritual energy fluctuations of the vein. Even those with profound cultivation passing by would find it hard to detect the advancing spiritual or hidden below. After completing all this, he turned to leave. Outside the prosperous Ye family city, there lay a vast spiritual field, all planted with golden spiritual rice. With the arrival of autumn, the field had begun to ripple like a golden ocean. The wrinkled Huang Bai squatted on the ridge, smoking a pipe. Since Ye Jing brought him to the Ye family, the family had assigned him the task of overseeing the golden spiritual rice field. He had once been sold by his father to repay gambling debts to a local lord, where he endured hardships for several years. His body had sustained irreparable damage, and if not for the occasional portion of golden spiritual rice he received, he would have been unable to last this long. As a mortal, he couldn't help but feel emotional, reflecting on how quickly the Ye family had developed. His uncle Ye Jing had transformed from a mere farmer into an unimaginable immortal, establishing such a large family. At that moment, a girl dressed in blue flew in on a sword, her appearance quite delicate, landing gracefully in the field. She rushed towards Huang Bai, calling out, "Uncle." Huang Bai quickly stood up and smiled. "Xiao Kuei, what brings you here?" Huang Xiao Kuei ran to Huang Bai's side, linking her arm with his, her face brimming with "Uncle, I've made progress in my cultivation today. The elder said my spiritual root is becoming increasingly pure. It won't be long before I break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement." Huang Bai's face relaxed, his eyes filled with gratification as he patted Huang Xiao Kuei's hand, looking at the 15-year-old girl. He couldn't help but think of his poor brother, and choked up saying, "Very good, our Xiao Kuei is promising, and has not disappointed your granduncle's expectations. In the past we suffered under Zhou Bapi's oppression with your father. If it weren't for your granduncle's rescue, we would have long lost our lives. Now being able to live peacefully in the Yi family, and seeing you embark on the path of immortality, your uncle is already content." Huang Xiao Kuei nodded vigorously, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "Uncle, I understand." She then blushed slightly, and said to Huang Bai, "Uncle, my granduncle has arranged a marriage for me with a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement." "Is he from the Yi family?" Huang Bai asked eagerly. Huang Xiao Kuei, feeling a bit strange, replied, "Honestly, he is the young master Yi Tianqi from the Yi family." Huang Bai breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled. "That's good. That's good." He wiped away the moisture from the corner of his eye, tapping his pipe on the ridge, with ash falling softly onto the golden spiritual rice leaves. "The young masters of the Yi family are all humble, and their household rules are good. If you marry into their family, you will certainly not be wronged. Moreover, as they are all Yi family disciples, you will support each other in the future, which will help you avoid many detours." Huang Xiao Kuei's cheeks flushed even more as she lowered her head, twisting her sleeves, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "My granduncle said the same thing. He said Yi Tianqi is stable in temperament and solid in cultivation, and he will be able to protect me in the future. Moreover, he also said that once I break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he will propose marriage, and we will marry by the end of the year." Good, good, just listen to your granduncle." Huang Bai smiled broadly, gently ruffling her hair. "Our Xiao Kuei is fortunate to have such a caring granduncle, and to marry a good man. Your father, if he is watching from above, should be at peace now." As they spoke, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing the fragrance of the golden spiritual rice, creating layers of golden ripples. In the distance, the walls of the Yi family city rose majestically, with flying eaves peeking through the clouds, occasionally flashing with spiritual light, indicating the disciples of the clan were either cultivating or activating magical artifacts. At that moment, a golden light glimmered from afar, and a portal slowly opened in the azure sky. Huang Xiao Kuei, as a cultivator, also keenly sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy, and hurriedly called her uncle to seek cover indoors. She quickly took off on her sword, producing a talisman indicating the presence of incoming foreign cultivators. From the portal emerged a thin monk clad in a red robe with hands clasped together. Beneath him was a latest-stage first-tier green elephant accompanied by a relatively handsome young monk. The old monk gazed with surprise at the endless golden rice fields below, particularly at the many ordinary mortals working, all appearing prosperous. The old monk couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be the territory of the Yi family, right? I didn't expect such a place in Luoxia to produce so many mortals." A young monk stepped forward saying, "Master Qinglian, do not underestimate the Yi family. Oh, we must exercise caution." The old monk scoffed. "The head of this Yi family is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Can he really pose a threat to me?" The young monk merely replied indifferently, "Master Qinglian, do not let your guard down." The old monk frowned, and then respectfully said, "Yes, I will follow the abbot's orders. However, may I ask if I can allow the mortals within the Yi family's territory to experience the merits of our Buddha realm, so as to foster some good thoughts?" "Do as you wish. If the Yi family can control it, then fine. If not." The young monk's indifferent voice trailed off, adding, "What a sin, what a sin." Upon hearing this, the Qinglian's eyes flashed with a hint of wild joy, and he quickly declared, "Indeed, I shall not fail the mission, and I will ensure that the beings of this falling clouds land are all bathed in the radiance of the Buddha, accumulating immeasurable merit." Having spoken, he seemed extremely excited, and the spiritual power around him surged. The blue elephant beneath him let out a low roar, and as it stepped through the clouds, the spiritual energy directly caused the golden spirit rice field to ripple, breaking several acres of golden rice stalks, with golden grains rolling down the fields. Huang Bai, hiding behind the door of a small shack by the field, felt a tightness in his chest, tightly gripping his dry, smoking pipe, but dared not make a sound. Though he was an ordinary person, he could see that the monk and the little novice were not here for good, and that oppressive force was far beyond what he could resist. Thus Huang Bai could only silently pray for Ye Jing to arrive on time, hoping for Xiao Kuei to be safe. Huang Xiao Kuei rode her sword suspended in midair, her palm's talisman already activated, a light blue spiritual glow shooting towards the sky. This was a warning signal activated when the Yi family disciples were ambushed, which would soon reach the conference hall of Yi family city and into Ye Jing's ears. She bit her lip, her hand gripping the long sword trembling slightly. With her cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement in front of the Qinglian old monk, who was at the late stage of foundation establishment, she was undoubtedly like an ant shaking a tree, yet she did not shrink back. Where did this little girl cultivator come from, daring to obstruct my Buddha realm's affairs? The Qinglian old monk glanced down at Huang Xiao Kuei, his eyes filled with disdain, and immediately unleashed his oppressive force, saying, "Considering your youth, if you are willing to take refuge in my Buddha, I shall spare your life." Huang Xiaokuei stood tall, her voice bright, yet firm. "I am Huang Xiaokuei of the Ye family, and this place is under the jurisdiction of the Ye family. Senior is an outsider. If you have matters to discuss, please go to Ye family city, and do not trouble the ordinary folk here." She knew she could not contend with them, but this spiritual field was her uncle's painstaking effort, and she could only try to reason with them. However, Qinglian became enraged immediately, saying, "You ignorant little brat. Daring to speak such grand words in front of me today, I shall let you witness the methods of my Buddha realm." He raised his hand to strike out a beam of Buddha light towards Huang Xiaokuei, but before the move could be unleashed, a figure appeared as swiftly as the wind behind him. It directly grabbed hold of Qinglian's hand, the force so great that it shattered Qinglian's protective golden light. When did this happen? The sudden appearance of this figure left Qinglian caught off guard, and even the little novice beside him widened his eyes in shock. A white-robed elder suddenly appeared, his expression indifferent, yet exuding a strong sense of oppression, causing a look of fear to emerge in Qinglian's aging. "A person from the Buddha realm arriving at my Ye family. Since you are a guest, why trouble a few juniors?" The elder spoke flattering words, yet the oppressive aura. Then the elder released Qinglian's hand, allowing Qinglian to finally catch his breath, and looking at this old man in the late stage of foundation establishment, he immediately questioned, "Who are you? Who are you?" The elder merely inclined his body slightly, and said, "I am Ye Jing, the ancestor of the Ye family." Upon seeing this, the Qinglian old monk was taken aback, realizing that this unremarkable elder was actually the ancestor of the Ye family. A glimpse of apprehension flashed in his eyes, and he quickly regained his composure, saying, "You are indeed Ye Jing, the ancestor of the Ye family. I am Qinglian, the newly appointed emissary of Putuo City in the Buddha realm. I have come to invite the Ye family to take refuge in my Buddha realm and share in the Buddha's teachings, accumulating merit." Having said that, I must be direct. The Ye family has occupied the Lingxiao sect, and has yet to pay tribute to the Buddha realm, so I have come to persuade the Ye family to take refuge, and to urge the collection of the tributes from the past 3 years. In the past, the Lingxiao sect paid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 1,000 stones of spirit rice each year. Since the Ye family has taken over the Lingxiao sect's territory, you naturally should undertake this obligation. Why not, Ancestor Ye? You can make up for the years of absence. Ye Jing listened, showing no expression, only a cold smile in his heart. Make up for it. Although the Ye family had indeed accumulated enough resources for the demands of the Buddha realm over the years, it would still be a significant loss. Ye Jing thought that there were even nascent soul cultivators in the Buddha realm, and he did not know how many golden core cultivators were under them, and he could not afford to tear the face at this moment. Thus he said, "You two please follow me to Ye family city." As he spoke, Ye Jing moved slightly, his white robe fluttering in the wind, and a wisp of light green spiritual energy condensed beneath his feet as he flew at a steady pace towards Ye family city. He deliberately slowed his speed, not only maintaining the dignity of the ancestor, but also giving Qinglian a few steps down to prevent the other party from seeking trouble on the way and harming the innocent. The Qinglian old monk breathed a sigh of relief, the pain from being gripped by Ye Jing's wrist still lingering, and the chill from the shattered protective golden light still enveloped him. He steadied himself, glaring fiercely at the still suspended Huang Xiaokuei, then glanced at Huang Bai by the field below, snorted coldly, and patted the blue elephant beneath him. Go. Huang Bai emerged from the small shack by the field, watching the direction the group departed, letting out a long breath, picked up his smoking pipe, only to find his palm was drenched in cold sweat, with tobacco scattered all over the ground. He looked at the damaged golden spirit rice field, his brows furrowed tightly, yet he could only silently hope that Ancestor Ye could resolve this matter appropriately. Before long, the group arrived at Ye family city. Ye family city was originally the Lingxiao sect built against the mountain, and it had been magnificently transformed into a city based on the sect's foundation. The entire city was constructed from hard spirit jade, inscribed with densely packed protective runes, and surrounded by a faint halo of spiritual energy. At the city gate, 2 guards of the Ye family dressed in green armor had already received the warning, holding long swords, their expressions vigilant. Upon seeing Ye Jing return, they hurriedly bowed in salute. "We greet the ancestor." Ye Jing nodded, slightly gesturing to Qinglian and the little novice, "Please, both of you." Qinglian raised his eyes to survey Ye family city, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Ye family city was grand in scale, and rich in spiritual energy, even more prosperous than he had imagined. He became increasingly determined that if he could persuade the Ye family to take refuge in the Buddha realm, or extract enough tribute, he would certainly be rewarded by the city lord, and perhaps even break through to the golden core stage. He suppressed his greed and feigned solemnity, nodding as he followed Ye Jing through the city gate. They made their way to the conference hall, where Ye Jing raised his hand to signal for those on the side to leave, then invited Qinglian and the little novice to take their seats. You two have come a long way, and must be weary. Please have a cup of spirit tea before we discuss the matter at hand. A maidservant brought in 2 cups of steaming spirit tea, the fragrance wafting and lingering at the tip of their noses. However, Qinglian did not move, instead speaking directly. Ancestor Ye, there is no need for pleasantries. I have come this time for 2 core matters: refuge and tribute. He spoke with a hint of intimidation, saying in the past the Lingxiao sect paid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 stones of spirit rice each year. Ye family have taken over this territory for over 10 years now, which amounts to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10,000 stones of spirit rice. Of course, we in the Buddha realm are considerate of your Ye family's initial takeover of the Lingxiao sect with numerous tasks at hand, so we shall not pursue the responsibility of your intentional delay in tribute. As long as Ancestor Ye agrees today, you may make up for the tribute and offer a strand of your primordial spirit as a show of sincerity, and in the future the Buddha realm will take better care of the Ye family. What do you think? After hearing this, Ye Jing grasped the teacup in his hand, revealing a murderous intent. If it were simply about handing over resources and wealth, he could still engage in some tactics, but once he surrendered his primordial spirit, he would become a puppet of the Buddha realm. The Ye family would also become a vassal of the Buddha realm, subject to their whims. Such conditions akin to exterminating his clan would not be acceptable even for an ordinary cultivator, let alone him, as the ancestor of the Ye family. The little novice beside him quickly echoed, exactly. Our Buddha realm possesses immense powers, and with the protection of the Buddha, the Ye family can stand firm in this falling clouds land, free from the encroachments of other sects. Taking refuge in the Buddha realm and paying tribute will bring the Ye family 100 benefits and no harm. Qinglian spoke at length with the young monk. Yet Ye Jing, seated nearby, remained silent. For a moment the atmosphere began to solidify. Qinglian, growing impatient, said, Ye family ancestor, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to defy the Buddha realm? The young monk chimed in. Ye family ancestor, do not forget that you privately brought the extreme Eon girl of the Frost Moon sect under your wing, which has caused great losses to the Buddha realm. We can still speak to you calmly, but those above may not be so forgiving. Ye Jing listened to their threatening words and sneered. What if I refuse to hand over my primordial spirit? Qinglian seemed to have heard the greatest joke and immediately scoffed. Ha ha, Ye Jing, have you truly lost your mind? With just your foundation establishment late stage, do you dare to defy the orders of the Buddha realm? I tell you today, whether you should or not, you must comply. Having said this, he suddenly slammed his palm on the table, golden light erupting around him. Although he was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, considerably weaker than Ye Jing, he was confident that Ye Jing would not dare to kill him. This was because the young monk beside him was a manifestation of his city lord, capable of relaying the matter to Putuo City. By then the Ye family's rebellion would be known to the city lord, and they would be utterly finished. Qinglian took action, and in the hall Yi Xian, Yi Tiwuging, Yi Tianhao, Yi Tianyao, Yi Tianhui, and other family members all rushed out. Most of them were foundation establishment cultivators, and a dozen of them quickly surrounded Qinglian. Initially arrogant Qinglian, upon seeing so many foundation establishment cultivators appear beside, Ye Jing couldn't help but feel nervous and shouted, Ye family ancestor. If you dare to touch me, the city lord's manifestation is right here. It would take but a moment for the golden core cultivators of Putuo City to flatten your Ye family. By then not a single living soul will be left in the Ye family. His voice trembled imperceptibly, and the golden light around him dimmed slightly. The previous arrogance had vanished entirely. A family that can cultivate so many foundation establishment cultivators is not to be underestimated. He could only fixate on the young monk beside him, as if grasping at a final straw. Ye Jing slowly stood up, his gaze coldly sweeping over Qinglian. Flatten the Ye family. You may certainly try. I fear no cultivators of your... Having said that, Ye Jing immediately exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. The young monk, who had previously shown no expression, now had a slight crack appear. Golden core cultivator. Qinglian exclaimed in shock. His legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, as the previous arrogance was utterly extinguished by fear, and the golden light around him was on the verge of dissipating. He stared fixedly at the massive figure of He Feng, feeling the overwhelming pressure of a golden core, his throat tightening, making breathing difficult. He was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, facing a real golden core cultivator. Now he had no confidence left. The young monk's previously impassive face was now filled with shock. A trace of disbelief flashed through his clear eyes, his fingertips trembling slightly, and the aura of Buddhism around him began to destabilize. Though he was the manifestation of the city lord of Putuo City, and at the peak of foundation establishment, he had encountered many golden core cultivators, yet the pressure emanating from Ye Jing was even more condensed than that of an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. What was even more bizarre was that this pressure was mixed with He Feng's dark spiritual power and Dark Moon Demon energy complex in layers, yet perfectly unified far beyond what an ordinary golden core cultivator could possess. Impossible. You are clearly just at the late stage of foundation establishment. How could you possess golden core combat power? The young monk's voice carried hints of confusion and caution. He simply could not comprehend how a seemingly ordinary and newly emerged Ye family could suddenly exhibit such formidable strength. Ye Jing's dark silver spiritual energy flowed slowly, mixed with strands of ghostly purple dark spiritual power. City Lord of Putuo City, what did your envoy just say? That I must comply. Now tell me again. Qing Lian trembled in fear, but thinking of backing up his position with the Buddha realm, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Ye family ancestor, are you truly going to defy us? The young monk clenched his fists, recalling the deceased Jiechun and Huai and their deaths. Being uncertain, his heart grew heavy. Now that the Buddha realm had friction with other forces, those nascent soul cultivators could be targeted by other factions even if they acted within their own territory, let alone intimidating this remote region. Moreover, there was no need to resort to arms over a small immortal sect family, and things need not become overly rigid. Currently, there were only 2 sects in Luoxiao, and they could not glean anything of value. After several considerations, the young monk then spoke softly to ease the tension. Ye family ancestor, our purpose in coming here is not to be enemies with the Ye family. If you are dissatisfied with our proposal, we can discuss it further. Why resort to weapons? This remark made the Ye family members feel disdainful as they recalled who had arrived in a threatening manner, but now seeing Ye Jing display golden core strength, they had shrunk back. Ye could not help but snicker, the cold light of his blade reflecting his stern gaze. Discuss. Who just slammed the table, declaring they would flatten my who forced my ancestor to surrender his primordial spirit, acting as puppets for your Buddha realm. This statement struck like a slap, harshly landing on Qing Lian and the young monk's faces. Qing Lian's face instantly turned a deep shade of red, filled with shame, wishing he could find a crevice to hide in, yet he dared not retort. The stark contrast between his previous arrogance and current timidity made him feel embarrassed. The young monk's expression remained tense, yet the fear in his eyes grew stronger. He understood that today's events had already exceeded expectations, and the strength of the Ye family was far beyond their control. Continuing to hold out would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Ye stepped back. Ye Jing raised his hand, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. He walked slowly to stand before the 2 monks, looking down at them with a smile that was more frightening than welcoming. Since that is the case, shall we discuss it anew? After all, as guests from a superior nation, we ought to treat you well, shouldn't we? The young monk took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and panic, and forced himself to speak calmly. Ye ancestor, you speak too heavily. This time Qing Lian acted rashly and spoke out of turn. I hope Ye ancestor can be magnanimous. Regarding the matter of allegiance and offerings, we did not consider thoroughly, and it was not our intention to make things difficult for the Ye family. As he spoke, he subtly tugged at Qing Lian's sleeve, signaling him not to continue being stubborn. At this moment, Qing Lian had already lost much of his confidence. With the young monk's pull, he immediately followed along, though his voice still trembled slightly. Yes, I was rash. Please forgive me, Ye ancestor. We can discuss the matter of offerings further, and we do not insist on the Ye family's allegiance. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing revealed a relieved smile. Isn't that better? Then let us have a good discussion about the offerings. This terrifyingly kind smile made Qing Lian and the young monk's hearts tremble, no longer daring to underestimate him. After the discussion concluded, the 2 monks hurriedly left, not daring to look back until they had walked over 100 miles beyond Ye family city. Lord City Master, the Ye family is too arrogant. Qing Lian exclaimed, displeased. The young monk's expression was also not good, but he could only helplessly. Since Ye Jing is indeed a genuine golden core cultivator, we cannot underestimate him. I can see that this old man is very cunning, and it is unwise to provoke him. It is better to take a step back. Qing Lian nodded, feeling a bit of her unease alleviate, but just thinking of Ye Jing's fake smile made her still feel apprehensive. But Lord City Master, Ye Jing is powerful. If we wait until we return to report to the City Master, will he take the opportunity to develop his forces and surpass our Buddha realm? The young monk's eyes turned cold as he replied, impossible. He won't stir up any major trouble. Luoxiao region is a remote area with thin spiritual energy. Even if he possesses golden core combat power, it would be difficult for him to rapidly increase his strength, let alone to train more foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. Moreover, the foundation of the Buddha realm is not something a newly emerging family can contend with. However, on this point the young monk changed his tone, but we do need to be cautious. After we return to the city, I will send more people to keep an eye on the Ye family, and it would be best to send in a few spies to investigate. Yes, Lord City Master. After the two concluded their discussion, they vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, inside the Ye family hall, ancestor, those two monks have already left Luoxiao region. Ye stepped forward to inform Ye Jing about the situation of the two monks, a hint of excitement in his. Today, thanks to you, ancestor, our Ye family would have truly been at the mercy of the Buddha realm. But will they come looking for trouble again after they return? No, they won't be coming back for a while, Ye Jing said after a moment of silence. His tone was calm and assured the Buddha realm is currently in constant conflict with other forces. In their eyes, we are merely a small insect hopping about. As long as we do not provoke them, we will not face any issues for the time being. Hearing this, Ye's momentary joy dissipated instantly. Ye Xian approached and patted his younger brother's shoulder before asking Ye Jing, ancestor, what should we do next? Ye Jing stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying the Buddha realm has grown accustomed to being domineering. They will not let this matter go easily after suffering such a significant loss. I deliberately revealed my golden core combat power to intimidate them, preventing them from acting rashly and buying us some time. From now on, everyone in the Ye family must intensify their cultivation to enhance their own strength. Ye Xian Yi, as family heads, you are responsible for overseeing the overall situation, training the clan's disciples, and selecting those with outstanding potential for focused cultivation. Goei Yin Xiang Lan, you are responsible for refining spiritual weapons and spiritual medicines, stockpiling cultivation resources to provide support for everyone's cultivation. Furthermore, the generation of Tian characters should protect the family and assist in managing the family affairs, particularly being vigilant against external forces at any signs of trouble. Yes, ancestor. Everyone replied in unison, their tone resolute. After today's events, they were even more convinced of Ye Jing and understood that only by becoming stronger could they protect the Ye family. Thinking of the southern barbarian demon palace that wanted to ally with him, Ye Jing felt it was time to see how things were going there. He had sent his family members off to do their tasks, but had purposely kept Ye Xian behind. Then with a serious expression, Ye Jing said to Ye Xian, I need to go to the southern barbarian demon palace to investigate the authenticity of their intention to ally, and also see the foundation of the demon palace to assess whether this alliance is worthwhile. Ye Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly advised ancestor the southern barbarian demon palace is notoriously mysterious and ruthless in their actions. Moreover, they are practitioners of demonic arts. Is it not too dangerous for you to go alone? Previously, Ye Jing had told him that he had once used the Qinshu Misty map to infiltrate the Buddha realm and accidentally encountered the saintess of the southern barbarian demon palace, Shinda Yuer, who was a demonic cultivator. To repay Ye Jing's life-saving grace, she had left him a communication jade token. Thus Ye Xian was aware of the matters regarding the southern barbarian demon palace. Ye Jing waved his hand and replied firmly, no need. Since the demon palace actively extended an olive branch, they would not easily act against me. Moreover, bringing others would only be a burden. It is easier to act alone, and some matters should not be known to outsiders. He paused and added, if I do not return within 10 days, there is no need to send anyone to look for me. Just focus on your cultivation and defend the Ye family. If the demon palace truly has ulterior motives, I will find a way to escape. In the afternoon of that day, Ye Jing changed into a plain outfit, concealed his aura, and transformed into a streak of green light, quietly flying out of the Buddha realm's blocked boundaries using the Qinshu Misty map. Since Shinta Yuer had given him a corresponding map of the southern barbarian demon palace's direction, he immediately summoned Black Wind to travel. Black Wind, now a third-tier demon beast, was extremely fast, like a raging wind, perfect for traveling. The area around the southern barbarian demon palace was densely forested with increasingly rich spiritual power, but the air was mixed with a faint trace of sinister energy, marking the territory of the southern barbarian demon palace. Riding swiftly for 3 days following the map's guidance, Ye Jing arrived at the outskirts of the southern barbarian demon palace, Black Mist Forest. This forest is perpetually shrouded in black mist, and the miasma contains deadly poison. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators who accidentally enter would succumb to poisoning and die within half an hour, and even Golden Core cultivators must tread carefully to avoid falling victim. Ye Jing had seen a few villages near the southern barbarian demon palace, and the locals there had reported that their lives were not good. They all had pale faces and were much weaker than ordinary people, yet each of them had a dull look in their eyes. Upon seeing Ye Jing's unfamiliar face, they merely hurriedly lowered their heads to avoid him, showing no curiosity at all. Ye Jing felt a stir in his heart, and with a fingertip he condensed a thread of pure spiritual power, quietly reaching out towards an old farmer squatting by the field pulling weeds. As the spiritual power entered his body, he clearly sensed a weak trace of sinister energy stagnating within the old farmer, flowing along his meridians. Though not lethal, it continuously drained his vitality, which explained why the locals here all had pale faces and lacked spirit. It seemed to be the result of the demonic palace's sinister cultivation methods, with the dissipated aura permeating the surrounding villages. Ordinary people without cultivation could not resist it, only able to silently endure. Ye Jing suddenly felt that the mortal life under his jurisdiction in Luoxiao region was incomparably better than that in this ancient world. He withdrew his spiritual power, a hint of solemnity passing through his eyes. The southern barbarian demon palace's blatant disregard for the vitality of mortals was entirely different from the Buddha realm's dominance. The former was sinister while the latter was ostentatious. If they were to truly ally, there would undoubtedly be many discrepancies in the future. However, given the delicate position of the Yi family, with the Buddha realm eyeing them covetously and the insufficient foundation of Luoxiao region, this alliance, despite its numerous hidden dangers, was worth his risk to try. Not lingering any longer, Ye Jing's figure flickered, and his spiritual power coalesced into a thin layer of light blue barrier isolating the surrounding miasma. Underneath him, black wind understood and transformed into a shadow, carrying him directly into the black mist forest. Along the way, utilizing his golden core strength's divine sense, Ye Jing noticed that the forest also concealed poisonous vines and traps. These traps were not merely aimed at cultivators, but seemed to be set up by the demon palace to prevent ordinary mortals from accidentally wandering in. This clearly indicated that a deliberate separation had been established between mortals and the demon palace, preventing common folk from approaching the areas where cultivators operated. Ye Jing sat on the black wind and left those places, finally seeing a gathering place for cultivators called Gu Yun Feng Shi. The people here were all dressed in black robes, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Seeing this, Ye Jing also donned a black robe to conceal himself. As he entered, he found that various poisonous insects, poisonous flowers, poisonous fruits, and even some strange magical artifacts were being sold inside. Ye Jing thought that as poisonous be loved to eat these poisonous items, and since the variety was abundant, he decided to choose some to purchase. He arrived at a larger shop and began to browse. As he was buying a lot, the shopkeeper was very enthusiastic. "Friend, you are truly generous. Are you here to raise poisonous insects? Our store has the finest poisonous insects, and we do not deceive anyone." The shopkeeper rubbed his hands and didn't forget to present several gu bells to Ye Jing to promote them. Ye Jing had 2 second-tier spirit insects in hand. Although he wanted to cultivate other spirit insects, the problem was that these spirit insects were indeed numerous and consumed a lot. He was almost unable to afford their maintenance. So he asked, "Shopkeeper, do you have a type of poisonous insect that does not need to eat, but can be controlled and fight?" The shopkeeper, hearing this, smiled helplessly and said, "Friend, how could there be such a spirit insect? In this world, aside from lifeless objects, there are none that do not require food." At this point, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he quickly smiled. "Friend, you want a puppet, right? I have a type of beast puppet here that is extremely powerful. It can be controlled with just a few spirit stones or the owner's spiritual power." Beast puppet. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised. He had seen Lu Xianlong control corpses, but this was his first time hearing about beast puppets. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Yes, friend, please follow me to take a look." After saying that, he led Ye Jing into the back room, where he saw a floor of emerald green tiles that was chillingly cold. Inside there were several lifelike beast puppets, all fierce beasts like tigers, wolves, and leopards. Their forms were indistinguishable from live creatures, with shiny smooth fur and eyes that concealed a fierce light. If it weren't for the complete absence of any living creature's aura around them, Ye Jing almost thought these were real fierce beasts trapped by some kind of restriction. The shopkeeper stepped forward to introduce them. "Friend, look here. These are all first-tier peak beast puppets made from the bones of real fierce beasts mixed with mysterious iron and the powder of poisonous insects to refine them. They not only retain the ferocity of the fierce beasts in life, but can also withstand the infusion of the owner's spiritual power, fighting as if they were real fierce beasts." Ye Jing approached and tested with his spiritual power, and indeed, as the shopkeeper said, these beast puppets were quite good. He thought that if he could develop them, the fierce beasts he hunted would have a place to be utilized. More importantly, he could save some celestial light to transform fierce beasts and avoid the trouble of feeding them. Since he had already seemingly submitted to the Buddha realm on the surface, those bald donkeys had taken a considerable amount of his spirit stones, and with so many guests to support under him, he might have to curry favor with the southern border demon palace again, leading to another financial drain, so he had to conserve. So Ye Jing said, "Then he'll take a tiger puppet." The shopkeeper, seeing this, immediately rejoiced. "Great. Friend, you are straightforward. It will be 200 low-grade spirit stones. No bargaining, and if you buy it, it'll give you a bottle of puppet maintenance powder." Ye Jing had no choice but to quickly buy the puppet, and he didn't forget to scour other shops for books on refining beast puppets. After a meal, Ye Jing finally thought about getting down to business. He followed the news and finally arrived at the Southern Border Demon Palace's headquarters, which was a floating black palace hidden in a valley surrounded by demonic energy, a typical structure for demon cultivators. Ye Jing did not rashly enter because after all he was a righteous cultivator, and this place was filled with demon cultivators, including the nascent soul old demon. It was not good to disturb them here. He once again crushed the token given to him by Shun Tu Yuer. In just a moment a ripple of energy seemed to emanate from the distant demon palace, and a purple light flew out from within. As it landed it transformed into a delighted Shun Tu Yuer, still adorned in silver ornaments walking with a jingling sound. Senior, you actually came personally to the Southern Border Demon Palace. This really surprises me. Ye Jing after all was here to probe and seek allegiance, so he naturally softened his tone, and said, Shin Tu friend long time no see. Shun Tu Yuer smiled, and said, Senior you came here to reconsider, are you thinking of joining us? Just right, my master is in the palace, why not go meet him? Ye Jing seeing her straightforward manner couldn't help but smile knowingly, and said, In that case let's meet him then. Shin Tu Yuer upon hearing this giggled, Senior please follow me. Ever since you helped me hunt down a second-tier fierce beast last time, my master has been quite curious about you, and has always wanted to meet you. Rest assured my master is a very good person, even if you are from the righteous path. Ahem, there won't be any prejudice. She chattered on, glancing at Ye Jing and hurriedly changing the subject. Ye Jing felt a bit awkward. How did this demon cultivator saintess manage to reach the late foundation establishment stage with such a carefree demeanor? With Shun Tu Yuer as a guarantee, Ye Jing followed her into this strange palace. Ye Jing observed the interior. While the outside of the palace appeared dark and gloomy, the inside was indeed resplendent, and several maidservants passing by showed signs of vigilance upon seeing Ye Jing. It was extremely rare for unfamiliar cultivators to step into the depths of this demon palace, let alone a seemingly righteous cultivator, personally guided. After turning through a corridor, Ye Jing arrived at a grand hall, the doors made of unknown black beast bones, engraved with fierce runes exuding an air of Master, I brought the old senior here. Shin Tu Yuer called out loudly and confidently toward the interior. There was no immediate response from within, but a powerful demonic energy suddenly surged forth, causing Ye Jing's spirit to tremble slightly. Even with his spiritual defense summoned, the energy around him was instantly broken. A strange figure quietly appeared, and Ye Jing frowned, but did not move. As the black mist dissipated, a childish male voice suddenly came through, So it's an old man. Oh, is it you who helped my Yuer twice? Ye Jing was stunned. He looked down at the source of the voice and saw an 80-year-old boy less than the height of Ye Jing's thigh, with a youthful face, skin almost translucent, dressed in clothes embroidered with black patterns. However, there was not a trace of childlike innocence in his eyes. Instead, they conveyed a sense of menace and authority that belied his age. The demonic energy surrounding him, while reduced significantly, was still heavy enough to make Ye Jing's breath catch. This was definitely not the aura of a foundation establishment or golden core cultivator, but unmistakably belonged to the nascent soul old demon that Shun Tu Yuer spoke of. Ye Jing quickly bowed and said, Ye Jing pays respects to the senior. Shun Tu Yuer hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Old senior, this is my master Phoenician, also the grand elder of the Southern Border Demon Palace. He has maintained this form ever since he achieved nascent soul. After saying this, she ran to the boy's front and said sweetly, Master, this is Senior Yi, who saved me in the Inchi cave last time, and later helped me hunt down that second-tier latest-stage big-winged tiger. The boy glanced at Shun Tu Yuer with some annoyance, his tone showing a hint of impatience, but he wasn't truly angry, noisy. Then his gaze returned to Ye Jing, and his small body slightly floated up to meet Ye Jing's eyes. His pitch-black eyes seemed capable of piercing one's heart. Ye Jing, I have heard of your reputation, and I understand that you are a righteous cultivator who has submitted to the Buddha realm. Now you voluntarily come to my demon palace. Oh, what schemes do you have? Faced with the scrutiny of the nascent soul, even though he had restrained his oppressive aura, Ye Jing found it difficult to breathe under just a single glance. The junior Ye Jing came here today without malice. Although he appeared to submit to the Buddha realm, he was well aware that those bald monks were merely pretending to be virtuous, seeking to exploit him. The Southern Border Demon Palace operates openly, and with the introduction by his friend Shintu, he is willing to abandon the darkness for the light and pledge allegiance to the palace lord, seeking only a place to call home and assist the palace lord in achieving great things. As he spoke, he subtly circulated his spiritual energy, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. The thoughts of the nascent soul old demon are the hardest to fathom, especially since this is his first time directly facing a nascent soul cultivator, who any misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. His family wished to expand outward, but with a huge Buddha realm looming over them, Ye Jing did not want the Yi family to remain forever trapped in the barren land of Luoxia. He wanted to expand outward, which inevitably meant tearing his face with the Buddha realm, so he came to test if he could find a backing and avoid fighting alone. Fengxin floated in midair, his pitch-black eyes fixated on Ye Jing. The demonic energy around him thickened a few degrees, yet he no longer released an oppressive feeling, instead adding a hint of playful scrutiny. After Xintiyue reported to him that Ye Jing had saved her, he had secretly investigated Ye Jing. Thus Fengxin naturally saw through Ye Jing's intentions. This so-called abandoning the darkness for the light was merely a calculation for mutual benefit. Ye Jing sought to leverage the power of the demon palace to break free from the shackles of the Buddha realm and expand his family's future. He also needed to weigh how much value this righteous cultivator who dared to venture alone into the demon palace truly possessed. Seeing the two false silent Xintiyue couldn't help but interject. Master Senior, Yi is sincerely seeking to join us. He is incredibly powerful. Fengxin raised his hand, signaling Xintiyue to be quiet, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. Sincere. I have lived for hundreds of years, seen countless schemes and deceptions. Your little scheme is not worth my attention. Ye Jing maintained a calm demeanor without arguing, only slightly bowing his head. Senior, your insight is keen. Oh, every word I speak is true. If you do not believe me, I can take the inner demon oath. Should I go against it, my soul would disperse, never to be reborn. He knew that any argument against the nascent soul old demon would be futile. Only by displaying sufficient sincerity could he prompt the other party to consider him further. As for the so-called inner demon oath, it was not a constraint for him. What he sought was the development of his family, and as long as the demon palace could assist him, he would have no second thoughts. If the demon palace could not, even with an oath, he had his own means of escape. Fengxin observed his unperturbed demeanor, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, soon overshadowed by a cold demeanor. You are merely at the late foundation establishment stage, Ye Jing. You truly possess great audacity to come alone to my demon palace seeking allegiance with just your foundation establishment cultivation. Do you think that by feigning eloquence I would want you, an old man? Xintiyue grew anxious. Master Senior, Yi is very powerful. He is not just an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. The last time he helped me, he was comparable to a golden core cultivator. Saying too much is pointless. Fengxin coldly interrupted her, his gaze still fixed on Ye Jing, his tone openly rejecting. Though the southern border demon palace is composed of demon cultivators and is unorthodox, we do not accept useless individuals. Below the nascent soul, everyone is but an ant. You at the late foundation establishment stage, even if your strength is not insignificant, are still unworthy to be under my command, let alone discuss helping me achieve greatness. His words were merciless, blunt, to the point of humiliation, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Even Xintiyue dared not speak further, merely looking at Ye Jing with worry. Ye Jing's expression remained indifferent, and he merely smiled. He had long anticipated that Fengxin would not easily accept him. The old demon of the nascent soul had an extremely high standard, and his late foundation establishment cultivation was simply beneath the other's notice. The previous probing was merely an olive branch he had thrown out, and Fengxin's rejection was within his calculations. However, feeling underestimated, Ye Jing would not use respectful language anymore. He stated directly, does the senior mean to say that I am unqualified? Indeed, in the eyes of the senior, the late foundation establishment stage is insignificant. However, I dare to seek refuge in the demon palace, not merely relying on this meager cultivation, but because I possess certain abilities that can be of use to the senior. Fengxin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest flashing in his pitch-black eyes, yet he still did not relent, merely saying, "Oh, abilities. I want to see if your so-called abilities can change my mind." After hearing this, Ye Jing no longer hesitated, and immediately summoned two insect companions. One was a golden devouring bug, now at the late second stage, and the other was a mid-second stage poison bee. Both of these insect companions had incredibly hard shells, and their pincers glinted with a cold light. Fengxin's inquisitive gaze suddenly narrowed, and the previously stagnant atmosphere surged, instinctively releasing a hint of nascent soul pressure. It was this pressure that caused the stone pillars in the hall to crack with intricate lines. He had lived for hundreds of years and seen countless extraordinary individuals, yet he had never seen a foundation establishment cultivator capable of nurturing two second-stage demonic insects. He had spent hundreds of years crafting a single second-stage insect, yet this old man had summoned two at once, each not weak in strength. Xintiyue's account had left him half convinced, but now seeing it in person left him utterly astonished. You are an insect path cultivator. Fengxin's voice turned colder, though lacking the previous disdain, now tinged with seriousness. Ye Jing was silent for a moment before saying, Senior, controlling insects is merely one of my abilities. I also have skills in beast taming, nurturing spiritual herbs, and repairing spiritual artifacts. Fengxin appeared surprised upon hearing this. So you old man have quite a diverse skill set. Ye Jing smiled. It's just that I have a bit of knowledge in all these areas. After saying this, he directly stored the two insect companions into the immortal willow, chuckling lightly, "I have embarrassed myself, senior." Fengxi, now serious, asked, "A Foundation establishment cultivator, who can cultivate two second-stage insect companions and possesses multiple skills, you old man are quite deep in hiding. Speak up, how capable are you in beast taming, herb nurturing, and artifact repairing?" "I can cultivate a third-stage early demonic dog, and beast taming possess all kinds of spiritual herbs for nurturing, and in artifact repairing, I can restore high-grade spiritual artifacts, even those with cracks, breaks, or shatters can be forcibly restored." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell silent, and Xintayuer was left speechless. She repeatedly exclaimed, "A third stage. A third-stage demonic beast. My heavens. Master, have you ever heard of anyone able to tame a third-stage demonic beast?" Though Fengxin was a nascent soul-mighty figure, and his heart was in tumult, his face remained calm. He quickly calculated in his mind, possessing a third-stage demonic beast along with a vast amount of spiritual herbs and artifact repairing skills, these extraordinary abilities spoken of so casually by this old man raised questions about who among the cultivators could possess such confidence. These trump cards were sufficient to compensate for the cultivation gap. In comparison, Ye Jing's late Foundation establishment cultivation was insignificant. The Demon Palace was currently in a phase of expansion, lacking individuals who could get things done and possess special skills. Keeping him around could be worth 1,000,000 soldiers. He was tempted, but said aloud, "Since this is the case, Lord Yi, I shall assign you a task. As long as you accomplish it, you will become a cultivator of my southern border Demon Palace from now on, enjoying the treatment of a protective elder." Ye Jing listened to his words, a glint flashing in his eyes. He said, "Predecessor, please give your orders. I, Yi, will not fail your command." The dark eyes of Fin Exine swept over the old man before him, his voice cold as ice. "Are you familiar with the rules of the Tsangu realm? I require you to seize a city for the southern Demon Palace." Xintayuer was taken aback and wanted to say something, but her words were halted by the sharp gaze of her master. Fin Exine continued, 3 months ago, a mid-golden core cultivator named Jin Zhong suddenly captured a city called Jianzhou City, belonging to the southern Demon Palace. That bald donkey possesses a powerful golden bell that shoots golden light, specifically targeting our southern Demon Palace cultivators. According to the rules of the Tsangu realm, during the city-seizing battle, nascent soul cultivators must not interfere. Only golden core cultivators can participate. As a result, I have already lost 2 subordinates. Considering you are merely at the late Foundation establishment stage, I will grant you 3 months to take Jianzhou City, slay Jin Zhong, and bring back the powerful golden bell in his possession. Upon his words, the demonic energy in the hall grew colder. Xintayuer could no longer hold back, and spoke loudly, "Master, this is too dangerous. Jin Zhong is a mid-golden core cultivator, and he is merely at the late Foundation establishment stage. Even with extraordinary abilities, this would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." Fin Exine shot her a cold glance. "The Southern Demon Palace does not reward those who do not work. If you find this task too harsh, do not enter my Southern Demon Palace." After saying this, he turned his gaze back to Ye Jing, full of scrutiny. "Ye family head, do you dare to accept this task? If you are afraid, you may turn and leave now. Oh, I will not stop you, and I will remember your kindness in saving you. The Buddha realm is forcing your family, and I will only assist you once, and that is all. You may not step into the Southern Demon Palace again." Ye Jing, upon hearing this, showed no hesitation. Instead, he met Fin Zin's gaze decisively, his tone resolute and sharp. "If the predecessor is willing to give me a chance, what do I have to fear?" He spoke confidently, what of a mid-golden core cultivator? 3 months from now, Jianzhou City will surely return to the Demon Palace, and Jin Zhong's head along with that magical artifact I will present to you with both hands. His words resonated powerfully. Xintayuer, standing beside him, was taken aback, opening her mouth to speak, but she found herself at a loss for words at Ye Jing's arrogance. The words of caution she had meant to give ultimately returned to her throat, but her eyes revealed even greater concern. Fin Exine fixed his gaze on Ye Jing, seemingly judging the truth in his words. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had seen too many sycophants and cowards, yet he had never encountered a late Foundation establishment cultivator who could remain so calm and even seem eager for such a perilous task. Even golden core cultivators would not guarantee they could defeat a mid-golden core. Either this person had some formidable trump card, or he was simply insane. After a moment, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, exhibiting a mix of appreciation and amusement. Good. Good indeed, brave Ye family head. I have not misjudged you. You truly possess some of the traits of a demon cultivator. As the laughter subsided, his tone grew more solemn. In that case, I shall say no more. It is up to you now. Ye Jing took the token, and then took his leave. His figure stood tall, showing no sign of retreat. Once Ye Jing disappeared from the hall, Xintayuer could no longer restrain herself from asking, "Master, are you really going to let Ye Senior go? Jin Zhong is so powerful, what if?" Xian raised his hand to interrupt her, his dark eyes gazing outside the hall, his tone profound. I have my considerations. This Ye Jing is extremely deep. For a late foundation establishment to possess such skills is no ordinary cultivator. If he can truly complete the task, it will be a great asset for our demon palace. Even if he cannot, it would only result in the loss of an inconsequential foundation establishment cultivator. Why not take the chance? Moreover, I want to see how this old fellow who dares to venture alone into the demon palace and swears a heart demon oath can surprise me. As Ye Jing left, he thought about the 3 months he had planning to find an inn and study how to refine beast puppets. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Ye Jing then flew towards Jianzhou City, as mentioned by Xian. Jianzhou City is located on the border of the southern region, originally a city of the demon palace, but now occupied by Jinzhou. The city walls were adorned with Buddhist runes with golden lights swirling and suppressing the surrounding demonic energy. At the city gate, 2 disciples of the Buddha sect held their staffs, their expressions solemn. The Buddha light surrounding them resonated with the golden light within the city, making it impossible for ordinary demon cultivators to approach. Ye Jing concealed himself in the mountains and forests outside the city, looking from afar, already contemplating his strategy. Although the golden light of Jinzhong specifically targets demon cultivators, it poses no threat to the righteous aura of Dao cultivators and can even be neutralized. He took a deep breath, no longer hiding his presence. With a leap, he landed outside the city gate, his black robe particularly striking against the golden light. Who goes there? Dare to intrude upon Jianzhou City? Shouted the guarding Buddha disciples, pointing their demon-slaying staffs. At Ye Jing, the Buddha lights. Ye Jing's expression was indifferent, without a word to spare. With a surge of spiritual energy, he easily shattered the 2 beams of Buddha light from the guards. Tell Jinzhong that someone from the southern demon palace has come to take his head and reclaim Jianzhou City. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding bell echoed from within the city, shaking the surrounding mountains and forests, and a golden light surged forth, transforming into a beam aimed straight at Ye Jing. Following that, a sturdy figure strode through the air, bald and gleaming, clad in a gray monk's robe, holding a half-person tall golden bell, none other than the mid-golden core cultivator Jinzhong. The remnants of the southern demon palace dare to come to their death. Jinzhong sneered lightly, shaking the golden bell in his hand. Another beam of golden light shot out, instantly dispersing the surrounding demonic energy and carving a deep ravine into the ground. The previous 2 demon cultivators were incinerated by the golden light before even touching my clothes. You, a mere late foundation establishment cultivator, dare to speak so arrogantly. He never expected that the defeated southern demon palace would send a late foundation establishment cultivator to confront him. Was he out of his mind? Ye Jing's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward with a demonic stride, his figure flickering and elusive, dodging the beam of golden light. A mid-golden core is nothing extraordinary. His aura surged, and with a wave of his long sword, a blade of sword energy shot forth, colliding with the golden light, producing a piercing roar. The golden light was actually shattered by the sword energy. Jinzhong did not have time to ponder why this person had suddenly become a golden core cultivator. Realizing the purity of Ye Jing's spiritual energy, his expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with astonishment. You are no ordinary demon cultivator. Are you a righteous cultivator? No need for more words, strike. Ye Jing wasted no time, flashing into action with his shimmering white sword, charging towards Jinzhong. The long sword danced, sword energy crisscrossing, leaving Jinzhong defenseless. Jinzhong continuously shook the large golden bell in his hand, shooting out beams of golden light, yet he could never trap Ye Jing, who continually consumed the golden light with his sword energy. The 2 fought fiercely above Jianzhou City, the sound of the bell intertwining with the sword energy, golden light clashing against white light, causing the entire Jianzhou City to tremble. Seeing this, the Buddha disciples in the city rushed to assist, beams of Buddha light surging towards Ye Jing. However, Ye Jing's physical body was extraordinarily strong, easily withstanding the consecutive attacks from Jinzhong. The light emitted by the Buddhist disciples caused little harm to Ye Jing. The continuous attacks merely shredded his clothing, revealing the armor beneath. Jinzhong immediately shouted, "You must have used some secret technique to ascend to Golden Core. Such wicked sorcery cannot be sustained for long." With that, he frantically shook the Jinzhong in his hand, attempting to strike down his enemy. The bell's sound grew even louder, and a beam of golden light several times thicker than before erupted like a massive golden mountain, rushing towards Ye Jing. This strike represented his full power, and even Ye Jing could feel an immense sense of pressure pinning him in place, rendering him unable to escape for a moment. "Die!" Jinzhong shouted loudly. Ye Jing felt the giant bell pressing towards him, and the spiritual power radiating from him was boiling under the golden light, akin to scalding water. It seemed that this golden light could enhance both spiritual power and demonic energy. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Such a treasure was a pity to hand over to that old demon of the demon palace. Since that was the case, he should end this quickly. A flash of blood light appeared in his eyes, his figure suddenly splitting into two, and then two dog-like shadows flew out to directly bite at the descending golden light. Before Ye Jing had the chance to consider how the old man had suddenly transformed into two, he felt the golden light he had summoned being fiercely bitten, and cracks instantly appeared. The two dog shadows had already bitten through his golden light, but there was only one old man among them. Ye Jing's scalp went numb. Where was the other one? Before he could think further, a blue flame ignited behind him like a meteorite, crashing down towards his head, moving so quickly he could not defend himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his spiritual power flooding out like a burst dam. However, as a golden core cultivator, his physical body was robust. The back of Ye Jing's bald head was directly caved in, unable to withstand this blow even with his protective golden body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his spiritual power flooding out like a burst dam. However, as a golden core cultivator, his physical body was robust. Even with his brain nearly crushed, he could still grip the Ye Jing and confront Ye Jing. Ye Jing shouted, "What kind of trick is this? How can there be 4 golden cores?" Ye Jing, holding a long sword, merely let out a cold laugh. "You won't get the chance to know. Prepare to die." With that, he and his clones charged forward. Ye Jing was severely injured and had no strength left to contend with Ye Jing. He desperately dodged, trying to escape into the city, thinking that once inside and activating the city's protective array, he could survive. But Ye Jing would not allow him to return to the city so easily, immediately throwing several flying knives mixed with daggers towards him. These flying knives were exceedingly sharp and strange, not only slicing through the monk's spiritual power, but also corrupting Ye Jing's physical body. With Ye Jing now felt like a slaughtered beast. Just when he was about to move the Ye Jing in his hand, he suddenly felt his arm go light, followed by intense pain. Ye Jing had taken the Ye Jing along with his arm. Ye Jing directly seized the Ye Jing with spiritual power, discarding the arm, and he controlled the Ye Jing to bring it closer. Noticing the intricate patterns on it, he simply urged it with a bit of spiritual power, causing it to ripple with sound. Ye Jing watched as Ye Jing toyed with the treasure he regarded as his life, his eyes filled with unwillingness and hatred. He exerted the last bit of strength to try to activate the remaining spiritual power in his body to counterattack, but was struck by a dagger thrown by Ye Jing that hit his dantian. Crack! The sound of the golden core shattering echoed in the empty valley. Ye Jing trembled all over, completely losing all cultivation, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless shell. Spare me. He no longer had the arrogance from before, pleading in fear. "I am a disciple of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. If you kill me, the Great Thunder Sound Temple will not let you go." Ye Jing scoffed, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Great Thunder Sound Temple. Since I dare to act, I am not afraid of the Great Thunder Sound Temple." Before his words fell, he flicked a finger, and the dagger that had pierced Ye Jing's dantian suddenly spun, thoroughly shattering the remnants of the golden core within. A faint trace of the nascent soul was about to escape, when it was instantly consumed by the flames gathered in Ye Jing's palm. Ye Jing let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide open, filled with a mix of unwillingness and fear. His body visibly shrank, ultimately losing all breath and becoming a lifeless shell. The monks below, seeing that the city lord was dead, were frightened and began to flee in all directions. Ye Jing, noticing this, simply called out, "Hafen, clean it up." The black dog beside him immediately let out a long howl, transforming into a gust of wind that swept down. The sounds of screams filled the air as blood and flesh splattered, and in no time there were no monks left in the city. Ye Jing intended to leave at this point, but he saw that a large amount of blood energy had appeared within the city. This blood energy did not belong to cultivators, but to mortals. He could not help but frown, descending on his sword to enter the city. In the city, those mortals had twisted faces with Buddhist seals on their foreheads, as if their life force had been drained. Strangely, even in such a state, they continued to kneel, banging their foreheads against the ground, as if in continuous mourning. Seeing this, Ye Jing could not help but recall how he first arrived in the Buddha realm. Those people had looked just as dazed, seemingly under some form of control. This place looked extremely eerie. Ye Jing immediately took out the communication token given by the old demon of the burning heart, activating it with spiritual power. Within a few seconds, a swarm of black insects appeared in midair. Gradually, they coalesced into a child. He glanced at the monks below, who were reduced to pulp, and flew down with satisfaction. "Not bad, this has gone much smoother than I expected." Ye Jing merely bowed, slightly refraining from interrupting, instead watching those maddened mortals with helplessness. The burning heart, noticing Ye Jing's gaze, spoke in a calm tone. "Master, you do not look any further. These people have been implanted with thoughts by those in the Buddha realm, and have become tools for them to absorb good intentions. Even if the thoughts on their heads are removed, they would merely be imbeciles, ultimately consuming their life force and dying. There is no saving them. With that, he flicked a strand of black fire from his fingertip, landing on Immortal. In an instant, the mortal lost all breath, their bodies slowly turning to ashes, and the Buddhist seal on their forehead dissipated as if it had never existed. Ye Jing's pupils constricted, yet he did not stop him. He knew that the old demon of the burning heart was speaking the truth. Such a lingering existence was indeed not as good as liberation. Seeing this, Ye Jing presented the Jin Zhong to the burning heart. The burning heart, recognizing Ye Jing's awareness of the situation, did not hesitate to accept the Jin Zhong, feeling a bit more favorable towards him. Not bad. From now on you are a cultivator under my southern border demon palace. If you need anything in the future you can come to find me. The burning heart was quite straightforward, patting Ye Jing on the shoulder. He had been observing Ye Jing's battle from the shadows, and this old man was even more promising than he had thought. Such a person must be thoroughly explored. Ye Jing nodded, then clasped his hand, saying, "Senior, I have something I wish to inquire about." The burning heart smiled. "You wish to ask about the good intentions of the Buddha realm, right?" Ye Jing, seeing that the burning heart had seen through his thoughts, felt no embarrassment, and simply said, "I hope Senior can provide some answers." Fenxin stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the remnants of blood and energy left in the city with a hint of disdain in his tone. As a former member of a sect under the Buddha realm, you should know that the Buddha here is not a benevolent figure meant to enlighten the world. The so-called good intentions are merely the fodder they cultivate. Ye Jing lowered his gaze, observing the ashes of the mortals at his feet, his brow furrowing. "Do you mean to say that these mortals' good intentions have been deliberately extracted by the cultivators of the Buddha realm? But why would they do such a thing? Good intentions are formless. How can they serve as nourishment?" Fenxin let out a cold laugh, waving his hand. A fragment of pure white energy flew out from the forehead of a still living mortal, the aura clean and gentle, yet tinged with a faint sense of restraint. This is what good intention is. The cultivators of the Buddha realm do not practice universal salvation, they practice theft of thoughts. They use Buddhist teachings as a guide, planting thoughts in the hearts of mortals, leading them day by day to cultivate good intentions and worship devoutly. Then through these thoughts they extract the pure good intentions and convert them into their own cultivation. Ye Jing's pupils contracted slightly as he recalled the twisted yet pious faces of those mortals, a chill rising in his heart. Such things can actually be converted into cultivation. This extraction is no different from soul-sucking, is it? Indeed, the so-called good intentions are merely a more pleasant name. This is also why they wish to continuously expand their territory to accommodate more mortals. Fenxin sneered. Buddhist cultivators often say the devil is 1 foot high, the Tao is 10 feet high, yet they themselves are engaged in the most sinister of activity. The power of good intentions is gentle and enduring, more easily absorbed than the spiritual power of cultivators or the demonic energy of the demonic path. Over time, the cultivators of the Buddha realm become increasingly addicted to this process, even going so far as to breed mortals in bulk, all for the continuous acquisition of good intentions. Ye Jing nodded, now understanding why the mortals under the rule of these Buddhist cultivators, despite being emaciated and weary, still worshipped fervently without knowing fatigue. Do other factions know about this? Ye Jing asked, his emotions complex, finding his own question somewhat amusing. Fenxin replied, "Of course, but all of this is kept under wraps. You as the head of the Yi family have reminded this humble one. If this were to be exposed now, it could potentially deal a heavy blow to them. Furthermore, haven't they confined the Falling Sunset region? Those factions might just target the Buddha realm." Ye Jing remained silent, sighing inwardly. After discussing some cooperative matters with Fenxin, he took his leave. In the past few days he had achieved his goal. Not only had he uncovered the core secrets of the Buddha realm's theft of thoughts, but he had also reached a loose partnership agreement with Fenxin. That was enough. Ye Jing returned to the Yi family city, this time bringing a beast puppet. Since it was his first encounter with the beast puppet, its structure was quite unfamiliar to him. He did not wish to disturb Lu Xianglan, who was busy refining golden cores, so he decided to try studying it himself. He found a secluded training room, placed the tiger puppet on the stone table, and unfolded the yellowed book, Initial Techniques of Beast Puppet Refinement, running his fingers over the ancient characters on the pages, focusing intently as he read. The book began by stating that the core of beast puppet refinement lies in the bones as the frame, the materials as the skin, the patterns as the guide, and the spirit as the control. This was starkly different from the spirit insects and corpse control techniques he had encountered previously. Corpse control relies on sinister energy. Spirit insects are nourished by celestial light and nutrients, while beast puppets are actually based on lifeless materials, using spirit stones and spiritual energy as guides to seal ferocity within the bones, then linking them with special runes to obey the master's commands. Ye Jing casually injected a wisp of spiritual energy into the tiger puppet's brow. The previously motionless puppet suddenly lit up with a faint green glow in its eyes, its limbs slightly curling as it emitted a low muffled roar. Though it lacked the essence of a living creature, it still bore a unique intimidation of a fierce beast. He tried to will it, and the tiger puppet immediately leaped up, its front paw swiping out, sending a fierce gust of wind that left deep claw marks on the edge of. Indeed, just as the shopkeeper said, it's agile and fierce. Ye Jing's eyes sparkled with delight, though he couldn't help but furrow his brow. However, the consumption of spiritual energy is greater than I expected. If refined in bulk, ordinary spirit stones might not suffice. He thought of the tributes demanded by the Buddha realm, the expenses of his subordinates, and the costs of currying favor with the southern border demon palace. The sense of urgency in his heart intensified, and he felt increasingly certain that pursuing the path of beast puppet refinement was the right choice. This method not only allows for waste utilization, converting the remains of hunted beasts into combat power, but also saves the trouble of nurturing spirit insects, conserving celestial light and spirit stones. Thus he no longer hesitated. He took out several remains of first-tier demonic beasts he had previously hunted from his storage bag, wolf bones, fox bones, and a damaged bear bone, all of which contained residual spiritual energy and were sturdy materials. He also retrieved some fragments of mysterious iron and insect powder purchased from the Gu Yunfang market. Following the proportions recorded in the book, he melted the mysterious iron into a liquid and mixed it with the insect powder. He carefully applied the mixture to the surface of the bones and used spiritual energy to outline the control puppet runes recorded in the book. However, this process of outlining the runes was far more complex than Ye Jing had imagined. Every stroke of the rune needed to be precise, and the amount of spiritual energy infused must be meticulously controlled. Too much would cause the rune to shatter, while too little would prevent the puppet from activating. It was akin to drawing talismans. Ye Jing was also capable of writing talisman paper. After all went out, and about the consumption of talisman paper was immense. Relying solely on the ones provided by Wu Guiyun was insufficient, so he had learned quite a bit to ensure he had a steady supply. However, refining medicine was another matter. Ye Jing had blown up around 100 medicinal furnaces, realizing he lacked the talent for alchemy, leaving Lu Xianglan and Yi Tianxue as the main forces in that regard. Ye Jing had also failed multiple times while outlining the runes, even burning his fingers black, but he did not become discouraged. Instead, he focused even more intently, repeatedly adjusting his spiritual energy output, correcting the paths of the runes according to the diagrams in the book. After a long while, the sky outside the training room had already lightened, and Ye Jing finally succeeded in outlining the final rune. The wolf bone puppet emanated a faint gray light, the rune on its brow glowing, its limbs twitching slightly. Though it was not as agile as the tiger puppet, it could stand steadily and obey simple commands. He let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of achievement in his heart. Though it is merely the lowest tier beast puppet, I have still managed to make a start. Indeed, a good start leads to success. With further refinement, it can become a decent combat force. Ye Jing smiled slightly, reaching out to stroke the rune on the wolf-bone puppet's brow, his fingertips allowing spiritual energy to flow gently, feeling the connection between the rune and the bones. He could clearly perceive that the agility of the puppet depended on both the quality of the bones and the precision of the rune's outline, while the consumption of spiritual energy was directly related to the puppet's tier and range of motion. He stored the wolf-bone puppet back in his storage bag and glanced at the incomplete bare bone on the table, his brow slightly furrowed. This bare bone retained the most residual spiritual energy and was the sturdiest. If he could complete the missing parts and reinforce it with better materials, he might be able to refine a second-tier beast puppet. Unfortunately, the bare bone was missing its right forelimb, and ordinary materials couldn't match its hardness. Attempting to force a connection would only lead to the patriarch. Something bad has happened. Just as Ye Jing was about to continue adjusting the beast puppet, a voice from a guest in the stone chamber interrupted. Ye Jing asked, "What is it?" The guest replied nervously, "Patriarch, a mortal kingdom has suddenly disappeared from existence." Ye Jing's delight faded away at these words, leaving only a solemn expression. Clarify what it means to vanish without a trace in the human realm. Was it due to the obliteration by demonic beasts, or was it devoured by other forces? The visiting guest quickly replied, "Neither. Yesterday our spies reported that a nation called the Daxia Kingdom, with a population of nearly 1 million, left not a single trace behind. The entire populace has vanished, and young master, Ye has already gone to investigate." Ye Jing remained silent for a moment, saying, "I understand now." At this moment, within the desolate Daxia Kingdom, Yi Tianhao arrived in this now desolate city-state, with his men frowning as he asked, "Have you detected any signs of spiritual energy?" The reporting guest respectfully replied, "Young master, we have thoroughly searched every corner of the city-state, and there are no ordinary fluctuations of spiritual. However, beneath the altar at the center of the city-state we discovered an extremely obscure and cold black aura, which certainly does not belong to the cultivators here. It exudes an eerie chill, and I dared not touch it lightly. Ye Tianha's eyes sharpened, and with a slight movement, he instantly darted to the altar at the center of the city-state. The altar was constructed from huge stones of a bluish-black hue, its surface covered in indistinct patterns with wisps of black aura slowly seep. Ye Tianhao narrowed his eyes, a flicker of disgust passing through him. He swung his sword, cleaving down onto the altar, and the altar shattered into pieces. Xianyu sect. Ye Tianhao gritted his teeth and shouted. The guests nearby were in disbelief and hurriedly asked, "Young master, are you saying this was the work of the Xianyu sect? But weren't they all wiped out?" They knew well that the Xianyu sect had conspired with the leader of the Ling Xiao sect to seize control of the entire Canggu realm, but ultimately fell in battle, and especially since the Xianyu sect had committed countless atrocities affecting numerous noble families. Are they trying to make a comeback now? Tisk, truly unkillable rats. Ye Tianhao was extremely furious. However, he had to take this matter seriously. The remnants of the Xianyu sect had quietly taken away an entire nation's populace without detection. This must be resolved immediately to prevent any signs of further expansion. As he thought this, Ye Tianhao took out several demon insects from his storage bag, which were given to them by Ye Jing for tracking purposes. Essentially, everyone in the Ye family had learned the art of insect control from Ye Jing. He bent down and placed the demon insects at the remnants of the black aura on the altar's ruins, speaking solemnly, "Follow the source of the black aura. No matter where it hides in the Canggu realm, we must find the remnants of the Xianyu sect, and remember not to alert the enemy." The poisonous hornets circled the black aura for a moment before splitting into 3 paths, tracing along the ground walls and air. He had already sent his guests to report this matter to Ye Jing, and he planned to act alone. This was not recklessness. As the sharpest sword of the Ye family, he still had several demon beasts to assist him. He had the capital to take them all down. At this moment, in a remote forest in Luoxiao land, the air was thick with the damp smell of decaying leaves mingled with an almost imperceptible cold. Ye Tianhao tracked the source and moved forward for about half an hour when the black aura suddenly thickened, and he could faintly hear the low hum of incantations, intermittent, obscure, and carrying a strange power that sent chills down one's spine. His gaze sharpened as he concealed his aura, pressing his body against the trunk of an ancient tree peering ahead. In a clearing deep within the forest, a crude black altar was erected resembling the one at the center of the Daxia Kingdom city-state, albeit on a smaller scale. Surrounding the altar stood a dozen or so cultivators dressed in black robes, and the ground was littered with white bones. At the center, a pale-faced man in a black robe seemed somewhat younger. He held a long staff accompanied by 2 dragon head puppets. The 2 dragon head puppets were wide-mouthed, absorbing the wailing souls. Indeed, it is you remnants. Ye Tianha's heart burned with rage as he recognized that the dragon head puppets belonged to the leader of the Xianyu sect, indicating that someone had inherited the legacy of this leader. The pale-faced man in the black robe seemed to sense something halting his staff, and the low incantation abruptly ceased. The black-robed cultivators turned their heads in unison, their pitch-black eyes locking onto the ancient tree where Ye Tianhao was hiding. The surrounding cold black aura surged with murderous intent, piercing to the bone. Ye Tianhao did not hide any longer and stepped forward. The leading black-robed man glared at Ye Jing, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he growled, "A member of the Ye family. You have quite the audacity to come alone." He could never forget the Ye family, for it was this family that had caused the Xianyu sect such devastation. If it weren't for him being the grandson of the elderly withered tree sent to guard a remote place, he too would have become dust like those Xianyu sect cultivators. The Ye family had been the most ruthless in exterminating them. Ye Tianhao unsheathed his sword, coldly mocking, "The Xianyu sect has committed numerous evils and has long been eradicated. You remnants dare to rise from the ashes and abduct 1,000,000 people from the Daxia Kingdom. Today I, Ye Tianhao, will act on behalf of heaven and cleanse you all." Acting on behalf of heaven. The black-robed man scoffed, a flicker of madness crossing his eyes. This Canggu realm should rightfully be ruled by my Xianyu sect. If it weren't for that old thing Ye Jing, meddling Ling Xiao sect would not have turned against us, and my Xianyu sect would not have met such a fate. Today I will first take you down, and then flatten the Ye family to restore the majesty of the Xianyu sect. With that he swung his staff fiercely and shouted, "Puppets kill." The 2 dragon head puppets instantly flashed with red light in their eyes. Their massive bodies surged forward, the ground cracking beneath their feet, and they opened their tooth-filled mouths, charging at Ye Tianhao. These puppets were enveloped in a rich, sinister spiritual energy. Ye Tianhao immediately unleashed his sword, the sword energy howling forth with his movements, directly targeting the heads of the dragon head puppets. Clang! The sword energy collided with the dragon puppet's head, creating a piercing metallic clang, sparks flying. The puppet's head only bore a shallow white mark, remaining completely unscathed. As expected of the dragon head puppet left by Xian Yin, its hardness truly lives up to its reputation. Yi Tianhao thought, inwardly shifting his steps as he deftly dodged the puppet's massive claws. At the same time, he twisted his wrists, slashing his sword diagonally, accurately aiming for the gap in the puppet's neck, its weak point. Ding! The long sword pierced precisely into the gap, black aura gushing out from the opening. The puppet's movements stalled, the red light in its eyes dimming slightly, but soon it returned to normal, its massive claws swinging violently towards Yi Tianhao's back with astonishing speed. Yi Tianhao reversed his sword with ease, effortlessly blocking the puppet's attack. Following that, the sword blade, wrapped in pure righteous spiritual energy, specifically countered the sinister aura. The sword was unstoppable, easily cleaving through the dragon head puppet. The red light in the eyes of the two dragon head puppets extinguished instantly, their massive bodies went rigid, and then they collapsed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Impossible! How could you possibly break my puppets? The black-robed man's expression changed drastically, the madness in his eyes replaced by shock. He never expected that Yi Tianhao, relying solely on himself, could not only contend with two dragon head puppets, but also defeat one of them, and even counter his decayed black aura. Yi Tianhao landed, gripping his longsword, and walked step by step towards the black-robed man, the white light on the sword blade still shining brilliantly, exuding a chilling murderous intent. The remnants of the Xian Yu sect, today you shall thoroughly understand that those who do evil will eventually face retribution. Yi Tianhao's voice was as cold as frost. With each step he took, the ground seemed to be drenched in his overwhelming spiritual power, causing the chilling black mist lingering in the woods to retreat beneath his feet. The man in black stared at the advancing Yi Tianhao, his initial shock gradually replaced by deep resentment. He suddenly tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, and the black skull embedded at the top of the staff suddenly emitted a red glow, then spewed forth a thick, inky black mist. Retribution. The retribution of my Xian Yu sect should be paid by your Yi family. The man in black howled. Disciples formed the array. Kill him. More than a dozen figures in black echoed in unison, moving swiftly to encircle the makeshift black altar, each drawing a black token from their hands. Once activated, the tokens released streams of black mist that intertwined with the mist emanating from the altar, forming a massive black barrier that enveloped the entire clearing. Within the barrier, countless tiny soul phantoms struggled and wailed in the black mist. These souls were those abducted commoners from the Great Xia Kingdom, their vitality weak, ready to be completely consumed by the black mist at any moment. You dare! Yi Tianhao immediately retorted, thrusting his sword at the nearest black-robed cultivator. The cultivator was caught off guard, the sword energy piercing through his shoulder, black mist gushing from the wound, as he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, instantly being counterattacked by the surrounding black mist, transforming into a puddle of black water. Yet the remaining black-robed cultivators remained unfazed, steadfastly maintaining the formation. The barrier grew denser, and the cries of the soul phantoms within became increasingly tragic. Futile. The man in black cackled, sweeping his staff, and suddenly countless tendrils formed from the black mist, shot out from within the barrier, rushing towards. This formation has fused the souls of an entire city, capable of devouring all spiritual energy. Even if your swordsmanship is exceptional, you will fall here today and become the nourishment for my Xian Yu sect's revival. Really? Yi Tianhao responded calmly, showing no fear or even a hint of anger. He asked indifferently. The man in black suddenly felt a sense of unease when a sharp flash of sword light suddenly swept past, easily slicing towards his neck. The man in black hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. The sharp blade cut through half of his throat, blood gushing forth immediately. Meanwhile, Yi Tianhao, who was originally within the formation, held a golden light bowl in his hand, and the golden light emitted from the bowl extinguished the attacks. Yi Tianhao mocked. I thought your formation that devours everything was formidable. I am truly disappointed. The man in black clutched his bleeding throat, his eyes filled with disbelieving madness. With the last of his strength, he slammed his staff violently against the altar. If I cannot have it, then no one can. The formation will self-destruct, and we shall perish together. Before his voice could fade, the black altar trembled violently. The black mist within the barrier surged explosively. The struggling soul phantoms emitted deathly howls, and the trees in the forest were corroded by the black mist, crackling as stones flew and dust swirled. Yi Tianhao's gaze sharpened as he raised the golden light bowl high, the golden light suddenly surging like a blazing sun, suspended in midair, completely enveloping the black barrier. Spiritual energy continuously poured into the bowl, and the golden light pierced through the black mist, landing on the altar forcefully, suppressing the self-detonation of the formation. The black-robed cultivators maintaining the formation were repelled by the golden light. One by one they emitted smoke, their black robes tearing apart inch by inch, spitting out black blood, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, and moments later they ceased to breathe, their black mist completely purified by the golden light, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. Seeing the golden light bowl, the man in black immediately cried out, "How do you possess such magical artifacts from the sorcerers? Has your Ye family already made dealings with the Buddha realm?" Ye Tianhao, upon hearing this, immediately questioned sternly, "What do you mean by that?" The man in black realized he had misspoken and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest as his spiritual energy directly dissipated. Moreover, with the formation broken, his disciples annihilated and blood surging to his head, the wound on his throat burst open again, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and his body slumped down, eyes glazing over. Before dying, he fixed his gaze on Ye Tianhao, filled with unwillingness, saying, "Ye family, my Xinyu sect will not let this go." After sheathing his sword, Ye Tianhao directly severed the black-robed man's nascent soul, coldly surveying the altar made of piled bones around him. He stepped forward to examine the destroyed altar, and at that glance he was instantly filled with shock. Beneath the shattered altar lay an unknown entity covered in black armor, but Ye Tianhao clearly sensed an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from within, causing him to feel a chill of fear. Though this entity was already dead, it seemed these people were using the bodies of mortals to nurture it to maturity. However, due to the man in black's sudden destruction, it had lost its life. Ye Tianhao understood that this object was not simple, so he quickly sent a message to summon Ye Jing. For such a strange entity, it was better not to touch it. Before long, Ye Jing arrived. "What is the situation?" Ye Jing's voice was not loud. He glanced over the faint black mist that had not yet dissipated, his eyes flashing with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, Ye Tianhao stepped aside, pointing to the unknown entity covered in black armor beneath the ruins of the altar, his tone grave. "Grandfather, the remnants of the Xianyu sect abducted 1 million citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it was to use the souls of mortals to nurture this thing." The man in black just now was the grandson of the elder of the withered tree, inheriting part of the teachings of the Xianyu sect leader. He attempted to self-destruct the formation to perish together, but I used the golden light bowl to suppress and kill him. It is just this black armored thing. Ye Jing listened to his grandson's report, then nodded to indicate he understood. He approached the altar, bending down close to the ruins, his gaze fixed on the black armored entity. The black armor was pitch black with blood bubbling beneath, however, relying on his powerful divine sense, Ye Jing probed further down, and was somewhat surprised. This entity had a pair of horns for legs, and a serpent-like body resembling a flood dragon. Unfortunately, it was long dead. It seemed that these Xianyu sect members wanted to refine it into a beast puppet. What surprised Ye Jing even more was that this beast was actually a third-tier magical beast. Fortunately, the discovery was timely, and it was destroyed by the Xianyu sect members in a desperate struggle. If they had succeeded, it would have meant a golden core level combat power, signifying that the Xianyu sect would make a comeback. Calming himself, he then said to Ye Tianhao, "Tianhao, check what is in their storage bags." Ye Tianhao hurriedly collected their storage bags, then opened them to find they contained various Buddhist talismans and magical artifacts. He immediately said, "Grandfather, these are all Buddhist cultivation methods. These remnants of the Xianyu sect have dealings with the Buddha realm." Ye Jing furrowed his brow and said, "Previously the leader of the Xianyu sect was also taken by the Buddha realm. Now these people are puppets of the Buddha." "Grandfather, I still don't understand. The Buddha realm is so powerful with nascent soul, true ones, why do they still secretly cooperate with these people to abduct others?" Ye Tianhao found it strange. Ye Jing pondered for a moment, and then said, "Tianhao, I previously learned about matters within the Buddha realm. They enslave mortals, absorbing their good intentions as the foundation of their cultivation. Therefore their demand for mortals is very high. However, they are restricted by other forces and cannot openly send nascent soul venerables. Thus, they can only secretly collude with the Xianyu sect, a wicked sect marginalized by the righteous path, using the hands of the Xianyu sect to abduct mortals, both concealing their intentions and reaping the benefits." Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Ye Tianhao furrowed his brow. He nodded, then immediately thought of something. "Grandfather, the man in the black robe panicked when I used the golden light bowl, and he even claimed that our Ye family has dealings with the Buddha realm." Ye Jing replied, "There's nothing strange about that, because the golden light bowl is indeed related to Buddhist cultivation. However, I acquired it by coincidence, merely a stroke of luck." At this point, Ye Jing glanced at the corpse of the flood dragon on the ground, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Most likely that altar contains a third-order flood dragon beast puppet, Tianhao." "What a third-order beast puppet?" Ye Tianhao exclaimed in shock. Ye Jing stored the corpse in his storage bag, and said, "Tianhao, first deal with the corpses of those from the Xianyu sect. I have a feeling that since our Yi family has killed the Xianyu sect members who cooperated with the Buddha realm, they certainly won't let this matter rest. Saying this, he swallowed hard, and continued, Tianhao, go inform everyone in the clan, and prepare for a tough battle. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhao naturally felt a sense of urgency, and hurriedly agreed. Meanwhile, Ye Jing thought to himself that he was just researching how to create beast puppets, and the arrival of this third-order flood dragon corpse was perfectly timed. If he could successfully refine and restore it, they would have another combatant with golden core strength. After this incident, the entire Yi family was invigorated, facing a tense situation. Ye Jing even made a trip to the southern wilderness demon palace to explain the situation to Shun Tu Yuer, seeking to raise their crisis awareness. Moreover, Ye Jing's insect familiars discovered that cultivators from the Buddha realm were approaching the vicinity of the Yi family, seemingly surveilling them. Ye Jing recalled that he had previously helped Shun Tu Yuer find a fissure in a rocky area where a third-order metal attribute spirit mine was being nurtured. Coincidentally, his golden devouring insect had grown to the late second order, so he thought he might as well go check that fissure to see how the spirit mine was developing. If it had matured, he could use the celestial willow to elevate the golden devouring insect's rank, thus gaining another combatant with golden core strength. With this thought, Ye Jing set off immediately. The wind swept across the desolate mountains and fields, rustling the dry leaves. A gentle breeze passed, gradually transforming into Ye Jing, who traversed swiftly, using his spiritual power. Several poisonous hive bees assigned to patrol quietly avoided him, keeping the entire area under his control. It took him just a short incense stick of time to arrive at the location. The fissure still lay deep within the rocky area, its edges concealed by the concealment formation he had previously set up. Ordinary cultivators, upon scanning with their divine sense, would perceive it merely as a common mountain crack, failing to detect the surging metal attribute spiritual energy beneath. Ye Jing approached and flicked a subtle spiritual gesture, causing a corner of the concealment formation to slowly recede, and a rich, heavy metallic aura rushed towards him. The solidity and sharpness of the aura were several times thicker than it had been days ago. With a thought, the golden devouring insects hiding within the mine stirred, sending out strands of shimmering golden light from the darkness. Among them, the golden devouring insect that had been nurtured within also flew out, rapidly expanding its body before Ye Jing. Its body had grown significantly larger, its carapace gleaming with a golden sheen, and the surrounding metallic spiritual energy was as fine as silk, having firmly reached the pinnacle of the late second order, only a step away from stepping into the third order and evolving to possess even stronger devouring and armor-piercing capabilities. Indeed, you truly needed the nourishment of metal attribute spiritual energy. In just a few days, your growth is quite impressive, Ye Jing remarked with satisfaction upon seeing this. He used his divine sense to probe downward, reaching the core of the mine. The previously discovered second-order spirit mine, which was still in the process of nurturing and transformation, had now ballooned in size, radiating a golden brilliance, with its internal spiritual power crazily merging and settling. The previously restless aura had begun to become dense, suggesting it had transformed into a third-order spiritual object. Ye Jing knew that such a naturally advanced third-order spirit mine was far purer than what could be obtained through ordinary mining. It would be an excellent choice for nurturing the golden devouring insects, refining tools, and concocting pills, its value immeasurable. Seeing this, he hesitated no longer, and jumped straight down from the fissure to stand before the spiritual object. Ye Jing raised his hand, and a strand of spiritual power from the celestial willow appeared. Third-order spiritual object metal attribute golden spirit mine requires 6,000 celestial light for the elevation of the metal attribute golden devouring insect elevation directions, defense enhancement, agility enhancement, insect swarm enhancement. After upgrading Black Wind, Ye Jing knew that after elevating to the third order, he wouldn't need to choose just one option, but could enhance all three aspects, simultaneously focusing on the one chosen in the second order. Ye Jing immediately used the golden spirit mine, and as soon as it touched the carapace of the golden devouring insect, it dissolved, instantly transforming into an extremely pure metallic spiritual power rushing into its body like a raging river. The golden devouring insect emitted a resonant hum that echoed throughout the mine, no longer the faint sound it made in the second order, but rather resonating with the clang of metal collisions. The golden light in its compound eyes surged, nearly breaking through the darkness of the mine, illuminating the depths of the fissure as bright as day. Buzz! A resonating hum sounded, and the aura of the golden devouring insect suddenly stilled before it broke free from its cocoon. It firmly reached the initial stage of the third order, and the vortex of spiritual energy around it gradually dissipated, replaced by a powerful pressure that... At this moment, the golden devouring insect had grown to several meters high, resembling a small mountain. When it unfolded its wings, they could nearly cover the entire entrance of the mine, and the membranous surfaces were lined with golden veins. The gusts generated by its flapping sent the rubble on the ground spiraling, causing Ye Jing's robes to flutter wildly. Ye Jing could not help but admire the elevation of his subordinates, beast smiling. Not bad, truly beautiful. In his sea of consciousness, the final elevation results granted by the celestial willow appeared. Third-order golden devouring insect cultivation stabilized at the initial stage of the third-order 3 enhancements, completed simultaneously with defense enhancement emphasized. Skill upgrades: golden mystical iron armor, high-tier insect swarm shield, high-tier armor piercing bite, enhanced insect tide commander, enhanced new skills, golden spirit barrier, spiritual sense warning. Ye Jing understood that after the enhancements, the insect's carapace and the shield formed by several small insects could block full-force attacks from mid-golden core cultivators, and even its armor-piercing capability had greatly increased. As for the newly added skill, golden spirit barrier, consuming a small amount of metal spirit energy, a substantial golden spirit barrier is formed around the end. The barrier's hardness rivals that of high-tier defensive magical tools capable of autonomously resisting attacks, while extending the barrier's control to protect designated targets, serving as an ultimate defensive supplementary measure. The second new skill, spiritual sense warning, enhanced by agility enhancement. The insect's spiritual sense range has expanded several times, allowing it to sense all fluctuations of spiritual energy within several miles. It can detect hidden cultivators, demons, and traps or formations, issuing warnings to help Ye Jing avoid risks. Ye Jing was extremely satisfied with this, and he even used the 10,000 beasts return to the clan ability given by the celestial willow to experience the capabilities of the golden devouring insect. In an instant, the movements within hundreds of miles were absorbed into his mind, and even his physical body was covered with a layer of nearly imperceptible insect carapace. This defensive capability maximally ensured that Ye Jing would not suffer serious injuries in battle, as long as he did not encounter a nascent soul true practitioner. Ye Jing was very pleased, stroking the golden devouring insect, and looked at the surrounding spirit mine, finally revealing a heartening smile. 3 months later, someone from the Buddha realm arrived, but it was only a Foundation establishment cultivator who politely presented a formal invitation to Ye Jing. It was said that there would be a Buddhist scripture banquet in Putuwa City hosted by the city lord, a little monk who had previously sought out Ye Jing. His name was Jin Lian, and he specifically invited Ye Jing to attend. After receiving the invitation, the bald cultivator emphasized repeatedly that this banquet was meant solely for Ye Jing's attendance. Ye ancestor, our city lord Jin Lian, has said that this Buddhist banquet is only for discussing the Tao, so please do not decline. Ye Jing slowly replied, "Thank you, master. Since it is a banquet, how could I not attend?" The Foundation establishment cultivator then directly conjured a resplendent spiritual boat with a wave of his hand, saying, "Without further ado, then let us proceed." As a cultivator from the Buddha realm had come, the members of the Ye family were extremely nervous. Ye Jing gave them a reassuring glance before following the cultivator aboard the spiritual boat. Now, whether this would be a blessing or a curse, he could only take the first step. Ye Xian and Ye Yi, seeing their father leave, felt worried, but were also helpless. However, Ye Xian quickly ordered his children in a low voice. "You all go check how the teleportation array is set up, and leave one person to guard the formation." Understood. The members of the Ye family responded and dispersed to attend to their tasks. Meanwhile, on Ye Jing's side, he closed his eyes to rest, but his divine sense remained taut, paying close attention to the surroundings. He noticed that along the path of the flying boat, the buzzing of demonic insects filled his ears, informing him that since he left Ye family city, there were numerous hidden auras secretly heading towards Ye family city, as if attempting to quietly surround it. Though they were all well concealed, they could not escape the detection of the demonic insects. Clearly the Buddha realm had already made its move. Thanks to the swift speed of the spiritual boat and the absence of obstacles at the border, they reached Putuwa City in just 2 hours. "Elder, the city lord is waiting for you in the city temple. Please follow me." The Foundation establishment cultivator guided Ye Jing into the city. Along the way, Ye Jing noticed that there were very few mortals in the city. Occasionally encountering a few, they all appeared pale, with vacant expressions surrounded by a faint aura of death, clearly having had their good intentions extracted. Ye Jing's unease deepened, but he maintained a calm facade as he followed the Foundation establishment cultivator to Lianhua Temple. Lianhua Temple was grand in scale. In the main hall, a massive golden Buddha sat prominently, with incense burning plentifully, yet there were hardly any monks present. Only one monk clad in a light golden robe sat on a mat in the hall, eyes closed as he chanted sutras. This monk was surrounded by a faint golden light, his aura rich and profound. He was clearly at the initial stage of golden core cultivation. He must be Jin Lian, the respected one. "City lord, the Ye family ancestor has arrived." The Foundation establishment cultivator reported with a bow, then quietly retreated as the hall doors slowly closed, isolating the two within. Jin Lian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on Ye Jing. There was no trace of malice in his eyes, but rather a hint of a smile as he joined his palms together and said, "Ye ancestor, having traveled from afar, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Ye Jing slightly nodded in acknowledgement, his tone unperturbed. "You flatter me, Jin Lian. I am naturally here to attend the banquet, as invited." Jin Lian smiled lightly before asking, "Ye ancestor, how have you been recently? Your Ye family's influence has surely grown even stronger, hasn't it?" Hearing the danger in his words, Ye Jing forced a smile and replied, "Jin Lian, just say what you intend to do. There is no need for such roundabout speak." Jin Lian then sighed, fixing a steady gaze on Ye Jing, his spiritual power surging. "Ye family master, you are quite clever and ambitious. What we need are obedient servants, so I am afraid I must commit a most grievous act." Ye Jing narrowed his eyes. "Are you planning to kill me?" The kindness on Jin Lian's face transformed into malice as two golden core cultivators appeared in the hall, surrounding Ye Jing. Seeing this, Ye Jing couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. Three golden core cultivators joining forces to deal with a single late foundation establishment cultivator. Isn't that a bit excessive? The smile on Jin Lian's face completely vanished, and the golden light around him turned sharp as a blade, his tone icy. "Ye ancestor, you jest. Although you are a late foundation establishment, you have secret methods that can elevate you to golden core strength, along with the ability to control beasts and manipulate demonic insects. Your methods are endless. With such potential, and your cunning nature keeping you alive would only pose a threat. Moreover, you have thwarted my grand plans. Today is the day of reckoning." Before his words had even settled, the golden core cultivators on either side had already moved. The monk on the left flickered, and a flame-imbued white candle appeared in his hand. With a gentle gesture, the flame within the candle suddenly expanded, forming a great fire that surged toward Ye Jing. The monk on the right also formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations as a lotus platform beneath him emitted light, instantly shooting out numerous beams of light, resembling sharp knives. Their moves were extremely swift, aiming to completely slay Ye Jing right then and there. Seeing this, Ye Jing's body suddenly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, instantly vanishing before their eyes, causing their attacks to collide in an instant. The moment their attacks collided, flames and Buddhist light clashed, producing a piercing crackling sound. The golden bricks in the treasure hall were burned to the point of shattering, debris flying as the once serene temple turned into chaos. Even the golden Buddha statue on the high platform trembled slightly, and the gilded surface began to flake off. "Oh." The monk holding the candle on the left expressed surprise, clearly not expecting Ye Jing to evade their ambush so effortlessly. He quickly flicked the candle, and the rising flames transformed into several fire serpents pursuing the trail of black smoke. Wherever they passed, the air was scorched and twisted. The monk on the right did not lag behind, either, hastening the speed of his hand seals, the incantations becoming more urgent, as the lotus platform beneath him glowed intensely, countless beams of Buddhist light shooting toward the black smoke, sealing off all of Ye Jing's escape routes. As the Buddhist light passed, even the pillars within the hall were cut deeply, with shavings flying everywhere. Yet regardless of their efforts, it was as if they could not touch Ye Jing at all, who effortlessly slipped through. Jin Lian was taken aback, realizing that this old man had regained golden core strength. He immediately shouted, "Ye ancestor, do you really think that with just these methods you can escape from the hands of the three golden core cultivators?" With that, he picked up a copper mirror and aimed it at Ye Jing. The copper mirror was lustrous, inscribed with dense Sanskrit characters. Once activated, blinding golden light burst forth from its surface, forming a concentrated beam aimed directly at the black smoke. This golden light was entirely different from the Buddhist light emitted by the two monks. It instead carried a domineering power of restraint, disrupting the spiritual energy in the air. Even the elusive black smoke suddenly halted, as if bound by an invisible force. Seeing this, Ye Jing chose not to dodge, his eyes turning cold, as he swung a blue flame meteor hammer and charged forward. The immense force compelled Jin Lian to use his spiritual power for defense, the weight of the meteor hammer instantly sending Jin Lian flying several meters. Jin Lian was stunned, realizing how strong this old man was. Ye Jing sneered, saying, "All right then, let me have a proper fight with you bald donkeys." Seeing the old man in a wild state, Jin Lian felt a deep hatred gnawing at her teeth. "Ye Jing, today I've changed my mind. I want to capture you alive and squeeze out everything you know from that brain of yours." Jin Lian waved the copper mirror in her hand, and the reflection in the mirror showed a golden dragon rushing towards Ye Jing, ready to bite. Ye Jing tore his clothes to reveal golden skin, his physical body extraordinarily robust, enduring the attacks of the two golden core monks beside him. The three monks were astonished to see the golden light emanating from Ye Jing. Not to mention the terrifying solidity of his body. Even with their fierce assaults and magical attacks, they could not shake his physical form. Ye Jing leaped into the air and punched the roaring golden dragon that was charging in. Boom. The dragon was instantly sent flying far away by the powerful punch. How? How is this possible? Especially Jin Lian exclaimed. When did you learn our Buddha's golden body? Ye Jing let out a cold laugh. What Buddha's golden body? All of this is the result of my own hard training of the flesh. Damn it. I underestimated you. Looking at Ye Jing, who was growing more courageous in battle, Jin Lian doubted whether this old man was truly just a foundation establishment cultivator or if he was actually a golden core cultivator in disguise. Now the three of them could hardly hold Ye Jing back. They were afraid their spiritual energy would be exhausted before they could defeat him. Seeing this, Jin Lian shouted, "Do you know that today besides you the entire Ye family is doomed?" Ye Jing paused for a moment, then was forced back several meters by a monk's sharp lotus platform, his eyes filled with killing intent. What do you mean? Seeing him disturbed, Jin Lian grinned sinisterly. Ye Jing, I already sent one of my senior brothers to Ye family city under the pretense of inviting you to a banquet. According to the current timing, your relatives might have already reached the netherworld. After saying this, he changed from benevolence to laughter. Look at you, how pitiful. This is the fate of opposing our Buddha realm. Ye Jing's expression darkened, then he let out a laugh. Though he restrained it somewhat, Jin Lian still noticed. He immediately questioned, what are you laughing at? Have you gone mad? Ye Jing wiped his face, a coldness appearing on his aging countenance. I laugh at your stupidity, laugh at the people of your Buddha realm, who will forever only play these lowly tricks. Do you really think Ye is the kind of person who waits for your Buddha realm to reap him? Jin Lian and the monk's expressions instantly froze, and he forced himself to suppress his strange emotions. Stop pretending. Besides our Buddha realm, what powerful forces can you living in a place like the Falling Sunset region possibly contend against us? You're just bluffing. Ye Jing replied calmly. You might as well contact those you sent out, and see if they can still send you messages. Jin Lian's eyes widened as he looked at Ye Jing's nonchalant demeanor. His heart sank suddenly. He immediately released his divine sense, connecting with the bodies he had sent out. As soon as he did, he felt as though he was being gripped all over, sending a chilling. He saw that his clone was currently being held by a powerful venerable's grip around its throat, unable to move. His consciousness reached that clone, and stiffly lifting his head, he saw a pale face emerge from a sea of black mist, a face that Jin Lian recognized all too well. In front of that black mist stood his dispatched disciples, and a senior brother, all of whom had become skeletal remains lying on the ground devoid of life. His entire mind went blank, his lips trembling uncontrollably. South Border. The great elder of the South Border Demon Palace, Burning Heart. At that moment, Burning Heart felt a trace of spiritual consciousness, and curiously grasped Jin Lian's clone, then let out a malicious laugh. Oh, you bald donkeys finally realized something was off. But unfortunately it's too late. After saying this, he squeezed his hand, causing the clone to shatter instantly, and the excruciating pain immediately reverberated back to Jin Lian. Jin Lian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire spiritual power collapsing. Seeing this, the two monks hurried forward to support Jin Lian, anxiously calling out, Senior brother, are you okay? Jin Lian coughed up blood filled with rage and resentment. Ye Jing, you actually colluded with the demon cultivators. I tell you, your Ye family is finished. Just wait. I will report to the abbot and annihilate your entire Ye family, severing your lineage. Everyone in the ancient realm knows that the Buddha realm and the South Border Demon Palace are sworn enemies. Now Ye Jing has actually allied himself with the South Border Demon Palace, which is simply a heinous crime. Ye Jing felt no fear at all. He coldly laughed. You want me to come, I come. Now you want to leave, and you think too little of me as a guest. Jin Lian still wanted to retreat, with the two monks thinking that in his eyes, Ye Jing alone could hardly kill the three golden core cultivators. As long as one of them escaped, even if the Ye family had a nascent soul old monster helping them, so what? As long as they could find a nascent soul venerable among them, they could hold back Burning Heart and destroy the Ye family. He did not believe that Burning Heart would fight to the death for the Ye family. The Ye family must be eliminated. They had developed to such a terrifying extent, even cooperating with the South Border Demon Palace. If allowed to continue, they would become a grave threat to the Buddha realm. Just as they were about to activate their escape techniques, suddenly two figures flashed and landed. Transforming into a longhorned black dog and a massive golden devouring insect, they blocked Jin Lian's escape, letting out piercing roars. Jin Lian recognized the longhorned black dog at a glance, furiously cursing. So it was you, Ye Jing. You killed Huayan and Jiechun. You are simply a demon. Previously, they in the Buddha realm had all assumed it was the 100 Demon Valley that had acted, not realizing that it was Ye Jing who had led them to offend the 100 Demon Valley. Compared to you, I'm not even close to being a demon. Ye Jing coldly replied, then laughed. However, since you have treated this old man so hospitably, I should return. As soon as he finished speaking, the black wind lifted its head first, emitting waves of light from its horns. Those present, including Jean Lian, felt a sense of apocalyptic pressure followed by dizziness and weakness in their limbs. Ye Jing shot out like an arrow, his golden body shining with a chilling glow in the sunlight, his fist wrapped in the sound of breaking air smashing towards one of the monks supporting Jean Lian. The monk was caught off guard and hurriedly raised his hand to form a seal, erecting a lotus shield surrounded by Buddhist light. But the next second the black wind surged up, biting into that shield with a crisp crack, causing it to shatter instantly. Ye Jing's fist ruthlessly struck the monk's chest. The monk let out a muffled groan, his body flying away like a kite, with a broken string blood spraying from his mouth, and after hitting the ground, he was lifeless, the sound of his golden core shattering within him clearly audible. The other monk was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, holding a candle flame, still wanting to burn Ye Jing. But Ye Jing was utterly unafraid, allowing the flames to fall upon him. The insect carapace on his body only left a few shallow white marks, which he grabbed the monk's wrist with his other hand. With a slight exertion, the sound of bones shattering echoed, and the monk's piercing scream abruptly stopped. Ye Jing casually tossed him towards the golden devouring insect. The golden devouring insect let out a sharp shriek, its mouth opening wide, and countless tiny golden devouring insects surged out instantly, enveloping the monk. In a mere breath, only a clean white skeleton remained, with even the golden core completely devoured. After this battle, only Jean Lian remained on the field. He clutched his chest, his mouth filled with blood, filled with regret. He incessantly cursed in his heart, wondering why he had provoked such a calamity. He looked at Ye Jing, who appeared like a demonic god, and then at the menacing longhorned black dog and the golden devouring insect beside him. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, losing all semblance of his earlier arrogance. Ye Jing, you cannot kill me. I am a direct disciple of the host of the Buddha realm. If you kill me, the host will surely lead the armies of the Buddha realm to flatten your Ye family city and eradicate all your kin. Jean Lian howled fiercely, trying to intimidate Ye Jing with the might of the Buddha realm. Ye Jing looked down at him, his aged eyes devoid of any waves, only a chilling coldness. Flatten the Ye family. Didn't you just try that? Unfortunately, you lack the capability. As for the host you speak of, I've already done so much. Do I fear him now? You dare? Jean Lian's eyes widened in rage, yet he lacked the strength even to raise his hand. Ye Jing no longer hesitated. The meteor hammer reappeared in his hand, blue flames swirling around it. With a dull thud, the bald man was smashed to pieces. Jean Lian could not believe until his death that his meticulously crafted scheme would ultimately fall to a Foundation establishment stage cultivator he had never taken seriously. He could hardly believe that Ye Jing had colluded with the Southern Demon Palace, cutting off all his escape routes. After completely dealing with Jean Lian and the others, a mass of black mist suddenly appeared. The once present Fin Xian walked out from that shadow, a playful smile dancing upon his pale face. Ye family ancestor, your abilities have grown increasingly formidable. To have dealt with 3 golden core cultivators, it seems I did not misjudge my partner. Ye Jing hurriedly replied respectfully, I dare not claim such merit. I merely borrowed the power of my senior. Without the elder's assistance in stabilizing Ye family city, I would not have been able to resolve these troubles here. Fin Xian waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the bones on the ground, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These bald monks from the Buddha realm should have been taught a lesson long ago. However, ye old ghost, you must think clearly. Collaborating with me from the Southern Demon Palace means standing against the orthodox sects of the entire Kanga world. The Buddha realm will surely have no peace with your Ye family. Ye Jing smiled lightly in response. The rhetoric of the orthodox sects is merely for show. For me, as long as I can ensure the safety of my kin, what difference is there between the demon path and the righteous path? Fin Xian, seeing this, nodded in appreciation. Well said, Ye family ancestor. You have killed those 3 golden cores, so according to the rules, this Putuo city belongs to my Southern Demon Palace. As a reward for this endeavor, I entrust the management of this city to you. Ye Jing was taken aback, thinking, is this truly not meant to burden me? He just killed those 3 golden cores. If the Buddha realm learns that I brazenly occupy the city, they will surely go mad and seek to kill me. However, this also signified that he and the Ye family had crossed a point of no return. Suppressing his astonishment, Ye Jing maintained a respectful facade and bowed deeply to Fin Xian. Thank you for your trust, elder. I will not fail my mission, and will safeguard Putuo city, living up to the trust of the Demon Palace. A glimmer of approval flashed in Fin Zin's eyes as he produced a banner of formation. He said, this is a city protection array personally crafted by me, a 3rd-tier drunken dream array. Once set up, it will cover the entire Putuo city. Within the formation mist envelopes, the area visibility reduced to 3 feet. Any cultivator below nascent soul who enters will fall into their most desired illusion, unable to extricate themselves until their spiritual energy is depleted and their soul is extinguished. Ye Jing accepted the formation banner with both hands, feeling its icy chill. A surge of dense demonic energy flowed into his body through his palm, but it was steadily suppressed by his own spiritual energy. He hurriedly bowed and expressed, "Thank you for the treasure, Elder. I am deeply grateful." This could also be seen as Fan Xian giving him a challenging task, while offering him a sweet reward. Fan Xian waved his hand, his gaze turning grave as he looked toward Putuo City. "Do not rejoice too early. Now that I have made my presence known as your backing, the fighting within the city will not cease. You are merely at the foundation establishment stage. My name will not last long, and this formation is meant to help you survive long enough to fully break through to Golden Core. And do not forget the promises you made to me." Ye Jing nodded in agreement. At this point Fan Xian suddenly smiled, and said, "However, I happened to deal with the people from the Buddha realm who were encircling the falling sunset land, so you need not thank me for that." After saying this, he transformed into black mist and departed. Once the black mist dissipated, only Ye Jing remained on the field. He swept away his calm demeanor and said to the black wind, "In Putuo City, apart from mortals and foreign cultivators, not a single one of the Buddha realm's monks shall remain." Upon his command, the black wind and golden devouring insects roared and flew out of the city, with several small insects spreading out to surround the entire Putuo. For a full hour the slaughter in Putuo City gradually subsided. The temples within the city were burned by the flames of war, the ground littered with corpses and blood, and the air was filled with a strange scent of blood mixed with demonic energy and faint Buddha light. The golden devouring insects returned to the side of the golden devouring insect leader, while the black wind lay on the ground licking the blood on its lips, its gaze still vigilant. Ye Jing frowned, looking at the vast Putuo City, realizing it would be difficult to govern alone. He needed to send family members and guests to come. However, the only good thing was that there were people from the Buddha realm guarding the border. How was he supposed to split the Yi family members into two groups to bring them here? Thinking of this, Ye Jing felt a headache. If he couldn't secure this bounty, it would be all for naught. With that in mind, Ye Jing addressed the two beast companions beside him. "Since this is the case, help me stabilize this city-state, while I go fetch Tian Hao and Tian." He had made up his mind. The threat from the Yi family city was no longer significant. The guests and mortals under his command had grown significantly over the years. It was indeed time to establish a branch family. However, establishing a branch family required the strongest kin to venture forth, so the highly gifted Yi Tian Hao and Yi Tian Yao were the best choices. At this time in the falling sunset land within Yi family city, with the assistance of Fan Xian, the Grand Elder of the Southern Demon Palace, the attacks from the Buddha realm had been passed through with little danger. Shintayuer shook the Gu bell in her hand with a grin, somewhat regretful. "Master acted too swiftly. I didn't even get to have a proper fight." Yi Xian stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Senior Shintu, if not for your timely intervention alongside Elder Fan Xian, the Yi family would have faced utter disaster. On behalf of the entire Yi family, I thank you for your grace." Although the Yi family had not favored demon cultivators before, the demoness from the Southern Demon Palace and the nascent soul cultivator had genuinely helped them a great deal, so Yi Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Shintayuer waved her hand, the silver ornaments on her wrist jingling. She smiled charmingly. "What is there to thank? It was your ancestor who saved me and helped me a great deal. Now we are all part of the same faction. There is no need for such formality." As she spoke, Shintayuer scanned the clan members cleaning up the battlefield, raising an eyebrow. "It seems your Yi family, though appearing unremarkable, is quite resilient. Despite the burning Buddha light from those monks, not many were lost." Yi Xian forced a bitter smile, his tone heavy. "Senior is unaware this sudden attack from the Buddha realm was hasty. Although our ancestor had made preparations before leaving, many outer disciples and mortals were still injured. Everyone is just holding back their strength, unwilling to let the Yi family fall so easily." He paused, looking toward the direction of Putuo City, filled with worry. "I wonder how things are on the side of our ancestor. I only saw Elder Fan Xian leave in a hurry, but did not see our ancestor return." As Yi Xian was speaking, a familiar figure swooped down from the sky. It was Ye Jing, returning with an air of solemnity. Upon Ye Jing's appearance, all the members of the Yi family rushed over anxiously, their expressions filled with concern as they inquired about him. "Father, are you? Those bald donkeys didn't trouble you, did they, eh? Grandfather, you're finally back. I was so worried. Ancestor, how are your injuries? What happened over in Putuo City?" "Yes, Ancestor, we heard you were going to face Golden Core cultivators alone. We were almost driven mad with worry, but thankfully..." Ye Jing raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The murderous aura around him gradually subsided as he looked at the family members surrounding him, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes. He then said in a deep voice, "Rest assured I am fine. The golden lotus along with 2 golden core cultivators from the Buddha realm have already been slain by me. As his words fell, the entire area fell silent instantly, only to erupt into waves of astonished cheers. The anxiety on everyone's faces dissipated, replaced by joy and admiration. Everyone knew how formidable golden core cultivators were, yet Ye Jing, merely in the late stage of foundation establishment, managed to slay 3 of them. This level of strength was enough to earn the trust of all the clan members. Ye Jing's display of combat prowess would surely make others think twice before underestimating him. On the side, Shin Tuyuer was also astonished, but then thought that perhaps it was not surprising for someone as shrewd as Ye Jing to encounter such events. Ye Jing pressed his hand down, and the cheers gradually quieted. His gaze swept over the crowd, his tone growing increasingly resolute. The Golden Lotus is dead, but the Buddha realm will not let this go easily. However, I have reached an agreement with the Burning Heart Elder of the Southern Demonic Palace. He has entrusted me with managing Putuo City. From now on, our Ye family will establish a branch in Putuo City to expand our territory. A branch. A flicker of surprise passed through the clan members' eyes, followed by expressions of excitement. The Ye family has developed to this point, with the clan growing stronger. Establishing a branch meant that the Ye family was about to become even more powerful, no longer confined to this small corner of the falling sunset land. Ye expressed his admiration. Ancestor, you are truly wise. Our Ye family owes today's success to you leading the way. As long as you command us, we will do our utmost to defend Putuo City and strengthen our Ye family. We will follow your command, Ancestor. We will give our all to strengthen the Ye family. Other clan members echoed in unison, their voices ringing with resolve and determination. Seeing their spirits high, Ye Jing was very satisfied. His gaze fell upon Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao. He spoke earnestly. For this trip to Putuo City to establish a branch, I have decided to appoint Tianhao and Tianyao to oversee the situation. You two are the most talented juniors of the Ye family, so you will need to bring along some of our guests to fully integrate into Putuo City. What are your thoughts? Ye Tianhao's eyes ignited with fighting spirit as he stepped forward. Please rest assured, Ancestor. I will not fail in my duty to defend Putuo City, and will not allow the people of the Buddha realm any opportunity to take advantage, bringing glory to the Ye family. Ye Tianyao also bowed slightly, her tone steadfast. Grandfather, rest assured, I will assist my brother and manage everything in Putuo City, ensuring the safety of our clan members going to the branch. Ye Jing looked at the two, a hint of approval in his eyes, then turned to Ye Xian, saying in a deep voice, Ye Xian, quickly select 500 elite guests and 200 clan members. Gather at the city gate in half an hour to accompany me, Tianhao and Tianyao, to Putuo City. Additionally, leave enough manpower to guard the Ye family city, strictly preventing any residual forces from the Buddha realm from retaliating. There must be no slack whatsoever. Then Ye Jing looked toward Yi and said, You will be in charge of the Ye family city matters now, is that alright? Yi naturally had no objections, but he playfully said, Ancestor, I've been stuck at the back while you all go into battle. It makes me feel a bit out of sorts. Hearing his second son's words, Ye Jing merely smiled and said, I do not say too much. Battles in the future will certainly require your presence. What about me? What about me? Suddenly Shun Tuyuer spoke up eagerly. Seeing that she hadn't left yet, as if wanting to work with the Ye family, Ye Jing simply asked, Does your master allow you to be this willful? Shin Tuyuer placed her hands on her hips and said, Who says I'm being willful? My master told me to follow you to learn how to handle things. Ye Jing twitched the corner of his mouth. A demonic cultivator wanted to learn how to handle affairs from him. Could she be sent to spy on him? But Ye Jing said nothing more, simply stating, Alright, you can come with me to Putuo City as a guest of the Ye family. Upon hearing Ye Jing's agreement, Shun Tuyuer beamed. That's great. When do we set off? Yi Xian looked at the willful little demoness with some worry. Is it really reliable to bring her along? The next day at the Ye family city gate, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao were already fully prepared to set off, accompanied by their partners and children. Reluctantly, 500 elite guests dressed in blue stood tall and ready for battle. At this moment, several spirit boats appeared at the city gate just in time to take them into Putuo City. Ye Jing stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and he spoke solemnly. This trip to Putuo City carries heavy responsibilities and dangers ahead. Do you have any fears? No fear. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices reverberating through the skies, echoing above the falling sunset land. Having gone through this dangerous situation unscathed, they knew the Ye family's survival and the intervention of a nascent soul elder were the results of their ancestor enduring countless hardships behind the scenes. Now that their ancestor was leading them and needed them, they would sacrifice their lives and shed their blood to help the Ye family expand its territory, no longer allowing themselves to be bullied. Ye Jing nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, set off. The sound of the horns sounded, banners fluttered in the wind, and Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao led the way onto the spirit boats, while the 500 elite guests with their garments billowing exuded youthfulness and fierce determination. Shun Tuyuer skipped beside, Ye Jing glancing around excitedly chattering beside him, then teasing the young clan members in the group, showing none of the coldness of a demonic cultivator, but rather the innocence of a young girl. Yi Xian followed at the back of the group, counting heads and inspecting formations. Occasionally he glanced at Shun Tuyuer, his brow slightly furrowed, his worries unrelenting. This little demoness was carefree and possessed demonic powers. If she caused trouble in Putuo City, it might bring trouble to the Yi family. He thought to keep The spirit boats sailed for about 2 hours, and the silhouette of a majestic city gradually appeared on the horizon. The city walls were inscribed with dense runes emanating a faint defensive aura. It was indeed Putuo City. However, at this moment Putuo City exuded an air of desolation. The bloodstains on the city walls had not yet fully dried, and the air still held a faint smell of blood and the remnants of spiritual energy clashes, indicating it had recently experienced a great battle. Ancestor, we have arrived at Putuo City. Ye Tianhao pointed at the city ahead, his tone both excited and solemn. Ye Jing raised his eyes to look, scanning every corner of Putuo City, the murderous aura around him once again rising. Slow down the spirit boats and prepare to enter the city. Tianhao, take 50 elite guests to enter the city first to investigate the situation, confirm there are no ambushes, and reassure the citizens and remaining cultivators. I will follow with everyone else shortly. Yes, Ancestor. Ye Tianhao responded promptly, immediately selecting 50 elite guests, boarding a small spirit boat and heading towards Putuo City. Shin Tuyuer also leaned over, gazing at the Putuo City below with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Is this Putuo City? It doesn't seem particularly special. In fact, it's much more desolate than I imagined. Ye Jing looked down and said, no more talking, let's take control of this city first. Shin Tuyuer understood that he found her chatter bothersome and fell silent. After the spiritual vessel landed steadily in the city, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao took the lead with their followers to guard the entrance. They sensed the rich spiritual energy here, which was simply worlds apart from the Wanxiao region. Brother, the spiritual energy here is so abundant, and no wonder they had to seal off the Wanxiao region. Ye Tianyao couldn't help but exclaim. Ye Tianhao, holding his sword, also looked astonished. Indeed, I never expected Wanxiao to be just a small place. Now it's clear that there are people beyond people and realms beyond realms. Exactly, brother. This is also thanks to grandfather's prowess, otherwise we wouldn't even know of places beyond Wanxia. Yes, only by coming out can we realize we are but frogs in a well. The two siblings shared their sentiments. The people in the city were already aware that Putuo City had changed hands, and they looked at the unfamiliar cultivators with unease. For them, the city was now occupied by the subordinates of the southern border demon palace, which meant demonic cultivators, and they wondered how their lives would unfold from here. Ye Jing noticed the unease among the citizens, and understood it was likely due to the southern border demon palace. However, as he had now joined the southern border demon palace, he felt it inappropriate to comfort them too much. He decided to properly reassure the residents of Putuo City later. After briefly arranging affairs in the city, he brought Shin Tuyuer to the city center, where there was a massive stone platform inscribed with intricate patterns, serving as the city's formation platform. Ye Jing skillfully took out the formation flag given to him by Fenxin. As soon as the flag appeared, Shin Tuyuer gasped in surprise. Senior Yi, did Master give you that? The drunken dream formation. My goodness. He usually keeps it like a treasure. Ye Jing said nothing more. He raised the formation flag towards the center of the formation and activated his spiritual power, causing the flags to flutter and settle at the 4 corners of the city. As the flags rose, they unleashed a faint purple barrier that enveloped the entire city. Ye Jing immediately felt his spiritual energy surging out towards the formation. In just a quarter of an hour, Ye Jing felt as though all his spiritual energy had been drained, and his steps became quite unsteady. Oh no, this formation consumes an enormous amount of his spiritual energy. Ye Jing hurriedly withdrew his energy, nearly losing his balance. Seeing his pale face, Shin Tuyuer rushed over, concerned. Senior, are you alright? Ye Jing staggered, but managed to steady himself, gesturing for her to come closer. He was panting, looking at the formation above that had already solidified into a barrier. A 3rd-tier great formation. This truly consumes spiritual energy. Ye Jing said with effort, breathing heavily. Shin Tuyuer approached and said, Senior, this is a 3rd-tier great formation, and you haven't even broken through to golden core, yet it's still too strenuous for you. Ye Jing nodded, tightening his fist. I understand, but this formation can still be activated. If we face any issues, it can block some of the threats, and that will put my mind at ease. You really are pushing yourself, but you can rest assured my master is a nascent soul true person, and even those bald donkeys wouldn't dare to come easily. Shinta Yuer said proudly. Ye Jing glanced at her thinking this girl has a strong backing, which is quite comfortable. However, as the family patriarch, he would never easily rely on others. In this world, one can only truly depend on oneself. With that thought, Ye Jing looked up as he saw the formation barrier slowly dissipating due to insufficient spiritual energy. He contemplated. Since there isn't enough spiritual energy, next time I activate the formation, I'll use spirit stones. That way I can conserve some spiritual energy while defending against enemies. Having both offense and defense is the best strategy. After setting up the formation, his son Yi Xian came with 2 grandsons to report. They had already arranged family members in some important positions within the city, and the entire Putuo city was now firmly in the hands of the Yi family. With this, Ye Jing renamed the entire Putuo city to Yi Family New City, marking the first step for the Yi family in taking control of the Bu. Subsequently, Ye Jing arranged for clan members to set up teleportation formations in Wanxia and Yi Family New City, bringing in numerous spirit herbs, spirit tools, and other resources to sell in the Buddha realm for the family business. These resources were nurtured by the immortal willow, boasting effects superior to ordinary spirit herbs. Coupled with their quality and rarity, within just 2 months of entering, Yi Family New City business boomed, attracting many cultivators to purchase. Ye Jing even spent a considerable sum to have Yi Tianhui, who is adept at business, establish a trading association and auction house, which not only provided a competitive market for rare goods, but also increased the Yi family's visibility in the Buddha realm. This allowed the Yi family's enterprises to thrive in the Buddha realm and attracted numerous forces for collaboration. One could say the Yi family had completely broken free from the confines of the Buddha realm and had firmly established their position. However, they had scarcely settled when one day a burly martial monk appeared above Yi Family New City. He shouted, "Yi family's brat, come out here." The voice of the martial monk resounded throughout the Yi family city, stirring up waves of commotion. The Yi family's followers were all filled with fear upon hearing this voice. They yelled in panic, "Not good. A golden core cultivator has come. Where's the family patriarch?" The people in the city were in a state of alarm, and Ye Jing had already heard the monk's voice within the Lord's mansion. He immediately flew out of the city, using his spiritual power to amplify his voice throughout the city. "May I ask what brings you to our city, friend?" Ye Jing's composed voice calmed the previously anxious followers. The martial monk, upon hearing this, was naturally furious. He looked down at an old man in white robes who was soaring on a sword, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of composure. The martial monk pointed at him and shouted, "Are you the Ye Jing, the head of the Yi family who colluded with the demon palace and killed so many golden core cultivators from the Buddha realm?" Ye Jing replied in a deep voice, "That is indeed me. May I ask who you are?" "I am Jie Yuan," the martial monk retorted, fiercely glaring at Ye Jing and questioning him without courtesy. "I once had a younger brother named Jie Chun who was recently sent to the Wanxiao region and then harmed by demon beasts. Do you know of this?" Ye Jing understood upon hearing this, but since he had already used the black wind to eliminate him, creating a pretense that he was harmed by the 100 Demons Valley, he merely responded perfunctorily, "I am not aware of what you speak of, and if there is nothing else, please take your leave." Jie Yuan, upon hearing this, immediately retorted in anger, "Unaware? My brother came to Luoxia only once, and was harmed by a beast, yet you chose to ally with the Southern Demon Palace. Don't you find this coincidence too much to bear?" Ye Jing, with a calm expression, replied, "I have already stated that I am unaware. If you are here to provoke me, then I shall not hold back." Jie Yuan's temples bulged with veins, and his spiritual power surged, but he remembered that he was sent by the higher-ups to probe Ye Jing, who appeared to be merely at the late foundation establishment stage. However, several golden core cultivators from the Buddha realm had been slain by him, so this old man was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Thinking of this, Jie Yuan clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing his anger. He glared at Ye Jing, attempting to discern any hint of wrongdoing on his face, but the old man remained as steady as a mountain, his aura not faltering in so much so that he instinctively wanted to use spiritual power to probe the castle ahead, only to feel a sinister spiritual energy blocking his detection. Looking down, Jie Yuan felt his blood surge again as he saw the formation flags in the center of the castle. The formation was the 3rd-tier city protection Great Formation, the Drunken Dream Array. "I didn't expect that the Burning Heart actually entrusted such a precious formation to you. You truly are valued." Jie Yuan deliberately emphasized the words valued with gritted teeth. Ye Jing, noticing his poor complexion, raised a perfectly timed polite smile, saying, "Not at all, I am merely a newcomer. I hope you all will guide me." Seeing his shamelessness, Jie Yuan nearly exploded with anger. He shouted, "Ye family ancestor, you are quite bold. Just wait, killing several golden core cultivators from the Buddha realm cannot simply be brushed aside. I will see how long those demon cultivators can protect you." With that, Jie Yuan's figure flickered and disappeared above the castle. He feared that if he stayed any longer he might impulsively strike down the old man. Watching Jie Yuan leave, Ye Jing's smile gradually faded, returning to a calm demeanor. He thought, Jie Yuan seems to have come to test us on behalf of those monks from the Buddha realm. Otherwise, with his temper, how could he keep restraining himself after my words, only to leave behind harsh threats so easily? Grandpa. Just as Ye Jing was pondering, he heard a frantic call from behind. Turning instinctively, he saw Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, who were anxiously flying up with a group of guests. Grandpa, that bald donkey didn't do anything to you, right? Yi Tianyao asked with a worried expression. Jie Yuan's sudden appearance above the Yi family's new city had frightened them greatly, fearing another battle might ensue. Ye Jing smiled and replied, "Do not worry, that monk was merely here to probe our background. Let's return to the castle." After Jie Yuan's visit, the people of the Yi family were quite uneasy. Fortunately, as time passed, the Buddha realm did not take any further action, and the tense expressions of the Yi family members began to ease. Soon 2 months passed, and suddenly someone from the Southern Demon Palace arrived. At that time, Ye Jing was cultivating in his room when he heard a guest reporting that someone claiming to be from the Southern Demon Palace had arrived. He tidied himself up and hurried out to greet them. In the great hall, a rather sharp-featured cultivator dressed in silver ornaments was half-sitting on one of the 8 Immortals' chairs, swinging his feet in a rather carefree manner. Seeing Ye Jing approach, he slightly restrained his demeanor and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Duan Chang, an apostle under the burning heart. Greetings, Yi family ancestor." Duan Chang. Ye Jing secretly scoffed at the strange name, but still instinctively used spiritual power to probe a bit, discovering that this Duan Chang was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Even so, Ye Jing did not dare to be negligent. He had someone bring the finest spiritual tea and then asked gently, "What brings you here, esteemed apostle?" Duan Chang picked up the exquisite spiritual tea Ye Jing offered, and after taking a sip, felt completely refreshed. He couldn't help but be astonished. The tea he had been served previously was already excellent, but this special tea was even more delightful, leaving a fragrant aftertaste, and making his meridians feel as if they were opened up comfortably. Even the spiritual herbs gifted by the master of the Southern Demon Palace couldn't compare. It seemed that the Yi family was truly not to be underestimated. Seeing Duan Chang's relaxed expression after drinking the tea, Ye Jing had already formed some. Duan Chang, realizing he had lost his composure, quickly cleared his throat and smiled, saying, "Yi family master, I am here mainly on behalf of the Venerable One. I have heard that your Yi family is quite adept at cultivating spiritual herbs, and I happen to have some particularly delicate herbs that are hard to cultivate, so I came to seek your assistance." With a wave of his hands, several colorful spiritual herbs flew out of his storage bag, piling up into a small mountain in the hall. Ye Jing, who was about to sip his tea, nearly spat it out. Duan Chang stood up and declared, "Please look, this is purple spirit mushroom, which requires daily watering with 20 drops of Mountain Valley spring water, and must be planted in soil rich in metal properties. It takes 50 years to mature. This is water shadow grass, which needs to be buried in a deep pool to be nourished by water vapor, with the soil being fine sand and mud. This is flame fruit, which requires." Duan Chang went on to explain the attributes and cultivation conditions of these spiritual herbs in a continuous stream. Ye Jing patiently waited for him to finish, then gently coughed, saying, "Esteemed messenger, I already understand." Duan Chang, feeling parched, was just about to sip tea when he heard the old man say this, and asked, "Ye family ancestor, are you sure you remember? These spiritual herbs are quite delicate, and if there's any mistake, the Venerable One will hold you accountable." Ye Jing nodded, saying, "I remember, please rest assured, esteemed messenger. I just do not know how many of these the Venerable One requires, and when he will come to Duan Chang, after enjoying Ye Jing's fine tea, patiently replied, "Ye family master, 60 years later the Venerable One will come to collect. Each herb must be accompanied by seeds, and the yield should not be less than 50 plants. Additionally, the grade must be perfect with no inferior products. If any are missing, you will need to compensate with 200 mid-grade spirit stones." Ye Jing thought to himself that with the Immortal Willow's spiritual field, cultivating spiritual herbs would be quite simple. However, he did not show too much confidence, only slightly nodding and saying, "Rest assured, Venerable One, I will do my utmost to cultivate them, and will not disappoint." Duan Chang nodded in response, taking out a storage bag and handing it to Ye Jing, saying, "These are the guidelines for cultivating these spiritual herbs. If you do not understand, just refer to them." Ye Jing couldn't help but retort, "If there are guidelines, why recite so much? Are you trying to amuse yourself?" Duan Chang, however, thought to himself that the old man actually accepted everything without hesitation, indicating he was not intimidated by his talk of herbs. It seemed this matter could succeed, and he could report back to the Venerable One. He then added, Ye family ancestor, a few days ago the Venerable One heard that some monks came to cause trouble, and in order to cooperate better, he brought you a beast puppet. Although it's a bit damaged, it's still usable, and possesses golden core capabilities. Ye Jing, upon hearing this, instinctively used spiritual power to probe the storage bag in his hand, and his eyes immediately widened. Isn't this the dragon head puppet controlled by the Xianyu sect? Ye Jing was momentarily stunned by this discovery. But he quickly regained his composure, tightened his grip on the storage bag, and then enveloped the entire great hall with his spiritual energy to muffle any sound. Seeing this, Duanchang was greatly alarmed and hurriedly stood up to question, Patriarch Yi, what do you mean by this? Ye Jing stood up and whispered, Do not take offense, messenger. I harbor no ill will towards you, but I noticed something familiar hidden within the storage bag you provided, which prompted me to ask you a few questions. Duanchang remained somewhat wary and replied, Since Patriarch Yi is inquiring, why must you be so cautious? Ye Jing explained, Because I once faced a deadly enemy who used a dragon head puppet identical to the one you gave me. Therefore I wish to ask if you have heard of the Xianyu. Duanchang was taken aback and then disdainfully remarked, Patriarch Yi, the Xianyu sect you mentioned, is its leader not Xian Gui? Ye Jing nodded. Duanchang continued, That Xian Gui is merely a golden core cultivator who defected from the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace 500 years ago. You may find him familiar as he likely utilized the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace's teachings in the sect he established. Ye Jing understood, saying, I see. So you have already severed ties with that Xian Gui, correct? Of course. He has already defected. Oh, what relationship could we possibly have? He was fortunate to escape to the Falling Sunset Land, and it is only because that is the territory of these bald monks that he has not been eliminated. But Patriarch, do you not know if Xian Gui is still alive? Duanchang inquired. Ye Jing felt a bit relieved, and then said, To not conceal from you, this Xian Gui has already died in the underworld sea realm, and now his son Xian Yin is in control. However, a few years ago Xian Yin, in alliance with a sect leader, attempted to swallow the Falling Sunset Land, but was ultimately captured by Ming Hui from the Buddha realm, and now his life or death is unknown. Captured by the people of the Buddha realm. Also the underworld sea realm. Duanchang exclaimed in shock. He hurriedly asked, Does Patriarch Yi know about the underworld sea realm? Seeing his agitated demeanor, Ye Jing did not dare to mention his past visit, and simply shook his head, saying, Master, I merely heard about it by chance. I do not know any further details. Duanchang, now serious, furrowed his brows tightly, and warned, Patriarch Yi, I must caution you not to mention the underworld sea realm to outsiders, or disaster will befall you. Ye Jing was perplexed by these words. Previously Yunling had mentioned that those who entered the underworld sea realm would have their cultivation suppressed to foundation establishment, so it did not attract the attention of the higher-ups. But now Duanchang's solemn expression made him feel it was not so simple. Duanchang paced back and forth, and noticing Ye Jing's inquisitive gaze, he realized that Ye Jing had set up restrictions in the Great Hall preventing outsiders from overhearing their conversation. Only then did he feel at ease enough to take a large sip from his teacup, and said, To not hide it from you, our Southern Wilderness Demon Palace's founder is precisely that fallen bloodbone demon god from the underworld sea realm. Ye Jing listened, and although he had heard some stories about this demon god before, he did not expect that the bloodbone demon god was the founder of the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace, nor did he expect the Xianyu sect to be related to the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. However, this was not surprising considering that Xian Yin claimed to be the inheritor of the demon god, and many of their techniques closely mirrored those of the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. It turned out to be disciples who had defected, establishing their power in a remote area. Duanchang continued, Inside there are many inheritances with layers of restrictions containing the treasures of that demon god from his lifetime. It's a pity, though, that anyone who enters will have their cultivation suppressed to foundation establishment, so while there may be many treasures, they are powerless to claim them. Ye Jing asked, So you just leave that secret realm unattended? Duanchang sighed and said, Since the underworld sea realm is the only remaining restriction in the Falling Sunset Land, and given the bizarre nature within many cultivators, even nascent soul ones have entered, but ultimately no one returned. This dealt a devastating blow to all forces in the Tsangu realm, and even a transformation god who attempted to forcibly unlock it perished from backlash. As a result, the upper echelons can only lament while those small sects in the Falling Sunset Land recklessly ventured in, as no one below the golden core cultivation level could enter its space. Ye Jing understood that because entering would suppress one's cultivation, they could only remain on the periphery, but the treasures there were all of low caliber, and to delve deeper one would have to forcibly elevate their cultivation to golden core, which was impossible. Thus it was a deadlock. However, there are still cultivators unwilling to accept this, wanting to explore further. Given that the underworld sea realm indeed has many treasures, numerous nascent soul cultivators are studying the restrictions within, hoping one day to break through. This matter is also a secret among the upper echelons, so it is best if Patriarch Yi does not mention it to outsiders lest unnecessary trouble arises. Duanchang added this as a piece of advice for Ye Jing. Ye Jing, naturally understanding, nodded, and then offered him some spiritual tea, saying, "Thank you, messenger, for informing me. This is a small token of my appreciation." Duanchang accepted the spiritual tea, noticing the rich spiritual energy within, and smiled knowingly, saying, "No trouble at all. Please take good care of those spiritual herbs, and once the task is completed, the honored one will surely reward you handsomely." Ye Jing lifted the restrictions, and watched as Duanchang departed, pondering that as Duanchang had said, the restrictions of the underworld sea realm would eventually be. After all, that demon god had been dead for thousands of years, the restrictions might not hold much longer, and when the time came, only golden core cultivators would be. Ye Jing sighed. Indeed, the times were changing. He, an old man, would have to exert himself, and strive to reach the golden core level. He turned and returned to his room once again, setting up a concealed formation, sitting cross-legged on the bed. As his mind flickered, he opened his eyes to find himself amidst the immortal willows. The immortal willows were lush and green. He looked up and saw several buds on the willow branches slowly unfurling and glowing softly. These were the fourth-generation descendants of the Ye family, and it seemed they were growing exceptionally well. Ye Jing felt considerably relieved as he took out the storage bag and scattered its contents, causing the spiritual herbs to float out. In the spiritual fields, hundreds of spiritual sparrows flew out, eagerly snatching seeds and soaring into the air. These sparrows were not there to eat the seeds. Instead, they carried the seeds to the fields, using their sharp claws to dig into the soil and plant them. Moreover, these sparrows planted the seeds according to the different characteristics of the spiritual herbs, facilitating better nourishment for the plants. These sparrows were trained by Ye Jing during his spare time while cultivating, utilizing the innate sensitivity of the demonic beasts to spiritual herbs they could assist in planting. However, the ability to train them to this extent was also thanks to the fact that these demonic beasts, after advancing, had higher intelligence. These sparrows, being latest-stage first-tier demonic beasts, possessed the intelligence of a child around 10 years old, and with a bit of food they happily obeyed Ye Jing's commands. Furthermore, these sparrows could be used not only for planting spiritual herbs, but also for pest control, making it a double benefit. After Ye Jing finished planting the spiritual herbs, he felt a sense of relief. Now he just needed to wait for them to grow. The test that Finxin was willing to offer was truly challenging, as the spiritual herbs provided were quite rare and precious, several of which were materials related to breaking the golden core. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so difficult to nurture. Perhaps in the grand families within the Tsungu realm, it would be easy to refine a broken golden core. Otherwise, why are there so many golden core cultivators? Thus Ye Jing thought that if they grew well, there would be more than 50 plants, and he could also take some for himself, so he wouldn't have to painstakingly search for materials for breaking the golden core. He just didn't know how Lu Xianglan was doing with refining the broken golden core. Thinking of this, Ye Jing felt a bit worried and immediately cleaned up some spiritual materials needed for breaking the golden core, then exited the immortal willow, preparing to return to Ye family city. At this moment, it had been more than a year since Ye Jing established the Ye family branch in the Buddha realm. Ye Jing set off for home again, and this time he still used the Qianshu Piao Miao map to sneak back, as he had offended the Buddha realm, and it was unwise for anyone to know he had left the city to avoid unnecessary trouble. With the Qianshu Piao Miao map, he quickly arrived at the Falling Sunset Land. In the Falling Sunset Land, thanks to the protection of a large family like the Ye family, the area was flourishing and harmonious. After entering the Falling Sunset Land, Ye Jing headed home. Having not appeared for a year, he was just going to deliver some spiritual materials to Lu Xianglan, and since there was nothing urgent, he slowed his pace to take a good look at the current Ye family city. It was summer, and the sun was scorching. The outskirts of Ye family city were a dense forest abundant in spiritual energy, housing many wild spiritual beasts, thus serving as a training or hunting ground for the Ye family members. This hunting ground was many times larger than the Qinling Mountains, and was bordered by several countries to the east. Looking at the endless green sea, Ye Jing couldn't help but feel emotional. Once he was just a trivial farmer living at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, worrying daily about firewood, rice oil, and salt. A large part of the Qinling Mountains was occupied by various influential families, and at that time he, a poor old man, could only confine himself to a small area, tending to mountain chickens and rabbits to pay his taxes. Who would have thought he could lead his family to this day? Thinking of this, Ye Jing shook his head helplessly. Oh, indeed, as one lives longer, it's hard not to reminisce about it. Just as Ye Jing was enjoying the scenery, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried hoofbeats not far away. An arrow flew towards Ye Jing with the sound of hooves, but as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he easily caught the incoming arrow with his hand. In the forest, two figures appeared. Two 80-year-old boys, their eyes sharp, holding bows and arrows, riding horses, and dressed in luxurious garments, looking quite noble. One of the boys, seeing the arrow at Ye Jing's feet, hurriedly dismounted and asked with concern, "Esteemed elder, are you alright?" Ye Jing squinted. He recognized that these two boys were Yi Tianha's children, Ye Xiaoyuan and Ye Xiaoming. The brothers had rarely seen their ancestor since their birth, and coupled with Ye Jing's disguise, they did not recognize him. Ye Jing merely smiled and said, "It's nothing." Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoyuan sighed in relief, and then cautiously asked, "Esteemed elder, how did you come to be in the Yi family's hunting ground? If there's nothing wrong, I can have someone escort you out. It's quite dangerous here." He couldn't discern the elder's cultivation level and dared not take it lightly, showing proper respect. Meanwhile, his brother Ye Xiaoming also became tense and dismounted. They were alone because they had chased after a fox and had lost their family servants, so it was just the two of them here. If the elder before them had any ill intentions, they were afraid they would be done for. Ye Jing noticed their anxious expressions and couldn't help but find it amusing, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You two nearly shot me just now. Shouldn't you offer some compensation?" "Elder, it was my fault before. How about we leave this forest first, and then we can discuss what compensation you desire?" Ye Jing snorted coldly, his spiritual power fluctuating in his hand. "But I don't want to let you off so easily. Seeing your exceptional talents and good roots, why not follow me and become my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoming exclaimed, "No way. We are from the Yi family. Becoming a disciple requires informing the family head. Esteemed elder, please." As he spoke, he was about to use the summoning talisman to call for Yi family members. However, the strange old man before them suddenly moved and instantly appeared behind Ye Xiaoming, grabbing Ye Xiaoyuan's hand. Ye Xiaoyuan immediately cried out, "Xiaoyuan." He hurriedly said, "Elder, let go of my brother. Don't push your luck. Or else. What will happen if not?" the elder asked playfully. Ye Xiaoyuan gritted his teeth and swiftly drew his sword, aiming it at Ye Jing, but as Ye Jing blocked the incoming blade with his hand, he quickly fumbled for the jade talisman to crush it. Just as he thought that risking everything would summon the Yi family members, his hand, holding the talisman, couldn't move an inch, only trembling as he clutched it. The hope that had just arisen shattered in an instant. No. As Ye Xiaoyuan awaited the elder's next move in despair, the elder simply released him gently, letting out a kind smile. "Xiaoyuan, you little brat, your reflexes are quite impressive." Upon hearing this voice, Ye Xiaoyuan looked up and saw that the unfamiliar elder had transformed into their familiar Ye Jing, smiling gently at him. "Great-grandfather." The previous fear vanished instantly, and Ye Xiaoyuan exclaimed in disbelief and joy. Ye Xiaoming beside him also looked at the quirky old man in disbelief, but truly was their great-grandfather. Seeing their great-grandfather, the two boys naturally beamed with joy, and the tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Ye Jing smiled and said, "You two children, how did you come here alone? What if you ran into danger?" Ye Xiaoyuan shyly replied, "Great-grandfather, you are right. I saw many demonic beasts in the spiritual forest and wanted to hunt on my own, making you laugh." Speaking of which, he didn't forget to show Ye Jing the storage bag, saying, "Grandfather, look, these are the spoils of our solo hunting. There are many." Ye Jing looked at their enthusiastic demeanor as if they wanted him, their grandfather, to praise them. He smiled helplessly and ruffled their hair. "All right. Seeing you so capable makes your great-grandfather very happy." The two boys, having received their great-grandfather's praise, were also ecstatic. Just as they were enjoying their joy, a group of family attendants suddenly rushed into the forest looking panicked. They had finally spotted the missing young masters and barely caught their breath before facing their ancestor. They were all stunned, and after a while they finally came to their senses and knelt down on the ground. After some playful banter with his two grandsons, Ye Jing led them back to Yejia City. With Yi and a few of the younger grandsons keeping watch, the city remained relatively stable, and a measure of ease settled into Ye Jing's heart. "Dad, honestly, you come back and only tell your son by letter. No preparations, no arrangements." Yi confronted Ye Jing with a touch. Ye Jing smiled. Your old man is in a peculiar situation and needn't any grand display. I have come this time to see Xiangwan." If he had announced his return with fanfare, Yejia City would have erupted in ceremony. Surrounding clans eager to curry favor would have flocked to the mountain, and the whole affair would have become unbearably troublesome. "Xiangwan, let me take you there," Yi hurriedly offered upon seeing the exchange. Ye Jing glanced at the two little ones clinging to him and chuckled. "No need, he'll go alone. Take Xiaoyuan and Xiaoming down with you." Yi, aware that his father preferred to go alone, cheerfully replied, "Very well. Father, you attend to your business first. Xianglan has refined quite a few excellent medicines these days." With that, he escorted Ye Xiaoyuan and Ye Xiaoming away. After bidding his second son farewell, Ye Jing allowed his attendants to lead him to Lu Xianglin's alchemy chamber. A number of reanimated corpse servants moved with methodical efficiency inside, carrying herbs and blending concoctions like workers in a great workshop. A number of reanimated corpse servants moved with methodical efficiency inside, carrying herbs and blending concoctions like workers in a great workshop. Because Ye Jing wished to keep the Pajin Dawn production secret, only the family head Lu Xianglan and the Yi family's third-generation heirs knew of it. Thus the toil naturally fell to those corpse servants. Watching them, Ye Jing could not help but admire how Lu Xianglan's mastery over commanding the corpses had grown ever more exquisite. Having sent word to Yi and Lu Xianglan before his return, Ye Jing found that Lu Xianglan had not lit the furnace to refine pills upon his arrival. Alchemy demanded absolute focus, and Ye Jing did not wish to intrude upon her concentration. That was why he had dispatched a letter several days earlier. Clad in a blue gown, Lu Xianglan stood graceful and upright. Beside her, Yi Tianxue bowed to Ye Jing and offered a respectful salute. "I pay my respects to the family patriarch." Ye Jing waved a hand. "Xianglan, there is no need for such formality. I have come merely to see the younger generation. Let things be as they always are." At his words, Lu Xianglan and Yi Tianxue rose. Ye Jing regarded Yi Tianxue, and now a woman in her 20s. Cultivation had chiseled her into an icy jade-like beauty lotus veil, and composed, bearing a poised chill that made one instinctively keep a distance. Ye Jing mused that the girl must have inherited her disposition from someone, shy in childhood, yet grown now into an aloof reserve. Yet her talent in pill refinement was remarkable. Although her cultivation lagged behind some other Yi heirs, she was only at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Her attainment in alchemy was not to be underestimated. "Father, how have you fared this past year in the Buddha realm?" Lu Xianglan asked with genuine concern. Ye Jing smiled faintly. "With the Nanjiang Demon Palace standing as a bulwark, things have been manageable. As for you in Yejia City, you have done well. Even without me, you have kept affairs in good order." Ye Jing smiled faintly. "With the Nanjiang Demon Palace standing as a bulwark, things have been manageable. As for you in Yejia City, you have done well." They chatted a little longer, then Lu Xianglan turned to Yi Tianxue. "Tianxue, go and take inventory of some spirit herbs. Your grandfather and I have matters to discuss privately." Yi Tianxue inclined her head and sent her eyes filled with respect as she said, "Grandfather, I will attend to it." When Yi Tianxue departed, Lu Xianglan sighed helplessly. "Please do not take offense, father. Tiangshu's temperament is peculiar. Perhaps from years spent in the alchemy hall, she is not very forthcoming." Ye Jing was not displeased by a quirk of temperament. He smiled. "No matter, they are children. With time and guidance they will grow." Relieved by his words, Lu Xianglan led Ye Jing to a small courtyard outside the pill hall and poured him a cup of fragrant tea, hesitating as she searched for Ye Jing's voice was gentle. "Xianglan, speak plainly." Lu Xianglan sighed. "Father, in your letter you inquired about the Pajin Dawn refinement." "I have." She fell silent, biting her lip with visible contrition. Ye Jing urged her with a smile. "Just say it. Have you encountered some difficulty?" Lu Xianglan confessed with a sigh. "These past years I have followed the formula you left, and tried to refine the Pajin Dan myself. Though I have uncovered some insights, the failure rate remains too high, and we have exhausted the materials required for the pill." Her gaze dropped. "Father, Xianglan has failed to live up to your expectations." Ye Jing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "That matters not. Progress is what counts. Do not reproach yourself." Lu Xianglan looked up in disbelief. "Father, I have squandered so many precious herbs. Surely you cannot forgive me." Ye Jing waved his hand magnanimously. "Why would I blame you? I told you before, if herbs run short, come to me. You must concentrate on refining and not be troubled by trifles." He added with a wry smile, "Besides, alchemy is never easy. You are only a foundation establishment cultivator. The Pajin Dan is asking too much of you at present. Continue to study and reflect." Lu Xianglan started, her eyes filling with tears. Choked, she said, "Thank you for your counsel. I have been remiss, but father, you are advanced in years, and your lifespan is limited. Can you truly wait until I perfect the Pajin Dan?" Ye Jing paused, recalling his own age, well over 100, and then reflected that foundation establishment cultivators might live to 200 years. Time, he thought, still leaned in his favor. He smiled gently. "It is of no consequence. I expect to live long, you must press on." But urged Tianxue to strengthen her cultivation. Strive for breakthrough to foundation by 30. Lu Xianglan nodded. "Indeed. Tiangshu's aptitude for alchemy is exceptional. If she climbs another rung, her potential will be formidable." In training Tianxue, she had observed the girl's natural ease with concocting medicines. In 3 months, she once produced 2 foundation pills. Were it not for her low cultivation, Lu Xianglan would have tempted her to attempt the Pajin Dan. Having said as much, Lu Xianglan suddenly remembered something, and quickly continued, "Father, speaking of Tianxue, recently the Li family came to propose a match. The head of the Li household wishes to wed Tianxue." Ye Jing's brow furrowed at the news. The Li family. When did this occur, and who requested Tiangshu's hand? He pressed for details, clearly perturbed by the matter. Lu Xianglong exhaled and explained, Li Xiuha has been courting us for half a year. The Li family has prospered within Yejia City. Though they once harbored grievances with us, they have since sought to ingratiate themselves. She continued, they even presented their legitimate son to come propose for Tianxue, but brother Yi did not accept. He said the family head must return before any decision is made. Within the stone pavilion, steam wafted from the teacup. Ye Jing, after listening, lifted the cup and took a sip. The previous conflicts with the Li family had mostly been resolved, and with the Li family's current prosperous development, it was only natural for them to seek a marriage alliance. Currently, the only eligible descendant of the Yi family for marriage was Yi Tianxue. However, Ye Jing thought that with the Yi family being the largest cultivation family in the entire Luoxiao region, there was no need to send their children out for marriage. Even more so, as Yi Tianxue was a gifted alchemist of the Yi family, Ye Jing could never allow her to be married off. She was a talent that needed to be nurtured within the family. With this thought, Ye Jing tapped on the stone table and asked, have you inquired about this person from the Li family? Lu Xianglong pondered for a moment and replied, Father, previously, Egu specifically looked into the Li family. Li Xiuha, as the head of the family, has only one legitimate son with his wife, while several concubines have borne him multiple illegitimate sons, among them Li Zhengxian and Li Zhengming, who are the most outstanding. Moreover, that legitimate son already has more than 10 concubines, and is rumored to have several illegitimate sons, but he does not have a legitimate wife. It seems he wishes to marry Tianxue as his primary consort. Ye Jing listened and contemplated. In this era, it was quite common for the eldest son in a family to marry early and have concubines, but it was unusual for this Li family's legitimate son to have only concubines. Perhaps he wanted to curry favor with the Yi family by discarding his original wife. If that were truly the case, Ye Jing felt that this Li family's legitimate son was not. He immediately stated, I believe Tianxue should not marry. If the Li family wishes to marry, they can certainly find someone from the collateral branches of the Yi family. Lu Xianglong nodded vigorously in agreement. Father, I think so too. Tianxue is intelligent and capable. Marrying her off would only be a disservice to her. Isn't Tianya married to the son of the Lu family? At worst, we can just marry Tianxue to someone else as well. However, previously, due to Lu Xiaoyu being a disciple of the Qingyun sect, it wasn't appropriate for her to take his surname, so she was allowed to take her husband's surname instead. But if Yi Tianya were to have a son, he would still have to take the Yi family name. Ye Jing listened and found no faults in this reasoning. He asked, does Tianxue know about this? Lu Xianglong shook her head and replied, how could we let her know? This girl has been busy with me in alchemy. I was afraid it would distract her, so I asked for your opinion. In that case, if someone from the Li family comes again, just say that Yi Tianxue is a core disciple being nurtured by the Yi family. If they wish to marry her, they can only come as a concubine, but we must also ask Tianxue for her willingness. If she does not wish to, that is the end of it. Lu Xianglong nodded, accepting this arrangement. 3 days later, Li Xiuha visited the Yi family again, and this time, after a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yi, he got straight to the point. He stated that Yi Tianxue was a core descendant being nurtured by the Yi family, and therefore would not be married off. If the Li family wanted to build a good relationship, they could seek a marriage with a woman from the collateral branches of the Yi family. Li Xiuha, upon hearing this, did not dare to object, and could only agree, though he felt somewhat unwilling. After coming here for so long without even seeing the old ancestor of the Yi family, it felt like a waste of effort. However, today was different from the past, and he did not dare to say much. He could only smile and exchange pleasantries before hastily taking his leave. Upon returning to the Li residence, Li Xiuha immediately pulled a long face. Even when the old servant inquired, he spoke with a gloomy expression about the Yi family's refusal to marry their daughter, Yi Tianxue. Hearing this, Li Zhengxian, who was welcoming him, felt an odd sense of calm. He approached and said, Father, do not worry. The Yi family is willing to consider a collateral branch daughter. That means they value our Li family. Li Xiuha, upon hearing this, felt even more of a headache. How can you not know that collateral branches and the main family are not comparable? If we could marry their main family daughter, our Li family would be closely united with the Yi family. But with the Yi family's refusal, it seems they look down on us. At this point, he only saw Li Zhengxian and Li Zhengming present, and he became displeased, asking, where is Jin Zhao? Li Zhengxian hesitated and did not. Seeing him like this, Li Ziyu's forehead bulged with veins, and then he waved his sleeve, angrily cursing, that ungrateful son. In the deep courtyard, a splendid ebony pavilion stood amidst a patch of lotus flowers yet to bloom. Inside, several beautiful concubines dressed in vibrant colors surrounded a young man giggling incessantly. The young man appeared handsome, but due to indulgence in wine and women, he lay surrounded by soft, fragrant beauties, leering and laughing lewdly, while kissing the sweet melon in one bowtie's mouth with his hand wandering over another bowtie's ample curves. He was truly lost in pleasure. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Xiuhe witnessed this scene and could no longer contain his fury, unleashing his spiritual energy in an instant. Li Jing Zhao. With the surge of a foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual energy, the women, being mere mortals, were struck with fear and one by one they fell to the ground like dumplings, trembling as they knelt. Seeing his father arrive, Li Jing Zhao, who was indulging in pleasure, panicked and quickly gathered his clothing, wearing an awkward yet flattering smile. "Father, you have arrived." Li Xiuhe at this moment was furious beyond measure. He quickly stepped forward, angrily scolding, "Well, you worthless fool. For your sake, I ran to the Ye family like a grandson, and here you are playing with women," he said, drawing his sword from his waist. Li Xiuhe was now extremely furious. After facing setbacks in the Ye family for a long time combined with his son's failures, he was even contemplating murder. Li Zhongxian was shocked and hurriedly grabbed Li Ziyu's arm. "Head of the family, please calm down." Seeing his father raise the sword against him, Li Jing Zhao was also terrified, exclaiming, "Father, are you going to kill me?" Li Xiuhe glared at the shrinking Li Jing Zhao, and then looked at the trembling women nearby, his anger only growing. "Li Jing Zhao, what have you been doing with your cultivation since I left home?" Li Jing Zhao dared not reply. Since reaching foundation establishment, he had no need to guard his primal yang, and began to indulge himself. Every day he longed for his father to go out so he could enjoy himself with women. Cultivating was something he had long since abandoned. Seeing his son hesitate, Li Xiuhe was so angry that he almost laughed, nearly unable to stand steady as he suppressed his voice enough to chuckle. Li Jing Zhao, seeing his father laugh, felt his fear lessen considerably and hurriedly asked, "Father, are you not angry anymore?" This question immediately broke down Li Ziyu's defenses, and he shouted angrily, "Get lost. Everyone get out of here." His spiritual energy erupted once more, affecting Li Zhongxian and Li Zhongming, who immediately coughed up blood. The frightened women rushed to escape, crying out in panic. Li Jing Zhao, terrified, repeatedly said, "Father, I'm leaving right now. I'm leaving right now." The fruits arranged in the pavilion were knocked to the ground by the spiritual energy. The exquisite teacups shattered into pieces, and the drapes hanging in the pavilion and the lotus flowers in the pond trembled uncontrollably. Li Xiuhe, holding back his anger, was shaking and could barely stand. He directly sat on the chair his son had occupied earlier. He looked around at the exquisitely crafted furniture and utensils surrounded by sweet scents and the chaotic aroma of women, and this scene made Li Xiuhe grit his teeth, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Why were the descendants of the Ye family so extraordinarily talented and composed in their dealings, their entire family as tightly knit as an iron barrel, while his eldest son had become a complete waste? With this thought in mind, he glanced at Li Zhongxian and Li Zhongming, who were still present. Feeling somewhat contemplative, Li Xiuhe suppressed his inner frustration and asked, "Zhongxian, why haven't you left?" Li Zhongxian was taken aback by his father's sudden question. He hurriedly knelt down with Li Zhongming and said, "Father, I am worried about your health." Li Xiuhe clenched his fists, pressing his aching temples, and coldly replied, "Worried about me? Now that the eldest son of the Li family is useless, no one wants him to be a grandson of the Ye family, and I look like a joke. How can I be at ease?" Seeing his father's distress, Li Zhongxian steeled himself and spoke loudly. "Father, if the Ye family wants to adopt, then let me go." Li Xiuhe was taken aback, not expecting his illegitimate son to suddenly say he wanted to join the Ye family. He straightened up and asked, "Are you truly willing to join the Ye family? If you do, you will have no more ties with the Li family, and you wish to make us a laughingstock." Li Zhongxian clenched his fists, hesitating and falling silent. Although Li Xiuhe was reluctant, he asked, "Fine, as long as it can connect with the Ye family. If you must join, then do so. It all depends on your capabilities. Once you join the Ye family, you will lose your inheritance rights to become the family head." After all, this was a matter of principle. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuhe clenched his fists, recalling the Ye family lady who had stood up for him before. Now understanding his words, he realized he was being asked to make a decision. Should he join the Ye family for the benefit of the Li family, or abandon the alliance with the Ye family and compete for the position of family head? Thinking of this, Li Xiuhe felt a pang in his heart. He held his fists tightly, and then looked at his younger brother, saying, "Family head, I am willing to join the Ye family for the sake of our clan, but I hope the family head can help me negotiate." Li Xiuhe was taken aback, sighed heavily, and cursed, "What a calamity." The Ye family's business was expanding too rapidly, while the eldest son of the Li family was useless, leaving only Li Zhongxian and Li Zhongming to rely on. Li Xiuhe thought to himself that Li Zhongxian was the most stable and responsible, and he was reluctant to let him join the Ye family so soon, so he said, "Let's postpone the joining for a few years. In the meantime, prepare for the selection of the family head and assist Zhongming in becoming the family head. If the Ye family lady is still unmarried by then, it will be your fate, and I will personally go to propose." Upon hearing this, both Li Zhongxian and Li Zhongming were shocked, especially Li Zhongming, who stuttered, family head do you mean for my brother to help me become the family head? What else? With so many descendants of mine, you few are the most promising. If Zhengxian wants to join, then you can only compete for it. Moreover, those clan elders have too many names, and if I were to pass the position directly, it would not be reasonable, and no one would be willing to accept it. Therefore, I will let you compete fairly. Zhengxian, you must do your utmost to assist your brother in becoming the family head. Saying this, Li Xiuhe tiredly pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. I am getting older, and too burdened, my cultivation has long stagnated. The future of the Li family cannot fall into the hands of that unworthy son, Li Jinzhao. The future can only depend on you younger generations. Once these words fell, Li Zhengxian and Li Zhengming were shocked, but quickly replied, Thank you for your kindness, family head. Unlike the increasingly confrontational situation in the Li family, the Ye family remained stable. At this time, Ye Jing was leading some family members secretly searching for materials to create the breaking golden core elixir according to the formula, and even the new city of the Ye family had not been neglected. With sufficient medicinal materials, Lu Xianglan could focus on refining without worry. However, the materials needed for the breaking golden core were quite rare and difficult to find. It took Ye Jing considerable effort. Although the spiritual herbs growing in his immortal willow spirit field survived easier than those in the outside world, they still required a lot of time. Ye Jing couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, cultivating immortality consumes money and time. Fortunately, he had planted many spiritual herbs in the immortal willow before, which prevented him from going bankrupt. Amidst his busy schedule, Ye Jing did not forget to gather information from his dispatched agents about the situation outside the Ye family city. There were basically no changes except that it seemed a situation of mutual slaughter among the descendants of the Li family had arisen. To compete for the position of family head, Li Xiuhe had allowed his sons to use any means necessary. This news chilled Ye Jing's heart. To fight among themselves for the position of family head was a bit too much. He also understood why the head of the Li family was so adept at schemes and had such a ruthless character. Just when everything seemed to be settling down one day, Ye Jing was meditating at home. Suddenly he received a letter from Tian Hao. He opened it and saw that the letter stated 3 days ago Fan Xian suddenly came to the city to find Ye Jing. He said that a beast tide was about to strike the inner world where the human race gathers, the reason unknown, yet it suddenly incited a riot of beasts in the 100 Demons Valley. Once the beast tide appeared, the affected area was vast, requiring all cultivators from the Tsangu realm to set up formations. Therefore, Fan Xian called Ye Jing to hurry to the Ye family new city to witness it. Additionally, the letter specifically added 3 hurry-back notes indicating that the situation was extremely serious. Ye Jing, upon receiving this letter, was also in disbelief. A beast tide? What on earth is going on? Since the news came so suddenly, Ye Jing did not dare to delay. He hurriedly set off, briefly instructing the family on matters to pay attention to before heading to the Ye family new city. He rode on the Black Wind, a third-tier beast whose movements were like a gale, reaching Ye family new city in less than half a day. As soon as he entered the city, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao hurriedly welcomed him. Ancestors, you have finally arrived. Ye Jing could not afford to chat with them, heading straight inside. Fan Xian, who had urgently summoned Ye Jing, was currently sitting in the main hall, his young face full of seriousness, while the originally lively Shun Tu Yuer stood obediently beside him. Fan Xian coldly said, Ye family head, you have finally come. It took me a long time to wait for you. How dare I, how dare I? Ye Jing hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Upon receiving the news, I did not dare to delay for a moment. I hope the esteemed one forgives me. Fan Xian stood up indifferently and said to Ye Jing, All right, since you are back, let us go to the 100 Demons Valley. We can discuss everything on the way. Ye Jing nodded and then gestured for him to proceed, giving Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao an assuring glance indicating he would return. On the road, Ye Jing couldn't help but ask Fan Xian, May I ask, esteemed one, how did this beast tide come about, and why so suddenly? Fan Xian looked at him and replied, Ye family ancestor, you may not understand that the 100 Demons Valley is filled with beasts. When these beasts are accumulated to a certain extent, they will suddenly erupt into a killing frenzy. Thus the forces near the 100 Demons Valley will unite to reinforce the borders and seal them to prevent these beasts from invading human territory. These bloodthirsty beasts come in waves in vast numbers, terrifying and leaving no vegetation in their wake, hence the term beast tide. Hearing this, Ye Jing understood that this beast tide was extremely dangerous. However, he did not understand why a late Foundation establishment cultivator like him was called by Fan Xian to participate in such a perilous matter. So Ye Jing asked, Since it is so dangerous, why do you need me to go? Fan Xian smiled lightly at this, saying, Do you not have the ability to command beasts? I need you to control the beasts, to infiltrate the beast tide, and help me discover the source of this beast tide. The origin. Ye Jing was deeply puzzled. Fen Xian had said this beast tide consisted solely of frenzied rampaging beasts. Why then was he being tasked with investigating some so-called origin? Fen Xian merely offered Ye Jing a knowing, enigmatic smile before saying, "Once you command your tamed beasts to locate the origin of the beast tide, you shall understand. After all, such a tide is exceedingly rare, a true marvel." Ye Jing sighed inwardly. This cannot bode well. Yet he could hardly refuse. He acquiesced for now, resolving to assess the situation upon witnessing the tide firsthand. This time Fen Xian did not bring Tu Yuer, stating only that the mission was perilous and unsuitable for her departure. Ye Jing mused that though the demon palace appeared outwardly ruthless and bloodthirsty, it nonetheless held profound concern for its younger generation. Yet here he was accompanying Fen Xian himself, a bitter irony. He reflected that indeed the younger generation ought to undergo more trials and broaden their horizons. Likely Fen Xian preferred secrecy, hence forbade bringing additional personnel. He had even considered bringing his 2 grandchildren Tianhao and Tianyao. But moments later, less than 10 li ahead loomed a vast undulating wall, like a serpentine great wall, adorned with countless defensive talismans, their spiritual light blazing, as if poised to activate. Less than 10 li ahead loomed a vast undulating wall, like a serpentine great wall, adorned with countless defensive talismans, their spiritual light blazing, as if poised to activate at any moment. Crowded atop that wall stood 1,000 cultivators. Though their spiritual fluctuations were too intense for Ye Jing to discern further details, the palpable tension in the air was unmistakable. "Elder Yi of the Yi clan, you see it now?" Fen Xian's teasing voice drifted over jolting Ye Jing's spirit. Seeing his reaction, Fen Xian chuckled. "Every time a beast tide occurs, cultivators gather here. Nothing unusual. And make no mistake, this tide is a tremendous opportunity. A once-in-a-century event. A tremendous opportunity. Precisely. Consider this: within such a massive tide dwell countless high-rank rare monstrous beasts, locked in brutal life-or-death combat. Is it not the perfect chance to scavenge spoils? Who knows? This tide may yield extraordinary bounty." Fen Xian's face flushed with savage excitement, eyes gleaming with crimson fervor. Ye Jing instantly grasped the truth. These cultivators were not primarily reinforcing seals to safeguard against the tide, but seizing it as a hunting ground, eager to slay monsters and claim rewards. "Will cultivators from other sects also intervene?" Ye Jing asked. Fen Xian grinned naturally. "Most golden core cultivators are dispatched either to scavenge beast corpses or engage directly in combat, while nascent soul elders remain outside the formation, maintaining defensive arrays. Yet herein lies the gravest peril: only when the beast tide concludes will the nascent soul elders deactivate the array, leaving golden core cultivators fully exposed within the tide, relying solely on sheer fortitude. Amidst the chaos, many seize opportunities to murder rivals and plunder treasures. Thus of every 100 who enter, scarcely one returns alive." He laid bare the brutality in full, then fixed Ye Jing with a piercing gaze. "So then, Elder Yi, dare you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, venture alone into such peril?" Ye Jing listened, inwardly exasperated and indignant. As he'd suspected, such danger could only herald disaster. He retorted immediately, "If your eminence knows my cultivation is weak, do you intend for me to perish utterly, not even dust remaining? This is no unpaid labor. I require your deep penetration into the tide, and crucially your tamed beasts. When monstrous beasts fight, they spare neither life nor limb. Ordinary golden core cultivators cannot intervene. And should a nascent soul elder rashly intervene, the beast sovereign would erupt in fury. Thus beast tamers like yourself are treasured beyond measure. So, perform well, and upon success I shall extend ample protection to your Yi clan." Ye Jing watched the nascent soul elder, whose visage resembled that of a child, burst into unrestrained laughter, finding the sight profoundly uncanny. Was this not merely an empty promise, a grand illusion, painted in thin air? Yet within his body resided the immortal willow realm. Whatever rare treasures emerged from the tide, he would quietly claim them. Refusing advantage would betray Ye Jing himself. Ye Jing still wore a pained expression. "Still the risk remains overwhelming. I have only just brushed the threshold of golden core cultivation, yet am expected to undertake this task." Fen Xian instantly understood the elder sought tangible recompense. "Enough. State plainly what you desire, Elder Yi. I shall grant compensation." Ye Jing gave a faint wry smile. 3 golden core breaking pills. "I trust your eminence consents." 3 golden core breaking pills. Fen Xian recoiled in astonishment. Did this elder truly comprehend how priceless such pills were? Even his own disciple Shinti could not receive them freely. He must adhere strictly to the Demon Palace's internal protocols. Yet this elder demanded 3 at once, as if they were candy. Noting Fen Xian's smile freeze rigid, Ye Jing murmured coolly, If your eminence finds this request burdensome, then let it be. I merely wonder whether I shall live long enough to locate the tide's origin. He sighed deeply as he spoke. Fan Xian, observing this, laughed bitterly, yet recalled the elder's third-rank tamed beasts, perhaps capable of retrieving items vital to the palace master's breakthrough. Still, he was a nascent soul elder, unwilling to be manipulated by a mere foundation establishment elder. He declared coldly, one pill, no more. Ye Jing, elated inwardly at this concession, remained outwardly impassive, as your eminence commands. Though he assented, his tone carried lingering regret. Fan Xian waved dismissively. Enough, Elder Yi. Those medicinal herbs I entrusted you with remain ungerminated. First survive to find the tide's origin, then we speak again. Having settled terms, Fan Xian ordered Ye Jing forward. On the wall, cultivators debated countermeasures against the tide, when suddenly a fierce black gale swept in from afar. As it dissipated, a figure radiating immense pressure materialized. An infantile form, yet in the cultivation world neither the youngest nor the eldest could ever be underestimated. The cultivators fell silent, trembling with awe. Beside the child stood an elderly man in azure robes, deferential and meticulous, yet only foundation establishment, clearly a servant. Just as the cultivators stood paralyzed, a gentle wave of spiritual energy rippled forth, followed by a refined feminine voice. Is this not Elder Fan Xian? You've arrived as well. To their astonishment, the speaker was a male monk draped in indigo-black monastic robes, holding a jade vial in one hand. His snow-white brows framed a countenance both compassionate and commanding, matching the child's aura of authority. The child, Fan Xian, snorted coldly, "Venerable Jikong, you've come early indeed." Jikong offered a formal bow, yet his oppressive aura remained undiminished, especially as his gaze slid toward Ye Jing, curling his lips into a faint, chilling smirk. Elder Fan Xian, this gathering unites Taoist friends across sects to protect the Tsangu realm. Pray do not repeat last time, when your disciples charged heedlessly into the tide, inciting internal chaos. Fan Xian scoffed, "Spare me your sanctimonious rhetoric. I recall clearly. Your Buddha realm cultivators rushed headlong into battle, and that jade vial hurled at my disciples. I remember it well. Who among your Buddha realm dare turn their backs upon you?" Jikong's eyes flared with suppressed fury, yet his serene, merciful mask held firm. Elder Fan Xian jests. Surely some misunderstanding occurred. Ye Jing listened to the back-and-forth exchange between the two men, and he had a rough idea of what kind of person this monk was. He thought to himself that not only was Fan Xian trying to take advantage of the beast tide, but other cultivators were doing the same, and it seemed they had reached some sort of collaboration and were plotting together. Fan Xian brought Ye Jing to a relatively tall main building on the Great Wall. Since the nascent soul cultivators needed to talk privately, the remaining golden core and foundation establishment cultivators stayed on the city wall waiting for instructions. As they were about to leave, a small black insect flew out of Fan Xian's sleeve and landed in Ye Jing's palm. The small insect rested on Ye Jing's hand, transmitting Fan Xian's voice through spiritual energy. From now on, all my commands will be issued through this little insect. You should be vigilant of the people around you. If anything happens, you can use your spiritual energy to contact me through this insect. If you discover the source of the beast tide, crush the insect, and the other disciples of my demon palace will come to assist you." Ye Jing nodded in agreement, realizing that Fan Xian could not enter the beast tide, and intended to use this method to communicate with him. After Fan Xian left, Ye Jing remained vigilant, noticing that most of the surrounding cultivators were golden core cultivators, with only a few foundation establishment cultivators. Quite a few golden core cultivators from the southern border demon palace had also arrived, but they were generally not familiar with Ye Jing and had no connections with him. The foundation establishment cultivators seemed to be nothing more than servants. It seemed that Fan Xian had assigned him a task to carry out alone. As a result, Ye Jing's presence caused those golden core cultivators to reveal disdainful expressions. Ye Jing felt quite emotional under those contemptuous gazes. Previously, foundation establishment cultivators were so precious in the falling sunset land, mostly being elders within the sect. Yet in this Tsangu realm, golden core cultivators were numerous, highlighting the humility of foundation establishment cultivators. Indeed, one only understands the vastness of the world upon stepping out, feeling increasingly insignificant. "Sigh, old man, you are from the southern border demon palace, right?" At that moment, a cultivator holding a sword suddenly spoke to Ye Jing with disdain. Ye Jing observed that the cultivator had a tall and imposing figure, a sharp appearance, and was dressed in a blue robe with sleeves tightly bound. He held a sword sheathed in a black scabbard resembling an unsheathed blade, exuding a commanding presence. He seemed to be a formidable golden core sword cultivator. Adhering to the principle of not offending unknown forces, Ye Jing cupped his hands and called out. The sword cultivator scrutinized him, seemingly displeased. You old man, your entire body is filled with pure and clear spiritual energy, which doesn't seem like that of a demon cultivator. Why are you following Fan Xian? After saying that, he clicked his tongue in regret. Ye Jing, mindful of the insect that Fan Xian had given him, prudently replied, "Seniors have their own aspirations. This old man only seeks to cultivate regardless of demon cultivation." Fine. I just felt sorry for you. The sword cultivator sighed in resignation. Just as he was about to turn away, another cultivator dressed in blue hurried over and respectfully said to the sword cultivator, "Master, the respected one has summoned." Upon hearing this, he looked up and saw Ye Jing, his eyes widening in surprise. Ye Jing noticed the change in the attendant's expression and wondered if he recognized. The sword cultivator, noticing the change in his attendant's expression, asked, "Is there anything else?" The attendant quickly lowered his head, saying no. The sword cultivator, seeing this, said, "Take me there." "Yes, master." After the peculiar attendant left with the sword cultivator, Ye Jing felt a bit puzzled, but had no way to investigate further, so he waited for Phoenix. As time passed, Ye Jing stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. Before him lay a vast expanse of reddish-brown rocky plain that seemed endless, while the foul stench grew increasingly potent. In the distance, the blood-red sun gradually sank into the plain, surrounding everything in a crimson hue. The thick bloodlight made Ye Jing, who was well-traveled, feel uncomfortable, and his heart began to uncontrollably thump. Just as all light was about to vanish, a sudden gust of wind swept through, fiercely whipping up the air and intensifying the foul odor, which gradually transformed into the stench of blood. The sturdy city wall began to shake violently, causing the nearby cultivators to scream in alarm. "They are coming! They are coming!" People began to scream incessantly, and a sense of panic spread rapidly. Amidst the setting sun, shadows loomed, nearly swallowing all light and This was Ye Jing's first time witnessing a beast tide, and it was truly spectacular. The beasts surged like a tide, and the entire earth trembled. The appearance of the beast tide prompted the nascent soul cultivators to spring into action. Ye Jing was horrified to discover that there were actually 6 nascent soul cultivators stationed at the Great Wall, the gap in strength between them, and Ye Jing was so vast that he could not discern who among the 6 was stronger. Among those nascent soul cultivators, including Fan Xian, they respected a middle-aged man in the center who wielded a sword that was ancient and unadorned, yet emitted a low humming sound. Ye Jing found it increasingly difficult to look directly at him. Heavens! Isn't that the flowing light sword Chun Yaojing, the strongest among the 4 sword masters of the Guijian sect? He has come too. Indeed. A rare figure seen once in 100 years. 6 nascent soul masters forming a formation together. This is truly uncommon. Quick record it for later viewing. Bit might enhance our cultivation. The golden core cultivators below became excited. Ye Jing was also thrilled, as if he had witnessed a grand spectacle, but there were few people around he could talk to, so he could only feel a surge of emotions in it. The appearance of nascent soul cultivators was indeed different. Their prestige was overwhelming. "Everyone exit the city. We shall soon form a formation," the middle-aged man shouted, awakening the golden core cultivators from their stupor, who hurriedly rode their spiritual swords and flying artifacts out of the city. Seeing this, Ye Jing also took to the skies on his sword. The small insect on his shoulder quietly warned him, "Yi Laozu, be careful." Upon hearing this reminder, he naturally did not dare to be careless. As soon as he exited the city wall, he used the wind transformation technique to separate himself from the group of golden core cultivators, then quietly released the Jinshi insect to scout the surroundings. After all the golden core cultivators had exited, the 6 nascent soul cultivators began to unleash their powers, each channeling their spiritual energy into the array flags embedded within the Great Wall. As Ye Jing took advantage of the gap to see the beasts below, which were desperately trying to break through the barriers. The impact was so forceful that they crashed into the barrier, turning their bodies into meat paste, yet they showed no signs of stopping, continuing to surge like waves, relying solely on their flesh and blood to press against the towering barriers. Many beasts also flew in the sky, blocking out the sun, completely lost in direction. At this moment, Ye Jing realized that the defensive barriers formed by the nascent soul cultivators were not just a single wall. They enveloped the entire city behind, preventing the beasts from entering even a fraction of the city, forcing them to recklessly crash against the defensive formation. It seemed that the number of beasts was too great, and they could only be forced to charge forward without the ability to turn, rushing ahead with all their might. Ye Jing noticed that most of those beasts were of the 2nd tier, with only a few 3rd tier and above. He couldn't understand why the beast tide had become so chaotic and why the Beast King showed no reaction. He remembered the red-winged Thunderpung King. Could it be that it had gained intelligence and would not be affected like these ordinary beasts? Could it be hiding in its... Ye Jing couldn't figure it out and decided to follow the Jinshi insect to investigate further. Below, the demon beasts were rushing and fighting while Ye Jing hid in the shadows, observing the surroundings through the perspective of the golden devouring insect. The golden core cultivators were watching the chaos below with extreme calmness, just like Ye Jing as they observed the beast tide. Thus Ye Jing planned to take the opposite approach, stepping into the demon beast tide, first using the transformation wind technique. The golden core cultivators possessed remarkable divine senses. They noticed Ye Jing's small movements, but paid no attention, considering him a greedy ant eager to seek death. After distancing himself from the golden core cultivators, Ye Jing let out a slight sigh of relief and summoned the black wind. The black wind, in sync with Ye Jing's thoughts, immediately unleashed its divine abilities, its single horn emitting waves of light, and in an instant Ye Jing's figure vanished among the masses of demon beasts. The surrounding area was filled with an unpleasant stench. Ye Jing observed that the demon beasts below were not only packed together, but also tearing at each other. Ye Jing felt a sense of concern. If this continued, how could he find the source of these demon beasts? While pondering, Ye Jing suddenly felt a headache. The previously released golden devouring insect seemed to be getting out of control, and even the black wind beneath him began to show red eyes, with its light waves unstable. Seeing this, Ye Jing was alarmed. It seemed the demon beasts could be affected as well, so he hurriedly withdrew both the golden devouring insect and the black wind into the immortal willow. He then used the skill All Beasts Return to the Clan to elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage, firmly standing on his sword to avoid falling into the beast tide. What on earth is happening? Ye Jing was puzzled. Could there be something within this beast tide that can influence the demon beasts? Through the connection of souls with the golden devouring insect and the black wind, he sensed their feelings. Initially frustration, which later escalated into intense agitation, making it hard for him to control his own emotions, with only thoughts of slaughter and bloodlust filling his mind. This phenomenon seemed to spread like the light waves emitted by the black wind. Ye Jing couldn't help but think boldly. Could it be that the formation of this beast tide was not merely due to the overwhelming number of demon beasts fighting, but was an intentional result? With this thought, Ye Jing felt that if he could find the source controlling these demon beasts, it might lead him to the origin of the demon beasts. Moreover, as Ye Jing contemplated this, he began to feel unwell himself, sharply realizing that he felt a bit suffocated. It seemed that the thing controlling the spirit beasts also had an effect on humans. Ye Jing hurriedly recited the heart-purifying mantra, but it was ineffective, and he quickly consumed several calming pills, yet he could not suppress the increasingly intense sense of agitation within. He immediately took out everything that could calm his spirit, but to no avail. Just as Ye Jing felt somewhat at a loss, he suddenly sensed a powerful force faintly vibrating from the storage bag at his waist. Thus Ye Jing urged his spiritual energy, and in an instant several cold flying daggers flew out from the storage bag surrounding him. The icy metallic surface of the daggers glowed with a faint purple light, and after the appearance of these daggers, Ye Jing's discomfort seemed to gradually alleviate. Looking at the daggers, he knew they were crafted from the fragments of a high-grade spirit artifact used for the soul-refining banner. However, this soul-refining banner was meant for soul collection and corpse control, so how could it block that strange mental control? Could it be, as he had thought, that these fighting beasts were being controlled, and that the heart-burning nature of his quest led him to find the source controlling these demon beasts? Ye Jing hurriedly stored the flying daggers in his bag, only keeping one in hand, and he secretly glanced at the golden core cultivators behind him. They were far from Ye Jing, but had already begun to engage in battle. It seemed they had started to be affected. He wondered how many of the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace members would remain by the time he found that source. Holding the flying dagger, he channeled his spiritual energy, and the influence of those mental control methods could not affect him in the slightest. Next, Ye Jing released several golden devouring insects. Since he was looking for the source, he still needed the demon insects. After all, he had hundreds of thousands of golden devouring insects nurtured within his immortal willow, and losing a few could be quickly replenished. Once the golden devouring insects appeared, they immediately charged forward uncontrollably, directly engaging in battle with the demon beast below. Ye Jing struggled to control them to fly towards the area with the strongest mental control, during which many golden devouring insects could only charge into the demon beast horde after a brief flight. But even after dying, they continued to advance. Ye Jing thought that before the beast tide ended, he must obtain more treasures, and otherwise it would be a disservice to the many golden devouring insects he sacrificed. As the golden devouring insects pressed on, Ye Jing followed them deeper. The beast tide became higher and larger, even reaching a height of several hundred. So many demon beasts crowded together like ants. Ye Jing felt that the flying dagger in his hand could no longer withstand the mental control, so he decided to use all the flying daggers to block that terrifying mental control. He immediately used his spiritual power to communicate with the heartburning. Master, I have discovered a concentrated area of demon beasts here. This place is different from others. It seems to emanate a mental control ability that can influence consciousness, possibly the source. Just after sending the message, Heartburning's voice quickly replied, investigate further. Remember, the source of the beast tide must be the reason behind this upheaval. If true, crush the little insects I gave you and summon people over. Further in. Ye Jing was utterly speechless as he looked at the beast tide towering over him like a mountain. Oh, could this be a jest at his expense? Since that's the case, don't blame Ye for secretly exploiting this opportunity. With this thought, Ye Jing saw that the demon beasts were generally only second or first rank, so he held nothing back. He immediately released the black wind and golden devouring insects surrounding them with 3 flying daggers to block the mental control and prevent them from being uncontrollable. Black wind golden devouring insects, use your greatest strength to tear apart this beast horde. As soon as he finished speaking, the black wind and golden devouring insects once again charged forward. This time they no longer had to shrink their bodies and could expand to their heart's content, using their greatest forms to confront these demon beasts. With a furious roar from the 3rd level demon beast, the fighting demon beasts immediately weakened, allowing the black wind to charge in. The golden devouring insects assisted the black wind in spitting out vast amounts of golden sand, which immediately tore apart the weaker demon beasts, reducing them to bones and blood. The demon beasts, completely caught off guard, were no match for the suddenly appearing 3rd level demon beasts. This towering beast mountain began to collapse due to the surprise attack of the 2 3rd-level demon beasts, reminiscent of an avalanche, with demon beasts falling like dumplings. Under Ye Jing's urging, Hei Feng immediately let out a long howl, its body instantly splitting into 2, with its long horns erupting in dazzling. The light shot out, causing the surrounding demon beasts to scream in agony, their flesh gradually dissolving along with their blood and bones. Even the occasional 3rd-tier demon beast dared not act recklessly in the face of this white light. This was one of Hei Feng's abilities, the light dissolution strike, which emitted white light from its horns. As long as one came into contact with this white light, unless they had exceptionally strong defenses, they could not resist, and could only allow their flesh to be dissolved. Ye Jing watched as the demon beasts were completely dissolved and killed, finally revealing the source. Upon seeing that source, Ye Jing's scalp suddenly changed. In the center of that source appeared a snow-white fox, raising its 9 tails, its white fur revealing a golden eye in the middle of its forehead, staring intently at Ye Jing. Ye Jing immediately felt a strong sense of oppression and used the power of the immortal willow to detect what this demon beast was. 4th-tier demon beast spirit, I divine fox with innate 9 tails, no offensive skills, specializes in mental control, adept at alchemy, and possesses exceptional intelligence, capable of commanding myriad beasts. 4th-tier demon beast. Ye Jing was taken aback. So this demon beast possessed nascent soul power, and that extensive mental attack was conjured by this fox. Human, you seek death. The white fox emitted a male voice, clearly enraged by Ye Jing killing the demon beasts surrounding him, and immediately shouted, unleashing a pressure of spiritual energy. I suggest you refrain from using spiritual energy. Ye Jing was surprised for a moment, then coldly threatened. The white fox was completely stunned by Ye Jing's demeanor. This human, merely at the Foundation establishment level, dared to speak to it this way. However, it was exceptionally intelligent, and noticed the golden core cultivators battling behind Ye Jing. It immediately fluffed up its fur and shouted, Human, are you threatening me? Ye Jing chuckled, what if I am? You have no offensive skills, and can only command demon beasts, am I wrong? Hearing this, the white fox froze, and its expression seen through Ye Jing's eyes completely dispelled the fear within him. Indeed, this white fox controlled those demon beasts to surround itself. Without those beasts for protection, it would merely be an intelligent being with nascent soul power. However, Ye Jing also could not kill it, and could only threaten. The white fox glared at this human with hatred, and then questioned, Human, what exactly do you want? Ye Jing did not respond, but commanded Hei Feng. Hei Feng, conceal this area. Hei Feng moved forward, its horns generating a wave of light that completely enveloped the area within a mile around the white fox. Seeing this, the white fox was somewhat surprised, a mutated demon beast. Human, you actually managed to tame a 3rd-tier demon beast. Its brain could not fathom how this seemingly weak old man could command such a gifted demon beast. Have human cultivators become this terrifying now? In the next moment, the white fox saw a large swarm of golden bugs appear beside it. Suddenly, a massive golden devouring bug floated above its head, and in that instant the white fox realized that this human had long been plotting to imprison it. It attempted to use mental control to dominate both Hei Feng and the golden devouring bugs, but they were surrounded by the same strange black flying knives as this human, rendering its mental control completely ineffective. Now it was utterly panicked, its mind racing with thoughts on how to escape, but without the demon beast pack it had no means of resistance left, and all that remained was despair. Ye Jing saw it unable to counter Hei Feng and the golden devouring bugs, and immediately questioned sternly, "Tell me, Fox, why did you control those demon beasts to kill?" The white fox trembled all over. It wanted to resist, but in an instant several golden devouring bugs appeared before its eyes. These palm-sized bugs flapped their wings, creating a deafening metallic screech that threatened to burst its eardrums. It immediately dared not resist any longer, its ears drooping as its massive body shifted slightly, revealing a twisted and sinister bloodline beneath. That bloodline continuously absorbed the blood from the ground, faintly accompanied by the screams of souls. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised. He thought only human cultivators used formation talismans, but this demon beast could use them as well. The white fox gritted its teeth and said, "I initiated the beast tide only to let those beasts slaughter each other, using their killings to extract their blood and souls, continuously refining the blood of the beasts with this formation for cultivation." At this point it curled its claws in humiliation and sighed. "As a descendant of the divine beast bloodline born with 9 tails, I can naturally command. However, even with my strong spiritual power, it is difficult to cultivate offensive abilities. Thus our lineage finds it inherently challenging to attain greatness. In our youth we were often devoured by our kin, and even therefore my ancestors utilized their mental control abilities to command the Ye Jing was somewhat surprised after hearing this. He never expected that this non-offensive spirit fox had developed such a cultivation method over a long period of survival. However, the blood of myriad beasts sounded like an extraordinary substance. If he could obtain it, it might be a significant treasure. After all, this was something a 4th-tier spirit beast used for cultivation, or just thinking about it was impressive. Ye Jing began to ponder whether he should kill this white fox and obtain the blood of myriad beasts. Below, the white fox, observing Ye Jing's expression of contemplation, felt an acute sense of fear and tension, as it was naturally sensitive to threats. Suppressing its rage, it questioned repeatedly, "Human, what do you intend to do? I tell you I possess innate intelligence. Even if you kill me for my demon core, I will destroy my blood and core first. You won't gain any advantage from me." Ye Jing was taken aback upon hearing this, surprised that the white fox had guessed correctly. Thus he chuckled lightly. "I am merely following orders as someone sent me to find the source of the beast tide." After saying this, he took out a small bug from his hand and pointed it at the white fox. "If I crush this little bug, several golden core cultivators will come. After all your cultivation, do you truly have the courage to seek death? Better to die than to be enslaved by you humans." The white fox retorted angrily. Ye Jing laughed. "Actually, I have an idea. Why not we cooperate?" "Cooperate? What do you mean?" the white fox questioned. Ye Jing smiled and said, "You rely on the blood of myriad beasts to break through, repeatedly inciting the beast tide, which has long since alarmed the cultivators in this area. If you wait until later, those in the nascent soul stage may not be willing to defend the city, but will come leading the way. Oh, what do you think will happen then?" The white fox tensed up, its 3 eyes fixed intently on Ye Jing. "Are you implying that this human wants to help me cultivate? Don't joke. Can the meager spiritual energy from your place support my cultivation?" Ye Jing sneered and said, "Do you have a choice? Who said I would help you cultivate? I want you to recognize me as your master." Ye Jing's arrogant voice suddenly exploded beside the white fox's ear, causing it to start howling. "Indeed, you are no different from those cunning humans trying to enslave me with all this talk. Yes, what I desire is your treasure, and you as well." Ye Jing said, sincerely coaxing, "But have you ever wondered why I can have 2 third-tier demon beasts who are utterly devoted to me? Aren't you curious why?" The spirit fox was momentarily stunned by Ye Jing's inquiry, shaking its body as it scrutinized the 2 third-tier demon beasts, both exuding a profound spiritual energy that it had longed for. This indicated that these demon beasts were extraordinarily well kept by the human before it, perhaps due to some treasure or location, especially after the golden insect. It wondered how many spirit minds would be consumed to nourish so many insects. Perhaps this human truly possessed some remarkable qualities. Coupled with the white fox's exceptional intelligence and insatiable curiosity, it was entirely captivated by Ye Jing's words. This human, clearly a foundation establishment cultivator, had 2 third-tier demon beasts, and could remain so calm. It truly wanted to know why. Perhaps becoming his beast was not such a bad thing. Thinking this, the white fox suddenly flared up. "Human, you are trying to deceive me. I won't believe you. You want to enslave me." Ye Jing heard its disbelief, and merely chuckled, saying, "Since you refuse, then I have nothing more to say to you." As he spoke, he manipulated the spiritual energy to crush the small insect. The white fox did not expect the human to be so direct, and in an instant its survival instincts surged, shouting, "Wait a moment." Ye Jing replied indifferently, "Hand over your divine blood and spirit essence, or there's nothing to discuss." "Oh, whoa, how can you human be so unreasonable?" Seeing this, the white fox panicked, its 9 tails swishing violently, as it wanted to say more, but the black insect before its eyes exploded instantly. From afar, several golden core cultivators auras rapidly approached. The white fox was stunned, quickly handing over all its divine blood and spirit essence to Ye Jing. Here. I don't want to die. Ye Jing accepted the divine blood and spirit essence, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and then controlled the immortal willow to take the white fox. The exceedingly frightened white fox suddenly felt a warm flow of spiritual energy, with several willow branches wrapping around its body, quickly pulled. Here, I don't want to die. Ye Jing accepted the divine blood and spirit essence, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and then controlled the immortal willow to take the white fox. When it cautiously opened its eyes, a scene of springtime splendor unfolded before it. A verdant meadow flowing spiritual springs and vibrant spirit herbs surrounded it, while many demon beasts looked at it with a mix of caution and curiosity. The white fox was stunned. Having roamed the Beast Valley, it believed it had seen all manner of spiritual lands, yet the concentration of spiritual energy in this small world profoundly overturned its understanding. This place was filled with spiritual energy far denser than the so-called demon beast holy land of the Beast Valley, at least several times more concentrated. What is this place? The white fox unconsciously murmured, its defensive posture slackening, replaced by shock and confusion. Could this be why Foundation establishment cultivators can command powerful demon beasts? Meanwhile, outside, Ye Jing observed the beast blood continually steaming in the formation, seemingly refining itself. After capturing the white fox, he also collected the black wind and golden insect. With the demon beasts no longer restrained, they quickly began to clash amongst themselves. Without the white fox, the formation continued to operate, indicating that this fray would not easily cease. He thought this as the cultivators from the southern region demon palace he had summoned finally arrived. At the forefront was a pale, old woman, her skin wrinkled like dried bark. Ye family ancestor, have you found the source? Ye Jing, listening to her raspy voice, respectfully replied, Indeed, I controlled the demon insects to find this place. You see, there are many demon beasts here, and even my demon beasts are no longer under control. The juniors dare not rashly engage, so I am waiting for all of you here. The old woman stared at Ye Jing for a moment, her serpent-headed staff swaying, which instantly transformed into a giant snake over several tens of feet long, rearing its head to strike. The demon beasts that entered the mountain instantly burst apart, blood splattering everywhere. However, after a significant number were killed, they quickly regrouped, and one third-tier armored rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar, charging forward to engage in battle. Ye Jing stood aside, calmly observing, playing the part of a guide. The old woman commanded those behind her, Aren't you going to quickly deal with those demon beasts? See what's in there. Others hurriedly followed suit. Several golden core cultivators struck together, plunging the scene into chaos. Ye Jing symbolically slaughtered a few first-tier demon beasts, thinking that the white fox, relying solely on cultivation, had to kill so many demon beasts it was better to let them fight amongst themselves. Indeed, whether human or beast, for the sake of cultivation, all regarded others as stepping stones. Yet Ye Jing was the same. Oh, what was there to lament? As the layers of demon beasts peeled away, the blood array beneath began to reveal itself, with the blood above continuously congealing and refining. A male cultivator, seeing this, was overjoyed. There really is a treasure. Saying this, he was about to rush down to seize the treasure. The old woman blocked him with spiritual energy. Don't rush, this thing is not yet mature. All of you focus your minds and do not let the killing intent here affect. Hearing her words, Ye Jing understood. It seemed the southern region demon palace people knew that cultivators entering would be influenced by mental control, but did not realize that the source was the white fox. The old woman looked at Ye Jing, smiling. Ye family ancestor, indeed the respected one, did not misjudge you. You truly found the source. Ye Jing replied with a smile, and cupped his hands. Not at all, it was merely a stroke of luck. I expended quite a bit of spiritual insects to locate this, and it took considerable effort. He thought to himself, fortunately the spirit insects given to him by the heart burning could only be activated with spiritual energy, and were generally only used for conversation, so he easily blocked the perception of these insects. Otherwise, the fact that he had captured a fourth-tier demon beast would have been exposed. At that time, he would have to decisively kill that demon fox, knowing that this fourth-tier demon beast posed no threat. The old woman had no doubts, but gathered her subordinates to quickly form a formation to block the demon beasts from rushing up to cover the blood array, waiting for it to take shape. Just as they were about to set up the formation, suddenly a golden light surged in, and the old woman hurriedly waved her staff to block it. Boom. The golden light exploded upon contact with the staff in the old woman's hand, causing her to gasp in pain and retreat a few meters. Her mixed eyes immediately filled with fury. Those bald donkeys again. In the air appeared 5 golden core monks, their eyes glowing with bloodlust, and their faces twisted with malice. What are you demon cultivators sneaking around? Are you trying to monopolize some treasure you discovered? The leading monk shouted angrily, particularly since one of them was Ye Jing's old acquaintance Ye Yuan. Upon seeing Ye Jing, Ye Yuan could not contain his killing intent, bellowing, "Senior brother, do not waste words with these demon cultivators, you just killed them." The monk laughed wildly, waving a string of heavy Buddha beads. "Exactly. We didn't kill enough last time. Don't blame this monk for being ruthless." Ye Jing narrowed his eyes, noticing their madness, realizing they had likely been deeply influenced by mental control, their eyes filled with killing intent. However, Ye Jing was not afraid. He was best at dealing with madmen, and it was just right to resolve the thorn in his flesh, Ye Yuan. The winds amidst the beast tide suddenly became fierce. The nameless golden core monk walked through the air, his murderous intent becoming palpable, especially as Ye Yuan charged directly at Ye Jing, laughing maniacally. "Ye Jing, I want to see just what abilities you possess to contend with the golden core. I will definitely kill you to avenge my brother." With that, he unleashed his sword, aiming swiftly for Ye Jing's waist, seeking to cleave him in two. Ye Jing merely smiled slightly, and then golden light erupted from his body as the sword violently struck. A loud crash resounded, and Ye Yuan felt his hands go numb. He stared blankly at the sword that had clearly struck Ye Jing, yet it seemed to have touched nothing but the air around him, as if some protective shell enveloped Ye Jing's body. Ye Jing, equally combative, shouted, "Is that all you can do?" As he spoke, he hurled a punch that cut through the air, striking Ye Yuan squarely in the chest, the immense force causing even his golden body to waver. Such formidable strength startled Ye Yuan, and he roared as he charged forward. "Damn it! What bizarre body technique is this? I refuse to believe I can't break through it." Ye Jing produced a blue flame meteor hammer, with one hand clashing with Ye Yuan's weapon in a relentless battle, each strike nearly lethal. For every punch Ye Yuan delivered, Ye Jing countered with 100. As Ye Jing engaged in this fierce battle, his spiritual power surged with vigor. He relished the prospect of a deadly fight. The old woman fighting nearby was astonished to see Ye Jing's cultivation had actually reached the golden core stage, and he showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. Indeed, it was no wonder this old man was valued by the respected elder. Any cultivator capable of battling across realms was not to be trifled with. However, those monks were also quite troublesome, relentlessly engaging in combat, and the old woman was drawn into a stalemate. As Ye Jing fought on, the heavy sounds of battle echoed in his ears, and his flesh felt as if it were being pounded like wrought iron due to the monk's relentless assault. "Is that all you can do?" Ye Jing's disdainful voice rang out again amidst the chaos. This drove Ye Yuan's eyes to a furious red. "Old, you seek death." He was at the early golden core stage, having stepped into this realm a decade before his brother, during which he had slain over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators. No one had ever looked at him with anything but respect. Yet this old man, oblivious to his own peril, dared to fight him. Ye Yuan's murderous intent surged uncontrollably as he relentlessly hacked at Ye Jing, yet he could not breach his defense. Seeing the old man's disdainful gaze, Ye Yuan's anger boiled over. He bit his tongue until it bled, igniting his vital blood. A heavy punch was thrown, and Ye Jing did not evade. Instead, he met the punch heat, creating a massive shockwave that affected everyone around them. The first and second tier beasts below were turned into meat paste by the impact, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. As the spiritual energy clashed, the blood array was provoked to vigorously absorb the blood essence, densely drawing in the flesh to form a vortex. The array instantly radiated a brilliant red light, causing the surrounding cultivators who were fighting to be momentarily stunned. Even the nascent soul cultivators watching from the city wall were horrified by the blood essence, as Phenexion noticed a vast expanse of blood red emerging in the distance, the sky itself turning a blood red hue. He could not help but murmur, "Master, what you said is true. There is indeed treasure amidst the beast tide, and now the fox's tail has been exposed." At that moment, Ye Jing noticed that all the surrounding cultivators were stunned, and he heard the white fox's voice in his mind, as the white fox used its spiritual power to help Ye Jing shield against the bloodlight's effects. "Human, the blood essence of the beast horde has been successfully refined. Quickly absorb it. Otherwise, this thing is extremely precious, and you don't want others to take advantage of it." Ye Jing quickly regained his focus and immediately activated his wind transformation technique to rush forward. Ye Yuan, closest to Ye Jing, reacted in the next moment and forced himself to remain alert as he charged over. "You won't get away." Ye Yuan raised his large blade, swinging it at Ye Jing. Ye Jing swiftly dodged by spinning, and then flew downward rapidly. As Ye Yuan and Ye Jing battled fiercely, he had already become fatigued, and with Ye Jing's incredibly agile movements, he could not land a hit. This forced breakthrough caused a splitting headache from the blood light enveloping him. The old woman found it difficult to channel her spiritual energy. She saw Ye Jing was not affected, and although surprised, happily exclaimed, "Ye family ancestor, you must seize that treasure. Don't let those monks take advantage." she realized that those monks were immobilized, and the golden core cultivators drawn here were also restrained, presenting Ye Jing with a prime opportunity to seize the treasure. Ye Jing wasted no time moving closer to the array. The nearer he got, the thicker the blood essence around him became, making it hard to breathe. He could not help but exclaim, "White Fox, your cultivation method is indeed unprecedented, relying on refining the blood and flesh of beasts for training. So what? Isn't it like you human cultivators refining human pills? I just refine beasts. Hurry and get it, you'll owe me later." Hearing this, Ye Jing's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Did this fox not understand the situation? It had given him both its soul and vital blood. What was his? This was clearly Ye Jing's. The blood on the array continued to dissolve and compress until a drop the size of a pigeon egg appeared floating in midair, glimmering with golden light and exuding an undeniable spiritual pressure. Ye Jing sighed at the sight. Countless beasts have perished to condense this drop of blood. It is truly a treasure. He immediately took out the finest spiritual bottle to collect it. That drop of blood floated over slowly, and had Ye Jing not used a large amount of spiritual energy to draw it, it likely would not have moved at all. Ye Jing exerted tremendous effort to finally secure it within the jade bottle. Once the vital blood entered the jade bottle, the golden core cultivators, previously stunned by the red light, regained their mobility, and the beasts engaged in battle below gradually ceased their movements, signaling the impending end of the beast tide. All eyes turned towards the jade bottle in Ye Jing's hand. After all, they had not expected that the long-rampaging beast tide would ultimately yield such a thing. Whatever it was a priceless treasure that they had to seize. Suddenly Ye Jing found himself the target of everyone's ire. "You little brat, daring to hoard the spiritual blood. Hand it over quickly, and I may spare your life." An elder of the golden core spoke first, and other golden core cultivators surrounded him. The old woman, seeing this, changed her expression and hurriedly said to Ye Jing, "Ye ancestor, this is a huge mess. Run. We will hold them off for you." Ye Jing, seeing this, immediately flew towards the city wall. As long as he reached there, Phoenician would come to his aid, and he would have a chance to survive. Now that the beast tide was over, those nascent souls should have just retracted the defensive array. Seeing Ye Jing about to flee, the golden core cultivators charged forward. Ye Jing summoned the black wind, shouting, "Run. The faster the better." At this moment, Phoenician on the city wall urged the nascent soul cultivators, "Everyone, the beast tide has ended. You can disable the array. Hold on." At that moment, Jikong suddenly spoke, sneering at Phoenician. "Why the haste? Those beasts have not retreated. Oh, why not wait a little longer?" Jikong's sudden words made Phoenician glare at him coldly. Now that the beast tide has receded, why do we still need to wait? Jikong looked at the surrounding nascent soul cultivators and sneered. "Phoenician, I mean, well, it's better to be cautious. Why the rush?" The other nascent soul cultivators listened to this and turned their gazes to the old man riding the black dog, their eyes inadvertently sparkling with excitement. It seemed that the southern border demon palace knew there were treasures inside and specifically ordered its subordinates to seize them. If the storm formation was lifted now, those treasures would fall into the hands of the southern border demon palace. They understood Jikong's hint, and the leader Chen Yaojing looked at Phoenician and smiled slightly. Phoenician, why not heed Master Jikong's advice and wait a Phoenician saw Chen Yaojing wielding the flowing light sword, and gritting his teeth, dared not speak further. Chen Yaojing was a mid-stage nascent soul powerhouse, and he was merely at the early stage. It was unwise to offend him. Seeing this, Jikong's mouth curled into a smug smile as he fixed his gaze on the fleeing Ye Jing, mocking him internally. "You, a Foundation establishment mouse, cannot escape now. Just wait to be torn to shreds by those golden core cultivators." He also transmitted to Jie Yuan and the others, "Put all your effort into hunting this old man down, avenge the Buddha realm, and bring that treasure to me." At this moment, Jie Yuan, who was pursuing Ye Jing, heard his master's words and immediately swallowed the blood in his throat, shouting at several golden core cultivators nearby, "Pursue him with all your might. Do not let him escape alive." Yes. The surrounding golden core cultivators received their master's instructions. This old man possessed a great treasure and must be captured. "Hurry. Move. We can't let him get away. This old man is merely at the late Foundation establishment stage. What are we afraid of? Kill him. Hand over the treasure. The beast tide has ended. Why haven't you lifted the defensive formation?" Seeing so many people, how could Ye Jing possibly evade? Wasn't this meant to kill him? "The beast tide has ended. Why haven't you lifted the defensive formation?" Seeing so many people, how could Ye Jing possibly evade? Wasn't this meant to kill him? Ye Jing, riding the black wind, had already reached the edge of the Great Wall. He looked down at Phoenician, and for the first time his youthful face showed a hint of frustration. He shook his head at Ye Jing, transmitting, "Ye Jing, if you can survive, the southern border demon palace owes you." These words indicated that Ye Jing could only rely on himself to fight for a chance at survival. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily, "Damn it. The golden core cultivators chasing him had already surrounded him like a pack of beasts competing for prey eager to tear him apart. The first to chase, Ye Yuan laughed wildly, and the ring knife in his hand flew out instantly. Ha! Ye Jing, you're about to die. The blade slashed toward Ye Jing's head, and as Ye Jing's eyes widened, azure feathers appeared around him. Then a surge of pure spiritual power emanated, and a pair of azure wings unfurled behind Ye Jing. Just as the knife was about to strike him, Ye Jing's body instantly blurred. What a... Ye Yuan in disbelief watched as the knife passed through Ye Jing's body. Ye Jing's form flickered and vanished instantly. No, he didn't disappear. Ye Jing used some secret method to penetrate through flying past several golden core cultivators as he made his escape. His speed was too fast, too quick for those golden core cultivators to intercept, allowing Ye Jing to break through their blockade like a ghost. What? What kind of technique is this? Even the well-informed Ji Kong was astonished. While Fan Xian secretly sighed in relief for Ye Jing, the shock in his eyes was no less than that of Ji Kong. Chun Yaojing stepped forward coldly stating, "It's phasing. This old man has mastered a peculiar technique that allows him to phase his body, thus evading all attacks and blockades." Phasing? But what kind of phasing can pass through so many cultivators? This doesn't seem like. A female nascent soul cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. Chun Yaojing narrowed his eyes and said, "This does not seem like a capability granted by a technique. Even I know that the phasing from techniques cannot be continuously activated, and it disappears after passing through a barrier, yet he uses it freely, as if it were an innate skill." An innate skill? Only demonic beasts can achieve that. The female cultivator was utterly astonished. Chun Yaojing shook his head saying, "It's still unclear. This old man appears to be just a foundation establishment elder, but the abilities he used are neither techniques nor treasures. Could it be some form of inheritance?" As he said this, Chun Yaojing narrowed his eyes at Fan Xian, filled with curiosity. Fan Xian noticed and immediately said, "What's this? Is it a secret of my southern border demon palace that piques your interest?" He knew that Ye Jing was using his trump card in front of all the nascent souls, and there was no turning back, so he owed Ye Jing a great favor. To divert attention from himself, Fan Xian redirected the focus on Ye Jing's peculiar technique to himself. The Yi family was currently weak, and if such a secret method were exposed, it would surely bring disaster. If Fan Xian did not help him, it would mean bearing a great karmic debt from Ye Jing, which would not end well. Chun Yaojing smiled slightly upon hearing this. "I'm just a bit surprised. Your southern border demon palace truly has a wealth of talent." Fan Xian snorted coldly, but his gaze remained fixed on Ye Jing, thinking, "Ye Jing, you must survive. That treasure is extremely important to the palace." At this moment, Ye Jing gathered all his spiritual energy, activating the azure feather energy to escape rapidly. This azure feather energy was what he learned from the azure feather riding the wind technique. Once activated, his figure could soar 100 miles in an instant, moving incredibly fast. Because the falling sunset land was too small, it took only a few breaths to traverse the entire area. Now in the inner realm of the Tsangu realm, Ye Jing did not dare to use the azure feather energy, recklessly fearing that it would expose the Yi family's special technique. Moreover, this azure feather energy was quite like a high-grade treasure, and using it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Thus he had mostly set this ability aside. But with the situation being urgent, he could no longer care about that. Ye Jing spread the illusory azure wings formed behind him and flew swiftly overhead. As he flew, he also gulped down crimson blood wine to replenish his lost spiritual energy. The golden core cultivators were taken aback that a late foundation establishment elder could fly so fast, and one by one, they surged forward with spiritual energy. Among them, Jie Yuan was relentless, his eyes blood red as he fixed his gaze on Ye Jing. He had already burned his essence blood in his previous battle with Ye Jing, and now he was relying solely on sheer will to persist. Seeing Jie Yuan pursuing him, without relent, Ye Jing's eyes flashed with killing intent. Leaving Jie Yuan alive would only bring disaster to the Yi family. It would be better to kill him now to intimidate the other golden core cultivators. With this thought, Ye Jing produced a black dagger from his sleeve, which moved as he wished, vanishing into the darkness. The charging Jie Yuan suddenly froze, staring at the escaping Ye Jing. Before the eyes of all the golden core cultivators, he spat out a mouthful of blood, then stared dumbfounded at the massive loss of spiritual energy from his chest. There his golden core suddenly shattered. Suddenly the golden core of Jie Yuan shattered, losing its spiritual power and falling down. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of the cultivators continuing to chase after Ye Jing. What happened? Brother Jie Yuan. The surrounding monks, seeing this, wanted to help him, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests, hastily using their spiritual energy to block it. With a buzzing sound, the monk was horrified to discover a black dagger inserted in his chest, the chill spreading throughout his body. The dagger's tip was aimed directly at his golden core, trembling and about to pierce down. What kind of strange artifact is this? I didn't sense it at all. The surrounding monks were also frightened, their spiritual power becoming unstable. Ye Jing, who was being pursued, pointed a finger, and the dagger on the monk's chest instantly flew out, vanishing into the air, only to reappear in Ye Jing's hand. This left the golden core cultivators feeling their scalps tingle. What should we do? Brother, should we continue the pursuit? This old man seems to possess some formidable weapon. One cultivator asked loudly. Another cultivator, seeing this, revealed a greedy yet fearful expression. Let's follow those people and take advantage of the situation. These two cultivators were both from the Ice and Snow Divine Palace in the northern region, one named Wu Gang and the other Zhang Yong. They were here to fish in troubled waters. Ye Jing, taking advantage of the slight intimidation, continued to dash forward. He looked at the distant Great Wall barrier, which was still not open, uncertain how long he could last against these pursuers. Having just killed Jie Yuan, his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. Using this dagger to kill a golden core cultivator had already been quite taxing. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. How can I escape? Do I really have to go to the Beast Valley? That place is filled with fierce beasts, and it's fraught with danger. But if I don't escape soon, my life will be in peril. Just as Ye Jing was escaping and pondering his strategies, he suddenly remembered that he had subdued that spirit fox, right? At least it had nascent soul battle power, if not now, when. So he immediately shouted towards the spiritual willow. White fox, come out, I have something for you to do. The white fox, just dozing off in the spiritual willow, heard Ye Jing's voice and immediately puffed up proudly. What is it? Is this beast lord finally going to make a move? Ye Jing didn't want to waste words with it at the moment. He said, don't you control beasts? Use that trick again to incite those beasts to attack the golden core cultivators chasing me. Help me escape. After saying this, he shared his vision with the white fox, which upon seeing the cultivators crazily pursuing Ye Jing broke out in cold sweat. My goodness, how many cultivators have you offended to be so hated, eh? Enough nonsense. Hurry up and do it, Ye Jing shouted. Bound by Ye Jing, the white fox dared not be careless. It said, first let me out, and I will control those beast hordes. You just need to hide among them, and you must not expose my presence. Hearing this, Ye Jing immediately focused his mind, swiftly flying to a cave among the rocks, then releasing the white fox. As soon as the white fox landed, the eye on its forehead burst forth with waves of light, and the pressure of the nascent soul spread out, causing the golden core cultivators pursuing Ye Jing to tremble in fear, halting their movements. Their faces turned pale. As subordinates of their respective factions, they were too familiar with this pressure. It was the pressure of a nascent soul. No, wait. This is not the aura of a human cultivator, but the nascent soul pressure of a beast. Zhang Yong cried out, staring at the crack, where Ye Jing disappeared, his heart filled with terror as he hurriedly led his junior brother Wu Gang to flee. Panic erupted among the crowd as they looked around, scanning the desolate mountains and dense forests, yet failing to locate the source of the pressure. They felt that terrifying aura enveloping them, pervasive and inescapable. The beasts that had regained some clarity and were about to return to the 100 Demons Valley suddenly became dazed again, stepping forward to turn back. In the next moment, countless beasts charged forward, not attacking each other, but rather rushing to attack those cultivators. A dense tide of beasts surged forth, instantly striking again. This is bad. Why is the beast tide coming again? A cultivator shouted, but just as he spoke, several green-patterned leopards had already pounced, their sharp claws glinting coldly as they lunged for the cultivator's throat. The cultivator hurriedly raised his hand to form a spiritual barrier, but the frenzied beasts collided violently, and the thick barrier of spiritual energy instantly became riddled with cracks. Crack! A loud sound rang out as the barrier shattered. The cultivator was forcefully flung away, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, instantly gravely injured. The other cultivators were thrown into chaos, no longer able to pursue, Ye Jing hastily turning to raise their hands to fend off the beasts surging in from all directions. The sounds of roaring spiritual energy beast roars, and the clash of weapons mixed together, completely disrupting everyone's formation. Ye Jing, observing the horrific scene above with divine sense, could not help but marvel at the capabilities of the spirit fox. However, Ye Jing thought of his little red, a three-tailed fox, who had a skill called wisdom before its advancement, and could also command beasts. I wonder if it shares some bloodline with this spirit fox. But now was not the time to think about these things, as the beast tide was purposefully attacking those cultivators. In no time, the already few surviving cultivators were suffering heavy casualties. At this moment, Ji Kong on the Great Wall watched helplessly as his cultivators not only failed to capture Ye Jing, but were instead gnawed upon by the beasts, screaming in agony. He clenched his fists, glaring resentfully at the side at Phenxian. Phenxian glanced at him disdainfully and coldly mocked. I told you the beast tide was over, but Master Ji Kong insisted on waiting. Now look, you've angered the beast. It's just a pity for those golden core cultivators. You Jikong, hearing this, immediately retorted angrily. You must have made Ye Jing use some spell. Otherwise, how could those beasts start targeting the cultivators? Fan Xian laughed coldly. Are you out of your mind? No matter how powerful Ye Jing is, can he control so many beasts at once? If that were true, how could he have been so badly beaten by those cultivators earlier? Now you've shot yourself in the foot. His mockery left the other nascent soul cultivators feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had previously coveted the treasures on Ye Jing and failed to unravel the array. Now that old man had vanished and the beast horde suddenly erupted, leading to heavy casualties among the disciples, they could only swallow this bitterness. Chun Yaojing also hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Let's open the defensive array, first to prevent them from suffering unnecessary disasters. How can we do that, Senior Chun? There are still so many beasts below, we need to wait. Fan Xian deliberately elongated his voice, full of yin and yang sarcasm. Chun Yaojing, feeling for his disciples, saw the continuous screams ahead, and quickly said, Enough talk, open the defensive array. We need to save people first. After saying this, he immediately urged his spiritual energy into the defensive array, and the others joined in. Fun Zin's mouth tightened as he looked worriedly at the suddenly attacking beast, clenching his fists. Ye Jing wouldn't really. Thinking of this, Fan Xian felt helpless. He had already resolved that if he could find Ye Jing's remains, he would definitely send them to the Yi family, thus protecting the Yi family and incorporating them into the sphere of influence of the southern border demon palace to shield them from other cultivators' threats. To the ancestors of the Yi family, this matter is my failure. At that moment, Ye Jing, hiding beneath the beast tide, felt an inexplicable sense of dread, but he quickly steadied his mind, sitting cross-legged, to recover his spiritual energy. The white fox beside Ye Jing couldn't help but voice a warning. I just noticed a few nascent soul presences rapidly approaching this way. Are you planning to go out? Ye Jing replied calmly. How many cultivators are still alive out there? The white fox answered. Aside from those cultivators you had me deal with, there's one bald-headed man left, 4 with swords, and 2 with ice techniques, totaling about a... Ye Jing was taken aback. He hadn't expected the white fox to control the beast so effectively, leaving only a few cultivators from the original 100. This situation was becoming dire. Too many cultivators had died. Although it was a treasure hunt, if the high-ranking members of those sects saw that he was still alive, they would surely take their anger out on him, or harbor resentment towards him. Let's not even mention the unfairness of this world. The people who were chasing them had died, and it wasn't a good situation for anyone. They came from powerful sects, and it was only logical for them to blame him, saying he was the murderer, because he caused their deaths. He absolutely could not appear in front of any of those nascent souls. With that thought, Ye Jing sighed. It seemed he would have to think of a way to remain hidden for the time being. After considering this, Ye Jing said to the white fox, Fox, when those nascent soul cultivators arrive, you follow me underground and leave this place. The fox looked at Ye Jing with some confusion. Why do you want to escape? The nascent souls have already opened the formation, aren't we leaving? Ye Jing shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I need to hide until the commotion settles down before I return to my city. The white fox didn't understand Ye Jing's words, and just scratched its head. You humans are really strange. Ye Jing didn't elaborate further. He summoned some golden devouring insects, and using their scouting abilities roughly determined a direction. He commanded them to dig a long tunnel underground, and he began to run through it. Meanwhile, outside, as the defensive formation was activated, the besieged cultivators finally saw a glimmer of hope and rushed towards the Great Wall. The beasts chasing them were relentless. Had it not been for the oppressive presence of the nascent soul cultivators, they likely would have been wiped out entirely. Feng Xian noticed that most of those who returned were from his southern wilderness demon palace, but he did not see any trace of Ye Jing, which made his heart sink further. Could it be that Ye Jing really died? Forget it, that must be fate. Feng Xian sighed helplessly. Jikong, seeing that the old man hadn't returned, was filled with joy, or it seemed that the damned old man had finally perished. Perhaps the Yi family. As he was lost in thought, he noticed Feng Xian staring at him with a warning gaze. Jikong felt a surge of anger, but couldn't show it, so he could only smile. Damn it, I forgot that the Yi family has already submitted to the southern wilderness demon palace. It seems that it won't be easy to act for a while. Amidst this conflict, Ye Jing, who was continuously controlling the demon insects underground, finally saw the light. He and the white fox arrived in a dense and deserted forest. After using the white fox's nascent soul spiritual sense to scout for a while, Ye Jing confirmed that it was safe. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Slumping to the ground, he took out some blood-red wine, preparing to drink it to restore his spiritual energy. As he opened the wine gourd, the aroma wafted out, causing the white fox beside him to twitch its nose. It hurried over, expressing its craving. Human, your wine smells great. What spirit fruit is it brewed from? Ye Jing glanced at it, feeling relaxed after escaping danger. He teasingly said, You a beast actually know about wine like a human. The white fox's golden eyes rolled, drooling as it proudly declared, "Of course. My spirit-eyed fox clan is good at refining things. It's only natural I can brew and taste this mere wine. But human, this wine is truly fragrant. Let me have a few sips." Ye Jing, seeing its greedy demeanor, asked, "Refining things? Can you also refine pills? Refine weapons?" "Sure. Whatever you humans can do," the white fox quickly replied. Ye Jing thought about what it said. This fox had really become clever. Talking to it was just like talking to a human, and it might possess great. It would be great if Wu Guiyun and Lu Xianglan, who had always been exploring alchemy and weapon refining by themselves, could have this fox as a teacher. However, since this fox was an unfamiliar beast, he decided to be cautious and observe it a bit longer before fully securing a contract with it. With that thought, Ye Jing handed the wine gourd to the fox, saying, "Here, take it and drink." The white fox, seeing that the human had given it the gourd, was overjoyed. It took the small gourd in its mouth and tipped its head back, drinking all the wine. What a good wine. So delicious. The white fox smacked its lips, and its previous resentment towards the old man diminished. It affectionately said, "If I can have more of this wine in the future, it seems following you wouldn't be too bad. You must be a wine lover," Ye Jing said helplessly. The white fox laughed. "For a good sip of wine, dying would be worth it. There's nothing fun for beasts. Only you humans are interesting, aren't you?" As it spoke, a hint of loneliness flashed in its eyes, but it quickly wagged its tail and asked, "So what will you do next?" Ye Jing said no more, raising his hand to take the white fox into the yin lu. "Next, I will arrange things myself. You just stay inside." After that, he touched his forehead, producing a trace of spiritual power, and transmitted what he had experienced to Yi Xian and the others. He needed to conceal his identity when returning to the Yi family, and during this time, he wanted them to act as if he had already perished. As for the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace, Ye Jing took out the jade bottle containing the blood of the beasts, contemplating whether he could first take half, and then find an opportunity to give it to Feng Xian, as he still owed him a broken golden core. However, he quickly dismissed the thought of taking advantage because this thing was crucial to Feng Xian. If he acted rashly and was discovered, it would be disastrous. It's better not to do that. One must have their life to take advantage. With that thought, a dull pain surged in Ye Jing's dantian, making him hurriedly suppress it. He sighed. After the battle with Jie Yuan and those people, and now having escaped from the jaws of death, I already show signs of breaking through to the golden core. But he feared that the commotion from breaking through to the golden core would be too great. Even in the Yi family city of Luoxia, it might alert other cultivators and reveal that he was still alive. It seemed he had to find an opportunity to secretly contact Feng Xian. With this in mind, he disguised himself and set off in the direction of the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. On the third day since Ye Jing had not returned home, Feng Xian arrived at the new city of the Yi family with a complex expression, facing Yi Xian, who greeted him with a hint of guilt on his face. He sighed, "My condolences, Yi family master." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian trembled all over, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering. His face turned pale, tears welling in his eyes as he trembled towards Feng Xian. "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Feng Xian replied, "Your Yi family ancestor perished in the beast tide." Yi Xian immediately stood up, shouting, "Impossible! Impossible! Senior, how could the old ancestor die? What will happen to my Yi family?" Feng Xian hurriedly said, "Do not be saddened. The Yi family ancestor is merely missing, not necessarily. Sigh. You can rest assured, with your Yi family ancestor gone, your Yi family has now joined my Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. I will protect you all." After saying this, he took out some artifacts and spirit stones from his sleeve as a form of apology, and then left. After Feng Xian departed, Yi Xian changed from his previously dazed demeanor. He immediately called out, "Tian Hao, Tian Yao, Tian Hui. Come out." As Yi Xian spoke, the three grandsons of the Yi family emerged from the shadows. Yi Tianyao, with a worried expression, asked Yi Xian, "Master, is grandfather really all right? When will he return?" Yi Xian replied, "Yaoer, there is no need to worry. Since the family ancestor has sent a message, it means he is well. Let us proceed according to the ancestor's arrangements. This matter is known only to us. Recently, do not mention the ancestor's affairs, and keep our external business in check until the storm passes." "Understood, Master." After the three descendants of the Tianzi generation responded, they each withdrew. Subsequently, the entire Yi family's new city fell into a strange, yet peaceful atmosphere. The people of the Yi family were unaware of what had happened. They only knew that the family ancestor seemed to have begun seclusion and would not emerge for a long time. Thanks to the protection promised by Finqin, the Yi family's new city remained relatively stable. At this moment outside in the world, the rumored secluding Ye Jing rode the black wind to the grand hall of the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. He did not approach hastily, but instead sat down at a small tavern in a nearby market. He then took out the token previously given to him by Shintayuer and immediately activated his spiritual power. The token emitted a faint glow, and in an instant a swarm of black insects flew out above the market, swiftly heading towards the tavern, where Ye Jing was seated. The black insects landed and transformed into Finchine, who with the face of a young child hurried into the tavern. Upon seeing Ye Jing, he was momentarily stunned, but as a nascent soul expert, he quickly adjusted his emotions and cleared his throat. "Ye family ancestor, you are actually still alive." Ye Jing smiled and gestured invitingly. "Esteemed one, please take a seat." After Finchine sat down, his eyes were fixed on Ye Jing as if trying to scrutinize him thoroughly. Ye Jing's expression remained unchanged as he initiated the conversation, saying, "Esteemed one, I too barely survived through a harrowing experience. When the beast tide suddenly counterattacked, I controlled the beasts under my command to dig tunnels underground, which is how I managed to live. Having sustained serious injuries, I had to recuperate for over a month before recovering. I hope esteemed one does not hold this against me." Finchine, seeing the grim situation Ye Jing described, waved his hand and said, "Enough, it's good that you made it out alive. I thought you had perished in that beast." After saying this, his youthful face became unusually serious, with his eyes fixed intently on Ye Jing as if trying to discern something. As a nascent soul expert, he had lived for hundreds of years and had seen countless people. Naturally, he would not completely lower his guard just because of Ye Jing's words, despite feeling a hint of guilt. The reason was simple: the old man had revealed too many powerful techniques during the encounters with so many nascent souls, making him exceedingly mysterious. Yet Ye Jing appeared calm, showing no signs of fear under Finchine's scrutinizing gaze. After a considerable amount of time, Finchine retracted his gaze and said, "In that case, the treasure." Ye Jing, fully aware of the situation, took out the beast blood and handed it to Finchine, saying, "Esteemed one, I have fulfilled my duty." Finchine was somewhat surprised by Ye Jing's straightforwardness, as he had expected Ye Jing to engage in a bit of banter. He immediately took the jade vial, probing it with his divine sense, his eyes narrowing slightly. Not a single drop was missing. This beast blood, as the palace master had mentioned, was refined by the spirit I divine fox. The exact quantity had been conveyed to him, and since it was condensed from essence, the weights would be fairly consistent. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Ye Jing could not help but ask. Finchine stored it away in his storage bag and shook his head, saying, "No, ye family ancestor, you did well. This time you risked your life to secure great treasures for my southern wilderness demon palace, and should be handsomely rewarded. Besides a broken golden core, do you have any other requests? As long as it's within my ability, feel free to ask." Ye Jing's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this, then he smiled knowingly, saying, "Esteemed one, since that is the case, my only request is to form a golden core. Just that." Finchine frowned, feeling that Ye Jing's request was rather simple considering the considerable costs incurred ending up with just forming a core. When did this crafty old man become so straightforward? He immediately said, "Ye family ancestor, you need not hold back, just speak your mind. Asking only for a golden core is rather too modest." Hearing this, Ye Jing sighed. "Esteemed one, your protection of the Ye family is already a great kindness. It is rather the Ye family that has troubled you. If you wish for further compensation, it would be better to wait until I successfully form a core here before discussing it. Here, you wish to form a core in the southern wilderness demon palace." Finchine realized suddenly. Ye Jing nodded, saying, "To not hide it from esteemed one, many golden core cultivators suffered severe casualties because of me during the beast tide. I fear those formidable predecessors might hold a grudge against me, so I do not dare return home. I hope esteemed one can provide shelter. Those individuals came to fight for treasures, how could they hold a grudge?" Finchine felt a bit indignant, but then recalled that this cultivation world is often unreasonable. If he sent loyal subordinates to hunt someone down and ended up being counter-killed, he certainly would not let that person go. Thus he coughed and patted Ye Jing's shoulder, saying, "Sigh. You also suffered this unwarranted disaster because of me. Rest assured and break through to the golden core here. I will do my utmost to assist you in successfully forming the core." When he said he would do his utmost, he meant that he would provide all the resources Ye Jing needed for forming the core. This warmed Ye Jing's heart. It seemed that the demon palace was not entirely unkind, and indeed this was what he deserved. So he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Junior Ye Jing, thanks esteemed one." Finchine waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. Let us return to the grand hall first. I will have someone select a cave for you." Ye Jing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the discussion had gone smoothly. He thought that if Lu Xianglan could subsequently refine a broken golden core independently, the family's descendants might not have to suffer as he had. Finchine led Ye Jing to the cave specifically designated for cultivators in the southern wilderness demon palace. There was an old woman stationed there who was the golden core cultivator that had fought alongside Ye Jing before. Seeing Ye Jing return unscathed, she couldn't help but rub her eyes in surprise. "Esteemed one, is this the Ye family ancestor?" Finshine nodded and then said he is here to enter seclusion to break through to the golden core, prepare a cave abundant in spiritual energy for him. After hearing this, the old woman scrutinized Ye Jing closely and thinking for a moment took out a jade talisman and handed it to him, saying, "Using this talisman will take you to a suitable cave." Ye Jing accepted it and thanked her, saying, "Thank you." Finshine then waved his hand, handing a scroll and a bottle of broken golden cores to Ye Jing. "Here are some insights on breaking through to the golden core and 3 broken golden cores. You may take them for use." Ye Jing's eyes flickered, and then he respectfully said, "Thank you, esteemed one. Breaking through to the golden core will take some time, so if you have any matters to attend to, arrange them as soon as possible." Finshine nodded and added, "You do indeed need to elevate your strength now. Remember the favor of the Southern Wilderness Demon Palace. This assistance is not without cost." Ye Jing understood this, naturally cupping his hands and saying, "Ye Jing will remember this and will not dare to forget." Finshine nodded, his eyes fixed on Ye Jing, and suddenly raised his hand in a gesture of respect, saying, "Then I wish you success in forming your core. Until we meet again, ye family ancestor." His words carried a hint of sincerity. Ye Jing quickly responded, and then solemnly bowed before entering the cave to break through. The old woman looked at Ye Jing with some concern. He was not young anymore, and his lifespan was already more than halfway through. Could he succeed in suddenly breaking through to the golden core? Inside the cave, Ye Jing sat cross-legged. The cave established by the Southern Border Demon Palace could only be opened with a jade talisman, and once inside, the restrictions within the cave would automatically merge together. The spiritual energy in this cave was so dense that it was almost like mist. Compared to the thin spiritual energy outside, the energy here was gentle, rich, and extraordinarily pure. For him, this was the perfect environment for seclusion. Ye Jing took a deep breath, not in a hurry to swallow pills for a breakthrough, but first calming his mind, then reviewing the golden core insights given to him by Phoenician. He read in detail that the process of forming a golden core required condensing chi to establish a foundation, breaking free from shackles, and that the dantian within would solidify into a core. Once the core was formed, one would completely break free from the realm of chi refinement and foundation establishment, stepping into the true realm of cultivators. Reflecting on his past self, who often relied on his beast's abilities to barely achieve the strength of a golden core, he now finally had the opportunity to form his own core and possess his own power. However, as he glanced at the next page, he noted that the failure rate of forming a golden core was several times higher than that of foundation establishment. The role of the breaking golden core was merely to protect the meridians during the core formation process, as failure would cause the spiritual energy to surge violently within the dantian. Without the assistance of the breaking golden core, if one failed, the meridians would be utterly destroyed, rendering one a cripple. This is why many need a breaking golden core when attempting to form a core, as it provides a safeguard. Ye Jing recalled what Yinling had told him about the stage of core formation, which was the state of being on the verge of forming a core, while temporarily possessing golden core strength, but with unstable spiritual energy. Ye Jing sighed, inwardly thinking that the crux of core formation was not brute force to break through, but rather nurturing chi, calming the mind, and condensing the 6-character mantra. He pondered over the insights regarding the golden core, then slowly closed his eyes, clearing his mind of distractions. The misty spiritual energy in the cave began to swirl around him and gradually seep into his meridians. Since beginning his cultivation, his foundation had been honed to be incredibly solid. After numerous trials to temper his body and settle his mind, he had already reached the perfection of foundation establishment, continuously striving to break through and condense his golden core. After a stick of incense, Ye Jing's mind was as clear as a mirror, without a trace of restlessness, and his aura was exceptionally stable. Only then did Ye Jing pick up the jade vial containing the breaking golden core. He opened the vial, and immediately a rich and powerful fragrance of the pill wafted out, instantly invigorating Ye Jing. Indeed, it was a good pill. Ye Jing no longer hesitated. He immediately took out the breaking golden core, which was about the size of a pigeon egg, round and smooth, adorned with fine golden patterns. Taking a deep breath, he promptly swallowed the breaking golden core. The pill melted upon entering his throat, and a wave of scorching warm medicinal power immediately flowed down his throat, rushing into his limbs and dantian. In an instant, vast and surging spiritual energy swept over Ye Jing like a tide. He felt as though his meridians were wrapped in a gentle barrier of spiritual energy, stirring the turbulent energy within him. However, the expanding spiritual energy brought a sense of cramping pain beginning to stab at Ye Jing's spirit, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brow, enduring the pain. The most agonizing moment of core formation fully manifested at this moment. Within the dantian, countless chaotic spiritual energies rushed together, vying to merge and condense into a core. Yet it seemed that an invisible shackle loomed in the void. Whenever the spiritual energy was on the verge of merging into one, it would suddenly shatter apart. Gathering, breaking, regathering, and re-breaking, the cycle continued endlessly. Each time the gathering failed, the dispersed spiritual energy would rampage within the dantian, wreaking havoc. It was as if countless blades were repeatedly cutting through his meridians and the barriers of his dantian, with the tearing pain stacking upon him, nearly breaking his mental defenses. The violent spiritual energy was uncontrollable, rampaging everywhere. If it weren't for the shield constructed by the breaking golden core protecting his meridians, his entire network of meridians would have been completely torn apart, and the foundation of his dantian would surely have been utterly destroyed, leading to a total loss of cultivation. He gritted his teeth, struggling to harmonize the chaotic spiritual energy, not knowing how long had passed. The energy from the breaking golden core that protected Ye Jing's meridians dissipated, and the spiritual energy that had failed several times began to surge within the meridians at this moment. Ye Jing suddenly opened his eyes and quickly adjusted the spiritual energy, swiftly sorting out the chaotic energy, which was on the verge of going berserk. However, this sudden failure caused Ye Jing to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood, and the air was instantly filled with a pungent smell of blood. The surrounding spiritual energy also diminished significantly. Ye Jing gasped for breath, looking at his hands, which seemed to have aged considerably. Since he began cultivating, his body had been incredibly light, but after this failure it suddenly felt immensely heavy. It was as if he had returned to being an ordinary person, becoming frail and weak. Ye Jing was startled and hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy to absorb the energy around him, gradually restoring his body to its usual state. At this moment, he understood that this attempt at core formation had exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Without the support of spiritual energy, he naturally... Ye Jing sighed, clenching his fist. Aging is truly a disaster. I almost thought I was going to die. Yet Ye Jing was already quite old, and he indeed needed to break through to the golden core to extend his life, just as he had previously considered. Relying solely on the celestial light of the immortal willow to prolong life was not a wise choice. Only through his own cultivation could he succeed. After all, the celestial light was closely related to the development of his family. If he as the ancestor did not grow stronger, how could the younger generation of his family provide protection? Ye Jing adjusted his emotions, took a few sips of blood wine to replenish his spiritual energy, and swallowed several pills to mend the internal spiritual injuries. Then he took a deep breath and began preparing for the next step of core formation. He absorbed the experience from his first failed attempt at core formation. This time, he learned to channel and stabilize the spiritual energy. This time the spiritual energy did not torment him as before, but because he was too gentle in his control, the progress was also slowed down considerably. As time passed, Ye Jing took a deep breath and opened his eyes again. The spiritual energy within had vanished without a trace. It was still a failure. Having wasted 2 breaking golden cores in a row, Ye Jing helplessly rubbed his temples and sighed. It seems that neither rushing nor being slow will work. It truly isn't easy to break through. Thinking of this, Ye Jing simply sat down to adjust his breath, cleansing the spiritual energy in his meridians, while continuously simulating the scene of core formation and impact. Without the aid of the breaking golden core, he didn't dare to overdo it, merely reviewing what to do next. He realized that forming a core was indeed this difficult, requiring constant tuning and adjustment, and he didn't know how much effort this had cost him. Ye Jing took a deep breath and then picked up the last breaking golden core, saying, "This is my last chance. If I fail again, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. I must succeed." His voice was strong and resonant, motivating himself, and then he swallowed the breaking golden core. This time Ye Jing no longer excessively adjusted the chaotic spiritual energy, but instead let it condense naturally. Only when he was truly in danger did he intend to make adjustments. Ye Jing was unaware that he had already spent 5 years in seclusion for this core formation. He muttered, "I have finally broken through to the golden core, yet I don't have a city. I might as well come to the Ye family." He muttered, "I have finally broken through to the golden core, yet I don't have a city. I might as well come to the Ye family and see if I can seize this city." The monk arrived above the Ye family's new city, gazing down at the bustling scene below. Although a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, he did not immediately challenge anyone. He descended and saw the city teeming with people coming and going. The sight left the monk feeling parched, and he unconsciously swallowed. In his heart, the monk secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Oh my Buddha, if I can conquer this Ye family's new city, with so many inhabitants, my master will surely regard me highly." He pondered curiously why the Ye family had occupied this city for so long, without any intervention from the Buddhist world. Moreover, it seemed that the Ye family did not have a golden core ancestor. That ancestor was said to be in seclusion. Could it be that he was breaking through to the golden core? Thinking of this, the monk expanded his divine sense to check the surroundings for any powerful cultivators hiding in the city. As he spread out his divine, sensed the spiritual sparrows resting on the city walls suddenly flapped their wings and began chirping. The monks suddenly sensed several Foundation establishment cultivators flying out from the city. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a beard whose piercing gaze and dark green brocade robe commanded attention. He coldly shouted at the monk, "What brings you here uninvited?" Seeing that they were merely Foundation establishment cultivators, the monk's eyes were filled with disdain. "You are the Ye family." The middle-aged man Ye Jing frowned as he looked at the monk and questioned, "What is your purpose here?" Presumptuous. The monk did not expect the Ye family to be so bold as to show such disrespect toward him, a golden core cultivator. He angrily said, "Call out your Ye family ancestor. I wish to battle him for the city." Since the Ye family members were all Foundation establishment cultivators, there was no need for him to say more. He shouted immediately. Ye Jing retorted coldly, "Our Ye family ancestor is in seclusion and cannot engage in battle. Please choose another day." Seeing this, the monk released a burst of light and charged forward, saying, "I want to see what means you Ye family have to stop me." Just as he thought he could easily take down the Ye family members, a shadow suddenly darted over, blocking the monk's palm strike. The monk felt a chill run down his spine. He tried to retract his hand, but it was too late. An excruciating pain shot through him in an instant. He stared in shock as his right arm instantly vanished, blood splattering everywhere. "Ought!" The monk screamed in agony, realizing that the creature that had bitten off his arm was a third-tier demon dog, its terrifying appearance marked by black fur and silver. You Ye family actually have a third-tier demon beast." The monk was taken aback, and his instinct was to flee. But Ye Jing would not let this arrogant intruder escape, commanding the Black Wind attack. Black Wind, obeying Ye Jing's orders to guard the family, heeded Ye Jing's command. With a swift motion of its paw, it blocked the monk's escape route. Now missing an arm, the monk saw the third-tier demon beast charging at him and panicked. He cried out, "Ye family master, it was I who trespassed. Please spare your life. From the moment you, a monk, came uninvited, you should not expect to leave alive." Ye Jing replied coldly. Previously, the Buddhist world had been hesitant to send golden core cultivators to take the city due to the third-tier defensive formation known as the Drunken Dream Array, which deterred them. This monk dared to come, clearly an outsider from the Buddhist world, unaware of the Ye family situation. Moreover, since the monk had come, and even used divine sense to probe, who knew what he might have discovered. Thus Ye Jing could not let him leave. The monk retreated while dodging, completely outmatched by the horned dog. As his heart raced, he felt his head was about to be bitten off. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound of a golden bowl echoed from outside the Ye family city, a sound so immense it seemed to freeze the air around. Ye Jing's expression turned cold as he exchanged glances with Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao, who immediately flew down to take action. The monk's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Master." Outside the city, a monk draped in platinum robes approached slowly. His expression was benevolent, and he held a golden toad in his hand, looking exceedingly. This monk appeared to be a formidable figure as he cast a cold glance at the black dog, causing Black Wind to arch its back in response. Ye Jing sensed the immense pressure radiating from this monk, realizing he was no ordinary golden core cultivator. Yet he would not show fear just because of the monk's strength. The golden toad monk raised his head to look at Ye Jing, bowing slightly. "By Ye benefactor, this person is my disciple. Could you spare him this once?" As he spoke, the pressure around him grew stronger, carrying an aura of menace. Ye Jing, feeling threatened by the golden toad monk, fell silent. Sensing this monk's formidable strength, he deemed it unwise to escalate the conflict and waved his hand. As Ye Jing raised his hand, the monk, who had been secretly rejoicing, suddenly stiffened, and even the threatening golden toad monk narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the black dog sprang into action, sinking its teeth into the monk's head. The monk let out a horrific cry. However, Black Wind merely released its grip on the monk's head lightly, leaving him with a bleeding, terrified head, gasping for breath as he quickly returned to his master's side. The scene fell into silence. In Ye family's new city, all the onlookers dared not utter a word. The reason was that they had not expected that even though the golden toad monk had released his pressure to intimidate, displaying immense power, their family master still killed the monk before the golden toad monk's eyes. The golden toad monk, witnessing the tragic state of his disciple, felt the facade of benevolence on his face shatter completely. You dare to harm my disciple." With that, without caring whether the Ye family members would give him face, he rushed forward impulsively, while the city's formation had already activated, enveloping the entire city in purple mist. The golden toad monk was greatly alarmed and quickly withdrew his hand. These Ye family members not only injured his disciple, but also activated the third-tier formation first. If he forced his way in, that demon dog and the third-tier demon insects would surely be waiting for him. The golden toad monk ensured he could break through the formation, but it would deplete a significant amount of his spiritual energy. If he encountered those two third-tier demon beasts again, he would be no match for them. After all, the Ye family's old ancestor's fate was uncertain, who knew if he was still alive? That old man was quite cunning. Thinking this, the golden-toed monk had no choice but to leave with a forced smile, feeling anxious for his disciple, while plotting in his heart. With that, he soared away towards the outside. At this moment, Ye Jing felt the golden-toed monk's presence disappear, and breathed a sigh of relief. As the formation above the city dissipated, the guests below erupted in joy, cheering loudly. Wonderful! We succeeded. We held off those bald donkeys. Our family master is mighty. Let's see if they dare to come again. Indeed, those bald donkeys only bully the weak. Perhaps they're now tucking their tails between their legs. However, despite the guests' joy, Ye Jing felt a persistent unease in his heart, sensing that something significant was about to occur. 3 days after the golden-toed monk departed, Ye Tianhao, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly received a message from his wife. The letter simply stated that she had been away from home for a long time, and wished for him to return home for a visit. Ye Tianhao felt a sense of relief, realizing that he had been away for many years, and it was indeed time to go home. He was the only one among the 3 grandsons who came to the Ye family in the new city with his grandfather without bringing any family members, as his wife, Yushi, needed to remain at the Frost Moon sect to guard against the monk's return. His 2 sons had just begun their cultivation journey, practicing under his second uncle's guidance, and thus did not accompany him. Thinking of his wife, the woman with whom he shared mutual respect, he felt his heart soften unconsciously, and the longing for her grew stronger. He immediately walked out of the inner chamber and headed straight to the main hall. Inside, Ye Jing was dealing with matters of the city, and upon seeing his son arrive, waved warmly, as usual, saying, "Tianhao, you have come. Is there something you wish to discuss with your father?" Ye Tianhao bowed slightly, and replied, "Father, I have come to request a leave of absence for a period of time." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing set down the scroll in his hand, his eyes revealing understanding. "Has there been news from the Frost Moon sect, or the family?" Ye Tianhao responded to his father's inquiry. "I just received a letter from Sierra. I have been away from home for quite some time, and hope to return for a family reunion. Furthermore, the golden-toed monk has already left, and the city is relatively stable. I have been guarding this place for several years. Now that the situation is stable, I wish to return to Luoxia to visit my wife and children, fulfilling my duties as a husband and father. I would also like to add that my 2 children are young, and just beginning their cultivation. Although my second uncle is teaching them diligently, they have not been seen for several years, and I am concerned about whether their foundation in cultivation is solid, and if there are any deviations." Ye Jing listened quietly, a look of relief spreading across his face as he nodded slowly. "That is understandable. Tianhao, you have come to the new city with me for several years, diligently guarding this area, without any sign of neglect. You have worked hard." He stood up from his seat, gently patting Ye Tianhao on the shoulder with a look of approval. "Now that the new city is stable, there is no need for you to remain constantly. Returning home to visit family is both appropriate and reasonable. Your father approves." "Thank you, father." Ye Tianhao felt warmth in his heart, and bowed again in gratitude. "No need for such formality." Ye Jing waved his hand, and then instructed, "On your return trip, do not rush back. Take care of your family and the sect. Spend time with your wife and children and settle family matters. We are a family, and do not let cultivation cool the bonds of kinship." At this point, his expression became slightly serious as he added a warning, "Just remember, those monks from the Buddhist sect are not to be trifled with. You must be cautious on your journey back to Luoxia. Protect your own safety, and do not be careless." Ye Tianhao's expression turned serious as he solemnly replied, "I will remember my father's teachings, and be sure to act with caution, protecting my family, and not acting rashly. Go ahead." Ye Jing smiled, and waved his hand. "Family matters will be managed by your second uncle, and I will personally oversee the defenses of the new city. You need not worry, and can return home at ease." With his father's approval, Ye Tianhao felt a sense of relief. To ensure safety on the road, Ye Jing had specially sent the golden insect to accompany Ye Tianhao, effectively providing protection during the journey. Ye Tianhao hurriedly bid farewell to his father, and immediately flew out of the city on his sword. Along the way, he noticed the scenery around him was splendid, indicating that it was indeed springtime. The beauty of spring was adorned with lush greenery, and Ye Tianhao, while flying on his sword, took in all the sights beneath him. Seeing such a beautiful landscape brought him a bit of joy, and he lowered his sword to soar swiftly through the mountains and forests. Thinking about how he had been away from home for several years, time had flown by, and he couldn't help but wonder how his mother and the others were faring. Reflecting on this, Ye Tianhao felt a sense of emotion. He had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and perhaps in the future, he could attain golden core strength like his grandfather. But regardless, he needed to work even harder and strive to reach the great perfection of foundation establishment, becoming the sharpest sword of the family. When he arrived at Luoxia, still pondering about the future, suddenly, he felt a pang in his heart sensing an inexplicable unease. At this moment Ye Tianhao was unaware that the golden-toed monk had already entered Luoxia with 2 golden core cultivators. The golden-toed monk coldly gazed at the well-ordered Ye family in the mountains and sneered. The Ye family that emerged from Luoxia seems to be quite impressive. A golden core cultivator beside him made a throat-slitting gesture and asked, "Master, are we going to eradicate them?" The golden-toed monk replied sternly, "Fool. Have you forgotten that all the golden core cultivators sent before have perished in Luoxia? Are you seeking death? He wouldn't be foolish enough to destroy this Ye family, as it could lead to a formidable enemy." The current Ye family had already allied with the Burning Heart sect, and he himself was at the late stage of golden core, about to ascend to nascent soul, making it unnecessary to take risks. The golden core cultivator who was scolded shrank back his neck and timidly asked, "Does the master mean that we are only here to scout?" The golden-toed monk recalled that his disciple had been discovered because he had used divine sense, so he feared the Ye family had some powerful means to detect him, and thus decided against that. He sneered, saying, "We will not storm in, nor will we destroy their clan, nor will we alert them." "Then what should we do?" The 2 golden core cultivators beside him asked. The golden-toed monk said, "You 2 act separately, secretly investigate the situation of the Ye family, uncover their hidden killing formations, and note down the cultivation levels of all their clan members. Record every outstanding junior, as well as any hidden treasures or secret realms." "Master, is that too much? Do we need to be so thorough?" The golden core cultivator showed a troubled expression. The golden-toed monk coldly replied, "What do you know? If we do not fully understand these noble families, it is like wildfires that cannot be extinguished, growing more numerous with each kill. The Ye family's sudden rise must be no simple matter." The 2 golden core cultivators listened and felt it made sense, quickly agreeing, "Yes, master. Remember, everything must prioritize stealth." The golden-toed monk reminded them again, his tone carrying a warning, "Once you trigger any restrictions or expose our presence, retreat immediately. No fighting. What I seek is not a momentary battle, but to thoroughly understand all the details of the Ye family. Once I break through to nascent soul, I will then strike with thunderous force, completely uprooting this Ye family in Luoxiao forever, eliminating any future troubles." He calculated in his heart. Now he was already at the late stage of golden core, half a step into nascent soul, just 1 step away from a higher realm. He did not need to risk a confrontation with an unknown power like the Ye family, which had an alliance with the Burning Heart sect right before his breakthrough. However, he could not swallow the humiliation of his disciple. If this grudge was not avenged, it would spread throughout the cultivation world, causing him to lose face. He planned to gradually uncover all the hidden cards of the Ye family, pinpoint their weaknesses, and strike with certainty. The golden-toed monk stood alone beneath the clouds, his Buddhist light dimmed. His aura fused with the heavens and earth, quietly overlooking the entire Ye family residence, like a coiled serpent patiently waiting for news. At this moment Ye Tianhao was still on his way home, feeling that the unease in his heart was strange and could not be ignored. He hastened his pace, hoping that nothing was wrong at home. Ye Tianhao flew to the Ye family, and as he gazed at the familiar mountain gate, he pressed down on his sword and descended. At the city gate a guard spotted Ye Tianhao, and feeling somewhat unfamiliar, quickly stepped forward to block his way. "Who are you?" Ye Tianhao glanced at him and coldly replied, "Ye family Ye Tianhao." Upon hearing this, the guard was still filled with doubt, but the older cultivator beside him immediately trembled and rushed forward to pull the guard down, respectfully bowing. "I greet young Master Ye." "Young Master Ye." The guard was completely astonished upon hearing this name, trembling as he lowered his head. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." "No worries, you were just doing your duty as a gatekeeper," Ye Tianhao replied with a generous smile, then walked straight into the city. The guard pinched his own face as if waking from a dream, exclaiming, "Did I just imagine that? The young master of the Ye family." Returning to his senses, he thought to himself, "Thank goodness I recognized the young master, otherwise I would have been in trouble." Standing in the city, Ye Tianhao scanned his surroundings as usual. After guarding the new Ye family city for many years, and always having to be cautious against the people from the Buddha realm, he had developed a habit of moving discreetly while observing everyone in the city. Realizing he was too tense, Ye Tianhao couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He then took out a communication talisman, the one he used to contact his family in the Ye family. Having been away for a long time, he thought to use it to notify them first. As soon as the communication talisman was activated, several figures flew over from a distance towards the Ye family city. Upon landing, they transformed into Ye Wu Guiyun Lu Xianglan and several other members of the Ye family. Seeing her eldest son, whom she hadn't seen for many days, Wu Guiyun's eyes filled with tears as she hurried over, saying, "Tianhao, you finally returned." "Mother." Looking at his mother, Ye Tianhao felt a wave of emotion and was about to bow in respect. "Oh, get up quickly." Wu Guiyun would not allow her son to support her, hurriedly helping Ye Tianhao up while looking him over. Tianhao, you've lost quite a bit of weight after not returning for so long. Her eyes were red. Only after years of separation, a mother naturally worries greatly for her child. Ye Tianhao quickly comforted his mother, and Ye Yi seeing this laughed heartily and patted Ye Tianhao on the shoulder saying, Tianhao, you've made great progress in your cultivation. Second uncle, you are teasing me again. Ye Tianhao smiled, helplessly observing Ye Yi as he, like his father, stroked his beard, feeling quite emotional. In the past, his father was often away at war, so the younger generation spent more time with Ye, making Ye Tianhao feel a deep sense of affection for his second uncle. Beside him, a gentle figure stood quietly. Gu, she wore simple clothing, her figure graceful, her autumn-like eyes filled with unspoken affection and longing as she gazed at her long-absent husband. Behind her stood two handsome young boys, Yi Zhaoyuan and Yi Zhaoming, who were Yi Tianha's two sons. The two brothers looked at their father, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, their eyes filled with a mix of tension, awe, and a hint of unfamiliarity, standing there awkwardly, unable to find the words. Yi Tianhao naturally sensed their awkwardness but smiled, gently ruffling their hair. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. You've both grown taller and have become handsome young men. Father, Yi Zhaoyuan respectfully called out. Yi Yi patted Yi Zhaoyuan on the shoulder saying, no need to be nervous, he is your father. Just spend more time together. At this, Yi Yi teased his nephew saying, Tianhao, this time you must stay for a while longer. Otherwise your sons won't even recognize you. Naturally. This time I return, I will stay at home for a while longer, Yi Tianhao replied with a smile. After a warm exchange with his family, Wu Gyun, the matriarch of the Yi family, immediately instructed the servants to arrange a feast to celebrate Yi Tianhao's. Yi Tianhao also greeted several of his younger siblings one by one. It had been a long time since he had left home, and his fifth brother Yi Tianyao had already married Mu Rong Linger, the daughter of the Grandmaster of the Thunder Sect, and had two daughters. Yi Tianxi and Yi Tianfeng had also both started families. As for the fourth in line, Yi Tianxue, she had yet to marry, and had been refining pills and cultivating alongside Lu Xianglan, devoted to the Tao. At that moment, the fourth generation of the Yi family was indeed flourishing. As the cups were exchanged, Yi Tianhao took the initiative to share his experiences of establishing a branch family in the Buddha realm alongside his grandfather Ye Jing, detailing how his grandfather had repelled the cultivators from the Buddha realm and accepted the command to head to the beast tide, ultimately breaking through to the golden core. He narrated these events vividly, prompting Yi Yi to sigh in admiration. Our ancestor has long been stuck at the late foundation establishment stage. It is indeed a joyous occasion that he finally has the chance to break through. Lu Xianglan was also happy, but soon became worried, saying, Yiga, father is getting old. Will it be a bit too much for him to break through in the southern border demon palace? Xianglan, let's not speak of such discouraging matters, Yi Yi replied, his smile fading. Father has led the Yi family through countless life and death situations to reach this point. We must trust in his strength. Lu Xianglan nodded, refraining from further discussion. She thought of her own progress in refining the breaking golden core, which was nearing success, and hoped that with the help of the southern border demon palace, Ye Jing would also successfully break through. With this thought, Lu Xianglan glanced at Yi Tianhao, who was drinking and laughing, and secretly made up her mind to work hard to succeed in refining the breaking golden core, so that the family could have more golden core combat strength. That way their ancestor would not have to toil so hard. The banquet continued until late into the night before they reluctantly parted ways. Yi Tianhao had drunk quite a bit, and was supported by his wife back to their room. Gu Shi poured Yi Tianhao a cup of spiritual tea to help him refresh himself. Outside the room the night had deepened, and upon seeing his wife staring at him, Yi Tianhao sensed she had something to say. Sire, I have actually been wanting to ask you. Besides sending me news, is there something else on your mind? Yi Tianhao questioned. His wife had been married to him for over a decade, and although she was obedient, there was an underlying barrier between them. She had married him with some ulterior motives. She stood up, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of helplessness as she playfully hit Yi Tianhao, saying, Husband, can't I just simply miss you? Yi Tianhao grabbed her delicate hand, playing with it, but smiled. Sire, we have been married for many years. If there's anything, just say it. I really do not like it when you keep a distance from me. Saying this, he held her hand tighter, causing She to let out a soft cry. She sighed and then reluctantly said, Those bald donkeys are back again. Yi Tianha's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent, but he calmly asked, Are they here to demand female cultivators from the Xuanyue sect? She nodded awkwardly, saying, It's the same as before, they are demanding that we hand over several female cultivators to them. The sect master is unwilling to comply, and then a battle broke out, and finally the sect master suddenly entered seclusion. Yi Tianhao listened to his wife's words, his eyes widening slightly. He contemplated that bringing the female cultivators of the Xuanyue sect to the Yi family would mean that the Yi family could have many naturally gifted women with spiritual roots. This arrangement for matching partners, or serving as family combat strength is indeed a very good strategy. However, an entire sect comprises quite a number of disciples. Previously, the Ye family had already taken in a significant portion of the female cultivators from the Xuanyue sect, and now the Ye family in Luoxia district had already seen an explosion in population. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have taken away more than half of the family guests and members during the establishment of the branch family. Now several years have passed in Luoxia district, and the internal population has increased significantly, with resource distribution becoming strained. If they were to suddenly accept an entire sect of female cultivators, thousands or tens of thousands of people would flood in. How would they manage that? He immediately asked Sierra, "Are you sure that the master of your Xuanyue sect is in closed-door cultivation?" Gu Shi with a sorrowful expression replied yes, because she engaged in battles with 2 golden core monks consecutively and barely emerged victorious, but she has sustained significant injuries and had to enter closed-door cultivation. Currently, there is only my senior sister stationed at the Xuanyue sect. So you believe that the Xuanyue sect cannot withstand the next wave of pressure from the Buddha realm, and are hoping for the Ye family to help by taking them under their protection. Yi Tianhao knew his wife's thoughts well, and spoke directly. Gu Shi nodded with difficulty, agreeing with his sentiment. "Husband, I know this matter is too abrupt, but without a golden core cultivator stationed at the Xuanyue sect, those bald monks will definitely enslave the Xuanyue sect completely, and at that time those sisters will truly be in a living hell." After hearing this, Yi Tianhao wiped away the tears from her eyes, feeling helpless in his heart. "Sierra, I know that the Xuanyue sect has a good relationship with our ancestors, and since you are my wife, I naturally cannot stand by idly. However, we need to plan this matter carefully." Gu Shi understood as well, and leaned on Yi Tianhao's shoulder. She softly said, "Husband, regardless of whether we can save the Xuanyue sect, just having your words is enough for me." Saying this, she kissed Yi Tianhao, who then held her tightly as they laid down together on the bed. The night passed in this manner. A few days after Yi Tianhao returned home, he indeed enjoyed the joys of family life, and managed to relax for a rare moment. To reassure Gu Shi, he took her to visit the Xuanyue sect. The Xuanyue sect was still blanketed by snow, just as he remembered. Upon entering, traces of battles were scattered everywhere with shattered rocks and faint remnants of Buddha's golden light. The female cultivators stationed at the mountain gate were all tense, fear hidden in their eyes. After Yi Tianhao landed, he brought Gu Shi to the mountain gate. The guarding female cultivators suddenly became alert, and immediately drew their swords, advancing forward. Once they recognized Gu Shi beside Yi Tianhao, their expressions eased slightly, as the news of Gu Shi marrying Yi Tianhao was known among the female disciples of the Xuanyue sect. One of the female cultivators guessed who the unfamiliar man was, and quickly bowed in greeting. "I greet Sister Gu Shi and the young master of the Yi family." Gu Shi nodded slightly. "I brought my husband back to the sect for a visit, and would like to see my senior sister." Upon hearing this, the female cultivators all bowed. Yi Tianhao's name had already spread throughout the surrounding sects. The Yi family had risen powerfully in recent years, and had firmly established themselves in the Buddha realm, striking fear in all, leaving no one unaware of their renown. However, the gazes of those present towards Yi Tianhao were still mixed with unease and apprehension. One older female cultivator with red-rimmed eyes spoke softly, "Sister, you have finally returned. Due to the invasion of the Buddhist monks, everyone in the sect is on edge. The senior sister has been stationed at the mountain gate day and night, and has not closed her eyes for many days." Gu Shi felt a tightness in her heart, and quickly stepped forward. "Take me to see Lan Hua." In the long corridor of the Xuanyue sect, a graceful female cultivator spotted Gu Shi and Yi Tianhao, and immediately called out, "Sister Gu." Yep. Yi Tianhao looked at this female cultivator with some surprise. Is this the senior sister of the Xuanyue sect? When he saw her decades ago, she was just an ordinary. Lan Hua smiled warmly at Yi Tianhao, and said, "Young master, Yi, long time no see." Yi Tianhao nodded, and only asked, "How many disciples are there currently in the Xuanyue sect? Have there been any casualties?" Lan Hua quickly replied, "Young master, Yi, ever since that person from the Buddha realm left, things have temporarily calmed down. The 2 golden core monks came here only." As she spoke, Lan Hua looked as if it was difficult to say more. Yi Tianhao nodded, and then asked, "So, besides provoking us, did they have any other actions?" Lan Hua contemplated for a moment before saying, "Although they expressed dissatisfaction with the sect master's stern refusal, it seems like they were following someone's orders, and did not wish to fight. Otherwise the sect master would have been in danger." Yi Tianhao listened in silence for a moment, and only asked, "So they have important matters to attend to, and came to the Xuanyue sect to cause trouble for entertainment?" Lan Hua bit her lip, looking humiliated, but spoke the truth, "That is indeed the case. However, we are anxious about this, fearing that the Buddha realm might take action." Yi Tianhao's expression darkened, and he said, "No, given their understanding of you, if they wanted to target the Xuanyue sect, they would have acted long ago. Therefore they do not seem to have any conspiracy against you. If it's not aimed at us, could it be against the Yi family?" Lan Hua could not help but ask. Yi Tianhao could not help but think back to a few days ago when his father killed a disciple of a golden core monk in front of him. Given the vindictive nature of these bald monks, they would not simply let it go. They must certainly be looking for trouble with the Yi family. The new city of the Yi family has the protection of golden core and nascent soul cultivators, making the rear, Yi family city relatively weak. However, if they were to target the rear of the Yi family, the Buddha realm would not act so impulsively. After all, they cannot deal with the new Yi family city, and attacking the rear is not a wise choice. Thus they must have other plans in motion. The sensation of having an enemy lurking in the shadows made Yi Tianhao feel a sense of irritation. Why was Yi Xian able to kill that golden core monk's disciple? It was because of their family's powerful beast control abilities. As long as any direct descendant of the family encounters danger, they can summon demonic beasts at will. Currently, the Yi family has 2 third-tier demonic beasts which can ensure that as long as they are not facing a nascent soul cultivator, they will return without success. He briefly reassured Lan Hua and Gu Shi, asking them to remain calm for the time being. Then he reported this matter to Yi and the others, urging them to. Afterward, he prepared to return to the Yi family with his wife. As Yi Tianhao left the Xuanyue sect, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky, catching the attention of the 2 golden core bald monks lurking below. One of the monks exclaimed, "Hey! Look, isn't that Yi Tianhao, the young master of the Yi family, who suddenly returned? It really is him. Why don't we go kill him?" The other monk echoed. These 2 golden core cultivators were sent by Jin Shan to monitor the Yi family, named Jin Zhu and Yin Zhu. They had wanted to come to the Xuanyue sect for leisure, but were forced back by the sect master, leaving them frustrated. Now, seeing an important figure from the Yi family, they were tempted to take action. It is known that Yi Tianhao came alone with his wife, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. As long as they stealthily kill him, who would know? Thinking this, they hurriedly chased after him. The sword soared through the vast sky, leaving behind the cold aura of the Xuanyue sect, as Yi Tianhao embraced Gu Shi by his side, stepping on the black broken moon, soared his figure cutting through the air. Though his face remained calm, there was a hint of heaviness in his eyes. The actions of the Buddha realm made him ponder deeply. Their unprovoked aggression, while restrained, only heightened his sense of dread. Gu Shi nestled in his embrace, gazing at Yi Tianhao, her heart slightly calmed. It seemed that having Yi Tianhao by her side dissipated most of the fear that had weighed on her for days, leaving only a sense of security. As they flew over a vast area on their sword, arriving at a remote location, Yi Tianhao suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. He immediately pressed down on the sword, halting their flight. "What's wrong?" Gu Shi asked anxiously as her heart tightened. Just as her voice fell, 2 blinding rays of Buddha light surged from the distant cloud, tearing through the sky with a thunderous boom. Boom. The overwhelming pressure of the golden core exploded, instantly sealing off all space around Yi Tianhao and Gu Shi. Yi Tianhao's eyes turned cold as he hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy to shield Gu Shi. 2 monks emerged from the Buddha light, their gazes filled with malice. They were the Jin Zhu and Yin Zhu monks. Jin Zhu mocked Yi Tianhao, saying, "Young master of the Yi family, you truly have a lot of courage. Offending a venerable one, yet daring to travel alone with a beauty, is quite the audacity." Yi Tianhao, though immobilized by the pressure of the golden core cultivators, coldly retorted, "What exactly do you want?" "What do we want? Of course to kill you." Yin Zhu sneered, swinging a massive staff and taunting Yi Tianhao. "If you beg for mercy properly, I might spare your corpse." The dual pressures of the golden core cultivators bore down on Gu Shi, turning her face pale. With her mere foundation establishment cultivation, she had no ability to resist against their overwhelming might. Despair washed over her as she sent a message to Yi Tianhao through her spiritual energy. "Husband, you must flee. I have a spirit weapon that can temporarily block their attacks. Quickly return to Yi City and inform the clan head." Hearing Gu Zai's words warmed Yi Tianhao's heart, and he gently patted her trembling hand, then coldly gazed at the monks. Then he uttered a shocking statement. "Shouldn't you be the ones begging for mercy? You..." The 2 monks were completely stunned by his words, questioning Yi Tianhao's sanity for his audacity. Gu Shi, terrified, tightly grasped Yi Tianhao's sleeve, disregarding everything, and shouted, "Husband, have you lost your mind? They are 2 golden core cultivators, we cannot win." Yi Tianhao looked at the 2 monks and replied, "I am perfectly clear, sire, but because of that they cannot kill us." "Humph." The Jin Zhu monk snorted, shaking his staff, heavily golden Buddha patterns exploding around him. "Arrogant brat. You dare to be reckless before us with merely a late foundation establishment cultivation. Your father relied on a few powerful beasts to publicly slay our golden core disciples. Today I shall take your life blood for blood." Yin Zhu advanced relentlessly, the power of the Buddha coalescing into tangible light locks, quietly sealing off all escape routes. "We have been lurking for days to investigate the Yi family's secrets, yet you walked right into our trap. This place is desolate and empty. Killing you here will leave no one to know. Even if the Ye family grows suspicious later, they won't trace it back to our Buddhist sect. In their eyes, Ye Tianhao's low cultivation made him mere prey, easily slaughtered. Ye Tianhao, realizing they had inadvertently revealed their intentions, mused. I see now you seek to spy on my Ye family. No wonder you caused trouble at the Shuangyue sect, yet dared not escalate it further. If it weren't for the master wanting to wipe out your Ye family once and for all, we wouldn't have allowed you to be so smug for this long. Ye Tianhao shall take this secret to the grave. Jin Zhu charged forward preemptively. As a physical cultivator, his punch caused the surrounding space to emit a piercing sound of breaking air. Gu Shi, terrified, summoned her spiritual energy for defense, but the Foundation establishment energy was like a bubble against the full-force strike of a golden core, shattering in an instant. She shut her eyes in panic, unable to bear to look, her mind screaming a death warning as the punch threatened to turn both her and Ye Tianhao into mere pulp. In that critical moment, Ye Tianhao remained calm, his lips parting softly to utter two words: defense. Boom. A resounding collision echoed through the heavens, causing Jin Zhu's eyes to widen as he suddenly saw a vast swarm of golden bugs appear before him, his fist colliding with the swarm. What is this thing? Jin Zhu, thrown back by the powerful impact, looked up to see the massive swarm of golden bugs forming a net that securely enveloped Ye Tianhao. Before the two monks could fully process their shock, they felt an intense sense of pressure as the Foundation establishment cultivator they had viewed as an ant glared at them through the bug net. Jin Zhu heard a piercing sound of flapping wings behind him, as if some monstrous creature was approaching. Stiffly turning around, he saw a gigantic golden bug resembling a small mountain leisurely flapping its wings, its compound eyes reflecting their expression. That is a third-tier demon bug. You actually brought it with you? Jin Zhu stammered. Ye Tianhao replied calmly. It seems you have been spying for so long, yet know nothing about my Ye family. Senior brother, don't be afraid. He only has this one third-tier demon bug. You hold it off while I fetch the venerable one. Yin Zhu shouted, turning to flee. What a joke. How could a third-tier demon bug be his match? The bug had an advantage in numbers that other beasts couldn't compete with, and fleeing was the only option. Senior brother, don't be afraid. He only has this one third-tier demon bug. You hold it off while I fetch the venerable one. Yin Zhu shouted, turning to flee. Yin Zhu paused, his face shifting between green and white, and turned back to grit his teeth as he said, Senior brother, you don't understand. This is not an ordinary third-tier demon beast, but a Jinshi bug. With endless swarms approaching, we will eventually be worn down here. Better to save oneself while there is still time. We must inform the Venerable One and summon powerful reinforcements to surround and annihilate them. As he spoke, he attempted to flee. However, before he could turn, a massive blood-red maw lunged at him, prompting Yin Zhu to hurriedly activate his spiritual energy. Bang! The razor-sharp teeth slammed into the barrier, shattering it like Gu's eyes' previous defense piercing through to his flesh. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Another third-tier demon beast. Jin Zhu, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, stared at Ye Tianhao, trembling as he asked, How many third-tier demon beasts does your Ye family have? Ye Tianhao merely smiled at the two monks. Receive death. He was too lazy to say more, issuing this command as the golden devouring insect swiftly surged forward, its sharp mandibles spraying golden sand toward the encircled golden bamboo. Golden Sand was taken aback and hurriedly dodged, but the next moment the black dog split into two, with one quickly catching up, its horns shining with white light. Seeing this, golden bamboo was greatly alarmed and hurriedly used a magical artifact for defense, but alas, no matter how strong the spiritual artifact was, it could not withstand the dissolving strike of the black wind. He felt as if the barrier before him was instantly dissolved by that white light, and golden bamboo, caught off guard, felt a piercing pain emanating from his robust body. As he hurriedly gathered all his spiritual energy for defense, he raised his staff and swung it wildly, desperately blocking the white light, while retreating at high speed, barely escaping the white light's grasp. Silver Bamboo was not faring any better. He continuously used up all his means to grapple with the black dog, trying to learn from his senior brother and escape. However, the so-called barrier they had set up was now crawling with numerous golden devouring insects, forming a sphere that trapped them here. Damn it. Ye family members, do not get too arrogant. If we die here, the sorcerer will surely slaughter your entire clan, letting your blood flow like rivers. Seeing that they could not escape, Golden Bamboo angrily spat out threats, but Ye Tianhao remained unmoved. He disdainfully looked at them and said, arrogant. To our Ye family, intruders who harm my family must die. Previously, his father did not want to stir trouble and let the monks off, but he never expected them to return and cause trouble again, even wanting to kill him. This was you. Golden Bamboo knew that with the Ye family's ruthless nature, they would surely not spare them a way out. He communicated with Silver Bamboo, using Silver Bamboo, let us combine our strength to break through the demon beast's blockade and kill that Ye family brat. He is merely in the late foundation establishment stage. Once he is dead, these demon beasts will pose no threat. Hearing this, Silver Bamboo's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He then formed a spell, and suddenly golden lightning erupted from his body, vanishing. Seeing this, Ye Tianha's pupils constricted as a gust of wind suddenly rushed from behind him. Before he could react, he felt a fist the size of a cooking pot aimed at his head. Died. Once that fist fell, even with Ye Tianha's formidable spiritual power, he could not stop it in the slightest. In an instant, space seemed to just as Silver Bamboo thought he was about to succeed, a flash occurred before his eyes, and his arm felt suddenly light. The arm that was supposed to reach Ye Tianhao was unexpectedly severed, and the force of the interrupted attack passed through Ye Tianha's body, causing not this. Silver Bamboo looked incredulously at the boy before him, who calmly gazed at his severed arm. He looked as if he had seen a monster staring blankly at the boy, who seemed to vanish and reappear in midair. But the boy also wore a look of surprise, not expecting to suddenly pass through those attacks like a ghost remaining unscathed. The black wind with its horn glowing white fixed its gaze firmly on Silver Bamboo. That white light had just come from its horn. Now it was truly enraged, howling upward and charging fiercely at Silver Bamboo. Just moments ago, Ye Jing's grandson had almost died. As Ye Jing's beast, it was naturally furious, wishing to tear that monk into pieces. Not good. We didn't kill that Ye family member and have angered them. Golden Bamboo shouted, scolding Silver Bamboo. You useless fool. You can't even deal with a mere foundation establishment. This is a disgrace to Golden Core practitioners. Silver Bamboo clenched his fist, still unsure how that boy managed to penetrate his fist. Faced with his senior brother's insults, especially with the black wind charging fiercely at him, he grew even angrier, raising his palm and striking furiously. Damn it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Die. Die. The palm techniques in his hands descended like a torrential rain, each strike infused with spiritual power, relentlessly pressing down on the demon dog. But the black wind was still surrounded by a barrier of golden spiritual power for protection. Although the palm techniques struck heavily upon it, it charged forward without hesitation, opening its massive jaw to lunge at Silver Bamboo. Golden Bamboo was still entangled with the golden devouring insects, and was immediately drenched in cold sweat upon seeing this scene. For no reason, the two demon beasts coordinated exceptionally well, as if they had devised a strategy. The demon dog was the main attacker, while the golden devouring insects defended, with some even gnawing at Silver Bamboo's protective golden body. If this continued, Silver Bamboo would surely die. Seeing this, Golden Bamboo panicked. If Silver Bamboo died, they would have no chance of victory. In his anxiousness, the golden devouring insect suddenly raised its wings, its sharp claws piercing into Golden Bamboo's chest. Blood gushed out as Golden Bamboo was impaled. Senior brother. Silver Bamboo, witnessing his senior brother being stabbed, immediately widened his eyes, wanting to rush over. His senior brother must not die. If he did, he would have no chance of survival. The black wind, seeing the monk's expression change, drastically controlled its doppelganger to attack from both sides, with its horns all aimed at Silver Bamboo. Silver Bamboo saw the two third-grade demon beasts unite to attack him, while they were shrouded in a golden spiritual barrier that he could never break through. Ye young master, spare me. That plea for mercy, born from extreme fear of death, never escaped his lips. His torso was instantly pierced in half, and the black wind's horn unleashed another dissolving strike, directly dissolving his physical body. Even his golden core and soul could not escape, as the black wind devoured him whole, leaving only his screams behind. At this moment, Golden Bamboo, pierced by the golden devouring insect, released his soul, only to be caught up by the black wind. Golden Bamboo knew he could not survive, and immediately activated the mark in his blood soul. Ye Tianhao saw a blood light suddenly appear on the forehead of the transparent spirit body, and shouted, "Quick! Kill him quickly!" But the black wind was still a step too late. Just as it bit into the spirit body, a mocking voice came from within. Your Ye family is fit. The sorcerer has always been in your Ye family city. Now that we are dead, the sorcerer will certainly not spare anyone from your Ye family. Prepare to die. You. Although previously Jin Shan had advised them not to have direct conflict with the Ye family, now that the Ye family had killed so many of his subordinates, he did not believe the sorcerer would let it go. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of triumph and defeat, as if he could not wait to see the Ye family's tragic downfall. The black wind clamped down on him, its sharp teeth closing together, and the soul let out a piercing scream. After dealing with the two golden core practitioners, both the black wind and the golden devouring insect suddenly vanished. Ye Tianhao was somewhat surprised these two demon beasts were temporarily under his control, so why did they suddenly disappear? Until a calm yet reproachful voice suddenly resonated in his mind. You guys really are giving this old man trouble. As these words fell, a green light flashed across the sky and quickly disappeared. Yi Tianhao was taken aback, then called out, "Grandfather! Ye ancestor! Is he here?" Gushi beside him asked in disbelief. Yi Tianhao clenched his fists, saying little, but to Gushi he urged, "Sierra, you must return to the Frost Moon sect immediately. The situation is extremely dangerous. If I can avoid it, I will." Gushi upon hearing this did not flinch, but firmly grasped Yi Tianhao's hand, declaring, "I want leave. Husband, we are one, we shall face life and death together." Yi Tianhao was taken aback, then sighed helplessly. "You fine, hold my hand tightly. Oh, let's go home." Gushi tightened her grip on Yi Tianhao's hand. They quickened their pace towards home. This time the sorcerer was coming with great force, relying solely on the black wind was insufficient, and many magical beasts would likely be harmed. However, no matter what, this battle must continue since they had already offended the Buddha realm. They could not show any weakness. Moreover, Grandpa has returned. At this moment within Yi family city, the golden toad's aura was extremely low. Although he maintained a dignified, benevolent smile, the veins on his forehead were bulging, as if they might burst. Truly two useless fools. He had originally wanted to conceal his identity in Yi family city to investigate, but within just a few days he received a signal sent before Jinju's death. Both of these individuals had been killed, and by Yi Tianhao, who was only at the foundation establishment stage. How could this not infuriate him? As a result, his spiritual power leaked out uncontrollably, startling the surrounding residents into fleeing in terror and screaming. "Who are you?" "This is Yi family city." Due to the uncontrolled leakage of his spiritual power, it had already alarmed several cultivators guarding the city, who were about to question him, when they felt an overwhelming pressure descending. Those cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they twisted in agony and exploded into a shower of blood and flesh on the street. Well, I didn't originally want to directly clash with you, but it seems your Yi family is determined to court death, so I cannot be blamed. Although the Golden Toad did not wish to let a single Yi family member ruin his Dao heart, the continuous humiliation along with the tragic death of his disciple were all tied to the Yi family. If he did not annihilate the Yi family, he feared being severely affected by inner demons during his breakthrough to nascent soul. Thus he could no longer hold back. The pressure of the Golden Core instantly spread out, descending heavily upon Yi family city. However, this heavy pressure instantly activated the defensive array of Yi family city, preventing the surrounding citizens from being crushed to death by the pressure. All the members of the Yi family within the city sensed that an incredibly powerful enemy had arrived, and the Yi family, led by Yi, quickly rushed to the small town where the Golden Toad was located. This small town had essentially been reduced to rubble. The Golden Toad, dragging a golden toad exuding a red glow, fixed his gaze intently on the arriving Yi family members, the oppressive aura of the late Golden Core stage bearing down without reservation. Yi stepped forward, asking, "Elder, why do you use spiritual power within the territory of my Yi family?" "Why? Your Yi family has humiliated my disciples and killed my 2 subordinates, yet you dare ask me why?" "Die." The benevolent expression of the Golden Toad twisted in an instant as he raised the Golden Toad in his hand. Once released, the toad's body instantly expanded several times, transforming into a giant hundreds of feet tall, ready to devour the entirety of Yi family city along with everyone in it. In an instant the city was filled with cries and fear. All the members of the Yi family were momentarily paralyzed. The Golden Toad was now furious. In his eyes, if he could not deal with the new city of the Yi family, then he could first kill the Yi family members in the falling sunset land to intimidate them. At that point, even if they could summon that burning heart, what of it? Would the southern border demon palace really tear apart their relationship with the Buddha realm over a foundation establishment family? As he thought this, he became increasingly determined to slaughter Yi family city. Yi hurriedly shouted to all the Yi family members and guests, "Form a formation to protect Yi family city." Everyone seeing this exerted all their strength to mobilize their spiritual power to activate the array of Yi family city. A beam of light shot out in an instant, enveloping Yi family city. The Golden Toad bit down on the array, causing the ground to quake violently, and many clansmen were forced to spit blood from the shock. Even the array showed cracks and was on the verge of collapsing. The formation created by several foundation establishment cultivators could only withstand this one blow. The next would lead to certain death. Yi and the other members of the Yi family summoned their magical beasts to battle, especially Yi, who summoned his snow feather eagle to circle and strike with lightning against the Golden Toad. Many of their magical beasts were already at the late second stage, and the sheer number of magical beasts startled the Golden Toad. The Yi family truly had some remarkable strength. His eyes turned cold, and he snorted, "So many magical beasts. Once I take down your Yi family city, I will definitely torture your Yi family thoroughly to see what secret methods you possess to have so many magical beasts as protection." As he spoke, he mobilized his spiritual power into the Golden Toad, which immediately charged again. The array was instantly breached, and the guests below screamed in terror. They crawled and rolled away shouting, "Master, let's escape. We can't fight this. He is at the late golden core stage, not our match at all." Seeing this, Ye immediately focused his mind attempting to summon the two unique third-stage magical beasts of the Ye family to battle, but those third-stage magical beasts remained unresponsive. Could it be that Tianhao is in trouble? Tianhao. Yi's jaw tightened, and his fingertips trembled slightly. Beside him, a Ye family subordinate pale-faced staggered forward saying, "Master, the array has been shattered. We cannot withstand the attack of the late golden core stage. We must evacuate the clansmen." Surrounding them were fleeing guests, wailing citizens, and the entire Ye family city was on the verge of chaos, with their once peaceful homeland about to turn into a hell on earth. The massive 100-foot golden toad hovered above Ye family city, its body shimmering with golden light, its pair of crimson vertical pupils coldly gazing down at the crowd below like mere ants. The golden toad looked down from its height, a cruel mocking smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "What? Does the Ye family have any trump cards left? Hurry and unleash them," he taunted recklessly. "Your Ye family possesses secret methods for controlling beasts, raising countless magical beasts, and enjoys unique advantages. I originally intended to leave you a way to survive. But you insist on courting death by killing the cultivators of my Buddha realm. Today I will annihilate your entire family and strip you of your beast-controlling lineage, thoroughly reducing you to nothingness." As soon as his words fell, the giant mouth of the golden toad was about to descend, ready to obliterate Ye family city entirely. Buzz! Suddenly from afar, a stream of white light in the form of a sword flew over like the bright moon, suppressing the golden toad's spiritual light, causing the heavens and earth to tremble slightly. The sword was heading straight for the golden toad. This startled the golden toad, prompting it to quickly withdraw its spiritual power and retreat. As a result, all the overwhelming pressure, confinement, and suffocating aura diminished considerably, allowing the Ye family to breathe momentarily. The golden toad instinctively looked at the sword that had suddenly appeared, and saw an elderly man in a green robe standing with his hands behind his back, holding a glimmering white longsword, followed by a black dog and a golden insect. Although they looked unremarkable, they radiated an imposing aura that commanded respect. "Ancestor! Ancestor!" Yi was struck with immense shock, his pupils constricting, his entire being frozen in place, his voice trembling with all the members of the Ye family and the guests held their breath, their hearts swelling with overwhelming joy at the prospect of survival. The ancestral figure of the Ye family, Ye Jing. He has returned. Ye Jing did not stand on the sword to fly, but walked through the air like the golden toad, his old eyes silently watching the golden toad. Then his entire being erupted with the aura of nascent soul cultivation. This frightened the golden toad to the core, his body shook and his voice trembled. "Nascent. Nascent soul. You actually possess the aura of a nascent soul." The trembling voice of the golden toad echoed through the air. He hurriedly shook his head, unwilling to believe, and exclaimed, "Impossible. Even if you are strong, you could only have reached the golden core. The nascent soul aura you emanate must be a trick of your own making. You can't deceive me." Ye Jing replied calmly, "If you don't believe in the supernatural, then come and try it." He had finally broken through to the golden core after 5 years of perseverance, but before he could exchange pleasantries with Phoenician, he sensed the warning from the immortal Willow. His grandson Ye Tianhao had nearly been killed by a monk. Thus Ye Jing immediately activated his ability to summon all beasts, directing it towards Ye Tianhao, using the phasing ability of the Black Wind to escape disaster. He then utilized the teleportation array of the Southern Demon Palace to reach the falling Sunset Land, hurrying to support the Ye family city. On the way, he learned about the grievances between these monks from Black Wind. The disciple of the Golden Toad, who was at the late stage of Golden Core, came to the door, wanting to seize the new branch city of the Ye family. Yi Xian ordered the city to be defended, commanding Black Wind to sever one of his disciples' arms, but out of respect for the Golden Toad, he refrained from complete extermination. Who knew that the Golden Toad, harboring resentment, secretly brought 2 Golden Core cultivators to infiltrate the back of Ye family city, and these 2 even sought trouble with the Frost Moon sect, attempting to ambush Ye Tianhao. This truly made Ye Jing unable to endure any longer. The Golden Toad stared intently at the old man before him, having heard of Ye Jing's formidable reputation, having killed several Golden Core cultivators from their Buddha realm, and now he had broken through to Golden Core. Strangely, although his cultivation was at the mid-stage of Golden Core, the aura of a nascent soul was undeniably present. Rationality told him that this old man was trying to intimidate him, yet his body was too frightened to obey. All he wanted was to run away immediately. He let out a laugh filled with anger, saying, "Don't think you can scare me, you're just pretending." He firmly bit down on those last words before directing the Golden Toad to unleash a blinding wave of light towards Ye Jing. Seeing the golden toad suddenly attack with full force, Yi's heart leaped into his throat, and he immediately leaped towards Ye Jing. Father! But in the next moment the golden toad froze in place, its eyes wide as it found itself biting down on an incredibly hard shell unable to break through no matter how hard it tried. Ye Jing merely smiled slightly, and from his chest emerged a ferocious canine shadow that lunged to bite the golden toad. The terrifying force of the bite caused the golden toad to immediately feel the backlash of its broken artifact, and it hurriedly withdrew the golden toad. He coldly fixed his gaze on the golden toad, and spoke, "Golden toad, your disciple's siege failed, and he lost an arm, due to inferior skill. My Ye family has spared his life, that is already showing great mercy." He coldly fixed his gaze on the golden toad, and spoke, "Golden toad, your disciple's siege failed, and he lost an arm, due to inferior skill. My Ye family has spared his life, that is already showing great mercy." He stepped forward, and the pressure of his nascent soul suddenly surged, causing the air around them to stagnate, and the howling wind ceased entirely. Clearly merely at the midstage of golden core, yet the overwhelming aura that surpassed the crowd shook the hearts of all present cultivators. Even the air seemed to be pressed down several degrees. Ye Jing questioned, "What reason do you have to recklessly come to annihilate my Ye family?" The golden toad was also greatly frightened at this moment, but it did not want to lose face before Ye Jing, and coldly responded, "What of it? There is no such thing as breaking someone's arm in a siege. Moreover, that city originally belonged to our Buddha realm, which you seized. Today you as the elder of the Ye family must give my respect and explanation. Otherwise, I will ensure that we both perish together." He said this as a threat, thinking that Ye Jing's ability wouldn't last long, and he didn't want to fight Ye Jing. Just looking at that bizarre ability capable of suddenly biting through his artifact makes him aware that confronting this old man would yield no advantage. Ye Jing knew that this monk was at the latest stage of golden core where a fight could go either way, but since he had come to eliminate his clan, Ye Jing would never let him go. So since he had come, he might as well die here. If we both perish together, then bring it on. Ye Jing no longer wished to argue further, his mind subtly moved. He charged forward, and a massive shadow entirely black, and with sharp fangs surged up from his body, surrounded by swirling black wind blades. This was the projection of the black wind true body, possessing the talent to shatter all artifacts restrictions. Seeing this, the golden toad summoned his golden toad to block that fierce blow. Even though the golden toad no longer underestimated Ye Jing and used all his spiritual power to defend, he felt a shock run through his body. It seems this old man is not negotiable. Alright, let's see who can defeat whom. If you die, then your Ye family will vanish from this world. Ye Jing felt the overwhelming pressure and tightened his fists, then responded, "Alright. Then come." Just as he had broken through to the golden core, due to his ability to summon all beasts, his cultivation could temporarily reach the midstage of golden core. Now filled with spiritual energy, he was eager for a good fight, thinking that this life and death battle could elevate his cultivation further. The golden toad monk's eyes widened, his robes flowing without wind, and a blazing Buddha light surrounded him, like the scorching sun, an overwhelming wave of spiritual power sweeping across. The golden toad artifact hovered before him, radiating golden light, its four limbs summoning waves of golden light rushing towards Ye Jing with a heavy oppressive force. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly retreated, fearing the repercussions of the clash between two golden core powerhouses. Below, Ye clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the battlefield, his heart in turmoil. Yet he knew that his ancestor had already taken action, leaving him no chance to intervene. Ye Jing stood firm, his robes billowing fully, unleashing the foundation of his midstage golden core cultivation, as well as the heavy pressure of the pseudo-nascent soul enveloping the area. The shadow of the black wind giant dog coiled around his side, the black wind blades swirling, each radiating a terrifying sharpness that could tear apart restrictions and shatter artifacts. Just a display of bravado. I will dismantle your intimidating tactics. The golden toad roared in anger upon seeing this, his hand seals shifting, and the golden toad opened its mouth, shooting out several streams of golden light that transformed into a dense golden rain charging towards Ye Jing. Seeing the sky filled with golden light, Ye Jing's mind shifted, invoking the powers after summoning the golden devouring insect, forming a golden light shield around him to block the relentless assault of golden rain. Ye Jing advanced against the golden rain, swinging his fists to strike at the golden toad. The golden toad raised its elbow to block this attack, and then its clothes burst open, revealing bulging golden muscles, grinning savagely. "I didn't expect you wanted to exchange blows with me. Oh, let me beat you to death in front of your kin." Then came a palm strike, which Ye Jing blocked with one hand counter. The two engaged in a pure physical battle midair, each punch landing with force, creating shockwaves that spread for miles. Even the winds from their punches carved deep trenches into the ground below. As a result, Yi had to order the guards to reinforce the defensive array to block the aftermath of their battle. He looked on in shock. He never expected that after just 5 years his father had broken through to Golden Core. Truly impressive. With a family head, there was indeed a sense. In midair, Ye Jing and Jin Chan were engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of their strikes shaking the heavens. Under the force of the punches, Ye Jing's flesh was torn, yet he did not retreat in the slightest, landing a punch squarely on the monk's face. Jin Chan's face instantly caved in from the powerful blow. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Good punch. But you're still lacking compared to me." With that, he unleashed hundreds of punches in an instant, each strike hammering against Ye Jing's body, causing the tough insect shell on him to dent on the verge of Ye Jing tasted blood in his mouth, but he laughed heartily. What joy! What joy! He rushed forward as if fueled by endless energy, his fists flying as the two continued to clash in the air. The onlookers below were filled with dread. Ye stared at his father, seeing him completely absorbed in the fight, with the monk feeling greatly unsettled. Why isn't father using the beast control to attack that monk? This fighting is too dangerous. Next to him, Yi Tianyao looked at his grandfather's powerful strikes with admiration, surprised at his grandfather's strength. However, he also felt a hint of worry. Master, can our ancestor hold on? Is he forgetting to use the beast control in this fierce battle? Seeing this, Yi Yi's heart raced. Although Yi Tianhui's words seemed ridiculous, he couldn't understand why his father only focused on a death match and not on summoning the beast for assistance. He immediately shouted, "Father, quickly use the beast control." As soon as he said this, the hesitant guests began to shout in unison, knowing that Ye Jing had just broken through to Golden Core and was now fighting against someone in the late stage of Golden Core. In their eyes, apart from surprise, there was concern. "Ancestor, do not fight to the death. Quickly use your divine abilities." "Yes. Fighting someone in the late stage of Golden Core is too much. Do not take unnecessary risks. Ancestor, be careful." They all knew that Ye Jing could control beasts. Why was he still engaging in this exhausting battle with the monk? They all urged him to stop. The voices rose and fell incessantly. Ye Jing and Jin Chan naturally heard the shouts from behind. Jin Chan sneered. "Ye family ancestor, do you hear that? You truly are overestimating yourself, thinking you can challenge me on Eon. It's futile, you cannot defeat me." Ye Jing's eyes darkened, then he smirked slightly, swinging his fist straight at Jin Chan's face. "Oh really? Then why haven't you taken me down yet?" Jin Chan felt a burning pain on his face, his head knocked aside by Ye Jing's punch, the fiery sensation spreading throughout his body, igniting his humiliation. His eyes were bloodshot and he roared, "You seek death." His roar echoed like thunder as he raised his hand, gathering his spiritual power, his golden core trembling, as he unleashed all his strength. "Take your arrogance to the grave, Ye Jing." That blow, infused with all his spiritual power, rushed toward Ye Jing at high speed, like a meteor plummeting from the sky, distorting the surrounding air. He wanted to see this old man turn into mush beneath his fist. The punch filled the spectators below with trepidation, rendering them powerless. The Yi family members held their breath, staring at that fist, as if it were a natural disaster. Seeing this, Ye Jing clenched his teeth, feeling the flow of power from his golden core, and then he instantly shot out a wave of light. Jin Chan suddenly felt a sense of unease, then he saw that Ye Jing, who was supposed to be hit, had actually phased out of existence, vanishing. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind behind him, and an alarm went off in his chest. Suddenly feeling a chill in his chest, the golden core, which was continuously emitting spiritual energy, shook painfully. Jin Chan stared blankly at the dark dagger that had pierced through his chest, going straight for his golden core. Even though the golden core was strong enough not to be destroyed by the dagger, cracks had already begun to appear. With his golden core damaged, Jin Chan's spiritual power instantly dissipated, and the mighty blow he had just unleashed backfired, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly used his spiritual power to protect his golden core, but the power inside him was flowing away uncontrollably. He felt he could not hold on much longer. Jin Chan could only weakly ask why. When the already phased Ye Jing had solidified behind him, coldly waving his hand, the pitch-black dagger flew out from Jin Chan's body and landed steadily in Ye Jing's hand before dissolving into the air. Jin Chan stared in shock at the dagger, realizing he had not sensed at all the peculiar technique Ye Jing used to phase out. What kind of treasure allows the body to phase out and evade his attack? Ye Jing said nothing more, but threw another punch. This time Jin Chan had no ability to resist. He could only watch as that punch pierced through his body. That hand grasped his golden core and forcibly yanked it away. Without the golden core, Jin Chan could no longer maintain his spiritual power, his body collapsing back. Jin Chan's primordial spirit tried to surge out of his body to escape, but the next second his escaping spiritual form was devoured by the waiting dark. At this moment, the crowd below watched this scene as if struck by thunder. They erupted into ecstatic cheers. The ancestor won. He won. Really am not dreaming. The ancestor has killed this monk who sought to destroy our clan. Wonderful. Wonderful. The ancestor is so powerful. I want to follow the Ye family for a lifetime. The scene of a golden core cultivator battling a latest-stage golden core practitioner was extremely rare, not to mention Ye Jing had once again slain an enemy beyond his level. How could they not be shocked? How could they not rejoice? Even Yi was overjoyed, flying to Ye Jing's side with all the members of the Ye family. In their eyes, Ye Jing now resembled a deity, not only having broken through to golden core, but also protecting the younger generation of the family. Especially Yi trembling all over, feeling wildly excited, yet striving to maintain the dignity of a family head. He stammered, "Congratulations, master. You've cleared the formidable opponent." Ye Jing, who had fought Jin Shan, nearly bare, only wearing tattered pants, stood tall, his body covered with streamlined muscles dark purple with blood. In that moment, Ye Jing resembled a lone wolf fighting to the death. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glancing faintly at his clansmen before. In the distance, Yi Tianhao also arrived, looking at the crisscross scars on Ye Jing's body, feeling distressed. But Ye Jing merely comforted him. "Let's head home first." Hearing this, Yi hurriedly nodded and led Ye Jing home to recuperate. He thought that with Ye Jing having killed a latest-stage golden core powerhouse from the Buddha realm, it would be enough to show how formidable the Yi family was, and probably no one from the golden core stage would dare trouble the Yi family in the future. 3 months after Ye Jing's fierce battle with the golden core monk, everything has returned to tranquility. Ye Jing, having taken care of some trifles at home, now oversees the younger generation in his family. The rapid growth of the younger generation fills him with immense satisfaction. Moreover, with Li Jinxian from the Li family coming to propose marriage this time, as a son-in-law, Ye Jing decided to have Yi Tianxue, who is skilled in alchemy, take a look. Li Jinxian, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, now exuded a calm demeanor, still at the mid-foundation establishment stage, perfectly matching Yi Tianxue. With no objections, they agreed to the marriage, after managing his granddaughter's wedding affairs. During this time, Ye Jing received a letter from Yunling of the Qingyun sect, stating that upon hearing of his breakthrough to the golden core, Yunling wished to invite him for a brief visit to the sect. Naturally, Ye Jing accepted the invitation from an old friend and set off for the Qingyun sect on that day. Upon arriving, Ye Jing found that the Qingyun sect was not much different from his memories. Yunling's residence was still surrounded by white clouds, and from afar, all he could see was a vast expanse of white cloud sea. Today the sunlight was splendid, and the sky was clear. Under a pine tree, there was an ancient stone table where Yunling was sitting and pouring tea. Seeing Ye Jing arrive, he smiled slightly, and said, "The ancestor of the Yi family has come. Oh, please take a seat." Ye Jing took a seat across from him, observing Yunling, who once a golden core true person now appeared to have aged several years. Once a middle-aged man, his temples had already turned white, and his face bore wrinkles and an undeniable frailty. At that moment, Ye Jing's heart trembled. Yunling was nearing his end. Yet Ye Jing said nothing more, for he knew Yunling well after so many years and was aware of his physical condition. Yunling poured tea for Ye Jing, looking at the elderly man before him. Although his appearance was older, his hair had regained its dark hue, as if he were rejuvenating, with abundant spiritual energy flowing through him. He appeared to be thriving. He couldn't help but sigh. "Ancestor Yi, years ago you were just an ordinary old man from a rural family. Now in the blink of an eye you've transformed into a dragon upon encountering water." Ye Jing merely smiled at this, and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Sect Master Yun. How is your health?" Yunling's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. "It's the same as usual, the old ailments remain. But let's not dwell on that. Ancestor Yi, why don't you tell me about what has happened during your time away from Yi family city?" Ye Jing smiled, and recounted his experiences in the Buddha realm. Yunling listened attentively, and after Ye Jing finished, he smiled knowingly. It seems the head of the Yi family has been doing quite well. However, at this moment a glimmer of tears appeared in Yunling's eyes, reflecting his melancholy. Meeting Ye Jing's gaze, he reminisced, "Ancestor Yi, I once walked out of the falling sunset land, but in the outside world I could not overcome my challenges. I could only return to the Qingyun sect as its master. I greatly envy your ability to step into that vast world." Ye Jing felt a stir in his heart upon hearing his sigh, but continued to listen patiently. Yunling forced a smile, "But it is no longer possible for me. Ancestor Yi, thank you for still being willing to visit me, and also for everything you have done for the Qingyuns." He took a sip of tea, seemingly trying to calm his unwilling heart, and said, "I, Yunling, have cultivated for 200 years only to reach this point. This is my immortal path. In my youth I was proud and reckless, thinking I could venture out on my own. Ultimately my father passed away in middle age, and the sect needed a golden core cultivator. I had no choice but to enter seclusion to protect the sect. Then at 100 years old I broke through to the golden core, and was appointed as the sect's master, thus sealing myself in one place ever since. It seems I have reached the end of my life. I have protected the sect, seeing the outside world, but I am still unwilling. As Yunling spoke, his eyes filled with intense unwillingness, but ultimately it transformed into tranquility, and he gave Ye Jing an apologetic smile. Ancestor Yi, please forgive me for my lament. Ye Jing gently shook his head, and said, Sect Master Yun, what smooth sailing is there on the path of cultivation? There will always be obstacles in front of you. Even when one has worked hard enough, one still may become indistinguishable from the crowd. But who would willingly accept their fate? Sect Master Yun, I too have been like you, unwilling to resign myself to destiny. In the decades since he arrived in this world, he struggled through the mundane, and ultimately, no matter how great his unwillingness, he could only repress it within his heart, resigning himself to live off a small plot of land in the village. If it weren't for the immortal willow, Ye Jing would have long since turned to dust. Yunling was slightly stunned, then smiled. Indeed, the essence of cultivation is to defy destiny. Ancestor Yi, my path has come to an end, but yours has not. After saying this, he raised his teacup and lightly clinked it with Ye Jing's. Ancestor Yi, do not accept your fate. With countless words ultimately condensed into this, Ye Jing's gaze slightly narrowed, then he picked up his teacup and drank it all in one go. After their meeting, Ye Jing accompanied Yunling for a long time until the sun set, and the cloud sea ahead was engulfed in darkness. Ye Jing stood up and cupped his hands towards Yunling. Sect Master Yun, I must take my leave now. Let us gather again in the future. Yunling nodded slightly, and his voice softly echoed, Head of the Yi family, farewell forever. It was as light as the clouds that the wind could easily scatter. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing did not stop his footsteps, but soared into the sky, continuing on his path. Upon returning home, Ye Jing learned the next day of the news that the sect master of the Qingyun sect had passed away. The entire sect was draped in white mourning banners, and the disciples of Qingyun were weeping incessantly, some worried about the future of the sect, while others pondered how to navigate their own paths. Perhaps among them were those who mourned for Yunling. However, when one dies, the lights go out, yet tomorrow still dawns. Ye Jing felt a myriad of emotions, but remained unmoved, merely assisting the Qingyun sect in managing affairs after the sect master's passing, before continuing on to meet Lu Xiaoyu at the Qingyun sect. From that point onward, the Qingyun sect also came under the Yi family's dominion. As time passed, the Yi family was reborn with green shoots breaking through the soil beneath the dead wood. The Yi family continued to grow stronger through the river of time, and regardless of how many generations passed, they could never forget the ancestor Ye Jing, who had pioneered the entire Yi family. The entire family thrived, and although disasters occurred, the first generation of family ancestors led their descendants to continuously conquer, laying a solid foundation for the development of the Yi family. It is said that this ancestor led his clan members to expand their territory, defeating any enemies that stood in front of the Yi family, and his achievements were continuously recounted by future generations. Thousands of years later, Ye Jing sat beneath his immortal willow, which had grown from just a few people's height to several thousand feet, with countless willow branches swaying in the wind, falling into the vast and boundless space. Spiritual herbs and magical beasts thrived in this blessed land, resembling a paradise. He, much like the old willow tree that once sat at the village entrance, gazed at his flourishing descendants, a thriving lineage that would last for generations, and merely smiled gently at the spiritual radiance.